Sudirán spoke honestly. She took this chance to mention her frequent trips to the city as a way to prepare for what was coming. Since she planned to open a canned food factory later, she needed to keep an eye on things. If people found out she often went to the city, there might be gossip. By mentioning it through Lin Huifan, the village secretary would learn about it naturally, making her absence from the village seem normal. When Lin Huifan heard that Su Iran was going to work in the city, her eyes lit up with excitement. Then she looked a bit envious. I really envy you, someone who has connections in the city. Unlike me, who might spend my whole life in the village, just doing this and that. She looked down at Su Guodong in her arms. She was a person who didn't fear hardship, but now she had to take care of the child and couldn't do much. Su Iran sensed there was more behind Lin Huifan's words. She guessed that her worried look was probably because of money. She decided she could help her earn some. Little auntie, if you're worried about making money, I can think of a way to help. Recently, Su Iran had been moving around in the black market. She noticed that the country was quietly reforming its economy, and inspections of black market transactions weren't as strict anymore. Villagers selling fruits, vegetables, eggs, and ducks could do so secretly. Lin Huifan could also take this chance to start a small business. Little Annie, I don't know if you dare to sell things in the black market, but if you do, I can teach you a simple skill, growing bean sprouts. As long as you grow the sprouts at home, you can sell them in the black market. If you know the right people, you could even deliver them to the supply and marketing cooperative. Growing yellow bean sprouts and green bean sprouts is very easy, and the process is quick. The weather now is just right. It only takes 5 to 7 days to grow a batch of sprouts. Then you'll start earning some income. Su Iran knelt in front of Lin Huifan, playfully teasing Su Guodong, who was in Lin Huifan's arms. She softly explained the process of growing bean sprouts to Lin Huifan, making her eager to try it herself. Lin Huifan looked at Su Iran, hesitated for a moment, then seriously said, Xiao Ran, I want to grow bean sprouts. My mother is sick. Today, my brother came early to ask me for some money to take her to the doctor. But you know my situation. Guodong is sick, and we've spent a lot on medicine. He also needs milk powder. I really can't ask my mother-in-law for money. If I could grow bean sprouts to sell, I could make life a little better for Guodong and help take care of my mother. Can you teach me? But I don't have any beans. In this time, food was a luxury, and beans were also very valuable. The family had no stored food. It's okay, I have some here. I also want to take some home to grow bean sprouts and sell, so I brought some from the city, Su Iran said. She took out 5 jin of green beans and 5 jin of yellow beans from her basket and placed them in front of Lin Huifan. Hearing that Su Iran wanted Qiu Jing to grow bean sprouts to sell, Lin Huifan suddenly hesitated. She hadn't thought about competing with Qiu Jing for earning money. Xiao Ran. Quickly put the beans away and let your mother grow the bean sprouts. Life isn't easy for you. Seeing that Lin Huifan was still thinking about her and her mother, Su Iran's heart softened. She believed Lin Huifan was a good person and thought helping her once was worth it. Don't worry about the job of growing bean sprouts, Annie. Whoever does it is just doing their part. No one is stealing anyone's way to make money. You earn your money through your labor, and that's fair. I have other ways to help my mother earn money, but it's not urgent. We can wait until we move out of the Su family to do that. Auntie, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside, and I'll teach you how to grow bean sprouts. Su Iran said as she picked up the beans from the ground and went into the house with Lin Huifan. Guodong was very well behaved. He sat quietly in his small cradle, watching Lin Huifan and Su Iran busy with their work. He didn't cry or make trouble. During a break, Su Iran went to check on the obedient Guodong. She took out a teething toy and a thumb-sized biscuit from her space. She placed the teething toy in Guodong's hand. Guodong held the teething biscuit happily, giggling and laughing. Hearing Su Guodong's laughter, Lin Huifan, who was growing bean sprouts using Su Iran's method, also looked up. Seeing the smile on Su Guodong's face and Su Iran's calm expression, she felt hopeful about the future. Once the 2 baskets of bean sprouts were ready, Su Iran reminded Lin Huifan of some precautions. Lin Huifan carefully recorded everything with a pen and paper, worried she might forget and cause the bean sprouts to fail. These bean sprouts represented her hope. Su Iran noticed Lin Huifin's neat handwriting and was slightly surprised. She could tell Lin Huifin was educated. "Little aunt, have you gone to school?" "Yes, I went to school. I attended middle school. My grandfather was a teacher and told us to study hard. But later, some things happened, and he didn't make it through. I didn't continue studying after that." Hearing about her grandfather, Lin Huifin suddenly felt sad and thought of the kind old man. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. I'll wait until I sell the bean sprouts to pay you back for the beans. If I fail to grow the bean sprouts, I'll wait until your little uncle gets his salary to pay you." While speaking, Lin Huifin gently pinched Su Iran's cheek. She had wanted to do this when she first saw Su Iran, but her eyes seemed too distant, so she didn't dare. Now that their relationship had become closer, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Little aunt, these beans are a gift from me. But remember, don't buy beans from other places. Not all beans can grow sprouts. You can buy beans from me, and the price will be the same as the market rate." Su Iran's beans were grown in her space and irrigated with spiritual spring water. She believed growing bean sprouts would be easier and more successful. Hearing this, Lin Huifin happily responded. She knew that growing bean sprouts required high-quality beans. She didn't think much about why Su Iran asked her to buy her beans. She would listen to anything Su Iran said. Seeing that Su Guodong was sleepy, Su Iran asked Lin Huifin to take him to rest. She also planned to go home and rest herself. After waking up, she needed to make some soap and improve the canning machine. She had a lot to do. When Su Iran returned home, she saw Grandma Su sitting in the yard, basking in the sun. After experiencing so much, Grandma Su seemed to have changed and no longer caused trouble for Su Iran. When she saw Su Iran come in, she chose to ignore her. Su Iran felt very happy about Grandma Su's indifferent attitude. She liked this peaceful feeling. If they had understood things earlier, they wouldn't have suffered so much or gotten hurt. Iran opened the door and entered the storage room, where she saw Su Qianqian kneeling inside her room. Her temple throbbed suddenly, and she wondered what trouble the Su family might cause now. "Why are you kneeling here?" Iran looked at the distressed Su Qianqian and furrowed her brows. This family had too many bad intentions, so she had to be cautious. "Second sister, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Please give me back my clothes. I promise I won't make you work again. Grandma said if you don't return my clothes, I have to keep kneeling here." Tears rolled down Su Qianqian's face as she spoke. She was genuinely scared today, afraid that Grandma Su might punish her again over the clothes. Iran looked coldly at Su Qianqian kneeling on the ground. She took a long step forward, crossed her arms, and stopped at the door of the room. Her tone was calm as she said, "I've told you many times, I didn't see the clothes. After you threw the clothes in front of me and left, I also left. I really don't know who took the clothes away in the end." Iran no longer looked at Su Qianqian. She wouldn't forgive someone who bullied her. If she wanted to kneel, then let her kneel here. It didn't affect her at all. She had once tried to give them a chance, but her family didn't want to cooperate with her. So, let them face the consequences of their actions. Seeing Iran close the shabby door without mercy, Su Qianqian, who had always looked down on Iran, stood up angrily. She stormed out of the room, covering her face, and ran to Grandma Su. "Grandma, she still won't admit she hid the clothes." Before she finished speaking, Grandma Su raised her stick and struck Su Qianqian hard. But today, Grandma Su was in a better mood than yesterday. She only scolded her useless granddaughter and then walked back into the house. Iran watched Grandma Su's attitude towards Su Qianqian through the window. She guessed that Tan Hongling had probably already handled this matter. It seemed that Tan Hongling was quite capable. Su Iran no longer paid attention to their matters. She was too lazy to carry the mattress out of her space, so she simply slipped into her space and entered her two-story villa. She comfortably took a shower and happily rested on her big bed to catch up on sleep. At the city hospital, Gu Zhenjin had already woken up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qianqing sitting by her bed, with a dark face. She was startled by Qian Cheng's gloomy expression and instinctively moved back. Qian Cheng. Brother Qian Cheng, why are you here? Gu Xinjin looked at Qian Cheng nervously. She hadn't thought of a good excuse to fool him. If it weren't for the surgery her mother had done for her, she could have confidently denied the miscarriage. But now, she couldn't say anything. Why am I here? Shouldn't I be here? My fiancé had a miscarriage. Shouldn't I come to check on her? Gu Xinjin, you're really impressive. If you hadn't been kicked in the stomach by Su Iran, I might never have known you'd pin such a big blame on me. How dare you, Gu Xinjin? When he said this, Qian Cheng reached out and grabbed Gu Xinjin's neck. Thinking he would soon become the joke of the family compound, he hated to the point of wanting to choke her. Qian Cheng. Brother Qian Cheng, listen to me. The situation isn't like that. I really didn't know I was pregnant. I was a victim. Weak and fragile, Gu Xinjin was no match for the tall Qian Cheng. She grabbed his hand, trying to pull it away, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape his grip. Just as she felt she was about to run out of breath, Qian Cheng released her. Victim? Tell me how you were victimized. I warn you in advance, don't lie to me, and don't drag Su Iran into this. My mother told me you've been pregnant for at least a month and a half. You didn't even know Su Iran a month and a half ago. Do you understand what I mean? Before entering Gu Xinjin's hospital room, Qian Cheng had already heard Wang Chuanxia blaming Su Iran for everything. He couldn't understand how Wang Chuanxia could confidently say such things. Gu Xinjin was frightened by Qian Cheng's unpleasant expression. Her eyes flickered as she wanted to avoid his questions. The next moment, she heard Qian Cheng speak coldly. Forget it. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Our relationship is over, Gu Xinjin. Don't bother me again in the future. Qian Cheng stood up as he spoke. This time, Gu Xinjin was truly panicked. She reached out and grabbed Qian Cheng's wrist, looking at him pleadingly. No, Qian Cheng, you can't. You can't abandon me. If you leave me, I will be finished. Everyone in the neighborhood will know about my miscarriage. Just as Qian Cheng was about to pull away from Gu Xinjin's hand, he suddenly smiled. He didn't understand why Gu Xinjin could say such things. Was he really so shameless as to be content with being a green turtle? Gu Xinjin, do you think I am a person? You knew from the start that you were pregnant, didn't you? That's why you hurried to climb into my bed. Do you think I really like you, enough to give up my dignity and accept everything about you? Hearing Qian Cheng's accusations, Gu Xinjin shook her head hard, trying to deny her little scheme. She wouldn't admit it. Her thoughts had been seen through by Qian Cheng. Qian Cheng no longer wanted to waste words with Gu Xinjin. He pried free her hand that was holding his arm, gently shook it off, and then left without looking back. Gu Xinjin watched Qian Cheng's back as he left. She knew she was truly finished this time. Qian Cheng would never forgive her again. Wang Chuanxia watched Qian Cheng walk out of the hospital room. She reached out to stop him, but before she could speak, Lu Shiping, standing behind her, coldly said, Wang Chuanxia, from now on, our Qian family and your Gu family have no more connection. I've already told Lao Qian about Gu Xinjin. He said he'll clarify things with Gu Changzheng. The last respect we can give you is that I won't say a word about your daughter's matter in the residential area. Please don't bother Qian Cheng anymore. After speaking, Lu Shiping left with Qian Cheng. Wang Chuanxia was left standing there, confused. She knew that this time, the Gu family and the Qian family were completely cut off. Wang Chuanxia entered the hospital room, her face dark. She walked over to Gu Xinjin and suddenly slapped her hard across the face. Gu Xinjin covered her cheek, staring in disbelief. Before she could speak, she heard Wang Chuanxia coldly say, Once you're healthy again, you're not allowed to return to the family compound. Our Gu family will pretend you are not our daughter. Because of you, the Qian family has cut ties with us, and I don't want to see you anymore. After saying this, Wang Chuanxia turned and left quickly, not giving Gu Xinjin a chance to speak. Gu Xinjin lay on the bed, staring in disbelief at Wang Chuanxia's departing figure. Her hand, hidden under the blanket, clenched tightly around the quilt. Her heart was filled with hatred for Suiran. She believed that if Suiran hadn't pushed her, she wouldn't have had a miscarriage. Without the miscarriage, she wouldn't be in this terrible state. She was unwilling to be abandoned by the Gu family. She had worked hard to become part of the Gu family and to live in the city. She couldn't lose everything just because of this incident. She wanted to change the family's attitude towards her. Wang Chuanxia returned home feeling exhausted. As soon as she entered, she saw Grandma Gu sitting in the living room counting money, with her beloved eldest grandson sitting beside her. Grandma Gu saw Wang Chuanxia come back, but showed no intention of hiding her feelings. She spoke coldly to Wang Chuanxia. Little Tiger's girlfriend's belly is almost too big to hide. Your older brother and sister-in-law's family don't have that much money. I gave him some. You and Changzheng also need to chip in 100 yuan each, as a token of your uncle and aunt's effort. Anyway, you don't have a son. You'll need to rely on Little Tiger in the future. You can't refuse this. After Grandma Gu finished, Gu Yanhu stood up from his chair, looked at Wang Chuanxia with a proud expression, and said with a slightly smug tone, Annie, Grandma said that you took a lot of bride price from the Qian family. Just give me 200 yuan. When I get married someday, I will definitely be as filial to you and uncle as I am to Grandma. Wang Chuanxia, already in a bad mood, was furious when she heard Grandma Gu and Gu Yanhu openly mock her for not having a son. Her anger suddenly overwhelmed her. She quickly walked up to Grandma Gu, raised her hand, and knocked over the table she was holding. She spoke like a madwoman. I don't have a son, and I don't need you to remind me. If you like your grandson so much, go with him. Why are you living in my house? Whoever wants to pay this money can do so. I will not have the guts to divorce Gu Changzheng. I want to see if Gu Changzheng prefers his biased mother or his wife who truly wants to live with him. If he agrees to divorce, I will leave this house immediately. Anyway, this home has already become a mess, so it's better to leave. After saying that, Wang Chuanxia went back to her room and lay on the bed, crying softly. She had been feeling very oppressed lately. Since Suiran was driven away, she had been busy taking care of everything alone at home. Now she realized that Gu Zhenjin only seemed very obedient. She only talked about doing chores but cleverly avoided actually doing them. In the living room, Grandma Gu only reacted after Wang Chuanxia closed the door. She was usually difficult to please, so she wouldn't tolerate Wang Chuanxia disobeying her. She angrily went to Wang Chuanxia's door and scolded her loudly. Suddenly, the Gu family was thrown into chaos. The neighbors outside could hear the commotion and realized that the family's peace was only superficial. After waking up in the space, Suiran started working on her tasks one by one, following her task list. She completed each task step by step. The cow and sheep pens at the farm were unlocked after she finished her tasks. In the future, she planned to sell canned beef to earn money, and raw beef was essential for that. After completing level 35, the space experienced its second upgrade. The land area increased by 1/3, adding 4 good fields and 2 golden fields. In the previously empty second golden field, rows of neatly arranged lingji mushrooms appeared. The shiny, golden lingji sprouts directly caught Suiran's eye. The space system detected Suiran's confusion and replayed the scene of her picking up the lingji withered block on a large screen. Only then did she understand where the lingji came from. Hidden reward successfully activated. The space system didn't give Suiran a chance to ask questions. A system prompt sounded, and the sound of tapping came from the newly expanded land. After 3 minutes, a glass house appeared in the space, looking a bit like a glass greenhouse from a romantic drama. Curious, Suiran walked forward and saw a small sign hanging on the door handle of the glass house. The sign read, Mushroom Cultivation Room. She gently pressed to open it, and the glass door slowly swung open. Inside, Suiran was amazed by the space. From the outside, the glass house didn't look very big, but inside, it was at least 400 or 500 square meters. Inside, there are rows of shelves filled with various types of mushrooms. All the mushrooms available on the market, as well as those not commonly seen, are stored in this mushroom cultivation room. Suiran quickly walked around the room, holding a small basket in one hand to pick some fresh wood ear mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and yellow mushrooms for dinner. She did not pick the less common mushrooms to avoid unnecessary trouble. Finally, when passing by the bamboo mushroom cultivation area, Suiran couldn't resist. It would be a shame not to pick some delicious bamboo mushrooms to make soup. So, she collected a small basket of bamboo mushrooms to cook chicken soup. Thinking about the tasty flavor, Suiran couldn't help but swallow. With so many good ingredients, she felt it would be a shame not to make a nice meal for the space's gift. She returned to the stove area, took a domestic chicken from the storage, and gathered some ingredients for a spicy hot pot. First, she used an electric rice cooker to steam a pot of fragrant rice. Then, she cleaned the chicken thoroughly, placed the whole chicken in a large clay pot, added fresh pork and beef bones, and boiled everything on the stove. Soon, the room was filled with the aroma of rice and chicken soup. Smelling the rich chicken broth, Suiran quickly washed the ingredients for the spicy hot pot. Since she couldn't take fish balls or shrimp slices out for Muluochin, she took a piece of pork belly from the space. She cooked the pork belly until tender, sliced it into even thick pieces, then fried them in oil until crispy, which made them taste incredibly delicious. After eating one piece, Suiran couldn't resist and ate another. When all the ingredients were prepared and the chicken soup was nearly ready, Suiran removed all the excess oil from the broth and set the rich, oil-free chicken soup aside in a small basin. Next, she cut the cooked chicken into small pieces and added them back into the soup, then put the pot back on the stove to simmer. Once boiling, she added the bamboo mushrooms, and the thick chicken flavor mixed with an indescribable fresh aroma. While the chicken soup was simmering, Suiran also finished preparing the spicy hot pot. When everything was ready, she divided the hot pot into 2 lunch boxes, filled 2 bowls with rice, and poured the chicken soup into 2 insulated containers. After preparing the dinner, Suiran went to the bathroom to wash off the oil and smoke from her body, changed clothes, and quickly left the space, carrying her basket and heading outside. It was still early in the evening, and the workers had just finished their shift. Tan Hongling, returning from work, was walking with Su Haida and Suiran, who were covered in mud, walking in the opposite direction. She snorted coldly at Suiran and headed towards the Su family's house. Suiran didn't mind Tan Hongling's disdain. She enjoyed this kind of situation where she was defiant but couldn't be defeated. She didn't know what dirty tricks Tan Hongling was planning, but she could make Tan Hongling regret not agreeing to work with her. If they dared to make the first move, she could do much more. Let's see who ends up unlucky. Suiran sensed a shadow following her again. She deliberately took a less crowded path, weaving through several alleys before reaching the outskirts of the Jiqing courtyard. Once she confirmed the person behind her was still following, she gently knocked twice on the door. Before she could knock a third time, the door was opened. The person opening the door was Mu Luocheng. Seeing Mu Luocheng with slightly damp hair and an open collar, Suiran's face unconsciously flushed. Her mind replayed the scene from the afternoon when Mu Luocheng had acted coquettishly toward her. Wait a moment. Mu Luocheng didn't wait for Suiran to speak. He grabbed her arm and pulled her into the courtyard. Suiran's slender body was embraced by Mu Luocheng. One hand held her waist, while the other quickly closed the courtyard gate. He leaned against the door, peering outside through unaware of how intimate his actions seemed. Suiran was startled by Mu Luocheng's proactive move. Her delicate body pressed against his firm chest. She could feel his warmth and smell the faint scent of pine on him. That unique scent felt like a kind of drug, making her reluctant to escape. Her face instantly turned red, and her mind went blank. She silently thought, "What's wrong with this man?
Could it be?
Did you realize you're being followed?" Just as Suiran was lost in her thoughts, Mu Luocheng's cold voice rang above her head, tinged with an unexplainable anger. Suiran didn't expect Mu Luocheng to say such disruptive words at this moment. She suddenly looked up, meeting his deep, dark eyes filled with a faint fury. She quickly snapped out of her daze. She awkwardly cleared her throat, gently pushed Mu Luoqing's waist, took a small step back, and created some distance between them. She nodded slightly. I know, I have always known that someone is following me, but they haven't done anything too bad. I can't really ask them about it, can I? Su Yiran said casually, waving her hand. She didn't really care about being followed because she has the ability to protect herself and wasn't worried. Before coming here, she ran around the village to see if Wei Chong was deliberately following her. Sure enough, he was. She planned to finish delivering the food and then handle this matter, but she didn't expect Mu Luoqing to find out. This is something I can handle myself. I've prepared dinner for you. You and Zhou Xian should eat while it's hot. I couldn't find soda today, but I made chicken soup very fresh. As she spoke, Su Yiran took 2 lunch boxes and a thermos from her basket and handed them to Mu Luoqing. However, Mu Luoqing didn't reach out to take them.
Please put these inside the house.
I've already cleaned the lunch boxes you used before. You can take them back. I have some things to do. Once you've put everything away, lock the door for me.
Don't come with me.
Then Mu Luoqing took the key from the door latch, put it in his pocket, and started walking quickly toward where Wei Chong had been. Su Yiran watched his figure walk away, her heart pounding. She wasn't sure if this man was standing up for her, but the feeling made her very happy. Following Mu Luoqing's instructions, Su Yiran delivered the dinner to the small house. When she set down the lunchbox, she noticed a design drawing and a stack of calculation papers on the table. From these, she guessed Mu Luoqing's identity. She stood there looking at the design drawing and the calculations, her brow slightly furrowing as she noticed some inconsistencies. After a while, Su Yiran withdrew her gaze from the drawings. She knew her current identity didn't allow her to voice any opinions. She could only pretend she hadn't seen anything. She tidied up the lunchboxes, put them back in her basket, and left. As she was leaving, she carefully tied the small house door with a shoelace. If these drawings were leaked, it would be a huge loss. When Su Yiran left the yard and hadn't yet locked the door, Zhou Xian hurried back on his bicycle. Zhou Xian saw Su Yiran come out of the yard, frowned slightly, and asked with some doubt, "Why did you come out of the yard? Where is Brother Chen?" It was clear that Zhou Xian was nervous in his tone. Su Yiran looked at him calmly and casually said, "He went out for something. I was told to bring dinner inside first. Since you just got back, I didn't lock the door." After speaking, Su Yiran opened the big gate for Zhou Xian without waiting for his response, then turned and walked in another direction. Out of curiosity, Su Yiran wanted to see how Mu Luoqing was dealing with Wei Chong following her, but remembering Mu Luoqing's warning not to go there, she changed direction and went to find Qiu Jing. In the past few days, Su Yiran had learned Qiu Jing's habits. Usually, Qiu Jing wouldn't come home early, and at this time, she should be working in her small garden. Using her memory of the original owner, Su Yiran approached the small garden Qiu Jing was cultivating and saw her watering the land from afar. Carrying a basket on her back, Su Yiran walked up and called affectionately to Qiu Jing, "Mother." "I'm here, Ran. Why did you come? Are you hungry? I'll finish watering the vegetables and then go home to cook." While speaking, Qiu Jing's steps unconsciously quickened. She knew Su Yiran was quite independent and usually wouldn't come to find her unless there was a reason, but she still worried that Su Yiran might suffer or go hungry at the Su family. "No, I came to eat with you. I brought dinner. Wash your hands and we can eat." Su Yiran entered Qiu Jing's small garden, pulled her to the water, and asked her to wash her hands. Then she handed Qiu Jing a bowl of chicken soup. Qiu Jing looked at the rich chicken soup, her eyes slightly teary. She never expected she could still drink hot chicken soup, especially from her daughter. Su Yiran built a small table with stones, placed her prepared spicy hot pot and rice on it, and turned to call Qiu Jing to eat. She saw Qiu Jing standing still, holding the chicken soup and lost in thought. After watching her for a moment, Su Yiran hesitated and then softly spoke, worried her voice might be too loud, and startled Qiu Jing. "Mother, come quickly and eat." She stood up, went to Qiu Jing's side, helped her sit at the small stone table, and spoke sweetly to her. "Girl, from now on, I will bring you lunch in the fields every day. In the evening, we will eat here. I will cook delicious food to help you get healthy. Once you're well, you can take good care of me. As for the people from the Su family, they are not really our concern, so don't worry. Soon, I will take you away from the Su family. While in the city, Su Iran had already thought about this. She believed that Qiu Jing's escape from a hospital was arranged because the actor assigned to be with Su Erjin had arrived. Since the actor was in place, it wouldn't be long before Qiu Jing was kicked out of the Su family. Then, mother and daughter could happily leave the Su family. Thinking of this, Su Iran wanted to tell Qiu Jing about the house. She hadn't planned to hide it. She just didn't want Qiu Jing to worry. Today, when she came, she specifically went to check on the house construction. The progress was very fast, and it should be finished by tomorrow. Su Iran had already decided that after dinner, she would go to the village committee to see the village head and the party secretary and give them the remaining money. She also wanted to ask about the carpenter. She planned to make a wooden tub and 2 big cabinets, as the house still needed some furniture. Seeing Su Iran lost in thought, Qiu Jing gently pinched her delicate face and spoke softly. Iran, have you thought about where we will go after leaving the Su family? Do you want to go back to the city? Qiu Jing had been thinking a lot these past 2 days. She couldn't let Su Iran suffer in the countryside. She had already written to her family, but she wasn't sure if they would forgive her for her past mistakes. If they forgave her, she hoped they could take care of Su Iran and bring her back, giving her a bright future. If they couldn't forgive her, she would find a way to get Su Iran a good job so she could live peacefully in the city. She no longer had much hope for the future, but Su Iran was still young and shouldn't waste her time in the countryside. I won't go back to the city. I think life in the countryside is pretty good.
Mom, don't worry.
You don't need to worry about us leaving the Su family without a place to stay. The house at the foot of the mountain is paid for by me, and the village head and party secretary are helping to build it. Once it's finished, we can leave the Su family. Whatever happens to the Su family then, it won't concern us. However, in the next few days, we still need to be careful. We can't let old lady Su find out that the house is connected to us, or she will surely cause trouble again. Su Iran mentioned the Su family, her dark, shiny eyes grew serious, and she thought about her own plans. All decisions are in their hands. She only hopes they won't regret their choices after they make them. After dinner, Su Iran packed her lunchbox into her basket. Qiu Jing told her to go home first because she needed to finish some work before returning. Su Iran had no objections to Qiu Jing's actions. She obediently responded and left the small garden. She needed to go to the team office for a few things, so she didn't stay to keep Qiu Jing company. Qiu Jing watched Su Iran's figure as she left, thinking about the meal Su Iran had just prepared. She felt Su Iran was not suited for rural life and decided she must find a way to send her away. Su Iran wandered alone toward the team office area. From afar, she saw Wei Chong, who looked battered and swollen, leaning on his waist and limping out of Dr. Wang's house. Wei Chong looked up and saw Su Iran. The moment he saw her, he wanted to run away. He felt ashamed to face her now. Seeing Wei Chong's embarrassed state, Su Iran thought it was better to clear things up. She spoke calmly before he could escape, without any extra emotion. Wei Chong, let's talk. I have something I want to tell you. Hearing her words, Wei Chong stopped but dared not look back at her. He felt ashamed of what he had done and embarrassed about not being able to defeat Mulu Watson. He didn't want Su Iran to see him so helpless. Su Iran didn't mind Wei Chong's avoidance. She walked behind him and spoke softly. I heard you told Li Qiushuang about me delivering food to Mu Jiqing. Do you think that if people find out I bring food to Mulu Watson, I will avoid suspicion and distance myself from them? Is that it? When Su Iran heard Li Qiushuang mention the food delivery, she reflected on her own actions. She believed she had been very careful when delivering food and that no one would have seen her bringing food to Mulu Watson unless someone was secretly watching her. Hearing Su Iran's calm but firm question, without any anger, Wei Chong turned around in disbelief and looked at her. He thought Su Iran shouldn't react like this. Such things can ruin a person's reputation. Why doesn't Su Iran care? Does she really like Mu Luoqing? Is she not afraid of rumors between her and Mu Luoqing? Do you like Mu Luoqing? Wei Chong didn't answer Su Yiran's question directly. He asked cautiously, wanting a clear answer. He looked at Su Yiran with a sharp gaze, one eye uninjured. Su Yiran didn't understand why Wei Chong was asking. She didn't want to answer. She looked down to avoid seeing Wei Chong's injury, afraid she might laugh out loud. Suddenly, she felt that Mu Luocheng was a bit unfair. How could he hit her face? And, to make it worse, he looked like a clown. Whether I like Mu Luocheng or not is my own business. I don't need to tell you. What I want to talk about now is between you and me. Wei Chong, I already told you clearly last time. We can only be good comrades. There's no other possibility. After washing her hands thoroughly, Su Qianqian hesitated to return the soap to Su Yiran. She also wanted such a good thing. Su Yiran looked at Su Qianqian's reluctant expression, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she said casually, I'll give it to you. The bun too. I have something to ask you. Hearing Su Yiran generously giving her the soap, Su Qianqian immediately showed a very grateful expression. She carefully wrapped the soap and put it in her pocket, sitting obediently beside Su Yiran. Second sister, you can ask anything you want to know. I promise to tell you everything I know. Su Yiran looked at Su Qianqian's submissive attitude with some disdain. If she had more backbone, she might look at her differently. But now anyone could buy her off. She really wasn't useful at all. I just want to know why Grandma Su accepted a bride price of 300 yuan. Was it for Su Jinjin's engagement? Hearing Su Yiran mention the 300 yuan bride price, Su Qianqian's action of biting her bun suddenly paused. She looked at Su Yiran with a troubled expression. She was regretting it now. She wasn't sure if it was still possible to return the bun to Su Yiran before she went home. Before Su Yiran returned home, her family had warned her about this matter. She must not let Su Yiran and Xiaojing know. If they found out, they might sell her to that crazy person. Second sister.
I don't know about this.
I won't eat the bun anymore, and I'll give it to you. As she spoke, Su Qiqi hurriedly wrapped the bun and shoved it into Su Yiran's hand, then turned to run away. But Su Yiran wouldn't let her escape easily. Today, she had to find out the truth. Su Yiran reached out and grabbed Su Qiqi by the back of her collar, pulling her back with a low, serious voice. Su Qiqi, do you think you can run away? You didn't say that just now. You said you'd tell me everything. Do you want me to force you to talk? Have you forgotten about Zhangna? Hearing Su Yiran's warning tone, Su Qiqi felt a cold chill down her spine. She regretted it. She knew Su Yiran was a devil, yet she was tempted by her. It was her own greed that caused this trouble. Second sister, I really don't know about this. If you dare lie to me, do you believe I will drown you in the river right now?
Shujiran pushed Suiki forcefully.
Frightened, Su Qiqi tightly held onto Su Yiran's slender arm, pleading. I'll tell you, second sister. But please don't let Grandma find out I told you. The person who paid $300 as a bride price is a crazy person from Kongjia village. That crazy person wasn't born crazy. He was scared silly after a classmate put a dead snake on his shoulder on the way to school. When he's not sick, he looks quite normal. But when he has a fit, he can't control himself. It's very scary. His family is well off, but they only have one child. They want to find a wife for him, to carry on the family line. Grandma heard about this and went with her younger brother to that family. They decided to marry Su Jinjin to him on the first day of next month. To prevent Su Jinjin from running away, this was all a secret plan. But unexpectedly, Su Jinjin was suddenly recognized and brought back. So now, the marriage is on you. After hearing Su Qiqi's story, Su Yiran suddenly remembered Tang Hongling's words from yesterday, telling her to leave quickly. Now she felt confused, unsure if Tang Hongling was trying to help her. Did your father and mother know about this? Yes, only my second uncle, second aunt, and Su Jinjin know. My grandfather is a doctor from Tanjiakan. My mother was sent by my grandma to ask my grandfather for some sleeping powder, and it also takes my father's help to send you away unconscious. So, they all know. I overheard their discussion about this. Second sister, the crazy family is quite powerful. They already gave the bride price to my grandma, so it's impossible for our family to call off the marriage. I think you won't escape this trouble. Su Qiqi looked at Su Yiran with some worry. She had seen the crazy person from the Kong family and knew about his violent actions. Not escape? If I can't escape, I'll just send you to the crazy person. I don't want to, but whoever wants to can go. Su Qiqi, if you don't want to marry him, then tonight, tell your mother that I already know about this. Tell her, if she's willing to cooperate with me, she can come to my room to find me. If not, then wait for me to send you to the crazy person's house. After speaking, Su Yiran released Su Qiqi. Su Qiqi's legs went weak, her face turned pale, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. She looked at Su Yiran with full of fear. She felt that Su Yiran was like a demon at this moment. She didn't doubt her ability to keep her word and believed she could do what she said. You can't treat me like this. I told you everything. Why do you want to harm me? It's not me harming you. The Su family wants to harm me. I'm just acting in self-defense, just like you did when you tricked Su Baoquan. Su Yiran looked at Su Qiqi's frightened expression, placed a bun in her arms, and smiled softly. Your fate is in your mother's hands. The final result depends on what she does. After speaking, Su Yiran turned and walked away without looking back. She trusted Su Qiqi to make her own judgment and knew how to do what was best for herself. On her way home, Su Yiran crossed paths with Mu Luocheng. He wanted to greet her when he saw her, but she seemed not to notice him and simply walked past. Mu Luocheng felt confused. He thought Su Yiran was a bit strange, but he didn't pay much attention and headed toward the small courtyard. Back at the small courtyard of the Educated Youth Point, Mu Luocheng saw Zhou Xian sitting in front of a pile of snacks and 4 lunchboxes, lost in thought. He walked over doubtfully and asked, "Why didn't you give the snacks to Su Yiran?" Hearing Mu Luocheng's voice, Zhou Xian looked up somewhat dejectedly and pointed at the things on the table. Su Yiran felt a bit strange. I said these were gifts for her. She didn't accept them and even took a few steps back, as if my things were harmful. Oh, right. She also said that after some thought, it wasn't appropriate for her to come to our place to cook for us. To avoid unnecessary gossip, she thought it was better to send us food instead. After saying this, Zhou Xian continued to lean on the table. He was a little annoyed with Su Yiran's attitude. He couldn't understand if he had upset her and why she seemed to look at him with some dislike. Mu Luocheng didn't bother to care about Zhou Xian's disappointment. He opened the lunchbox and started eating. He felt a bit restless and was also wondering why Su Yiran didn't want to accept their gifts. When Su Yiran returned home, she saw no one from the Su family. She quickly entered her space and focused on completing tasks, planting vegetables and grains, digging holes for fruit trees, gradually achieving various milestones. Finally, after Su Yiran finished designing the blueprint for a heat weapon, a pleasant system notification sounded inside her space. Congratulations, owner. You have reached level 20. You can now use the one-click sowing and harvesting functions for all crops in the space. You are awarded 5,000 points. The small wooden house has been upgraded to level 2, and the space has also been upgraded to level 2. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Yiran excitedly jumped up. She was finally able to stop manually working in the fields. Carrying it was too tiring. Just as she was feeling happy, it was as if an earthquake had occurred in her space. She watched as her thatched hut slowly sank underground. Then a 2-story small building appeared. Congratulations, owner. You have reached level 20. The thatched house has successfully upgraded to a small villa. The second floor is a dedicated studio with various books from your wish list and some research instruments. Hearing about the studio, Su Yiran didn't wait to hear the rest of the system's announcement. She hurriedly ran into the villa. The first floor had already become a large open space, much bigger than the previous thatched house, but the furniture inside was sparse, still the old, broken items from the thatched house. Without thinking too much, Su Yiran ran up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as she entered the studio, she felt tears welling up. Wasn't this her original studio? Looking at the books inside and the few not-so-advanced first-generation instruments, she was instantly reminded of the time she first started studying explosive weapons. Su Yiran sat on a small, worn-out chair in the workshop. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed, and she took a deep breath. She felt like she was back in her favorite place, able to immerse herself in the work she loved. It was such a happy feeling. After sitting in the workshop for a while, Su Yiran calmed her excited emotions and left the room. Standing at the door, she looked at the familiar workshop and felt that wonderful sense of having something lost now found again. When she left the villa, a bright golden light suddenly flashed before her eyes. Su Yiran looked toward the light and saw a golden field shining with a golden glow. She quickly walked forward and saw that the golden field was planted with rows of ginseng. The ginseng had grown leaves, and at the top of the leaves, there was a small red bean. The system detected Su Yiran's confusion, and a prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Level 2 space. The ginseng seeds in the golden field have successfully sprouted. Ginseng seeds? Where did they come from? I don't remember planting ginseng, Su Yiran wondered. She crouched down to look at the ginseng in the ground. Then she stood up, walked to the spiritual spring, took a bucket of spiritual spring water, and poured it onto the golden field. As soon as the water was poured, the ginseng seedlings shook vigorously, as if they had gained new vitality. The ginseng was picked by the host. At first, the shape was a bit shriveled. Please look at the big screen, host, a voice explained. A large screen appeared in front of Su Yiran. On it was a picture of a shriveled root that looked like a carrot. She recognized it immediately. So the root in the bear cave was actually ginseng? That was truly amazing. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the rare plant encyclopedia. As a reward, you receive another golden field, the system announced happily. Su Yiran was very pleased to hear her reward. She glanced at her storage in the space, noticing her supplies were growing richer. She suddenly found joy in building and managing her base. She looked at her task list again. Seeing how the tasks became more difficult, her face was full of excitement. Even though the tasks were harder, the rewards were more generous. She felt she was getting closer to her goal. Su Yiran took a shower in the space and then returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Mu Luocheng and Zhou Xian. She kept the meal simple. She chopped pork and cabbage together, kneaded some dough, and made over 50 plump, white dumplings. She boiled them on the stove and took them out once cooked. Su Yiran tasted a dumpling and found it delicious, squinting happily. She once again appreciated how good the ingredients in this space tasted and how tasty the food was. She placed the dumplings on a plate and then disappeared from the space. As soon as she returned to her room, she heard crying from the yard. She peeked out the window and saw Grandma Su holding onto Second Su's leg, talking to him. Frowning, Su Yiran watched the scene outside for a while, but found it boring. She decided to leave the house because it was getting late and she needed to deliver food to the two young men. When she opened her door, everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. Old Su, sitting on the drying platform, slowly looked up and gazed in her direction. Su Yiran met his eyes and saw a cold light in them. Suddenly, she lost interest in what was happening. She knew these people would blame her again for their problems. She ignored them with disdain, took her basket, and headed toward the gate. Just a few steps away, she heard old Su speak through clenched teeth. Su Yiran, do you really want your little uncle to die just to be satisfied? What more do you want to let the Su family go?
Litsu Baokwandi?
Why would I want that? I told you clearly yesterday, Su Baochuan's injury has nothing to do with me. I never laid a hand on him. Why are you accusing me like this? Su Yiran looked at old Su with confusion. She hadn't done anything yet and didn't understand why he was saying these things about her. You brat, you still won't admit it. If it weren't for you, that lame Zhang wouldn't have gone to the Lin family to cause trouble. The Lin brothers wouldn't have taken people to the hospital and beaten your little uncle again. Su Yiran, you're just a troublemaker. Your little uncle is almost dead because of you. This time, Grandma Su didn't dare to hit Su Yiran. Seeing someone passing by outside the door, she sat on the ground, crying and wailing loudly. Thinking about Su Baochuan's tragic situation, her hatred for Su Yiran grew stronger. She never expected her family to bring such trouble upon themselves. Su Iran, didn't you say you wanted to leave with that useless mother of yours? I agree. You leave today, right now. Seeing Su Iran coldly watching her perform, the old lady finally compromised after biting her lip. She wanted to see how the mother and daughter would survive after leaving the Su family.
No.
I won't allow it. I don't agree. Qiu Jing is my wife. No one can take her away. Even if you're my mother, you can't decide for me. I won't let Qiu Jing leave. Mother, if you don't want me to die, stop talking about letting Qiu Jing leave. Su Erjin looked at the old lady crying on the ground and firmly said these words. Qiu Jing was his only shield. He was already suffering enough bearing everything alone and didn't want others outside to gossip about him. If Qiu Jing left the family, he truly couldn't go on. You useless fool. You betrayed me for a woman. If you won't let Qiu Jing go, then are you going to let that dead girl continue to trouble our family? Su Erjin, if you don't let the mother and daughter leave today, I will die right in front of you. You unfilial thing, I really regret raising you. Oh, I feel so sorry for myself. The old lady cried and hit her head against Su Erjin's. Whether it hurt her or not, no one knew, but Su Erjin frowned as she was hit. He remembered being kicked by Su Iran that morning, and now felt her hit was even worse. Mother, your fussing is useless. My attitude won't change. If you make Qiu Jing leave, I won't go out to work anymore. Su Erjin's words directly hit the old lady's weakness. If he didn't go to work, the family's income would stop, and Su Baoquan wouldn't have money to marry. The old lady let go of Su Erjin and charged towards Su Iran. She wanted to kill her, believing that as long as Su Iran died, their family would be peaceful. She hated her, hated that Su Iran jumped into the river but didn't drown. Seeing her mother's intentions, Su Iran didn't give her a chance to get close. She flicked 2 yellow beans from her fingertips, accurately hitting the pressure points on her mother's knees. Grandma Su suddenly felt her knees go weak and knelt straight down on the ground. Everyone heard a clear, sharp sound as her knees hit the floor, followed by her crying out in pain. Oh my knees. My knees are broken. Old man Su, along with Su Lauer and Su Laosan, were stunned for a moment. Once they reacted, they quickly ran to Grandma Su's side to check on her injury. Seeing the blood seeping from Grandma Su's knee, Old man Su shouted loudly at Su Laosan, Laosan, go get the barefoot doctor and ask Dr. Wang to come see your mother. She can't fall now. Our family needs her. As he spoke, he tried to help Grandma Su up, but her knee was too painful and she couldn't move at all. Su Laosan responded and left immediately. Su Laowa stepped forward to lift Grandma Su into the house, but was pushed away harshly by her. At this moment, Grandma Su didn't forget to scold Su Lauer angrily. You're useless. Your mother is almost being bullied to death by that wicked girl, and you still won't let the bad luck bring the girl away. Get out of here. I don't need you. Stay away. You're so weak and useless. I really don't know what you're good for. She pushed Su Lauer forcefully, knocking him to the ground. Grandma Su couldn't accept Su Lauer's disobedience, nor could she accept that he threatened her by not earning money. She had controlled him for over 20 years, and his sudden rebellion felt like the sky was falling. She couldn't allow such things to happen. Su Iran looked at Su Lauer, who was sitting on the ground, covering his face with his hands, feeling a bit suffocated in her chest. She wanted to take Qiu Jing away, which was right, but she also understood Su Lauer's insistence. At that moment, while Su Iran was lost in thought, Su Lauer got up from the ground. Hidden behind his back was a knife, which he suddenly lunged at Su Iran. By the time Su Iran reacted, Su Lauer had already rushed in front of her. She instinctively wanted to step back to avoid him. There were wooden sticks scattered on the ground behind her. She stepped on one, her body tilted, and she was about to fall. Just as Su Iran thought she would definitely get hurt, a figure rushed over from the doorway. She didn't have time to see clearly who it was, but she saw Su Lauer being kicked away and then falling into a warm, safe embrace. Upon smelling a faint sandalwood scent, Su Yiran suddenly looked up and saw Mu Luochen frowning with a cold gaze, glaring at Su Erjin, who was lying on the ground after being kicked away by him. Su Yiran noticed Mu Luochen's expression and clearly felt that he was angry. "Who are you? How dare you come to my house and hit someone? Someone, where's justice?" Old Lady Su, seeing that Su Erjin failed to hurt Su Yiran and was kicked away, sat on the ground and loudly cried out, attracting more passers-by to come and watch. Amid her shouting, Su Yiran regained her composure and realized that her and Mu Luochen's posture was somewhat ambiguous. She struggled free from Mu Luochen's embrace, softly said thank you, took a step to the side, and created some distance between them. She didn't want gossip from the village to affect Mu Luochen. Mu Luochen looked at Su Yiran's fragile and thin figure, his brows furrowing tightly. His gaze finally fell on the dagger on the ground. He didn't understand how much hatred this family had for Su Yiran, enough to have murderous intentions. At this moment, Su Jinan and Su Jinghua hurried over. They had just come back from the fields and heard villagers say that old lady Su was causing trouble at home. When they arrived, they saw the knife on the ground. "What's going on? Why is your family using knives?" Old Lady Su, who had been crying loudly, immediately shut her mouth when she heard Su Jinan. Although she was causing trouble at home, she was genuinely afraid of being caught by village officials and sent for reform. "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Little Ran is disobedient, and Erjin just taught her a lesson. There is a dispute between father and daughter, but it's nothing serious. Nothing serious." Old Man Su, seeing the newcomers, stood up from the ground and tried to smooth things over. While speaking, he also gave Su Yiran a look, hoping she would take the initiative to explain. He thought this was ultimately a family matter and didn't want to trouble outsiders. However, Su Old Man's gaze was completely ignored by Su Yiran. She looked at Su Erjin lying on the ground and gave a self-deprecating smile. She wondered if her mind had rested. She had actually felt pity for Su Erjin, almost getting hurt by him. "It's not true. It was Su Erjin who tried to kill me." Su Yiran's words were firm and clear, shocking Su Jinan and Su Jinghua. How could Su Erjin, such a stubborn person, possibly kill someone, especially his own daughter?
What?
No way. Xiao Ran, you can't just say things like that. That's fine. When you go home, just use soap to take a bath. Apply more, don't be stingy with it. I have plenty here. At this point, Su Yiran put down her spoon and looked seriously at Qian Jiyun. "Qian Jiyun, you can not only use this soap yourself, but also give it to your friends, like Xiao Yu. I heard Xiao Yu's father is the main judge in this arts troupe." Su Yiran's words weren't very clear, but Qian Jiyun understood her meaning. She didn't expect Su Yiran to want to help her by giving her soap. Suddenly, Qian Jiyun looked up at Su Yiran. She felt that Su Yiran seemed different from before. The old Su Yiran wouldn't think so much. Excited, Qian Jiyun hugged Su Yiran's arm and rested her head on her shoulder. Ran, I knew you liked me the most. You even thought so much for me. By the way, where did you get this soap? You didn't come to the city just to bring me soap, right?" Qian Jiyun wasn't naive. She was smart. She could tell that Su Yiran came to see her for a reason and needed her help. Seeing that her thoughts were understood, Su Yiran didn't deny it. Instead, she shared her own idea. "Since you've figured it out, I won't hide it from you. Jiyun, I want to make money. Today, I came to the city to see you because I want to help you and I also want you to help me. I made this soap with my own whitening and skin beautifying recipe. I want her to help you get whiter, and I also want the people around you to see its effects. It's also a way to promote my soap." She paused for a moment, making sure Qian Jiyun wasn't upset by her words, then continued. "Qian Jiyun, I really don't want to use you. I just think you know a lot of people. Once you see your skin improve after using the soap, people will ask you about it. When that happens, you can recommend the soap to them. Seeing your skin change, they will probably want to buy it too. I admit that I asked you to give Little Rain the soap because I had my own reasons. I sincerely wanted to help you get closer to Little Rain. I also thought that after she used the soap and her skin improved, her mother would notice. Her mother, being very beauty conscious, would likely use it too. Then, people in her circle would become interested in our soap, and I could sell it successfully. Can you understand what I am saying? Will you be mad at me? Su Iran honestly shared her thoughts with Qian Jiyun without hiding anything. She was very clear that Qian Jiyun would be an important partner in the future. She didn't want Qian Jiyun to feel used later on. If Qian Jiyun couldn't accept this now, she would understand, because she also disliked insincere gestures with hidden motives. After hearing Su Iran's words, Qian Jiyun felt very excited. Her eyes looked full of hope as she looked at Su Iran. Ran, are you trying to help me make money? Seeing how eager Qian Jiyun looked, Su Iran knew she had chosen the right person. She didn't hide anything and nodded honestly. Yes, I want us to make money together. I want to help you become financially independent. But you must be careful and not let this affect your future. Thinking about earning money herself, Qian Jiyun happily hugged Su Iran and playfully said she was spoiled. Don't worry, I'll be very careful. As long as the soap works well, the members of the arts troupe and those friends of mine will support me. My position will be very secure then. I'll go see Little Rain later. Recently, she's had many small bumps on her face for some reason. Your soap should help, right? Of course, it will work very well. Su Iran was very confident in the spiritual spring water in her space. Her soap had simple ingredients and no chemicals, so she wasn't worried about harming the skin. She believed it would show results in less than 3 days. That's good. Ran, when will you come next time? If your soap really works as you say, many people will want to buy it. Can you send some over quickly? Thinking about making money, Qian Jiyun was eager. With her current situation, she felt having money in her pocket was the best guarantee. Today is the 8th. I will come back to see you on the 12th. I am still at this state-owned restaurant. I will bring you 20 bars of soap. When you talk to those people, don't call it soap, call it beauty and skin cleansing soap. That's also the effect of soap. I also want to tell you about the price of my soap. At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a bottle of snow cream costs about 5 yuan, and you need a ticket for daily necessities. The soap costs around 2 yuan and also requires a ticket. My soap is priced at 2 yuan and 50 cents, and no ticket is needed. Don't worry that the soap is too expensive to sell. After using it, you'll see how good it is. The beauty and skin cleansing effect of the soap is really great. Plus, my soap smells good. After bathing, it's like you've used perfume. There will be different scents in the future, but don't worry, the effects are the same. For each bar of soap, I will give you 50 cents as a thank you fee. What do you think? Hearing that she could earn 50 cents for each bar sold, Jiyun's eyes lit up. It was as if she could see money floating toward her. She thought to herself that with so many people in the art troupe who love beauty, she wasn't worried about not selling enough. Ran, I think 20 yuan isn't enough. I can sell more. Ji Yun excitedly hugged Su Iran's arm. She finally had a chance to make money, and she wanted to earn as much as she could. Su Iran looked calmly at Ji Yun's excited face. She gently shook her head at her. You can't sell too much at once. We need some marketing strategies. Good products will attract many buyers, but if everyone gets the same, it won't be special anymore. We need to make them jealous and worry about missing out. She paused deliberately, letting Ji Yun understand the point. This soap is just a stepping stone. She will design all kinds of cosmetics later. As long as the products work well, she won't worry about not selling them. Women's money is easiest to earn. Thinking of this, Su Iran chuckled at herself. She never thought that as a top weapons expert, she would be researching how to earn women's money in this era. Unfortunately, there was also a file on Gu Chongjing's desk about the disgraceful things he has done over the years. Along with 2 other reports and evidence from Director Zhuge's investigation, Gu Chongjing was immediately taken away. You don't know, not only was Gu Chongjing arrested, but his wife was also taken this morning. After they were taken, Gu Xinjin, who was brought back home, was exposed for having an affair, and her miscarriage became known at the factory. Now, the entire Gu family is a joke. Xiaoran, you're lucky you insisted on leaving the Gu family back then. The people at the factory used to call you ungrateful, but now I see you were right. You saw through the ugly faces of the Gu family and chose to leave. After hearing Lao Li's words, Su Yiran showed a mocking smile. The downfall of the Gu family really feels satisfying. These kinds of bad people deserve this kind of result. It can be considered their just punishment. Once the matter was settled, Su Yiran decided to clear the original owner's name. She couldn't let the original owner be called ungrateful. Grandpa Li, I never thought my mother, no, Aunt Wang, would say such things about me. I didn't leave the Gu family on my own. I was driven out by them. My life in the Gu family wasn't what everyone saw. It wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. I started doing laundry and cooking for them when I was 6. After middle school, they didn't let me continue studying because they were worried I would be too smart to control. Later, my grandmother was even worse. She wanted to sell me to relatives in her rural hometown to exchange bride price for her son. Until they found out I wasn't their biological daughter, they started looking for their real daughter. When they found Gu Jinjin, who was beautiful and sweet-tongued, fitting their idea of a daughter, they hurriedly kicked me out of the house. You tell me, how could a girl like me, who grew up in the city and can't tell grass from seedlings, possibly want to go to the countryside? It was all because they forced me. Lao Li was shocked speechless after hearing Su Yiran's story. The workers at the factory always thought that Gu Chongzeng and his wife spoiled Su Yiran, which caused her to develop her personality. They never imagined that Su Yiran had such a difficult childhood. Xiaoran, these two heartless people.
Sigh.
At this moment, Old Li finally understood why Su Yiran could produce such detailed evidence. At first, he thought the Gu family had raised a wolf, but now he realized that Su Yiran was just biding her time. Xiaoran, you've been wronged all these years. Seeing the pain and resentment in Old Li's eyes, Su Yiran knew that from today on, the original owner's reputation would improve.
Her goal had been achieved.
Grandpa Li, the past is over. Please pass along a message to Uncle Zhuge for me. Thank him for standing up for justice, and congratulations to him. I can't stay here much longer, so I'll be leaving now. All right, go back, quickly. I'll pass your message to Director Zhuge. No, Factory Manager Zhuge. His appointment should come through tomorrow. Old Li was very happy about the change of factory managers. The cotton weaving factory, which had been chaotic under Gu Chongzheng, would now return to normal with Zhuge Su as the new manager. It was wonderful news. Thinking of this, Old Li patted his forehead, caught up in his happiness, almost forgetting something important. He excitedly said to Su Yiran, "Oh, I almost forgot the important thing because I was so happy. Director Zhuge guessed you might come back, and he told me he can arrange an office job for you at the cotton weaving factory, and he can also help you get your household registration back." No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Uncle Zhuge. I think I'm fine in the countryside now. I have things I want to do, and don't want to be limited to this factory. After saying this, Su Yiran happily left the cotton weaving factory's message room. As she stepped outside, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She wondered if the original owner's resentment toward the Gu family had dissipated in that moment. Su Yiran left the cotton weaving factory, checked the time, and thought it was still early. She headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. The weather was getting hotter. She used some fabric coupons from the task shop to buy cloth. She wanted to make 2 suitable outfits for Qiujing. Entering the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Yiran headed to the second floor where fabrics were sold. She looked at various printed fabrics and selected a piece of white cotton fabric with small floral patterns and a sky blue polyester cotton fabric. She cut 2 pieces according to Qiujing's height and weight. After buying the fabrics, Su Yiran browsed around the cooperative, looking at daily necessities to prepare for her soap factory. Just as Su Yiran was about to leave, a clear voice came from behind, and in the next moment, her arm was grabbed. I testify that she took that piece of cloth. Su Yiran, who was pulled by her arm, turned around irritably and looked coldly at the people behind her, including 3 who wore red armbands. Su Yiran pulled her arm away and looked at the girl accusing her, her beautiful eyes slightly squinting. She didn't remember having any grudges with her and didn't understand why she was being falsely accused. Do we know each other? Su Yiran wasn't in a rush to explain the theft. She just wanted to confirm the identity of the woman accusing her and find out why she was being framed.
Me?
How could I know you? I just saw you stealing something. You don't need to pretend to be friendly with me. I won't cover for you. I'm sure I saw you steal it. The elegantly dressed girl accused Su Iran firmly. People around, hearing the commotion, gathered to watch. They saw that the girl looked honest and didn't want to lie, so they started moralizing and criticizing Su Iran. This young girl doesn't look like a thief. Maybe she's mistaken? I don't think so. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Don't forget, a few days ago, we caught a human trafficker at the square. He didn't look like a bad person either, but it turned out he was involved in a murder.
Exactly.
I saw that trafficker too. He looked decent, not at all like a bad guy. Based on what you're saying, I also think this girl wouldn't falsely accuse anyone. Oh, little girl, what's bothering you? Doing petty theft at such a young age. Just take out the item and turn yourself in. If they find it, you might be sent to a farm for reform. Hearing everyone's chatter, Su Iran sneered coldly, her gaze icy as she looked at the elegantly dressed girl, a slight smile forming on her lips. When Zhou Xian greeted Su Iran, Mu Luocheng noticed the looks people were giving around. He cast a cold, calm glance at Zhou Xian and spoke softly. Don't do that again. Pay attention to your conduct. Don't make things difficult for the young girl. Mu Luocheng's voice was quiet, but everyone listening clearly heard him. The crowd withdrew their gaze and left, realizing that things weren't as they had thought. Zhou Xian realized that his actions might cause trouble for Su Iran after hearing Mu Luocheng's words. At that moment, he also noticed the unfriendly looks cast around him. Feeling embarrassed, he touched his nose and turned to pick out some snacks. He bought a pound of brown sugar, a pound of fruit candies, and 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candies. He also bought some egg cakes and a few pieces of date paste pastry at the pastry stall. Finally, Zhou Xian went to a high-end snack display and saw dried beef jerky. His eyes lit up with excitement because dried beef was rare. He happily shoved the snacks into Mu Luocheng's hand and looked at the shop assistant with excitement, asking, "Wow, your supplies store still sells beef jerky? How much does it cost?" "Sir, you have good eyes. This beef jerky was specially brought back from Inner Mongolia during our manager's research trip. Would you like to try some? It costs 13 yuan 50 per jean, about 500 grams, plus 2 jean of meat tickets." Hearing the price of this dried beef, Zhou Xian, who was usually well-traveled, couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this beef jerky made of gold?
13 yuan 50 per jean?
Plus 2 jean of meat tickets? That's too expensive." Although Zhou Xian was not short of money, he was not willing to spend so much on beef jerky. Just then, a large, bony hand reached out from behind him, holding 3 big union cards and 2 2-kilogram meat tickets. "I want 2 jean. Split it up for me," the voice of Mu Luocheng said from behind. Zhou Xian turned around, looking at Mu Luocheng with some disbelief. He knew Mu Luocheng didn't usually like eating snacks, so there was no need to guess who this was for. What was going on? Mu Luocheng seemed unusual today. "Brother Chen, what's this? You like it, right? I bought some for you," Mu Luocheng said coldly, with no warmth in his voice. Su Iran, who was coming downstairs, heard this and saw the 2 people not far away. She couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. She was so startled that her foot slipped, and she nearly fell forward. Luckily, she tightly held onto the handrail, or she would have made a fool of herself. What is this scene? Is this a boss and his little pet? Thinking about their relationship, Su Iran lowered her head, trying to reduce her presence, and hurriedly walked outside the supply store. It was really not a good place to stay long. Su Iran held the floral fabric and new shoes she bought for Qiu Jing as she headed toward the place where the village's ox carts were parked. It was getting late, and riding a bike was inconvenient, especially to avoid being noticed by the villagers. Her valuables would have to be kept hidden until she left the Su family, otherwise someone might get suspicious. On the way home in the ox cart, she looked up casually and saw Zhou Xian and Mu Luocheng approaching from afar. Zhou Xian was riding a brand-new bicycle, with Mu Luocheng sitting behind him. Seeing these two, Suiren couldn't help but think of a scene she had seen earlier at the supply and marketing cooperative. She thought that the male leads in her favorite romantic novels all had quite the face. At that moment, Mu Luoqing also saw Suiren. He looked at her, noticing her head down and her quiet, sneaky smile. He frowned slightly, unsure what had made her so happy. But when he thought about her avoiding them and secretly running away, he felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Uncle Ma, who was driving the ox cart, saw Zhou Xian and greeted him proactively. Today, Zhou Xian was delivering some young workers to the youth office. When they tried to pay the fee, the others refused, but Zhou Xian generously paid for everyone. Young Zhou, you guys just came from the youth office? What about the others? Oh, and you bought a new bicycle too? Hearing Uncle Ma greet him, Zhou Xian slowed down his pedaling to match the ox cart's pace, chatting leisurely with Uncle Ma. The other young workers probably won't be back soon. They were sent to the farm for re-education, which will take about a week. Mu and I arrived later, and what they're doing has nothing to do with us, so we just came back. While talking, Zhou Xian unintentionally looked at Suiran. For some reason, he felt that her gaze was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite figure out what it meant. There weren't many people in the ox cart, just a few village women. They were heading to the market early to sell some vegetables and eggs on the black market to earn extra money for their families. Hearing Zhou Xian mention the young workers from the village, they couldn't help but think of the conflict Suiran had with the young workers yesterday. One of the women was the wife of the village's barefoot doctor. She gently nudged Suiran, who was looking down, and started gossiping. Xiao Ran, yesterday Uncle Wang said your technique for removing someone's chin was pretty good. Did you learn it before? I also heard that your little uncle was going to sell you, but in the end, he got beaten. Is that true? Suiran wanted to stay low-key, but unexpectedly, Aunt Wang got very close and loud. Seeing she couldn't avoid it, she raised her head and looked at the people watching her, then forced a nervous smile. Uncle Wang is joking. I'm known as a softie in the village. There's no way I would do something like removing someone's chin. She got so excited talking that her jaw dislocated, and she's trying to slander me. As for my little uncle, that has nothing to do with me. It was Gu Xinjin's Su Xinjin. Before I went home, Su Xinjin was engaged to my little uncle's friend and accepted the betrothal gift. Later, Su Xinjin changed her mind. When people couldn't find her, they had to come after my little uncle for revenge. It's a joke. Suiran would never admit she was sold by Su Baoquan. Such things could ruin her reputation. Everyone listened to Suiran's explanation and all looked enlightened. They hadn't expected that the trouble with Su Baoquan was actually a leftover problem from before Su Xinjin left. At this moment, a woman in her late 20s suddenly spoke, her eyes shining with curiosity.
I know about this.
It was before Xinjin and Xiao Ran. Before Xiao Ran changed back, old Madame Su said at the market that she had already found a match for Xinjin, a city person, and gave a betrothal gift of 300 yuan. I remember old Madame Su looking so proud. It's very clear in my mind. Entering the police station, 3 officers in red armbands immediately explained what happened at the supply and marketing cooperative to the police officers. After hearing this, the police looked at Suiran with a stern expression. Their obvious expression already suspected her of being a thief. Stealing was a very serious crime in this era. This thief. No, young lady. The officer in the red armband says you admit to having fabric in your backpack. Why don't you admit to stealing? Hearing the police officer's questioning and seeing his unfriendly expression, Suiran suddenly smiled and spoke calmly. Officer, who said that putting fabric you bought into your own backpack counts as stealing? Her soft, gentle tone made the police officer pause briefly. He turned to the officers in red armbands and looked at them with questioning eyes. Comrade Hongxiao Zhang also didn't expect this situation and looked confused. She turned to the proud, delicate girl standing nearby.
Bye.
I didn't see her pay. There was no clerk at the fabric counter at that time. I only saw her put the fabric into her backpack. Look at her poor appearance. How could she afford to buy fabric? The delicate girl didn't forget to mock Suiran, thinking that Suiran's claim of buying the fabric was just an excuse. The police officer and the three members of Hongxiao Zhang all looked away from the girl, showing expressions that were hard to read. One of them spoke to the police officer. "Comrade police, this isn't entirely our fault." She took out her worker ID from the cultural troupe, which made me believe her. I think, as a member of the troupe, she wouldn't do something to frame someone. When the delicate girl heard that she was accused of framing, she immediately became unwilling. Although she had a purpose in reporting, she definitely wasn't lying. She saw Su Yiran steal the fabric. "I didn't frame her. I swear on my identity that everything I said is true. I saw her steal a piece of fabric from the counter with my own eyes. She didn't make any payment and just left quickly." As she spoke, the girl placed her work ID from the cultural troupe on the desk. Su Yiran, standing a little distance away, leaned forward to look. She recognized the name on the ID, Su Zijing. Su Zijing, who had been watching Su Yiran's actions closely, immediately noticed her changing expression. She proudly pointed at Su Yiran and loudly said, "Comrade police, when I showed my work ID just now, I clearly saw her change her expression. It's obvious she was guilty." Outside the crowd, Jiang Guozheng approached Mu Luocheng, gently patted his shoulder, and looked at the two beautiful girls inside. "Do you know that girl from the cultural troupe?" "No, I don't. I know the girl who was falsely accused of stealing. She's from the village where I was sent to work." Mu Luocheng looked at Jiang Guozheng with a cold voice. He had seen Jiang Guozheng's figure since he arrived. He was straightforward and not worried about anyone discovering his thoughts. Mu Luocheng's words interested Jiang Guozheng. He looked at the calm girl with curiosity and asked, "Oh? How do you know she was wrongfully accused?" "She is not a thief, and she doesn't lack enough money to buy fabric. Someone who isn't short of money to build a house wouldn't steal just for a piece of cloth. After these days of contact, Su Yiran is unlikely to be a thief." Jiang Guozheng watched Mu Luocheng's expression when he talked about Su Yiran. He was sure that this steadfast person had a soft spot, and maybe soon they would be celebrating a wedding. After the police officer looked at Su Zijing's ID, he also noticed Su Yiran's changing expression and became more convinced of Su Zijing's story. He took out handcuffs from his pocket and said firmly to Su Yiran, "It seems you won't admit what you've done unless I show you some color. Come with me to the interrogation room." As he reached out to take Su Yiran's arm, they hadn't yet touched her when a hurried voice came from outside. "Wait, there's a misunderstanding." The speaker was Manager Xue from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After finding the clerk, he asked about the situation at the time and confirmed that Su Yiran had not stolen anything. Seeing the manager and clerk rushing over, Su Yiran raised an eyebrow at Su Zijing, who was watching her eagerly. "Since everyone is here, let me show you the fabric in my bag." She calmly took out 2 pieces of fabric from her bag, along with some soap bars, then shook her bag to show there was nothing else inside. Manager Xue saw her take out the soap and immediately stepped forward, happily looking at the soap on the table. "Miss Su, may I ask where you bought the soap?" The Supply and Marketing Cooperative had run out of soap long ago. He had been unable to find the source, and the soap issue had made him quite anxious. As soon as the manager approached the soap, he immediately smelled a delicate, fresh scent, natural and free of industrial fragrance, clearly a good product. Noticing the manager's eager gaze at the soap, Su Yiran spoke calmly. "Manager Xue, we can discuss the soap later. First, I need to prove my innocence. I can't let everyone wait here, nor can I be suppressed by the members of the art troupe.
They're falsely accusing me."
"Although I am just a common person, my reputation is very important." Su Yiran's words reminded the manager of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He immediately stepped back, making space for Su Yiran to speak clearly. Yes, I came with the sales clerk. Please ask her to explain what happened to the police officer." The manager spoke, and the sales clerk, who was observant, quickly stepped forward to speak to the police officer. "I can confirm that this girl didn't steal anything. She bought 2 pieces of fabric at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, 1 white floral cotton fabric and 1 sky blue polyester cotton blend fabric. I had a stomach ache and needed to go to the bathroom urgently. I took the girl's money, issued her receipt, and then let her pack her items herself." As she spoke, The sales clerk took out a small receipt book from her pocket and handed it to the police officer. Seeing the sales clerk produce a receipt, Su Yiran also handed over her own receipt. After comparing the two, the police officer confirmed that Su Yiran's fabric was indeed purchased by her and showed the evidence to everyone. By this point, the truth was clear. Su Ziding stood nearby, looking disappointed and unable to believe her accusation had failed. She had already made her judgment. How could it be like this? But she was clever enough not to speak foolishly again in front of the evidence. Instead, she stepped forward and apologized to Su Yiran. Sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you were stealing because the sales clerk wasn't around, and you were just there handling fabrics alone. Su Yiran was surprised to hear the apology and raised an eyebrow coldly. She didn't believe Su Zhiding's excuse. Su Zhiding's scheming was even beyond Su Jinjin's. Moreover, Su Zhiding had always been in the Wengong Tuan literary troupe in Lu Province. Her appearance here today was unusual, and Su Yiran reasonably suspected that Su Zhiding's persistent suspicion of her had a reason behind it. Apologize? You don't need to apologize to me. It's my fault for looking down on you. You think I dress plainly and can't afford the fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative, so you dare to accuse me of stealing. It's okay. Next time, just open your eyes wider. Don't falsely accuse good people, and don't add unnecessary work for the police and their red-sleeve comrades. After speaking, Su Yiran took a step back, moved aside from Su Zhiding blocking her, and softly asked the police officer, "Now that the truth is clear, can I leave? Or do I need to go with you to the interrogation room? What's going on? Why are there so many people?" At that moment, a cold male voice sounded from outside. Zhao Rui came in and saw Su Yiran standing in the center, along with her backpack on the table. He quickly approached Su Yiran, his voice softening unconsciously, and looked at her with concern, asking what happened. "Is something wrong? Why are you here?"
Seeing a familiar face, Su Yiran sighed inwardly.
The world is really small. Team leader, do you know this young lady? They came to the police station to report. Comrade Su accused her of stealing. Zhao Rui glanced at the items on the table, then at Su Zhijing standing nearby, and finally focused on the young police officer who was speaking. Has the investigation been completed? Yes, it was a misunderstanding. The girl was at the supply and marketing cooperative buying fabric. Comrade Su looked down on the young girl. So there was a small misunderstanding. The young police officer scratched his head awkwardly. He had trusted his instincts about Su Zhijing and almost made a mistake. After hearing the officer, Zhao Rui looked at Su Zhijing, who was tidying her clothes, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Look down on?
Well,
it's normal for someone dressed like a capitalist's daughter to look down on ordinary folks, but don't forget, simplicity and thrift are our good traditions. And she didn't even eat your family's rice. Why would you look down on her? Zhao Rui's words made the onlookers start whispering criticisms of Su Zhijing. They suddenly realized that their situation was similar to Su Yiran's. Su Zhijing looked down on Su Yiran, which was like looking down on all of them. Oh, this day and age, dressing so flashy. Clearly not a well-behaved person. Exactly, and she's from the art troupe. She doesn't look as lively and pretty as this young girl. With just her outfit, she should be reported and taken for public shaming. Right? Isn't the person with the red armband here? Don't you care about this young lady's capitalist style? Don't you care about this young lady's capitalist style? The person with the red armband looked at Su Zhijing with a troubled expression. They had just taken her money to arrest Su Yiran, and they had promised that if Su Yiran was truly a thief, they would even send a banner to praise Su Zhijing. Now, why has it suddenly become about the capitalist style of arresting Su Zhijing? What should they do now? 3 people wearing red armbands looked at each other, appearing unsure whether to stay or leave. Zhao Rui listened to the noisy sounds outside and felt a headache coming on. All right, everything is settled now. Everyone, you can go home. It's late. Time to cook dinner. After saying this, Zhao Rui turned to look at Su Yiran softly and gently said, "Little Rand, pack your things. It's late, and I'll take you home." Zhao Rui knew that Su Yiran was from the countryside. There were no more carts to go back to the village, and walking home late at night was unsafe. His first thought was to send Su Iran home. No need, she can go back with me. No need to trouble the police officers. Mu Luocheng stepped out from the crowd, having wanted to handle this matter earlier, but Su Iran gave him a look to stop him from acting. Su Iran smiled sweetly at Mu Luocheng, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised. She had seen him when he arrived and knew Mu Luocheng wanted to help. But she wanted to prove herself and do things her way, not with someone else's help. Seeing Su Iran's playful and happy expression, Mu Luocheng's usually cold face softened with a gentle smile. He went to the desk, packed all of Su Iran's belongings into his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder. He spoke softly to her. Shall we go home? Not yet. The manager from the supply store has something to ask me. Let's find a place to talk first. Hearing that Su Iran hadn't forgotten her work, the supply store manager eagerly approached. Let's go to the supply store. Let's go to the supply store. It's not far from here. Okay. Su Iran nodded in agreement and then said thank you to the manager. Zhao Rui looked at Su Iran with complicated feelings. He wanted to say more but saw Mu Luocheng move closer to her, hesitating to speak. Only a stiff nod came from him. Be careful on your way. Okay, we're leaving now. With that, Su Iran and Mu Luocheng left the police station together. Zhao Rui watched their backs as they walked away, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. He didn't know that Su Iran had another man around her. Here, Su Zhijing stands angrily watching Su Iran walk away. She is upset that Su Iran didn't show proof of her innocence earlier, which caused a big fuss and made her look bad in front of many people. She glances at the distracted Zhao Rui and snorts coldly before quickly leaving the police station. She also thinks Zhao Rui isn't a good person. Those who protect Su Iran are all bad. Su Iran and Mu Luocheng go to the supply store manager's office. The clerk walks over to Su Iran and, feeling embarrassed, begins to speak. Miss, I'm really sorry for the trouble. If I hadn't been in a hurry to the bathroom, I wouldn't have made it seem like you were stealing. This is my fault. Su Iran looks at the clerk's sincere apology and shakes her head with a gentle smile. This matter has nothing to do with the clerk. Blame should be placed on Su Zhijing for causing trouble on purpose. On her way back, Su Iran thought a lot. She feels that although Su Zhijing doesn't know her, her attempt to catch her was purposeful. If she really wanted to catch her stealing, she could have stopped her immediately without making things complicated. She also saw the comrades with red armbands, which suggests there's another reason. She hasn't figured out what that reason is yet. It's not your fault. I should thank you for testifying for me. I have a piece of whitening and skin-brightening soap for you as a thank you gift. Su Iran walks over to Mu Luocheng, takes a whitening soap from her bag, and hands it to the clerk. The clerk is surprised and wants to refuse, trying to push away the soap Su Iran gives her, but she also feels reluctant. Her feelings show on her face. Su Iran gently smiles and pats her hand. All right, don't refuse me. You can use this soap to wash your face or take a bath. Su Iran leans close and whispers in her ear, trust me, it can make your skin whiter and brighter. It's very good. It's hard to find outside. After hearing Su Iran's words, the clerk turns to look at her smooth, radiant skin, her eyes shining with joy. She happily puts the soap into her pocket. Thank you. I won't bother you with important matters anymore. I will go now. After thanking the sales clerk, she quickly left, not disturbing their serious conversation. Su Iran knew the purpose of Manager Shue's visit. She took the backpack carried by Mu Luocheng and took out a bar of soap, placing it in front of Manager Shue. Manager Shue, you want to talk about the origin of this soap, right? Exactly. Our supply and marketing cooperative has not had any daily necessities in this category for a long time. I looked at your soap and noticed it's different from the soap shipped from Shanghai. I really want to know where you bought it from. If possible, I'd like to talk to the seller and see if they can supply us. Manager Shue was straightforward. His thoughts had already been seen through by Su Iran. He simply and openly shared his idea, hoping Su Iran could tell him where the soap came from. My soap isn't bought. I made it myself. Su Iran spoke calmly about the soap's origin. As soon as she finished, Manager Shue was shocked and stood up quickly from his chair. He looked at Su Iran in disbelief. unable to believe that a young girl could make soap. Seeing his expression, Su Yiran smiled gently and spoke confidently. Manager Shui, there's no need to be surprised. The soap is really made by me. I made 4 different scents. This one is osmanthus, this one is rose, this one is jasmine, and this one is mint citrus. While speaking, Su Yiran opened a few bars of soap and placed them in front of the manager for him to smell. Manager Shui, you don't need to look at me with suspicion. These soaps are truly handmade by me. They can be used for washing face, hands, or body. I also made some laundry soap, but I didn't bring it this time. Originally, I made this soap to give to my friends. Hearing Su Yiran's explanation, Manager Shui was a bit confused. He was still shocked that Su Yiran could make soap. Whatever Su Yiran asked him to do, he did it. He picked up a bar of soap and smelled it carefully. After smelling, he found that Su Yiran's soap smelled even better than the soap shipped from Shanghai. Seeing the surprise in Manager Shui's eyes, Su Yiran continued to promote her soap. Manager Shui, you can't just smell the scent casually. If you only smell it simply, how can you know if my soap is good? You can open a piece and try it out to see the effect. Hearing this, Manager Shui immediately unwrapped a jasmine-scented soap and went to the wash basin, rubbing his hands with it. Watching the rich foam produced by the soap and smelling the refreshing jasmine fragrance, Manager Shui couldn't help but wash his face with it. After washing, he felt very refreshed and immediately praised, Miss Su, this soap is really good. The greasy feeling on my face has disappeared. It's truly excellent. Su Yiran listened to Manager Shui's praise and smiled happily, still very confident in her soap. Manager Shui, just call me Little Su. Since you think my soap is good, let's be honest. I know you're asking about soap because you're looking for suppliers. Coincidentally, I also want to sell soap. I wonder if you're interested in working with me? I can produce the soap you see now as well as laundry soap. I guarantee my soap will be better in quality and cheaper than the soap you buy from Shanghai. This way, the profit for the store will also be assured. Seeing Su Yiran confidently promoting her soap, Manager Shui's eyes were full of admiration. Where is your soap factory? How big is it? How many soaps can you produce in a day? Faced with this question, Su Yiran suddenly hesitated and awkwardly smiled. Our factory hasn't been established yet, but don't worry. Our village is already preparing to build one. I am willing to provide the technology to ensure that the soap produced in the village is exactly the same as the one you have. Hearing this, Manager Shui couldn't help but frown. It was the first time he saw such an ambitious girl who wanted to build a soap factory in the village. But as much as he admired her, there were many procedures to go through without a soap factory. Even as a supply manager, he couldn't buy soap from individuals as it wouldn't comply with regulations. Your idea is good, but I can't wait for your soap factory to be built. Even if you work quickly and all approvals are finished, your village will start building the factory tomorrow. Once it's built and the soap is produced, it will need time to dry. This whole process will take at least a month. What can we sell during this month? Manager Shui admits he really likes Su Yiran's soap, especially after trying it. He likes the fresh feeling more than any other soap he has used before. His heart has already been deeply moved.
Su Yiran speaks honestly.
She takes this chance to mention her frequent trips to the city as a way to prepare in advance. Since she plans to set up a canned food factory later, she needs to keep an eye on things. If people find out she often goes to the city, there might be gossip. She plans to let Lin Huifan tell the village secretary, so her trips won't seem suspicious when she's not in the village. When Lin Huifan hears that Su Yiran will work in the city, her eyes sparkle with excitement. Then she shows a look of envy. I really envy you, someone with connections in the city. Unlike me, living in the village, I might be stuck here my whole life. Lin Huifan says this while looking down at Su Guodong in her arms. She is a hard-working person, but now she has to take care of the child and can't do much. Su Yiran picks up on some hidden feelings in Lin Huifan's words. She thinks Lin Huifan looks worried probably because of money. She might be able to help her earn some. Auntie, if you're worried about earning money, I can help you come up with a way. Recently, Su Yiran has been involved in black market activities. She notices that the government is quietly reforming the economy, and inspections on black market trades are less strict. Villagers selling fruits, vegetables, eggs, and ducks can do so secretly. Lin Huifan could also start a small business during this time. Auntie, I don't know if you dare to sell things in the black market, but if you do, I can teach you a simple skill, growing bean sprouts. If you grow them at home, you can sell them in the black market. If you have connections, you could even deliver them to the supply and marketing cooperative. Growing yellow and green bean sprouts is very easy, and the cycle is short. The current temperature is just right. It only takes 5 to 7 days to produce a batch. Then you can start earning some income. Su Yiran knelt in front of Lin Huifan, playing with Su Guodong, who was in Lin Huifan's arms. She softly explained the process of growing bean sprouts, making Lin Huifan feel eager to try it herself. Lin Huifan looked at Su Yiran, bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then seriously said to her, "Xiao Ran, I want to grow bean sprouts. My mother is sick. Today, my brother came early to ask me for some money to take my mother to see a doctor. But you know my situation, Guodong is sick, and we spent a lot on that. He also needs milk powder. I really can't ask my mother-in-law for money. If I could grow bean sprouts to sell, I could help Guodong live a better life and take care of my mother a little. Can you teach me? But I don't have any beans." In this time, food was a luxury, and beans were very valuable. The family had no stored food. "It's okay. I have some here. I also want to go home and grow bean sprouts to sell. I brought some from the city," Su Yiran said, then took out 5 jin of green beans and 5 jin of yellow beans from her basket and placed them in front of Lin Huifan. Hearing that Su Yiran wanted Qiujing to grow bean sprouts to sell, Lin Huifan suddenly hesitated. She hadn't thought about competing with Qiujing to earn money. "Xiao Ran, quickly put the beans away and let your mother grow bean sprouts. Life isn't easy for you both." Seeing Lin Huifan still thinking of her and her mother at this moment, Su Yiran felt her heart soften. She thought Lin Huifan was a good person. Helping her once was worth it. "Don't worry about the work of growing bean sprouts, Aunt. Do it if you want. It's your work, and no one is stealing anyone's way to earn money. You're earning with your labor, and that's fair. I have other ways to make money for my mother, but there's no rush. We can slowly earn after we move out of the Su family. Aunt, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside, and I'll teach you how to grow bean sprouts," Su Yiran said, then picked up the beans from the ground and went inside with Lin Huifan. Su Guodong was very well behaved. He sat quietly in his small cradle, watching Lin Huifan and Su Yiran busy with their work. He didn't cry or make trouble. During a break, Su Yiran went to see the obedient Su Guodong. She took out a teething toy and a thumb-sized biscuit from her space. She placed the teething toy in Su Guodong's hand. Su Guodong held the teething biscuit happily and giggled cheerfully. Hearing Su Guodong's laughter, Lin Huifan, who was growing bean sprouts according to Su Yiran's method, also looked up. Seeing the smile on Su Guodong's face and Su Yiran's calm expression, she felt hopeful about the future. Once the 2 baskets of bean sprouts were ready, Su Yiran explained some precautions to Lin Huifan. Lin Huifan carefully recorded everything with a pen and paper, worried she might not learn properly and cause the bean sprouts to fail. These bean sprouts were her hope. Su Yiran noticed Lin Huifan's neat handwriting and was slightly surprised. She could tell Lin Huifan was educated. "Little aunt, have you gone to school?" "Yes, I have. I went to middle school. My grandfather was a teacher and told us to study hard. But then some things happened and he didn't make it through. I didn't continue studying after that." Lin Huifan became emotional when she mentioned her grandfather, thinking of the kind old man. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. I'll pay you for the beans after I sell the bean sprouts. If I fail to grow the bean sprouts, I'll wait until your little uncle gets a salary to pay you." While speaking, Lin Huifan gently pinched Su Yiran's cheek. She had wanted to do this when she first saw Su Yiran, but Su Yiran's distant look made her hesitate. Now that their relationship had become closer, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Little aunt, these beans are a gift from me. But remember, don't buy beans from other places. Not all beans can grow into sprouts. You can buy beans from me, and the price will be the same as the market rate. Su Iran's beans were grown in her space and irrigated with spiritual spring water, so she believed growing bean sprouts would be easier and more successful. Hearing this, Lin Huifan happily responded. She knew that growing bean sprouts required high-quality beans. She didn't question why Su Iran asked her to buy her beans. She would listen to whatever Su Iran said. Seeing that Su Guodong was sleepy, Su Iran asked Lin Huifan to take him to rest. She also planned to go home and rest herself. After waking up, she needed to make some soap and improve the canning machine. She had a lot to do. When Su Iran returned home, she saw Grandma Su sitting in the yard, basking in the sun. After everything she had been through, Grandma Su seemed to have changed. She no longer caused trouble for Su Iran and even chose to ignore her when she saw her come in. Su Iran felt very happy about Mrs. Su's indifferent attitude. She liked this peaceful feeling. If they had understood each other earlier, they wouldn't have suffered so much or been hurt. Su Iran pushed open the door and entered the storeroom. She saw Su Qianqian kneeling inside her room. Her temple throbbed suddenly, and she wondered what trouble the Su family was planning now. "What are you kneeling here for?" she asked. Su Qianqian looked upset, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. This family had too many bad ideas, and she had to be careful. "Second sister, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Please return my clothes. I promise I won't make you work again. Grandma said if you don't give me back my clothes, I have to keep kneeling here." Tears rolled down Su Qianqian's face as she spoke. She was genuinely scared today. She was afraid Mrs. Su would hit her again over the clothes. Su Iran looked coldly at Su Qianqian kneeling on the ground. She took a long step forward, bypassed her, and stopped at the door. Her tone was calm as she said, "I've told you many times, I didn't see the clothes. After you threw the clothes in front of me and left, I also left. I really don't know who took the clothes away in the end." Su Iran didn't bother to look at Su Qianqian anymore. She wouldn't forgive those who bully her. If she wanted to kneel, then kneel here. It didn't affect her at all. She had once tried to give them a chance, but they didn't want to work with her. So, let them bear the consequences of their actions. Seeing Su Iran close the shabby door with no mercy, Su Qianqian, who usually looked down on her, got up from the ground. Frustrated, she stormed out of the room, covering her face, and ran to Mrs. Su. "Grandma, she still won't admit she hid the clothes." Before she finished speaking, Mrs. Su raised her stick and struck Su Qianqian hard. But today, Mrs. Su was in a better mood than yesterday. She only scolded her with a useless comment and then walked back into the house. Through the window, Su Iran watched Mrs. Su's attitude towards Su Qianqian. She guessed that Tan Hongling had probably already handled this matter. It seemed that Tan Hongling was quite capable. Su Iran no longer paid attention to their matters. She was too lazy to carry the mattress out of her space, so she simply slipped into her space and entered her two-story villa. She comfortably took a shower and happily rested on her big bed to catch up on sleep. At the city hospital, Gu Zhenjin had already woken up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qiancheng sitting by her bed with a dark face. His gloomy expression startled her, and she instinctively moved back. "Qiancheng. Brother Qiancheng, why are you here?" Gu Zhenjin looked at Qiancheng with guilt. She hadn't yet figured out what excuse to use to fool him. If it weren't for the surgery her mother had done for her, she could have confidently denied the miscarriage. But now, nothing she said would matter. "Why am I here? Shouldn't I be here? My fiancé had a miscarriage. Shouldn't I come to check on her? Gu Zhenjin, you're really something. If you hadn't been kicked in the stomach by Su Iran, I might never have known you'd accuse me of such a serious thing. How dare you, Gu Zhenjin?" At this point, Qiancheng reached out and grabbed Gu Zhenjin's neck. The thought that he would soon become the joke of the family compound made him want to strangle her. Qiancheng, listen to me. This isn't how it is. I really didn't know I was pregnant. I was harmed, weak and fragile. Gu Zhenjin was no match for the tall Qiancheng. She grabbed his hand trying to pull it away, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape his grip. Just as she felt she was about to run out of breath, Qian Chung released her. Harmed? Tell me how you were harmed. I warn you in advance, don't lie to me, and don't involve Suiran. My mother told me you've been pregnant for at least a month and a half. A month and a half ago, you didn't even know Suiran. Do you understand what I mean? Before entering Gu Jinjin's hospital room, Qian Chung had already heard Wang Chuanxia blame Suiran for everything. He couldn't understand how Wang Chuanxia could say such things with a straight face. Although Suiran was gentle, she wasn't someone they could use as an excuse to lie. He couldn't accept them falsely accusing an innocent person, especially someone like Suiran. Gu Jinjin was frightened by Qian Cheng's unpleasant expression. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she wanted to avoid Qian Cheng's questions. The next moment, she heard Qian Cheng speak coldly. Forget it. Since you don't want to say anything, I won't force you. Our relationship is over, Gu Jinjin. Don't bother me again in the future. Qian Cheng stood up as he spoke. This time, Gu Jinjin was truly panicked. She reached out and grabbed Qian Cheng's wrist, looking at him with pleading eyes. No, Qian Cheng, you can't. You can't abandon me. If you leave me, I will be finished. Everyone in the neighborhood will know about my miscarriage. Just as Qian Cheng was about to pull away Gu Jinjin's hand, he suddenly smiled. He didn't understand how Gu Jinjin could say such things. Was he really so shameless as to be content with just a small, green turtle? Gu Jinjin, do you think I am a real person? You knew you were pregnant from the start, didn't you? That's why you hurried to climb into my bed. Do you think I really like you, enough to give up my dignity and accept everything about you? Hearing Qian Cheng's accusations, Gu Jinjin shook her head hard, trying to deny her little scheme. She wouldn't admit it. Her thoughts had been seen through by Qian Cheng. Qian Cheng no longer wanted to waste words with Gu Jinjin. He gently shook off her hand that was holding his arm and turned to leave without looking back. Gu Jinjin watched Qian Cheng's back as he left. She knew she was truly finished this time. Qian Cheng would never forgive her again. Wang Chuanxia watched Qian Cheng come out of the hospital room. She reached out to stop him, but before she could speak, Lu Shiping, standing behind her, coldly said, Wang Chuanxia, from now on, our Qian family and your Gu family will have nothing to do with each other. I have already told Lao Qian about Gu Jinjin. He said he would clarify things with Gu Chongjing. The last bit of dignity we can leave you is that I won't say a word about your daughter's situation in the residential area. Please don't bother Qian Cheng anymore. After speaking, Lu Shiping left with Qian Cheng. Wang Chuanxia stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. She realized that this time the Gu family and the Qian family were truly cut off. Before I met you again, I had never liked anyone. I didn't even know what it felt like to like someone. But now I think I understand. I want to like you. When Suiran heard Mu Luoqing say, I like you in a gentle and affectionate tone, her heart suddenly softened. Although she didn't know what love or being loved felt like before, in that moment, she really wanted to enjoy the feeling of being liked. Seeing that the person leaning on his shoulder didn't respond, Mu Luoqing held Suiran's slender shoulder and gently pulled her out of his embrace. He bent down to look her in the eyes, his dark gaze fixed on her shiny black eyes. Did you understand what I just said? I said I like you. Would you like to be with me? Suiran looked at Mu Luoqing's serious expression and a small, happy smile appeared on her face. Her beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. I'm not even 19 yet. I'm still young. I can date, but I can't get married. As she said this, Suiran felt her cheeks grow hot. She took a step back and moved to the back of the car, urging Mu Luoqing. All right, it's getting late.
I'm hungry.
Let's go home quickly. I need to cook dinner. Mu Luoqing saw Suiran's shy expression and smiled affectionately. He rode the bike, waiting for her to sit properly, then pedaled toward the village. As he pedaled, he remembered what Suiran said about him and Zhou Xian.
He spoke seriously to explain.
Let me clarify about Zhou Xian. He and I are just childhood friends. There's nothing more between us. Please stop thinking about all those confusing things in your head. Do I look like someone who likes men? Your little head is really overthinking. Su Yiran sat in the back seat and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She wrapped one arm around Mu Luoqing's waist and buried her face in his back, trembling with laughter. She wouldn't admit that she had imagined all those things about Mu Luoqing and Zhou Xian herself. Feeling her giggles behind him, Mu Luoqing didn't dwell on it. His heart felt very sweet. Just thinking that Su Yiran was his girlfriend made him feel full inside. Qian Wantong returned home. As soon as he put down his briefcase, Lu Shiping came out of the kitchen. Seeing that Qian Wantong looked a bit unwell, she hesitated before asking, "How are things with the Gu family? Is there still any hope? Did you ask today? What exactly is going on?" Qian Wantong, lost in thought, heard Lu Shiping's voice and turned to look at her, shaking his head helplessly. There's no turning back now. Everything he did is true, and the investigation team has already confirmed it. There's no room for reconsideration. He sighed slowly as he spoke. I'm just surprised. Little Ran is quite tough. I saw her outside the union office today and asked her about Gu Changzheng and whether he was involved. Guess what she said? Lu Shiping looked at Qian Wantong with a meaningful smile, noticing a hint of admiration in his expression. Lu Shiping was confused. She didn't understand why Qian Wantong admired Su Yiran. What's that look for? What did she say? Don't keep me in suspense. She reached out and patted Qian Wantong on the shoulder. It was such a moment, yet he was still holding back. Doesn't he know she's anxious? She didn't deny her involvement. She said she gave the information to Zhuge Su, and he used it to investigate Gu Changzheng's actions. After hearing this, Lu Shiping cursed Su Yiran as ungrateful and spoke bitterly. That girl has a strong desire for revenge. She even found Gu Changzheng's biggest rival, Zhuge Su. The Gu family just let her return to her position, so why did she have to reveal all the dirty things her father did? I think Wang Chuanxia treated her well. How could she not be grateful? Listening to Lu Shiping, Qian Wantong sneered coldly. Lu Shiping looked annoyed by his disdainful smile. Why? Am I wrong? You didn't like that girl at first either. Now you seem to admire her. When it came to admiration, Qian Wantong nodded without hesitation. He truly admired the current Su Yiran, more courageous and resourceful than before. Yes, I really admire her. She did things I wanted to do, but was too afraid to. I also know about Gu Changzheng's disgusting deeds, but after weighing the pros and cons, I chose to turn a blind eye. I despise myself for that. There is also something I heard. The Gu family is not as kind to Xiao Ran as they seem. In fact, they are quite mean. The Gu couple are not good people. If you ask around, you'll find out. Now, everyone in the neighborhood knows. Ding dong. Before Qian Wantong could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. Lu Shiping stood up and went to open it. When she opened the door, she saw Gu Zhenjin standing outside, looking pale. Aunt Lu, my grandma said that my dad and mom are in trouble. Do you know what happened? Please, Uncle Qian, help my dad and mom. I believe they are innocent. Gu Zhenjin hadn't finished speaking. She grabbed Lu Shiping's hand and weakly knelt down. Lu Shiping looked at Gu Zhenjin's fragile state with some sympathy. But when she thought about all the nasty things Gu Zhenjin had done, her sympathy disappeared. She roughly pushed Gu Zhenjin's hand away and, without hesitation, shut the door. Standing by the door, Lu Shiping coldly said to Gu Zhenjin, "No one can save your parents. You should try to get some things from your grandma. Otherwise, everything from the Gu family will be taken by her, and you'll have nothing." After saying that, Lu Shiping didn't bother with Gu Zhenjin anymore. She walked into the kitchen to continue cooking. She wasn't a kind person who helped everyone. Su Yiran left the village head with Mu Luoqing. Mu Luoqing wanted to say something, but before he could, someone from the village came out. Su Yiran took the chance to leave. After separating from Mu Luoqing, Su Yiran didn't go back to the Su family. Instead, she headed straight up the mountain to the bear cave, where the black bear had been. She checked inside the cave. It was safe, and no one had been there. She slipped into her space and started preparing dinner for tonight. Tonight's dinner was made quickly. Su Yiran prepared cold cucumber salad, tomatoes with sugar, stir-fried green peppers with pork belly, and rice as the main dish. After preparing the meal, Suiran checked the time and looked around the bear cave. She put the handmade soap into the cave, so it would be ready for her to transport tomorrow. She didn't want the Su family to find out what she was doing, so she didn't store the soap at the Su house. If the Su family knew she was about to become a money tree, they definitely wouldn't let her leave with Qiu Jing. They would want her to stay, to avoid causing trouble. After putting all the soap into the cave, Suiran returned to her space, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, packed her backpack, and then left the cave with her dinner prepared. Under the moonlight, she descended the mountain and headed straight to the Jiqing courtyard. When she was near the courtyard, she heard chattering voices inside. Suiran thought to herself that time was passing quickly. All these Jiqing had returned, which was a pity. She rubbed her aching temples and thought she really didn't like the Jiqing living in the courtyard. Ignoring them, she walked directly toward Mu Luochen's courtyard. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard a sarcastic voice behind her. Turning around, she saw Wang Taihong and Zhang Hehua. "Oh, you're bringing food to Mu Jiqing? I heard that when we weren't around, you got along well with Mu Jiqing.
Why?
Are you so eager to please a man who isn't even yours? Suiran, I advise you not to dream about things that aren't yours. Mu Jiqing isn't what you think. Compared to Mu Jiqing, your status is like that of a lowly ant. You have no right to stand beside him. You better behave yourself." Suiran didn't want to bother with these shallow people, but she didn't like what Wang Taihong said about not belonging to her man. Mu Luochen used to have nothing to do with her, but now it was different. They were now dating. Even if he wasn't her man yet, he could be. More importantly, she was just trying to please him and get paid for her work. Listen to your foolish words. Not my man? Do you think he belongs to you? Wang Taihong, do you think the whole Jiqing camp is not enough for you to enjoy farm labor? Do you want to stay a few more days on the farm?
You. How dare you say that?
If it weren't for you, would we even get to go to the farm? Suiran. While speaking, Wang Tixhong couldn't hold back and lunged at Suiran. Her target wasn't Suiran herself, but the lunchbox in Suiran's hand. She wondered why Suiran could deliver food to Mu Luocheng, and why she was close to him. She wanted to ruin that dinner and make Mu Luocheng dislike her. Just as Wang Tixhong was about to reach for the lunchbox, her whole body suddenly flew backward. Suiran looked up and saw Zhou Xian had appeared out of nowhere, lifting his foot and giving Wang Tixhong a strong kick. "Are you crazy? How dare you touch my dinner? You're sick woman. You've been noisy since you got back, and now you want to mess with my dinner? Listen, if you don't learn to behave, I'll send you to the farm." Zhou Xian didn't care if Wang Tixhong was hurt. He looked angrily at her lying on the ground. He had worked hard all day just waiting for Suiran to bring dinner. If it got spilled, he would be very upset. Zhang Hehua didn't expect Zhou Xian to get physical with Wang Tixhong. She glanced at Zhou Xian, feeling speechless, then looked at Wang Tixhong's condition. She didn't dare to provoke Zhou Xian. Someone from the youth camp had warned them in advance. Mu Luocheng took the lunchbox from Suiran's hands and tried to pull her into the small courtyard. Suiran retracted her arm and shook her head at Mu Luocheng. "I still need to go to the village chief's house. You eat first, then wait for me at the village team office." She winked playfully at Mu Luocheng, and the earlier disturbance didn't affect her mood. She glanced at Wang Tixhong, who was lying on the ground groaning, but said nothing and turned to walk toward the village chief's house. At the end of the youth camp, Qiao Wenyu stared tightly at Suiran's back, unable to accept her interaction with Mu Luocheng. Suiran left the youth camp and casually took 2 soap bars and a laundry soap from her space, placing them in her backpack. She also took a piece of pork in her hand and quickened her steps towards Su Zhanan's house. It was getting late, and Su Zhanan's family had already finished dinner. Suiran knocked twice on the door, and a small child opened it. She looked at the small child peeking out from the door, smiled gently, and took 4 large white rabbit candies from her pocket, holding them out to Su Jinyang. "Here, have some candy." The little cutie looked at the candy in Suiran's palm and licked her lips. She shook her head and didn't take the candy offered by Suiran, instead looking at her with a cute expression. "Big sister, who are you? Who are you looking for?" Su Iran couldn't resist such a cute little thing. She gently pinched Su Jinyang's cheek with her fingertips and put the candy into his hand, speaking softly. I'm looking for your dad. Is he at home? Yang, who are you talking to? Mom, it's the pretty big sister. She's here to find Dad. Obedient Su Jinyang heard his mother calling him, so he immediately shouted into the yard. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the yard, his chubby little body bouncing as he went. Su Iran was worried he might fall if he ran too fast. She looked at his chubby back and smiled even more gently. Zhang Xiaoqiao, who was hanging clothes to dry, heard the words pretty big sister is here to find Dad and immediately became alert. She hurriedly stepped out of the yard. When she saw Su Iran standing outside the door, she immediately relaxed and showed a bright smile. She had actually gone to look for Su Iran earlier today, but unfortunately, Su Iran wasn't home. Oh, it's really the pretty big sister. Our little Yang didn't lie. Come in quickly. I was going to find you this afternoon, but that old lady said you weren't home. Thinking of the expression on the old lady's face this afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiao felt annoyed. She truly hoped that Su Iran and Qiu Jing would leave that house soon. Hearing that Zhang Xiaoqiao was coming to find her this afternoon, Su Iran was a bit surprised. After all, Zhang Xiaoqiao was the village accountant and quite busy. There must be something important. Second aunt, what do you want from me? Is it because you don't have enough money to build the house? No, your house-building money is enough. Today, your second uncle brought people to lay the bricks for your house. Tomorrow, you can start heating the house with fire. In a few days, you can move in. Your second uncle also found a carpenter to make some furniture for your family. Just use the wood from the village. Zhang Xiaoqiao quickly explained the situation of Su Iran's new house. She looked at her with a shy smile, seeming hesitant to speak, which made Su Iran smile. Second aunt, you've helped me so much. Please don't be polite with me. Just tell me what you need. I will do my best to help. With these words from Su Iran, Zhang Xiaoqiao's embarrassment immediately disappeared, and she quickly put on a bright smile. Xiaoran, since that's the case, second aunt will be honest with you. This morning, I went to the village secretary's house to deliver some things. I happened to see Huifan changing water for her bean sprouts. Her bean sprouts are growing very well. I asked her a few questions. She secretly told me that you taught her how to grow bean sprouts and helped her find a way to get through the tough times. Xiaoran, I know your mother is close to Huifan, but you and second aunt are also on good terms, right? Could you also teach second aunt? She would like to have a bit more money. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoqiao awkwardly rubbed her hands and sighed with some regret. Don't think that your second uncle works in the brigade. In fact, he doesn't earn much. We still need to respect both sets of parents and raise 2 children. At the end, Zhang Xiaoqiao lowered her head. Her life might look glamorous to outsiders, but everyone has their struggles. She just didn't like to talk about her difficulties. No problem. If second aunt doesn't mind the trouble of growing bean sprouts, I will bring some beans tomorrow after I finish my work, and I will teach second aunt how to grow bean sprouts. It's already 1976 and the government is promoting economic recovery. Living a good life through your own effort is the right thing to do. There's no shame in it. After saying this, Su Iran looked towards the house. Zhang Xiaoqiao immediately understood her intention and shouted loudly inside. Yang's dad, come out for a moment. Xiaoran wants to see you. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiao's call, Su Jinan, who was listening to the radio, quickly turned it off, picked up an oil lamp, and came out of the house. He saw Su Iran happily walking over. Xiaoran, why are you here at this time? Is something wrong? Yes, I do have something to talk to uncle about. Su Iran then handed the meat in her hand to Zhang Xiaoqiao, who took it, thinking Su Iran asked her to hold it. She stood beside Su Iran, waiting for her to speak with Su Jinan. Su Iran took out 2 bars of soap and a laundry soap from her bag and placed them in front of Su Jinan. Second uncle, these are the soap and laundry soap I made. I have already talked with the supply and marketing cooperative in Fengqing about cooperation, but I need a factory. I want to build a factory in our village as part of our local industry. Later, people in our village can work at the factory. The profit from making soap, after paying the government a part, will be split between me and the villagers. What do you think? Su Yiran finished explaining her idea in one breath. Su Jinan and Zhang Xiaochao were both stunned by her words and froze in place. Their minds were buzzing, unable to understand what Su Yiran was saying. A young girl making soap? Building a factory? In their village? It seemed like a dream come true. Zhang Xiaocao's husband, Su Jinan, was quick to react. He gently took Su Yiran's arm and spoke carefully. Little Yiran, is what you're saying true? You want to build a factory? Running a factory isn't easy. Have you heard of the canned food factory in Tianjia village? That village was once very rich, but now they are very poor, and there's even famine. His tone was cautious, but Su Yiran could tell they were worried she might repeat Tianjia village's mistakes. Su Jinan was also excited about her idea of making a soap factory, but after hearing Zhang Xiaocao's words, he hesitated. It really was a lucky opportunity, but the risks were too high. Seeing Su Jinan look uncertain, Su Yiran didn't press him for an immediate answer. She smiled gently. Second uncle, I know you're afraid of taking risks, but think about it. Can there be a poorer village than ours? Our village is in the most barren land in 10 miles and 8 towns. Nearby villages close to the county have already started some side businesses. Our land is poor, with many mountains. The villagers only rely on that land, and they're barely making ends meet. To be honest, we don't even have enough food to eat. Second uncle, as a village leader, you wouldn't want to always be the last at the county meetings, right? Second uncle, I understand the village's situation. Now I suddenly propose building a factory and asking the villagers to fund it. That's impossible. So, I will bear all the risks myself. When the factory was just starting, I would provide the raw materials and handle the technical work. Once our soap was made, the factory would reimburse me for the raw materials, and the remaining profit would be split according to our previous agreement. What do you think about this plan? After Su Yiran finished speaking, Su Jinan fell silent again. He felt that the village was taking advantage of Su Yiran, letting her bear all the risks while the village enjoyed the profits. It seemed a bit unfair. Xiao Chao, the village accountant, quickly responded with curiosity. Second aunt, I understand why you want to build a factory in the village. If you need the village to invest, I can understand. But your current approach, I really can't quite understand. Su Yiran, I have my reasons for setting up the factory in the village. First, private businesses are not allowed now. If I set up a factory here, it would be considered a collective village enterprise. Without the village's approval, the factory simply can't be established. Second, I truly want our village to become richer. Although I haven't been here long, I can feel the kindness of some villagers. I see this as my small contribution. Su Yiran spoke honestly, clearly explaining her thoughts. Su Jinan patted his thigh hard. How could he forget? Running a business was considered risky, but building a factory in the village was not. Seeing Su Jinan's reaction, Su Yiran knew he had understood. She smiled happily and continued. Second uncle, building the soap factory is a mutually beneficial thing for our village. With a factory, some villagers will have jobs, earning income to improve their lives. At the end of the year, they might even receive a big bonus. I believe it won't be long before our village can shake off poverty. Su Jinan and Xiao Chao listened to her analysis and nodded strongly. They both thought Su Yiran was right. This project would benefit the village without any harm. Little Yiran, since the village has no money, I think your plan is feasible. What do you need the team to do for you? Su Jinan looked at Su Yiran, his expression changing from cautious to hopeful. He was already imagining a better life. I need the village team to hold a meeting in the village to announce the decision to build a factory. Some villagers will agree, some will disagree. We will ask villagers to sign, and those who agree will have the chance to work at the factory once it opens. Those who disagree will only receive their share of the year's profit. This approach is also to prevent any troublemakers from causing problems at the factory later. I already have the paperwork to establish the factory, but I need the village and township stamps to approve it. I need you and Grandpa San to help me with the process. Su Jinan understood what he needed to do. He patted Su Iran on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Let's go now and find Grandpa San to tell him about this. Tomorrow morning, I will hold a village committee meeting to get this done quickly. As for the factory location, it will be at the old schoolhouse in our village. We can renovate it, and it will be perfect for a factory." After confirming the plan, Sujin Nan took action and happily went with Su Iran to find the village secretary. Su Iran and Sujin Nan left the yard together. Zhang Xiaoqiao also wanted to follow, but she had children to take care of, so she stopped. When Su Iran had walked out of her house, she remembered the meat she was holding and ran after them. "Xiao Yan, your meat. Second aunt, that's for you. Pack it up for tomorrow's meal." Su Iran turned around happily and walked with Sujin Nan toward the village secretary's house. As they walked, she shared her detailed plan and Sujin Nan listened with excitement. On the way, they met Su Jinghua, who was walking with Mu Luocheng. Seeing their expressions, Su Iran guessed that Mu Luocheng had already told Su Jinghua about building the factory. Su Jinghua looked at Su Iran with admiration. "You little girl, ever since you fell into the water, your mind has become sharper. You're no longer the dull girl you used to be. Okay, I understand what you need to do. Let's go to the big team office together." "Thank you, Grandpa San, for your praise. I will leave this matter to Grandpa San and second uncle." Seeing how eloquent Su Iran had become, Su Jinghua liked her even more. Especially after learning she helped Lin Huifan, his good impression of her increased significantly. "Little Ran, the bean sprouts you taught Dongdong's family to grow taste really good. The ones they picked out that didn't develop well still taste excellent. I can't imagine how delicious the fully grown ones are." Su Jinghua, worried about others overhearing, whispered quietly to Su Iran. "It's because Annie is hardworking. Growing bean sprouts is not a task lazy people can do." After Su Iran finished speaking with a gentle smile, the three men beside her looked at her with soft eyes. They all thought Su Iran was like a treasure. At the village committee office, Su Iran handed over the documents and also explained her ideas clearly to Su Jinan and Su Jinghua. They looked at the stamped documents and thought to themselves, the factory union's approval is already there, and they still worry that the village or the town might disagree. Such worries are unnecessary. Who would oppose such a good opportunity? "I will handle this. I promise to get it done quickly," Su Jinan said confidently, putting the documents away. He was just as eager as Su Iran. Such a great opportunity must not be missed. "Then I'll leave it to Grandpa San and Uncle Air. Oh, and one more thing. I don't want the villagers to know that this factory is mine. Please just say someone invested in it, and don't mention me. You know my family situation. If they find out the factory is mine, they definitely won't let me and my mother leave." Su Iran spoke sincerely and Su Jinan and Su Jinghua nodded in agreement. "All right, don't worry. We promise not to reveal your identity. But when the factory starts operating, someone will find out that you provided the soap-making techniques. When that happens, by then, it won't matter. My mother and I will have left the Su family." Su Iran wanted to surprise them and make them regret their assumptions. "All right, it's getting late. Grandpa San and Uncle Air, you work on the rest. I need to go home now. My mother will worry if I don't return early." She stood up as she spoke. Mu Luocheng, who had been silent nearby, also stood up and followed Su Iran out. Su Jinan and Su Jinghua watched their figures leave, exchanged a glance, and chuckled softly. "Do you think these two are a couple? Her identity as a young educated person is not simple, but I don't know if Xiao Ran will." Worrying won't help. Maybe your wife can remind Xiao Ran. People like young educated workers are best not to be involved with. If it can't be avoided, she should be reminded to protect herself and not do anything foolish. Su Jinan and Su Jinghua watched the two people laughing in the distance with concern, their faces full of worry. They both hope Su Iran is a good girl and won't be disappointed. Su Iran and Mu Luocheng leave the brigade office under the moonlight. Mu Luocheng tilts his head to look at Su Iran's beautiful, smiling face. Uncontrollably, he leans down and gently kisses her cheek, then quickly stands up, pretending nothing happened. Su Iran, who was kissed secretly, smiles softly, and turns her head to look at the man sneaking a smile, their eyes meeting. Comrade Mu, you're just like those flirtatious guys in comic books. Hearing Su Iran's teasing, Mu Luoqing's affectionate eyes show a faint, gentle smile. He reaches out, wraps one arm around her waist, and pulls her into his arms. I'm only a flirtatious guy for you. As he speaks, Mu Luoqing pulls Su Iran into a corner and gently kisses her trembling lips. The two are so absorbed in their kiss that they don't notice the two figures in the corner on each side, Li Qiushuang and Wang Taihong, who are almost furious. After finally fastening Su Iran's shoelaces, Mu Luoqing turns around and squats in front of her, his voice cold and firm. Your foot is injured. I'll carry you down the mountain. Su Iran looks at the clean shirt on the man squatting before her, then lowers her gaze to the dirt on her clothes and decisively refuses. No need. I'm too dirty, and it doesn't hurt much anymore. I can go down by myself. She says this and starts walking down the mountain, wanting to prove she can do it alone. But after just a few steps, Mu Luoqing grabs her wrist and speaks with an unyielding tone. Don't be stubborn. I'll carry you down faster. Seeing that Mu Luoqing insists, Su Iran has no choice but to accept. She obediently leans on his strong back, letting him carry her down the mountain. The moment Mu Luoqing carries Su Iran, he feels that this girl is so light. He wonders how she manages to handle wild boars with her small arms and legs. At the foot of the mountain, Su Iran gently patted Mu Luoqing on the shoulder and whispered into his ear. That's far enough. I can go back by myself. If you carry me, the village rumors will start again. You don't want my grandmother to think you're bothering me again, do you? Quickly put me down. Su Iran's breath brushed against Mu Luoqing's neck, carrying a light floral scent that entered his nose. His body unconsciously stiffened a little. In the end, Mu Luoqing didn't insist on escorting her home. He gently set her down as she requested, but he asked worriedly, Are you sure you can walk home by yourself? Of course, no problem. I'll go from this side, you go from that side. You should go find the village head at the big team office. After saying this, Su Iran turned and left without looking back. Mu Luoqing watched her figure disappear, his deep eyes slightly darkening. He felt a bit uncomfortable. The girl's carefree personality made him a little dissatisfied. Su Iran didn't care about Mu Luoqing's thoughts. Her mind was focused on finding a quiet place to enter her space. She wanted to soak in spiritual spring water. She felt completely exhausted after fighting that wild boar. Once she was sure Mu Luoqing couldn't see her, Su Iran used her mind to slip into her space. She quickly entered the thatched hut, filled a wooden tub with spiritual spring water, and jumped in directly. As soon as she immersed herself in the spring water, she felt a full-body sense of clarity and comfort, making her gasp involuntarily. She clearly sensed the miraculous effects of the spiritual spring. After bathing, the pain on her body disappeared noticeably. She stepped out of the tub, and the ache in her feet was gone. She couldn't help but sigh happily. This spiritual spring water really is a treasure. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Su Iran happily walked to the large screen to check her mission shop, which she had opened with her life. Looking at the items in the shop, Su Iran felt like she had entered a department store and hardware store at the same time. The system seemed to detect what she wanted. Sure enough, she found everything she desired here. But a shop is just a shop. Nothing is given for free. She needs to exchange her mission points for the items she wants. She browsed the items briefly, comparing prices. All of them were within a reasonable range she could accept. She had no objections and happily accepted the task store. She even gave it a nice name, the external store. With this store, she could access only top-quality items, far ahead of her time by many years. At the same time, Su Iran discovered that after unlocking the task store, her space also fully merged with it. She only needed to think, and what she wanted would appear in her hands or at a designated spot without any effort. Moreover, the thatched hut had changed as well. It used to be 3 separate huts, but now it had become a small thatched courtyard. Besides the 3 houses, there was a small shed, probably used for cooking. Su Iran exchanged for a combined stove, a gas stove, and a gas tank in the task store. She also got a soup pot and a frying pan. She clapped her hands happily, feeling that cooking today would be much easier and faster. Although she went to the stove and used her mind to take out a bowl of flour, a bag of dried yellow bean paste, 2 cucumbers, a piece of layered pork, and 4 clean aluminum lunchboxes, she was quite satisfied. The lunchboxes looked new, so she dropped them on the ground a few times, causing them to deform. She looked at the dents and scars on the boxes, feeling pleased that the old look was quite successful. After preparing everything, Su Iran used spiritual spring water to knead the flour into a tough dough, then rolled it into hand-pulled noodles. Once the noodles were ready, she soaked the dried yellow bean paste in water until it dissolved, then added some sugar and salt for flavor. Next, she separated the fat from the lean pork and cut it into small pieces about the size of a fingernail. She added oil to a pot, fried the pork fat until it released oil, then added the lean pork, followed by chopped green onions, and for flavor, she added the yellow bean paste, and soon a fragrant fried sauce was ready. After the meat sauce was done, the water in the pot was boiling. Su Iran put the noodles in, cooked them until tender, and then rinsed them in cold water. She tasted a noodle. It was soft and chewy, with the aroma of wheat bursting in her mouth, just like the morning's rice aroma, which was truly impressive. In her previous life, she had never tasted such pure wheat flavor. Su Iran cooked all the noodles and divided them into the modified lunchboxes, pouring the fried sauce over them. She unconsciously swallowed hard. She glanced at the time on her wristwatch. It was just right. After delivering lunch to Zhou Xian, she would go find Qiu Jing, who would just be finishing her shift. Qiu Jing and Su's family work in different places. The land there is poor, the work is hard, but the pay is low. Originally, that land was given to Su Baoquan, but since he was not at home, Grandma Su asked Qiu Jing to farm it. Grandma Su leased her land to Qiu Jing, and she and Su Laosan's family helped Su Baoquan with the work. Iran Su looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and then quickly headed toward the youth commune site. When she reached the small yard at the youth commune, she gently knocked on the door. It was soon opened. This time, it was not Zhou Xian who came out, but Mu Luocheng. Iran Su looked at Mu Luocheng, who hadn't spoken yet, but he spoke first. "How's your foot? Does it still hurt?" Mu Luocheng's gaze unconsciously stayed on Iran Su as he spoke. This was the first time he looked at her seriously. Her skin was as white as snow, giving a fragile feeling. Her small, straight nose made her features look more defined, and her bright red cherry lips made people think of sweet things. Finally, Mu Luocheng's eyes fell on Iran Su's small waist, and he vividly remembered the real feeling of it in his mind. He quickly pulled back his thoughts and looked away, clearing his throat. Iran Su was easygoing and noticed Mu Luocheng's gaze, but didn't think much of it. She found his sudden concern a bit strange, but still answered him, though not truthfully. "Nothing much. I applied medicinal wine at home, and I feel much better. Your lunch is ready. But why are you at home? Shouldn't you be up the mountain to carry the pigs?" While speaking, she put down her basket, took out the prepared fried noodles from her space, and placed them inside. She moved naturally and took out 2 large aluminum lunch boxes. She didn't know how much Mu Luocheng and Zhou Xian could eat, so she made a bit extra. It's better to be full than hungry. Mu Luocheng took the aluminum lunchbox from Iran Su without saying he was waiting for her. He spoke casually. He went to find them, but both the village chief and the party secretary were not there. "I think I will wait until the afternoon to inform them. Also, I want to remind you not to go up the mountain alone." While giving her this advice, Mu Luocheng couldn't help but think of her disheveled appearance. He wanted to say more, but halfway through, he stopped himself, realizing it might not be appropriate. Perhaps sensing Mu Luocheng's kindness, Su Iran smiled softly and spoke casually. "I understand. Actually, you don't need to worry. My grandfather was very skilled and I learned a lot too. I can take care of myself. Stop talking so much. Go eat now. The noodles with soybean paste won't taste good if they sit too long. I also need to deliver food to my mother. I'm leaving now." After saying this, Su Iran waved goodbye and left. She deliberately tiptoed when walking so Mu Luocheng would notice that she was already fine. Mu Luocheng watched her walk with an odd gait, his brows slightly furrowing as he thought about asking Zhou Xian to buy a bottle of medicinal wine for injuries when he went to the city supply and marketing cooperative later. He wanted to give it to Su Yiran. Thinking of this, Mu Luocheng couldn't help but recall her tiny, translucent feet. He suddenly shook his head, trying to push away such inappropriate thoughts, then turned and headed toward the courtyard. When Mu Luocheng entered the courtyard, a weak, pale woman stepped out from the corner of the wall. She bit her lower lip tightly, showing a look of burning jealousy. Bai Qingtian looked in the direction Su Yiran had gone, her eyes filled with resentment. The young man named Mu was hers. She couldn't let Su Yiran take him away. Thinking of this, Bai Qingtian quickened her pace back to her dorm. She took out a jar of long-stored malted milk from her luggage, hugging it as she headed toward the small courtyard. Outside the courtyard gate, Bai Qingtian tidied her clothes and arranged her 2 ponytails at her sides. She put on a shy expression, gently knocked on the door with her hand. Bai Qingtian had the appearance of a delicate young lady. Her features were not particularly striking, and at first glance, she seemed an ordinary girl. Looking closer, she appeared to be the type who wouldn't easily annoy others. This time, Zhou Xian was the one to open the door. Seeing Bai Qingtian standing outside, Zhou Xian's brow unconsciously furrowed, and he silently cursed in his mind. Being sent to the countryside is already unlucky enough. Why is there still such a troublesome girl? Although Zhou Xian felt a bit annoyed inside, he maintained his gentle and calm image. Even if he was impatient, he didn't show it clearly and politely asked, "Is there something you want to talk about when you come to knock on the door?" I don't have anything important. I heard you don't have enough food, and I don't have extra supplies to give, but I am willing to share some malted milk drink I brought from home, hoping to help you." Bai Qing looked at Zhou Xian sweetly and shyly, holding the can of malted milk out to him. When meeting Zhou Xian's gaze, she felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, acting hesitant and shy, which made Zhou Xian feel a little uncomfortable. "No, it's not necessary. The 2 of us have enough to eat, so don't worry about us. Plus, we men don't like sweet drinks like that. Thank you for your kindness." Bai Qing didn't expect Zhou Xian to refuse directly. Her shy expression froze, and she hesitated, wanting to ask if Zhou Xian looked down on her and therefore didn't want to accept her gift. Before she could speak, Zhou Xian said, "Also, I want to kindly remind you not to eat expired food. I see that your malted milk was produced 2 years ago. Even canned food has a shelf life. You're too much. I hate you." Bai Qing angrily shouted at Zhou Xian. Her eyes reddened as she ran away. Zhou Xian watched her leave with a cold smile, thinking she was funny. He, Zhou Xiaoyi, had seen all kinds of food in the capital, and he didn't need her to bring expired food. At this moment, it was time to finish work. The young workers gathered in small groups, returning together. Whether male or female, they all unconsciously looked toward the small courtyard, seeming very curious about the lives of the 2 inside. Especially Qiao Wenyu, who looked at the courtyard through his thick glasses, with eyes full of envy. Su Yiran had just arrived in the fields when Su Qiqi eagerly ran up to her, showing an eager and pleading expression. She took out a few wild fruits from her pocket and placed them in front of Su Yiran. Seeing Su Qiqi's eager attitude, Su Yiran's eyes narrowed slightly with a smile. She didn't reach out to take the wild fruits, unsure of what she was up to. Seeing Su Yiran watching her cautiously, Su Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed her hands nervously. "Big sister Ranran, my mother told me not to bother you. I want to apologize. I was immature before, and I won't bully you anymore. Can you forgive me?" Su Qianqian looked at her sincerely, but her sparkling eyes revealed her true thoughts.
Su Yiran smiled gently.
Su Qianqian, if I remember correctly, the daughter of the Su family, Su Zhijing, is in the arts troupe, right? Maybe you should learn from her. Your acting is so poor, and all your little schemes are obvious. After saying this, Su Yiran forcefully bumped into Su Qianqian, not caring if she would fall. She then turned and walked quickly toward Qiu Jing. As Su Yiran walked, she thought about how the Su family was all the same, remembering injuries but not lessons. She had already fought many times, but no one learned from it. Instead, they kept coming to trouble her. It seemed she needed to be more ruthless. Su Qianqian, who had been knocked down by Su Yiran, sat on the ground, angrily throwing the fruit in her hand into a nearby water ditch. Watching Su Yiran's back, her eyes flashed with coldness. She wouldn't let Su Yiran go. Because of her, Qiao Jiqing had already distanced herself from her. She sat on the ground, muttering softly, "Humph, Su Yiran, don't be too arrogant. When you go home for a few days, someone will deal with you. My little uncle is already waiting with people. Once he succeeds, he'll sell you. No matter how talented you are, you won't be able to escape. You're doomed." Su Yiran reached the hillside and saw Qiao Jing sitting on the edge of the field, talking to a woman holding a child. She tried to recall who this woman was. It turned out she was in the original memory. Her name was Lin Huifan, the wife of the village secretary's younger son. Qiao Jing had once saved her from drowning, and she was very grateful. She was one of the few women in the village who could speak with Qiao Jing. When Su Yiran arrived on the hillside, Qiao Jing saw her first. She quickly stood up and walked towards Su Yiran, pulling her along to meet Lin Huifan and said, "Huifan, this is my daughter. She just returned a week ago. Last week, you went back to your parents' house, right? You probably haven't seen her yet. Now you've run into her, so let me introduce you. Wan, she is Su Yan's younger sister-in-law. You can just call her little aunt. Your younger uncle is very capable. He is the only college student in the village and is currently studying at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. When he comes back, he will be impressive." Listening to Qiao Jing's tone, Su Yiran clearly sensed her envy towards college students. She looked at Qiao Jing and felt that she probably didn't belong to this small village. She was educated and eager to learn, which made her stand out as special and not ordinary. With Qiao Jing's introduction, Su Yiran sweetly called Lin Huifan little aunt. She didn't have many friends of her mother's, but she was willing to cooperate with her mother and the villagers to build good relationships. Most importantly, the background of this little aunt's family was very useful to her. Hearing Su Yiran's soft and charming voice, combined with her stunning looks, Lin Huifan liked her very much. She quickly responded, holding the child's hand in her arms and greeting Su Yiran. "Dong, this is your sister. Look at how pretty she is. No wonder she was raised in the city. Her skin is bright and clear. Oh, I've never seen such a beautiful girl." Hearing Lin Huifan's praise, even Su Yiran, who usually didn't care about such things, felt a little shy. She quickly took out a few big white rabbit candies from her pocket and placed them in the child's hand, changing the subject. "Little aunt, how old is your baby? Is it a boy or a girl?" Hearing the topic about her child, Lin Huifan's infatuated expression softened into a look of sadness. Dong is a boy, already 13 months old. My milk supply isn't good, so he gets diarrhea every time he finishes nursing. So, I've been feeding him rice cereal. He's a bit delayed in development. Plus, he fell sick last week and has become much weaker. I was just telling my sister-in-law that I'm a fool. I raised a good child into this state. I feel so useless." Lin Huifan started to wipe away tears. She was also feeling upset inside. She took her child out for a walk, hoping to get some sunlight and do something good for him. The village secretary's family was very kind to her. Since she was 6 months pregnant, they didn't let her do any farm work so she could focus on resting and preparing for the baby. After giving birth, they still didn't let her work outside, only taking care of the child at home. She still couldn't take proper care of the child. A healthy baby had been turned into this, and she was truly afraid the child wouldn't live long. Hearing Lin Huifan's words, Su Yiran felt some sympathy. She softly asked, "If the baby gets upset from breastfeeding, why not give some formula milk? Does the baby also get upset after drinking formula? My son Dong is fine with formula, but we don't have any formula tickets. Before I gave birth, my mother prepared 2 tickets for me, but my sister-in-law took them away. My parents-in-law also wanted to help me exchange for tickets, But, in the countryside, tickets are hard to get. As she spoke about this, Lin Huifan sighed softly. She secretly blamed herself. If only she could breastfeed, the baby wouldn't suffer. Auntie, it's such bad luck. I happen to have 4 formula tickets here. You can take these to buy formula for the baby. Su Iran took 4 tickets from her pocket and placed them in front of Lin Huifan. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the tickets, but she hesitated and didn't reach out immediately. I can't accept this. You're having a hard time too. I heard from your mother that the Su family hasn't been kind to you. Keep the tickets for yourself and buy some formula to nourish your body. Su Iran watched Lin Huifan's clenched fists. She knew how conflicted Lin Huifan felt right now. She smiled gently, crouched down in front of her, and pressed the tickets into Lin Huifan's hand. Auntie, please don't refuse. I can eat anything, but the baby is different. The baby needs to be fed milk now. You keep giving him rice porridge, but how'll he grow strong? I'm an adult. I don't need milk. Looking into Su Iran's sincere eyes, Lin Huifan's eyes warmed. She hadn't expected this newly met girl to give her formula tickets. Even city folks didn't always have tickets. She looked at the tickets in her hand and the candies in the child's hand, feeling that Su Iran was very different from the rumors. Her behavior and manners didn't match what she had heard. At this moment, Qiu Jing spoke up at the right time, also feeling sorry for the child in Lin Huifan's arms. All right, Huifan, don't cry. Keep the tickets. Go back and tell Uncle Su. Send someone to the city to buy some formula. The baby needs proper nutrition, or it could cause health problems and poor development later. As she looked at the small, thin child in Lin Huifan's arms, Qiu Jing thought of when she had taken care of Su Jinjin before. She couldn't get enough to eat, so her milk was scarce. She even resorted to giving her child her own blood, but she never once thought of feeling wronged or upset for Su Jinjin. Brother-in-law, Ran Yan, you are so kind to me. How can I repay you? With Qiu Jing's encouragement, Lin Huifan no longer refused the milk powder vouchers Su Iran gave her, though she still felt uneasy. She wanted to do something to thank Su Iran. Talking about Su Iran's strength, Su Qianqian shivered involuntarily. Honestly, she was quite afraid of Su Iran. Thinking about the bullying she had done to Su Iran, she was genuinely scared of revenge.
Hearing Su Yanyan's words, Su Baoan sneered coldly.
He pointed at a few people sitting nearby and laughed mockingly. Look at the brothers I brought back. None of them are weak. What can a young girl like her do? Fine, you useless thing. Go and bring her back. If you can't, I'll sell you to pay for the bride price. Su Baoquan spoke very seriously. Although Su Qianqian was not as beautiful as Su Jinjin, she was still a woman. Marrying an old bachelor could earn a few hundred coins, enough for him to get a wife. Hearing this, Su Qianqian was terrified. She knew how ruthless Su Baoquan was. His deeds in the city were notorious, which was why the villagers feared old Madame Su. She didn't want to be sold, so she struggled to break free from the man's embrace and hurriedly ran out. She was so frightened that she lost her way and ran in the wrong direction. Su Iran had been listening in the space for a long time and understood their purpose. She sneered. These people just wanted to capture her? How funny. If she were so easy to catch, many countries would have already succeeded in the past life. Su Baoquan didn't realize Su Iran was watching him. He was a bit drunk and turned to look at a burly man sitting beside him, flattering him. Brother Zhang, listen to me. Don't believe my unreliable niece's nonsense. She's just useless and can't handle that stubborn girl, so she talks big. Don't worry, today I'll make sure you bring that girl home. Tonight, you'll be the groom. The man called Brother Zhang, hearing the words bridegroom, smiled with narrowed eyes. He was very confident. He personally came here and wasn't afraid that a young girl could cause trouble. He was determined to bring this person back. Just make sure your niece brings the person back and leave the rest to me. Didn't you say she just came back from the city? City folks are delicate. I don't believe she wouldn't want to come back to the city and live a good life with me. Zhang rubbed his stomach as he spoke, then smiled broadly at Su Iran. His yellow teeth made Su Iran feel sick instantly. This frog-like man also wanted to eat her like a swan. Su Iran exchanged a baton from the space task shop. Today, she planned to teach those bad people a lesson and show them what it means to fight evil and uphold justice. Holding the baton, Su Iran felt it wasn't powerful enough, so she exchanged for a pickaxe. She tested the feel of the pickaxe, nodded in satisfaction, and decided to give these troublemakers a good beating today. Even Su Baoquan wouldn't have a good time. Su Iran stepped out of the space, walking calmly to the door. She pushed the door open lightly and headed straight to the yard. A few men who were drinking and bragging looked up when they heard the door open. Seeing a girl who looked like a fairy, beautiful, white skin, suddenly appear at the door, they all froze with their mouths open. Their drinks slipped from their hands and shattered on the ground. The sound of breaking cups snapped some of them out of their daze. Su Baoquan was the first to react. He quickly stood up, walked to Su Iran, and with a pleading look, spoke. "Miss, you're not from our village, right? Is there something you need? I can help you solve any problem, unconditionally." Su Baoquan spoke very seriously, completely enchanted by Su Iran's beauty. Even in the city, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. Without exaggeration, if Su Iran told him to jump into the river, he wouldn't hesitate. Su Iran looked at Su Baoquan's leering expression with cold eyes. Her voice was icy as she said, "Little uncle, don't you recognize me?"
I am Su Iran.
Hearing her say her name, Su Baoquan's eyes widened. How could he believe that this stunning woman was the useless girl from old Madame Su's words? She was clearly a treasure. After hearing Su Iran reveal her identity, the happiest person was Zhang Lame. He never imagined he could marry such a beautiful woman in his life. He was eager to give Su Baoquan an extra 1,000 yuan. Thinking about Su Iran being his wife made him smile brightly. He felt that spending that 1,000 yuan was totally worth it. Seeing Su Iran's shocked expression and the others drooling, she snorted coldly and finally focused her gaze on Zhang Lame. Zhang Lame quickly stood up from the bench when he saw Su Iran looking at him, then limped over with a proud smile on his face. Watching Zhang Lame's awkward walk, Su Iran sneered softly and turned to look at Su Baoquan. "Did you sell me to this kind of person? How much did you get? Let me hear what my price was." Su Iran was surprised to learn she knew about this. Seeing Su Baoquan's stunning appearance, she suddenly felt regret. She thought selling her for 1,000 yuan was a bad deal. With her looks and personality, others would have paid more. Zhang Lame noticed Su Baoquan wasn't speaking and guessed he was regretting. He frowned at Su Baoquan, his voice full of anger. "Su Baoquan, I tell you, you can't regret it now. I already gave you 1,000 yuan, and I've prepared the family feast. You promised me to be the groom tonight. Brothers, catch her. Let's go home now." Although others were attracted by Su Iran's beauty, they still knew who their boss was. Once Zhang Lame spoke, they no longer cared about Su Baoquan and stood up to try to grab Su Iran. Seeing them move, Su Baoquan's greed was completely gone. He waved his hand and said, "I won't go back on my word. The person is already back. Take her and go. Keep it quiet so no one in the village finds out." With Su Baoquan's words, Zhang Lame felt more confident. He walked up to Su Iran and raised his hand to touch her fair cheek. Such a girl was making him drool just looking at her. From the moment he saw Su Iran, he had wanted to do this. He was worried he might scare her, but now that everything was clear, he saw no reason to hold back. He kept thinking about her smooth little face. Her skin must feel amazing. The person with a limp and pig's hoof-like hand touched Su Iran. Su Iran immediately raised her hand and grabbed the person's hand, forcefully twisting it. A crisp cracking sound of breaking bones was heard, followed by a loud scream resembling a pig's squeal. Su Iran's action stunned everyone who was about to attack her. The 6 people looked at her in shock, not expecting her to suddenly fight back. "Su Iran, are you crazy? Do you know who he is? How dare you hit him?" After a brief hesitation, Su Baoquan shouted angrily and rushed in front of Su Iran. He raised his hand intending to scold her, thinking to himself, how could this stubborn girl break Zhang Lei's arm? Who was Zhang Lei? Su Yiran's sudden attack must have offended him. If so, how can she continue to survive in town? She was able to get by before because Zhang Lei protected her.
Now.
It's all over. Before Su Baoquan could strike her, Su Yiran already swung a baton she had prepared earlier, hitting him in the arm. Instantly, the clothes on Su Baoquan's arm tore apart, revealing a shocking red scar. He let out a painful cry. Seeing Su Yiran attack again, Zhang Lei, who was holding his broken arm, looked at her with a fierce expression, no longer showing any mercy. He shouted to his men behind him, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and catch her. No matter what, I must deal with this ungrateful girl today." Seeing Su Yiran's fiery personality, Zhang Lei's only thought was that he had to get her, no matter what. He liked this type and enjoyed the process of controlling her. He no longer cared about the pain in his arm. He excitedly shouted at his men, commanding them to quickly catch Su Yiran and not let her escape. Run? Su Yiran had never thought about running. Today, if she didn't take down all these people, it would be a waste of her time here. She wanted to see how tough these people were, whether they could stand her beating. Holding her baton tightly, Su Yiran swung it fiercely at each of them. In an instant, all 6 attackers were covered in injuries. Their clothes were torn like rags, hanging on their bodies, looking as miserable as possible. The situation suddenly turned around. Instead of a few people chasing after Su Yiran to catch her, Su Yiran was swinging a baton and hitting them hard. The 6 people were running away in panic. This scene looked very funny. Enough. Enough. Miss, we were wrong. We really know we were wrong. Please let us go. Miss, we won't do bad things again. Please stop hitting us. It hurts so much. Miss, we didn't see the danger. We shouldn't have attacked you. Miss, I won't run anymore. If you want to hurt me, just do it quickly. The man speaking knelt straight in front of Su Yiran. He didn't care if the stones on the ground hurt his knees. He only knew that the pain from her baton was much worse. Seeing one person kneel, the other 5 also knelt down. They admitted defeat. They knew they couldn't beat Su Yiran. They couldn't escape from her baton. No matter how they ran, her baton would hit them accurately. It was too painful, and they couldn't take it anymore. The people in front of her all knelt down. Su Yiran pointed her baton at Zhang. Zhang trembled and took a step back. He wasn't hit, but he saw everything Su Yiran did. He suddenly realized that someone who could easily break his arm was not simple. Why was he so foolish to try to catch and tame her? He must have been blinded by her beauty. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. He looked at Su Yiran carefully. Miss, I was foolish. Don't worry, I won't have any bad thoughts about you again. Today's mistake was mine. Thank you for your hard work. I want to make it up to you.
I really want to.
He took a stack of money from his pocket and respectfully placed it in front of Su Yiran. He lowered his head and didn't dare look at her. Su Yiran wasn't interested in his money. She just wanted to deal with these people. She didn't want ill-gotten gains. I don't want the money. But this can't just be ignored. It was him who brought you here, to be beaten. You should know what to do next, right? Su Yiran said this with a mischievous smile, happy to see Su Baoquan get a taste of being disciplined today. After hearing Su Yiran's words and seeing her expression, Zhang Kezi and the others kneeling on the ground understood her meaning. They stood up and rushed to pull Su Baoquan out from behind the stove. 6 people harshly beat one person.
Listening to Su Baoquan's cries, Su Yiran nodded with satisfaction.
She was happy that someone was taking care of the troublemaker for her. Su Yiran turned to look at Zhang Kezi, who had been cautiously watching her. She smiled lightly. Seeing her smile, Zhang Kezi no longer thought Su Yiran was attractive. He felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he finally saw Su Yiran's true nature. She was a dangerous woman, and anyone who got involved with her would surely have a bad ending. Are you brother Zhang? Su Yiran looked at Zhang Kezi's frightened face and found it amusing, speaking slowly. Not at all, not at all. I dare not call myself brother Zhang in front of the young lady.
Just call me little Zhang.
Today I was blind and offended you. From now on, I will be your loyal servant. Whatever you say, I will do, no questions asked. Zhang Kezi, who had been beaten up, dared not be rude in front of Su Iran. His arm was hurting more and more, and this lesson was unforgettable. Seeing Zhang Kezi acting wisely, Su Iran nodded with satisfaction and spoke softly. Actually, I need Brother Zhang's help with something. Since I just returned home, my grandmother took the grain and money away and gave them to Su Baoquan, who then gave them to his wife-to-be. I wonder if Brother Zhang can help me get them back. No problem. I'll handle this. Rest assured, I won't let him get away with today's actions. I will bring everything back to the young lady with interest. Zhang Kezi remembered all the trouble he had today caused him. He lost money and was beaten. He had never felt so humiliated since he started in the underworld. As for Su Baoquan, the instigator, he still wanted to marry a wife, dream on.
And about the wife.
He just happened to need one. Thinking of this, Zhang Kezi immediately had new ideas and couldn't help but look at Su Iran. Su Iran couldn't admit she knew what Zhang was thinking. She simply spoke calmly. Please, Brother Zhang, help me bring back the grain. I rely on that grain to survive. Don't worry, miss, I will handle this. Don't be so polite. If you need help when you go to the city, just tell the rickshaw driver and they will take you to me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Zhang saw that Su Iran had nothing else to say, so he called over his men and hurriedly left. Only Su Baoquan's crying and cursing remained in the yard. Su Iran, you little brat. I am your uncle and you let someone hit me? You'll have a bad life. I tell you, when your grandma comes back, I will make her kill you. Hearing Su Baoquan's curses, Su Iran walked up to him and squatted down, smiling softly.
What?
You can't take it just yet? Things will get harder in the future. What will you do then? It's a pity, I don't really want to kill you all at once. After that, Su Iran stopped Su Baoquan's curses. If he had the strength, he could keep cursing. It didn't hurt her. She stood up and looked coldly toward the door, speaking in an icy voice. If you've had enough, just come in. As soon as Su Iran finished speaking, Su Qianqian trembled as she stepped inside from outside, pressed her body against the wall, and dared not come closer. She had seen how terrifying Su Iran could be when she fought. Now she realized that Su Iran's attacks on Grandma Su and Grandpa Su were not serious. It seemed like she was just teasing them. A girl fighting 6 strong men until they begged for mercy was terrifying, but Su Iran did it easily. Little Sister Yen, I know I was wrong. From now on, I'll listen to whatever you say. I won't make you unhappy anymore.
Please.
Let me go, okay?
It's
Uncle who asked me to find you. If I don't go, he'll sell me. Hearing Su Qianqian's stammering apology, Su Iran didn't believe her. She knew the Su family well. No matter how pitiful they seemed when begging, they would be even more arrogant later. She didn't care about their troublemaking. Anyway, on a rainy day, hitting children was common. It was also relaxing to tidy them up a bit, so she was quite happy. I understand. You want me to translate and improve your text using simple words, while removing any explicit content and keeping the overall meaning. Here is the corrected version. I understand. Go and take your little uncle inside the house. Remember to cover his mouth. It's noisy and annoying, said Su Iran.
Su iao lisant kerfalito Su Iranes verts.
She quietly went to Su Baoquan's side and was stunned by his terrible condition when she saw how badly he was hurt. Su Baoquan was full of injuries. Su Qiao didn't know how to help him. She was worried that touching him might cause more harm. Don't you dare touch me. Go find your grandma and ask her to send me to the hospital. I think I've broken my ribs and legs, he said, struggling to breathe. His pain made it hard for him to speak, and his words came out through clenched teeth. Su Qiao looked at his suffering face and then looked up towards Su Iran, wanting to ask what to do. But when she looked up, she saw that Su Iran was no longer in the yard. She didn't know who to listen to anymore. Su Qiao, are you trying to die? What are you hesitating for? Go find your grandma now. I can't handle her, but I can definitely handle you, said Su Baoquan. He was in so much pain that his whole body went numb. He had never experienced such suffering before. This time, he remembered it. When he got better, he would find a way to deal with that stubborn girl, Su Iran. If he couldn't do it openly, he would do it secretly. There was always a way to get rid of her. Hearing Su Baochuan's harsh words, Su Qiaoqiao didn't dare delay. She immediately ran outside the yard, shouting as she ran, "Help! Help! Save my little uncle! Please, save him!" Inside the house, Su Iran listened to Su Qiaoqiao's loud cries and couldn't help but smile. She thought that probably everyone in the village now knew about Su Baoquan being beaten. But Su Iran didn't care. These people couldn't cause any real trouble. If old lady Su dared to go to the police station to report, she would truly respect her as a brave woman. Let's see who gets there first, her or Su Baoquan. After listening to the commotion for a while, Su Iran slipped into her space to check on the tiger and black bear she had caught. Both animals were valuable. She hadn't seen their bodies when cooking, so she didn't know where they had gone. Su Qiaoqiao's shouting attracted many people. When she found old lady Su, she vividly described how Su Baoquan had been beaten up. However, due to the shadow cast by Su Iran, she did not reveal the details of Su Iran's actions against those people, nor did she mention that Su Baoquan was beaten on Su Iran's orders. When she heard that her beloved youngest son was hurt, Grandma Su immediately became anxious. She dropped her farming tools and hurriedly called Tan Hongling to go home together. Su Baoquan was her precious child, and if anything happened to him, she felt she couldn't live with herself. Grandma Su ran so fast through the fields that even Tan Hongling and Su Qiqi couldn't keep up. The workers nearby saw this and were stunned, sighing involuntarily. Grandma Su is really strong. She truly cares for Baoquan. This time, when he got hurt, Grandma Su will definitely take good care of him. After watching the scene, the villagers went back to their work. No one wanted to help. Because Grandma Su and Baoquan had caused trouble in the village for many years, everyone secretly hoped something would happen to their family soon. Now that Baoquan was hurt, it was a cause for celebration. If they weren't worried about getting into trouble, they would have gone to see what was happening. On her way home, Grandma Su happened to meet a group carrying a wild boar down the mountain. She quickly ran to the village secretary, who was startled and stepped back. His third uncle, please help Baoquan. Baoquan was beaten, and he's barely breathing. Hurry, get the villagers with the tractor to take him to the hospital. Not having time to watch this family argue, Su Jinghua thought the most important task now was to find Su Iran. But since the two people who knew about this had fainted, he didn't know where to go to find her. Someone wake Baoquan up and ask clearly where Su Iran was taken. Chuanbua, go to the brigade office and bring the tractor. We need to chase after Su Iran. Hopefully, it's not too late. Mu Luocheng heard Su Jinghua and didn't hesitate. He went straight to Baoquan, scooped water from a basin, and poured it forcefully onto Baochuan's face. Seeing Mu Luocheng's action, the people around felt a sharp pain on their faces. They thought the water poured on Baochuan's face was not water but stones. Oh no, you wicked person. What are you doing to my son? He has already been beaten to this state. How can you still bring yourself to hit him? Not sending him to the hospital is one thing, but trying to kill him, that's murder. Grandma Su looked up and saw the gloomy face of Mu Luochen. She immediately recognized him as the person who saved Su Iran that day. It was his rescue that changed Su Iran's attitude and caused chaos at home. Yes, it's you. It's you who ruined that girl's reputation. You refused to take responsibility. If you had been willing to take responsibility for her, we wouldn't have had to find her a husband who is disabled. Blame yourself. At this moment, Grandma Su realized she couldn't avoid the issue of selling Su Iran. She started shifting the blame onto Mu Luochen, repeatedly mentioning how he destroyed her reputation and refused to take responsibility. She even turned selling Su Iran into finding her a husband. Su Iran couldn't stand to watch inside the house. She didn't want Mu Luochen to be involved. She put down her sunflower seeds and walked out of the storage room. As she stepped outside, she clapped her hands and coldly cheered. My grandma's acting skills are so good. It's a shame she's not in a drama troupe. She can make black look like white. Seeing Su Iran come out, Mu Luochen quickly stepped forward, carefully examining her to make sure she was safe, then relaxed. He was about to speak but caught her eye, which told him not to say anything. The people standing in the yard didn't recognize that the girl in front of them was Su Iran. They stared blankly, unaware that the Su family had a little fairy hiding among them. "Thank you, third grandpa and the uncles from the village, for helping me seek justice. My little uncle really wanted to sell me, but I don't know how they ended up fighting among themselves. I don't remember what I ate, but I suddenly felt dizzy. I fell asleep in the house. When I heard everyone arguing, I finally woke up."
Are you
Su Iran? Su Jinghua looked at Su Iran in shock, unable to believe it, and asked. He had seen Su Iran before, and she was not like this at all back then. Su Iran had changed so much. Her skin was clear and bright, and her whole aura was different. Her delicate features, set against her shiny black eyes, made her look like a different person. No one could recognize that this girl was the same Su Iran who used to keep her head down all the time. "You little brat, you're still at home? How come your little uncle has become like this? You wicked person, if anything happens to your uncle, I will take your life." Old Lady Su's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Su Iran. She never expected Su Iran to appear safely at home. What happened to her son? Su Iran looked at Old Lady Su's furious face and smiled coldly, a look of disdain in her eyes. "If he had an accident, why would he want to take my life? He was harmed because of you. If you hadn't sent someone to inform him and urged him to find someone to sell me, would he have suddenly brought people back? If he hadn't brought people back suddenly, would I have been beaten so badly?" Su Iran's voice was quiet, but everyone heard her clearly. They were shocked by her words and never thought the situation was like this. After Su Iran finished speaking, Old Lady Su didn't believe it. She couldn't believe that those people were brothers of Su Baoquan. How could they beat him up? She immediately refuted Su Iran without thinking.
No, impossible. Baoquan. He
has a good relationship with those people. I don't believe it. There must be a reason behind this. Enough, Tu Jiao Jiao. You and your son are so vicious. Su Baochuan's situation is deserved. You handle his matters yourself. Also, I warn you, if Su Baochuan's actions cause trouble for the village, I will drive your whole family out. After speaking, Su Jinghua and a few others who came with him left. When they reached the door, he stopped and turned to look at Su Iran. "Su Iran, come with me to the brigade office. I have something to discuss with you." After that, Su Jinghua couldn't help but glance at the unstable storage room. He thought it was better to settle Su Iran's house soon. It was better for a delicate and pretty girl like her not to live in this house, or something might happen someday. "Okay, I'll come right away." Hearing Su Jinghua call her, Su Iran immediately responded, and then turned to look at the man standing beside her. Mu Luochen noticed her gaze, and withdrew his eyes from Old Lady Su and Su Baoquan, then looked into Su Iran's dark eyes. "Let's go together." Mu Luochen's voice was deep and pleasant. Su Iran couldn't help but glance at him again. She felt that Mu Luochen was a bit strange. Could it be that she was conquered by his charm? However, it doesn't matter what kind of status Mu Luochen has or why he appears here. I have a feeling that this person will be very useful in the future. Getting along well with him shouldn't cause any problems. Su Iran quickly left behind the village secretary, walking briskly. Behind her, the old lady Su's curses and cries could be heard intermittently, but Su Iran paid no attention. When they arrived at the brigade office, the village secretary led Su Iran inside and asked the villagers to help call Su Jinan over. No one else was allowed in. Although Su Jinan didn't know what the village secretary wanted, he was very excited when he saw Su Iran coming and ran over happily. He entered the office, saw Su Iran immediately, and patted her on the shoulder twice, which made her frown and try to dodge. The village secretary saw Su Jinan's rough behavior and frowned tightly, then scolded him coldly.
"Susgenan begentle.
Little miss here can't handle being patted around like that. Sit down, I have something to say." Realizing he had been too rough, Su Jinan felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his hands, then awkwardly apologized to Su Iran. "Sorry, second uncle was too excited." I've never seen such a big wild boar in my life, and I lost control of my emotions. I was a bit too rough. But I have to say, you really are brave, little girl. If anyone saw a bear fighting a wild boar, they would have run away in fear. You stayed put and waited for a good chance. That's impressive. But next time, don't do that again. It's too dangerous. Luckily, the black bear didn't attack you this time. Su Jinan spoke happily because their village is poor and people rarely get meat once a year. This time they had such a big pig and every family could share some good food. That Mu Jiqing already told us that she agreed with you. She said you only want the ribs. I think girls from the city probably don't like fatty meat. I've told those distributing the meat to give you more meat on the ribs. After saying this, Su Jinan was satisfied and turned to look at the village secretary. Remembering that the secretary called him over, he immediately became serious and a bit proud after talking so much. Third uncle, no, secretary, why did you call me here? I forgot to ask what happened to Uncle Jinqing's family member, Baoquan. Is it serious? Hearing Su Jinan mention Su Baoquan, Su Jinghua couldn't help but snort and told everything Baoquan had done. While speaking, he also asked Su Yiran to add details about what had happened. After hearing Su Jinghua, Su Jinan angrily slammed his water cup on the table, splashing water everywhere. Su Baoquan is too much. Last year, our village's best village contest failed because of him. Now he dares to sell Su Yiran. Third uncle, this can't be tolerated. What do you think we should do? The village secretary looked at Su Yiran and sighed, speaking slowly. Today, Su Baoquan was badly hurt. He should stay quiet for a few days. The most important thing now is to settle Iran. I agree with her wanting to build a house. I'll go to the town hall early tomorrow to get the paperwork done. As for Iran wanting to bring Qiujing to split the family, you'll need to visit the Su family several times. They probably won't agree easily. Think of a good way to persuade them and bring Qiujing out. Tomorrow morning, start building the house. The storage room where Iran lives might collapse after a couple of rains. It's too dangerous to stay there. Because of what Baoquan did today, the village secretary felt more sympathy for Su Yiran. He hadn't gone home yet and didn't know about the milk powder coupons. When he finds out, he plans to personally help Su Yiran build a house tomorrow. No matter what, we must finish this quickly. Even with just one wild boar, we need to speed up. It's thanks to Iran that everyone can have meat. We must do our best to get this done. Hearing the village secretary, Su Jinan nodded firmly. At that moment, Su Yiran stood up from her chair and placed the money she earned from selling grain and wildfowl yesterday on the table, 10 large bills, totaling 100 yuan. Great-grandpa, second uncle, here is the money. Please help me and my mother build a sturdy house. It's not easy to build a house once. Su Yiran looked a bit sad as she spoke, making Su Jinan and Su Jinghua feel uncomfortable. They both thought she was having a hard time. Don't worry, I will definitely build the house according to your request. We'll start construction tomorrow. You don't need to rush about the money. The team still has some funds to cover the costs. I'll advance you the money first, and once you have your own, you can pay the team back gradually. Seeing Su Yiran's pitiful expression, Su Jinghua felt a bit sympathetic. He thought about how she, a city girl, had fallen into the village and was almost sold by that beast, Su Baoquan. He couldn't help but feel a little more tender, and his tone became much gentler. That will be Grandpa San and second uncle. Money isn't a problem, just use the best materials. I've saved some money over the years. Enough to build the house. Saving money? How could the original owner have saved money? That fool gave all her money to Grandma Su as soon as she returned to the Su family. There was no money left. However, since Su Yiran had space in her hand, she planned to sell some grain tonight. After she returned, she would have enough for the house. Money wasn't an issue for her. After discussing the house construction, Su Jinan and Su Jinghua also went to arrange for the pork distribution. Su Yiran went out with them. When Su Yiran left the village committee, she was carrying a bunch of pork ribs. Just as she reached the gate, she saw Mu Luoqing standing under a tree not far away. She couldn't help but wonder if he was waiting for her. In the next second, she shook off those unnecessary thoughts. Who was he? How could he be waiting for her here? She almost got carried away with her imagination. She looked away from Mu Luocheng and walked toward the Su family. Although she didn't want to go back, the Su family still had Qiu Jing. Until her house was built, she had to live with that family. She just hoped that after today's events, the Su family would wake up and bother her less. Before she took more than a few steps, Mu Luocheng blocked her way. Su Yiran looked up, her big eyes confused as she looked at him, showing a rare, silly expression. Are you waiting for me? Is there something you want? Mu Luocheng heard her carefree question and frowned slightly. Then, as if he understood something, he raised an eyebrow at her and spoke playfully. Do you think I'm standing here in the sun? Su Yiran looked up at the burning sun, her beautiful eyes curling into a smile. She mimicked his gesture, raising her eyebrows and teasingly said, Maybe you like this kind of hobby? Just as Su Yiran finished speaking, a noisy voice came from behind. Hey, what are you two doing here? Brother Chen, the stove is already set up and we bought the coal stove too. Aunt Sun said we need to start cooking our big pot. Mu Luocheng glanced at Zhou Xian, who was excitedly running over. For some reason, he felt Zhou Xian seemed very happy living in the countryside. Did you bring back the package? Yes, I did, and there's also a letter. Suddenly remembering something, Zhou Xian immediately put down the iron pot, took a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Mu Luocheng. Mu Luocheng took the letter, but didn't rush to open it. He was feeling a bit annoyed from the sun and pulled Su Yiran's arm, heading toward the shade of a tree. At this time, many people had come to share the meat, and they happened to see the scene. Some started whispering quietly. Wow, did you see that? The new handsome young man from the city is holding hands with the girl who sells buns. When she fell into the water yesterday, she said she didn't need anyone to take responsibility. What's going on today? Can't you tell? I think the new handsome guy from the city has taken a liking to the bun girl. Besides, she's really pretty. Anyone would be moved. You don't know, when she brought food to her mother at noon, all the young men in the village couldn't take their eyes off her. That's right. I even heard that Wei Chong fought with Erjuzi because Erjuzi said the bun girl had a nice backside. Wei Chong lost his temper and started a fight. Oh no!
Did you know?
Wei Chong's mother said that Wei Chong was bewitched by that girl. He went home early and told his mother to go to Grandma Sue's house to propose. Grandma Sue is a tough woman, and Wei Chong's mother was so scared she punched him twice and told him to forget about it. Listening to the gossip around them, Su Yiran and Mu Luocheng's faces didn't look good. Su Yiran didn't like being made fun of. As for Mu Luocheng, he didn't even know what was making him so restless. Zhou Xian heard the gossip more clearly and, curious, walked over to Su Yiran with a gossiping look. Su Yiran, is Wei Chong your boyfriend? It seems your future mother-in-law doesn't like you very much. Before Zhou Xian could finish speaking, Su Yiran reached into her pocket and flicked a small stone accurately at Zhou Xian's big, toothy grin. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's front teeth ached sharply. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand and looked at Su Yiran with disbelief. He hadn't even seen how she threw the stone. You're so boring. If you have nothing to do, I'll go now. We'll have ribs for dinner tonight. Su Yiran didn't know what Mu Luocheng wanted to tell her, but she felt annoyed being watched by those people. She didn't want to stay any longer. After speaking, Su Yiran took a long step to leave. Suddenly, she found a roll of money in her hand. She looked up at Mu Luocheng, who was stuffing the money into her palm, with some confusion. Before she could ask why, Mu Luocheng touched his straight nose and spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. The money for your house is our meal money. You and I need to go to the youth station. I'll bring your lunchbox. Mu Luocheng didn't say much. He walked ahead with his tall legs, leaving Su Yiran behind. She looked at the money in her hand and then at his tall figure in front of her, feeling a bit puzzled. Was this man really so rich? Zhou Xian saw Su Yiran standing there in a daze and quickly walked over. Just as he was about to say something, the pain in his teeth returned. He immediately covered his mouth and chased after Mu Luocheng. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. He thought Su Yiran was also quite scary. Su Yiran put the roll of money into her pocket and didn't refuse Mu Luoqing's kindness. Although she wasn't short of money, since Mu Luoqing said it was for food, she felt she deserved it. Accepting it was only natural. Relaxed, Su Yiran carried the ribs and arrived at the small courtyard of the youth station. She hadn't knocked on the door yet when she heard someone mocking from another yard. "Oh, isn't that Baozi girl? Baozi girl, are you here to see Qiao Jiqing again? Let me see, are you here to deliver ribs today?" Su Yiran turned around and saw a person with a harsh face standing in front of her. She thought for a moment, but couldn't recognize who this person was. "Baozi girl, why aren't you talking? Have you gone mute? Weren't you calling Qiao Jiqing sweetly just now?" "I really don't know." Before Wang Taihong finished speaking, Su Yiran raised her hand and gently grabbed her chin, easily removing her jaw. Su Yiran looked at Wang Taihong with disdain, annoyed by her inability to keep her mouth shut. She felt the world was silent, and her head hurt listening to her. A normally decent person just had to have a mouth that wouldn't speak properly, so there was no point in keeping it. When Su Yiran suddenly acted, not only was Wang Taihong surprised to have her jaw taken away, but everyone in the yard who was watching was also shocked. No one expected the usually gentle Su Yiran to actually make a move. "Su Yiran, are you crazy? Why did you hit her?" Zhang Hehua had long disliked Su Yiran, especially that morning when Su Yiran took away her chance to get close to the two new young workers. "Why did I hit her? If she hadn't started shouting at me like a crazy dog, I wouldn't have done anything." "What? If a dog bites me, I can't fight back?" Su Yiran was not a patient person. Since she was young, no one had told her to be tolerant. She only knew that holding in anger made her more upset, and stepping back meant anyone could bully her. The best way to solve problems was through strength. As long as you were strong enough, anyone who wanted to pick a fight would have to think twice about whether they could win. Seeing Su Yiran acting like a troublemaker, everyone else who wanted to speak up for Wang Taihong fell silent. Only Zhang Hehua kept talking, trying to defend her. Su Yiran looked at Zhang Hehua, who was shouting from a safe distance about a meter away. She scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, she remembered a video she saw online. It showed a dog on a leash, barking loudly at another person. When the leash was slackened, the dog immediately backed down. Thinking of this, Su Yiran suddenly smiled. She felt that the video had become real in this moment. She wouldn't miss the chance to tease the dog. She took a step forward, causing Zhang Hehua to panic and step back quickly. In the end, Zhang Hehua tripped over something and fell backward, landing the ground. The stones on the ground made her cry out in pain several times. After Zhang Hehua fell, the nearby young people watching the scene looked at Su Yiran with some fear. They seemed to see a madwoman in her eyes. Su Yiran didn't care about their looks. She only knew that after today, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they should think carefully about whether they could handle her. At that moment, the door of the small courtyard opened. Mu Luoqing came out carrying 2 lunchboxes in one hand and a bag of bottles and jars in the other. Su Haida had just entered the house and was shouting loudly at Grandma Su's room. After a while, Grandma Su opened the door, walking out with difficulty using her cane. When she came out, she didn't look happy about her grandson. Instead, her face was grim, and she looked fiercely at Tan Hongling. "You still know how to come back. Do you know the house is a mess? You're so good, taking the kid to your mother's house to hide away. Don't just stand there. Go to the river and wash the dirty clothes. You're useless and stupid." Tan Hongling was happy to return from her family, but she didn't expect to be met with such a harsh remark. Her smiling face stiffened, and she frowned in displeasure. "Mom, why should I wash the clothes? We agreed that second sister-in-law would do it. Why should I? I won't do it." Tan Hongling had a decent family background and some status with Grandma Su. When she heard Grandma Su bossing her around to wash clothes, she immediately became unwilling. She didn't even want to cook, and now she was asked to wash clothes she refused. "Oh, you old hag. You dare to talk back." Grandma Su raised her wooden stick and struck Tan Hongling hard. Tan Hongling, suddenly hit, didn't dare to argue anymore and could only beg for mercy. Mom, I know I was wrong. I'll go wash the clothes right now. I just asked a question. Why did you hit me? Isn't washing clothes supposed to be second sister-in-law's job? Don't mention that unlucky woman. Her daughter caused chaos in our house. Xiaoquan is in the hospital, and I hurt my leg. The second child was also sent to the hospital. Now she's in the city and hasn't come back for 2 days. When she returns, I'll break her legs. Old Mrs. Su clenched her teeth as she spoke. Whenever she mentioned Xiaojing and Su Iran and their daughter, she felt a strong desire to punish them. She hated how these two troublemakers had disturbed her peaceful family. After hearing Mrs. Su's words, Tan Hongling and Su Qiqi looked at each other. Su Qiqi's relaxed expression suddenly became tense. She was very afraid that Su Iran might force her to marry someone she didn't want to. Understanding the current situation at home, Tan Hongling stopped arguing. She put all the dirty clothes into a wooden basin and, along with Su Qiqi, took Su Haida to the river to wash clothes. On the way to wash clothes, Su Qiqi gently tugged at Tan Hongling's sleeve and looked at her with pleading eyes. Mom, maybe you should work with Su Iran. I don't want to marry the crazy man from the Kong family. Grandma said yesterday that the crazy man from the Kong family once used a kitchen knife to hurt his father. I'm scared and don't want to go. Hearing Su Qiqi's constant complaints, Tan Hongling felt annoyed. She pushed away Su Qiqi's hand pulling at her clothes and spoke impatiently. Go away. If she was really capable, she wouldn't need to bother us. Don't forget, your father is the one who sent her to the Kong family. With your father here, she can't do anything. She's just a young girl. Too naive. She thinks causing trouble will make everyone afraid of her. There's no reason to be afraid of her. She's just trying to scare you. It's a pity we didn't scare her. On the day my little brother was beaten, I had arranged for someone to wait at the village entrance. As soon as she left the village, we could have caught her. But she didn't run away, and I missed out on earning those 200 yuan. Tan Hongling was very upset watching Su Iran act arrogantly at home. The old Su Iran used to be a soft girl who would obediently work after eating some wild vegetables, just like her mother, who was as stubborn as an old ox. But ever since she fell into the water, she seemed to have changed completely. Tan Hongling wasn't superstitious, but she thought Su Iran was like a rabbit pushed to the edge. She wouldn't have much time to jump around before her family realized her tricks were fake. Then she would obediently be controlled again, no longer a threat. Su Qiqi didn't agree with Tan Hongling at all. She had seen Su Iran hit people herself and knew she shouldn't underestimate her. Mom, why don't you believe me? You also said we shouldn't bother her back then. Why did you change your mind? Su Qiqi couldn't understand Tan Hongling's unpredictable attitude. She didn't dare to risk her own life. You silly girl, what do you know? I just told you not to bother her these days. She just fell into the water, so her anger must be strong. After a few days, that will pass, and she'll go back to her old self. All right, stop talking. Later, you go wash the clothes, and I'll go catch fish for your brother. As she spoke, Tan Hongling handed the wooden basin to Su Qiqi and then pulled Su Haida toward the riverbank. Seeing Tan Hongling's indifferent attitude, Su Qiqi's worries quickly eased. She also thought her mother was right. Her father was the one who sent someone to the Kong family. Her father wouldn't send her to that crazy person. Just as Su Qiqi was about to go wash the clothes, she saw a crowd heading toward the village committee. Curious, she followed behind. She listened from the back of the group and soon understood that Wang Lizi from the village and the daughter-in-law of the Sun family, who was a young woman sent to the countryside, had been caught having an affair. She originally wanted to go see the excitement but was stopped by Su Sanwan, who had just finished work. He grabbed her collar and pulled her out of the crowd. On the way back, Su Sanwan already knew what had happened. Seeing Su Qiqi eager to join the commotion, his face darkened, and he quietly scolded her. You're such a foolish girl. Don't you feel ashamed? How can you always get involved in these things? He then saw the basin in Su Qiqi's hand, slapped her on the head, and sternly said, Hurry up and wash the clothes. If you can't finish before dinner, don't come home to eat. After dismissing Su Qiqi, Su Sanjin turned to go see the crowd. Such incidents were unheard of in the village, people caught cheating or being caught in the act. He was very curious. Su Laosan finally squeezed into the crowd and saw Wang Lizi, who was covered in only a few leaves. He didn't bother to hide his shame, crouched on the ground covering his face, with a few obvious bruises on his body. Meanwhile, Sun Jia's daughter-in-law, Ma Hongyan, was wearing Sun Zili's shirt, with her two fair, chubby legs exposed. She knelt by Sun Zili's leg, begging for mercy in a low voice. But Sun Zili never looked at her and kept a cold, stern expression. "Zili, what do you plan to do?" Su Zhannan looked at Sun Zili and asked sadly. Wang Lizi and Ma Hongyan's situation was uncovered by Su Zhannan and his men. He initially planned to resolve it quietly in the woods to preserve Sun Zili's dignity. However, unexpectedly, many people came up the mountain, making it impossible to hide the matter. They had to bring the people to the village committee office for official handling. Their behavior is problematic. According to the rules, they should be sent to reform through labor. Village chief, please handle them properly. Also, before dealing with Ma Hongyan, I want to divorce her. When Sun Zili heard about the divorce, Ma Hongyan couldn't take it anymore. How could he want to divorce her? She didn't believe Sun Zili would actually leave her. No, I don't want a divorce. I don't want to be sent to the farm. Zili, believe me, I am innocent. Smack. As Ma Hongyan claimed she was innocent, Sun Zili finally couldn't hold back. He raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. He felt like she was treating him like a fool. How could she be falsely accused of such things? The scene he saw still replayed in his mind. As her man, he had never seen her act so recklessly before. After slapping her, Sun Zili seemed to find a way to vent his anger. He grabbed Ma Hongyan's hair and slapped her several more times. Blood and teeth came out of her mouth. Seeing this, the villagers quickly tried to intervene, but Sun Zili, now furious, ignored their efforts. He pulled Ma Hongyan's head and slammed it against a nearby table. "Stop him. Quickly stop him. Sun Zili, don't stain your hands for this person. Killing someone means facing punishment." Su Zhannan saw that the situation was getting out of control. He shouted at Sun Zili. Suddenly, Sun Zili seemed to wake up. He released Ma Hongyan and muttered softly, "That's right. I can't ruin my whole life for a woman. Ma Hongyan, you shouldn't have died. Being sent to the farm and bearing the shame of being labeled a troublemaker is what you deserve." Then Sun Zili stood up, laughed loudly, and left the village committee. Some people close to Sun Zili worried he might get into trouble, so they followed after him. By this point, things had reached a conclusion. Wang Lizi and Ma Hongyan were both publicly humiliated and sent to the farm. A struggle session was held, and they were sent away. Meanwhile, Sun Zili received a letter of introduction from the village committee and went out to do odd jobs. Su Yiran looked through some information for a while. She wanted to know if there were any treasures in Fengcheng, but after a long search, she found nothing. She glanced at the time and went to prepare dinner. For dinner, she made her favorite spicy hot pot with a bowl of rice. After eating, she prepared another portion of spicy hot pot, packed it into a lunchbox, and happily headed out after packing the rice. Halfway there, she saw Tan Hongling carrying a fish and leading Su Haida home. Tan Hongling didn't speak when she saw Su Yiran but turned her waist and walked towards her house with the fish in hand. Su Qiqi was left behind, struggling to carry a heavy wooden basin. She felt like she couldn't take another step. Just when Su Qiqi was about to give up, she saw Su Yiran standing not far away. "Su Yiran, come help me. Washing clothes is your job. I helped you, so why aren't you helping me now? Why are you just standing there?" Seeing that Su Yiran didn't hesitate, Su Qiqi started bossing her around. While washing clothes, she had already decided that her mother was right. Su Yiran wasn't scary. She was just a bit more intense after pulling her out of the water. In a few days, she would return to her old self, and then she wouldn't be so easy to control. Thinking of this, Su Qiqi became even more arrogant. When she saw Su Yiran coming over, She directly placed the wooden basin in front of her and said proudly, "Move the clothes inside and hang them up. I told you, I did the work, so you owe me a piece of the fabric I like. Today's matter is settled. Also, my mother caught some fish today. If you follow my instructions, I'll be generous and give you some fish soup with pancakes." After speaking, Su Chichi tilted her head and walked towards the Su family's direction, acting proud and as if Su Iran was the lowest person in the house. Seeing Su Chichi's changed attitude, Su Iran gave a cold smile.
Good.
The more they acted like this, the less likely she was to hold back. She casually glanced at the water basin on the ground, then stored it into her space. Inside were mostly clothes of Grandma Su and Grandpa Su. She wondered what would happen if their clothes disappeared and how Su Chichi would be punished. Su Iran paid no attention to the Su family's affairs and strode towards the youth commune. At this moment, all the young people at the Knowledge Youth site are working on reform through labor. The once lively courtyard is now silent and eerie. Su Iran walks to the small courtyard, takes out prepared rice and spicy hot pot from her basket, and gently knocks on the door. Soon, the door opens from inside. Mu Luocheng comes out, holding the snacks that Zhou Xian previously gave her. "This is specially bought for you," he says. Without giving Su Iran a chance to refuse, Mu Luocheng takes the dinner she offers and directly puts the items into her hands. Su Iran looks at the extra things in her hands and smiles sweetly. She doesn't refuse and softly says thank you. She can't help but think that it would be so much better if this man could be straight. He shouldn't have let Zhou Xian get away with it. That man is really annoying. Seeing the noble attitude of the man in front of her, she realizes that they are from two different worlds. Suddenly, she feels she's overthinking. No matter how good Mu Luocheng is, he can't be hers. She quickly dismisses these unnecessary thoughts and changes the subject. "Oh, by the way, tonight's dishes are a bit spicy. I'm sending you some cucumbers, tomatoes, and a few bottles of soda," she says. As she speaks, Su Iran puts the snacks into her basket, then takes out a cloth bag and 4 bottles of soda from it. The bag contains cucumbers and tomatoes. Su Iran quickly stuffs everything into Mu Luocheng's arms. Through the cloth bag, Mu Luocheng smells the fresh cucumber scent but focuses his gaze on the soda bottles. He drank the soda Su Iran gave him this afternoon. Feeling something was off, he asked the village secretary about Su Iran. He learned she came from the city, so having a few bottles of soda was not surprising. However, the freshness of the cucumbers and tomatoes doesn't seem like they were bought from the market. They look freshly picked. Thinking of this, Mu Luocheng doesn't hide his curiosity and directly asks, "Your cucumbers are so fresh. Did you grow them yourself?" Su Iran didn't expect him to ask that. She frowns, hesitates for a moment, then speaks.
"Well,
"It's a secret. My mother cleared a piece of wasteland in the mountains and planted some cucumbers and tomatoes. The family doesn't know. Okay, I won't say more. You should go back and eat. The food will get cold and won't taste good." After speaking, Su Iran didn't wait for Mu Luocheng to say anything. She hurriedly ran away. This excuse was something she thought of on the spot. She didn't want to say too much and cause Mu Luocheng to become suspicious. She really doesn't understand farming, and talking too much might reveal her true intentions. Mu Luocheng stood still, watching Su Iran's fleeing figure. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He thought Su Iran's innocent, girl-like attitude was quite cute. Thinking of this, Mu Luocheng's originally smiling eyes suddenly darkened. He felt that the Su Iran he saw now was completely different from the one described by the village secretary. "Brother Chen, why haven't you come in yet? Did something happen?"
Zhou Xian asked.
He knew that Su Iran had just come to deliver dinner, but Mu Luocheng hadn't returned for a long time. He couldn't sit still and went out to look for him. When he stepped outside, he immediately saw the soda in Mu Luocheng's arms. "Oh my goodness, Brother Chen, where did you get this soda? Did it come from the city? I've looked everywhere in Fengqing's department stores, but I haven't seen any soda for sale. Give it to me. I'm craving it so much." Without waiting, Zhou Xian took the soda from Mu Luocheng's arms. He hugged it and ran back to the house. The soda was just too precious. Mu Luocheng looked away from the direction where Su Yiran had left. He turned around and headed toward the small courtyard. In a moment of inattentiveness, he caught sight of a dark shadow. When he looked again, the shadow had disappeared. Su Yiran, after delivering the dinner to Mu Luocheng, didn't rush home. She didn't want to hear the noise and arguing from the Su family. Feeling annoyed, she headed toward the back mountain. Today, while reviewing some documents, she accidentally saw a record about a plant called moonlight grass in Fengcheng. It glows at night and has miraculous effects. If someone is in danger or near death, taking moonlight grass can buy them an extra half-hour of life. After reading about this plant, her first thought was to plant it in her golden fields. If it really has such good effects, she could use it for research. Without hesitation, Su Yiran headed alone up the mountain. The figure that had been following her paused when it saw her go up the mountain. Late at night, going up the mountain was very dangerous. He wanted to stop Su Yiran from going up, but was worried she might discover he was following her. So, he stood at the foot of the mountain for a while before turning and leaving. Su Yiran wandered in the forest for over 3 hours without seeing any glowing grass. Just as she was about to leave, she tripped over something hard. She crouched down and used her flashlight to look. It was a dried, fan-shaped piece of wood. She examined it carefully, but couldn't see anything special about it or identify its type. Just as she was about to throw the wood away, it suddenly disappeared. Watching this magical scene, Su Yiran smiled softly and casually said naughty, then happily headed down the mountain to go home. When she reached the door of the Su family, she heard Grandma Su cursing and Su Qiqi crying loudly. Su Yiran rubbed her aching temples, surprised that she hadn't escaped her troubles even after hiding for so long. Tan Hongling came out of the house and immediately saw Su Yiran standing at the gate. She hurried over, frowning as she looked at her. Seeing that Su Yiran had nothing in her hands and her face suddenly darkened, she asked sharply, "Xiao Ran, where are Qiqi's clean clothes? Where did you put them? Why are you asking me about Qiqi's clothes?" "I don't know where she put them," Su Yiran replied. She didn't care what Tan Hongling wanted to say and gently pushed her aside, walking straight into the yard. Tan Hongling's face darkened quickly. She took a few steps to catch up and grabbed Su Yiran's arm forcefully. "Su Yiran, stop causing trouble. Hurry up and give me the clothes." "Qiqi said she gave you the clean clothes to bring back. Where did you hide them? Hurry and get them out. Don't you see Qiqi has been scolded because of you?" Tan Hongling looked at her with a stern face. She was fed up with Su Yiran. It was one thing to scare Qiqi, but now she was falsely accusing her of being beaten. She couldn't take it anymore. She was about to grab Su Yiran to vent her anger, but before she could, Su Yiran caught her hand. Su Yiran's cold voice interrupted her. "Third aunt, are you really going to hit me? Do you also want to experience what it's like to be dealt with? Didn't Susie tell you how I handle those troublemakers? I've said many times, as long as you don't bother me first, I won't bother you either. Do you want to end up like Su Baoquan?" After saying this, Su Yiran forcefully pushed Tan Hongling away without giving her a glance and walked straight into her room. Tan Hongling was pushed back a few steps and looked at Su Yiran's back in disbelief. She felt that Su Yiran's current attitude didn't seem like just a moment of anger, and she wondered if she had been wrong. Maybe Su Yiran was really not someone to be bullied anymore. When Su Yiran returned to her room, Susie's crying had finally stopped after a long time, and Tan Hongling didn't come to bother her again. She tidied up her bed and slept peacefully, knowing she had an early morning trip to the black market to discuss the vegetable and fruit business. The next morning, Su Yiran left at 4 o'clock as usual. She climbed over the wall from the yard, rode her bike, and headed toward the black market. This time, Su Yiran didn't go to see the grain shop owner first. Instead, she took out the grain, cucumbers, tomatoes, and fresh small greens, covered them with a black rain cloth, and made sure no one was around before heading into the black market. As soon as Su Yiran entered the black market, someone gently tapped her shoulder. She turned around and saw the grain shop owner looking at her with anticipation. "Miss Su, you finally came. I've been waiting here every day." I've already had people investigate the market vegetable prices. Your grain is really high quality. When they heard you also had vegetables, they ordered in advance for me. Miss Sue, let's talk somewhere private. The grain shop owner then invited Sue Iran to the back of the shop. As soon as they sat down, he called a young assistant to prepare some tea for her. There's no need to make things complicated, boss. Just tell me what you want. I can't stay here too long. Sue Iran felt very happy about Su Lao Tai ignoring her. She liked this peaceful feeling. If they had figured things out earlier, they wouldn't have suffered so much or gotten hurt. When Sue Iran pushed open the door to the storage room, she saw Susie kneeling inside her room. Her temples throbbed suddenly, and she wondered what trouble the Sue family was planning now. What are you kneeling here for? Sue Iran looked at Su Chichi with a slightly furrowed brow, noticing her innocent expression. This family had too many bad intentions, and she had to be careful. Second sister, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Please return my clothes. I promise I won't make you work anymore. Grandma said if you don't give me back my clothes, I have to keep kneeling here. As Su Chichi spoke, tears started to fall. She was genuinely scared today, afraid that Grandma Su might hit her again over the clothes. Su Iran coldly glanced at Su Chichi kneeling on the ground, then stepped over her and walked past. She stopped at the door of the house and said calmly, I've told you many times, I didn't see the clothes. After you threw the clothes in front of me and left, I also left. I really don't know who took the clothes away in the end. Su Iran no longer looked at Su Chichi. She wouldn't forgive those who bullied her. If she wanted to kneel, she could stay kneeling here. It didn't affect her at all. She had once tried to give them a chance, but this family didn't want to work with her. So, let them face the consequences of their actions. Seeing Su Iran close the old, broken door without mercy, Su Chichi, who had always looked down on her, got up from the ground, angrily left the house, covered her face, and ran to Grandma Su. Grandma, she still won't admit she hid the clothes. Before Su Chichi finished speaking, Grandma Su raised her stick and sharply struck her. But today, Grandma Su was in a better mood than yesterday. She only scolded her for being useless, and then went back inside. Su Iran watched from the window as Grandma Su's attitude toward Su Chichi. She guessed that Tan Hongling had probably already handled this matter. Seems like Tan Hongling was quite capable. She didn't bother with their affairs anymore. She was too lazy to carry out the mattress from the space. She simply entered her space and went into her two-story villa. She took a comfortable shower and happily lay on her big bed, enjoying a good nap. In the city hospital, Gu Jinjin had now woken up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qiancheng sitting by her bed with a dark expression. Startled by his gloomy face, she instinctively moved back. Qiancheng. Brother Qiancheng, why are you here? Gu Jinjin felt guilty as she looked at Qiancheng. She hadn't yet thought of an excuse to fool him. If it weren't for her mother-in-law's surgery, she could confidently deny the miscarriage, but now, nothing she said would help. How did I end up here? Shouldn't I have come? My fiancé had a miscarriage. Shouldn't I come to check on her? Gu Jinjin, you're really impressive. If you hadn't been kicked in the stomach by Su Iran, I might never have guessed you would accuse me of something so serious. Gu Jinjin, how dare you? At this point, Qiancheng reached out and grabbed Gu Jinjin's neck. He thought about how he would soon become the joke of the family compound and felt like choking her to death. Brother Qiancheng, listen to me. This isn't how it seems. I didn't know I was pregnant. I was a victim. Weak and fragile, Gu Jinjin was no match for the tall Qiancheng. She grabbed his hand, trying to pull it away, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape his grip. Just as she felt she was about to run out of air, Qiancheng released her. Victim? Tell me how you were victimized. I warn you in advance, don't lie to me, and don't involve Su Iran. My mother told me you've been pregnant for at least a month and a half. You didn't even know Su Iran a month and a half ago. Do you understand what I mean? Before entering Gu Jinjin's hospital room, Qiancheng had already heard Wang Chuanxia blame Su Iran for everything. He couldn't understand how Wang Chuanxia could say such things confidently. Although Su Iran was gentle by nature, she wasn't someone they could use as an excuse to deceive him. He couldn't accept them falsely accusing an innocent person, especially Su Iran. Gu Xinjin was frightened by Qian Cheng's harsh expression. Her eyes flickered as she wanted to avoid his questions. The next moment, she heard Qian Cheng speak coldly. "Forget it. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Our relationship is over. Gu Xinjin. Don't bother me again." Qian Cheng stood up. Gu Xinjin was truly panicked now. She reached out and grabbed his wrist, looking at him with pleading eyes. "No, Qian Cheng, you can't. You can't abandon me. If you leave me, I will be finished. Everyone in the neighborhood will find out about my miscarriage." Just as Qian Cheng was about to pry open Gu Xinjin's hand, he suddenly laughed. He didn't understand how Gu Xinjin could say such things. Was she shameless enough to be content with just a green turtle? "Gu Xinjin, do you think I am a person? You knew you were pregnant from the start, right? That's why you hurried to get into my bed. Do you think I really like you and am willing to give up my dignity to accept everything about you?" Hearing Qian Cheng's accusations, Gu Xinjin shook her head hard, trying to deny her little scheme. She refused to admit it. Her thoughts had been seen through by Qian Cheng. Qian Cheng no longer wanted to waste words with Gu Xinjin. He gently shook off her hand that was holding his arm, then turned and left without looking back. Gu Xinjin watched Qian Cheng's back as he walked away. She knew she was truly finished this time. Qian Cheng would never forgive her again. Wang Chuanxia watched Qian Cheng leave the hospital room. She reached out to stop him, but before she could speak, Lu Shiping, standing behind her, coldly said, "Wang Chuanxia, from now on, our Qian family and your Gu family will have nothing to do with each other. I've already told Lao Qian about Gu Xinjin. He said he would clarify things with Gu Changzheng. The last bit of dignity we can leave you is that I won't say a word about your daughter's matter in the residential area. Please don't bother Qian Cheng anymore." After speaking, Lu Shiping left with Qian Cheng. Wang Chuanxia stood there blankly, realizing this time the Gu family and the Qian family were completely cut off. Hearing Su Iran's words, Shaoli immediately nodded excitedly and said, "I can do it. My sisters and I have all made reservations." Shaoli had just overheard the conversation between Su Iran and Qian Jiun. She thought Su Iran had given Qian Jiun so many soaps that she wouldn't get any. But unexpectedly, Su Iran hadn't forgotten about her. Shaoli looked at Su Iran eagerly. She thought Su Iran was the best person she had ever met and was grateful for her brave step in greeting Su Iran first. "Here, take these 100 soaps. I have other things to do, so I'll leave now." After saying that, Su Iran kicked another box from under the table out onto the floor. Little Li watched Su Iran as if she was performing magic, rubbing her eyes. She couldn't remember that when Su Iran entered the restaurant, she was carrying a bar of soap. Su Iran didn't give Little Li a chance to ask questions. She stood up and walked outside the restaurant, then rode her bike back to the old canning factory. Meanwhile, at the Su family home, after breakfast, Grandma Su and Tan Hongling went to work. Grandma Su originally wanted to rest at home for a few days, but seeing that the pigs might starve, she had to force herself to go feed them. While feeding the pigs, many people approached Grandma Su to talk. Grandma Su looked at each woman and saw they all had the face of Su Iran, which made her feel very scared and confused. After less than 15 minutes of trying to stay calm, Grandma Su hurriedly carried a basket and went back home. Once home, she kept patting her chest, feeling very frightened. She thought she was cursed, as if she was possessed, because everyone she saw looked just like Su Iran. As soon as Grandma Su returned, Tan Hongling also rushed back from outside, looking just as frightened, with a worried expression on her face. Tan Hongling looked at Grandma Su and couldn't help but frown, asking uncertainly, "Mother, why do you look so panicked? Did something happen?" Grandma Su turned and saw Tan Hongling's face, which also resembled Su Iran, and she was so scared she collapsed to the ground.
You, don't come near me."
"Why do you look just like Su Iran? Go away. Stay far from me. What is going on?" Hearing Grandma Su's words, Tan Hongling also became very frightened. She realized she wasn't the only one seeing this. Even Grandma Sue saw the same thing. She looked at Grandma Sue nervously. "Mother, this is too strange. I see Sue Iran everywhere, just like you. Do you think Sue Iran might really be a spirit or a fairy? Are we angering her by doing this?" Thinking about this, Tan Hongling felt even more anxious. She had done worse things to Sue Iran than the Sue family members, even giving her a love potion.
Stop. Don't say that.
We should go to Ma Village to find Yi Xiangu. Last time, she gave me a talisman that made Sue Iran quiet down. If we go to her again, she'll surely have a way. Hurry, don't waste time. Let's go now. After Grandma Sue finished speaking, Tan Hongling couldn't wait to help Grandma Sue and head to Ma Jiatun. The two women kept their heads down and dared not look up. They felt their situation was worse now. The people they saw, both men and women, all had faces identical to Sue Iran's. It's really creepy. Finally, they reached the door of He Xiangu's house. When they looked up, they saw Su Lao San pushing Su Lao Han hurriedly coming over. Recognizing each other's clothing, they confirmed their identities. Now, all four of them looked the same. They couldn't see each other's faces clearly because they all thought the other person's face looked like Su Iran's. Once Tan Hongling confirmed that the man opposite was Su Lao San, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing and telling him what had happened. "Sen, do you think I gave her some love potion and angered her even more? That's why she's taking revenge on us." Hearing the words love potion, both Su Lao Han and Grandma Sue were stunned. They never expected Tan Hongling to be more vicious than they were. She not only sent her away, but also added the love potion. Grandma Sue immediately grabbed Tan Hongling's hair, pulling her out of Su Lao San's arms. She raised her hand and slapped her hard, saying fiercely, "You're truly the most vicious woman. I told you not to cause trouble, just send her away peacefully. Why did you give her that dirty stuff? No wonder she got so angry. You're really a troublemaker. Mother, you can't blame me for this. It was you and Dad who decided to send her to the Kong family. I was just angry that she was flaunting herself in our Sue family. I wanted her to take the initiative to reconcile with that crazy Kong. But who knew? How dare you speak back? Today, I will tear apart this troublemaker of yours." Hearing Tan Hongling dare to argue back, Grandma Sue grew even angrier, especially when she saw Tan Hongling's face identical to Sue Iran's. She used all her strength when hitting her, and soon, Tan Hongling's mouth was bleeding. Su Lao San, standing nearby, was anxious to stop her. Just as he tried to step forward, Su Lao Han held him back. He said in a low voice, "Don't move. Let your mother hit her. It's a way to vent her anger for that lady. Maybe after this, she won't blame us anymore." Old man Su used to think it was his fault, but since Tan Hongling told him what she did, he only felt that her actions had angered the spirit inside Su Iran. When Tan Hongling was beaten and lying on the ground, no longer resisting, Old Man Su finally spoke slowly. "All right, I think that's enough. The person should have already forgiven us. Let's go find the fairy to fix this." As for the third daughter-in-law, he looked down at Tan Hongling, who was lying on the ground with a swollen face and blood at the corner of her mouth, and sighed softly. "Third daughter-in-law, put your wife on the cart. We'll take her home after we solve this problem. She deserves it." Hearing Old Man Su's words, Su Sen clenched his teeth and immediately went to Tan Hongling's side. He bent down, picked up the battered Tan Hongling, and placed her on the cart. Old Man Su looked at Tan Hongling with a helpless sigh. "Third daughter-in-law, don't blame us. It's your fault for being too reckless and angering her. Once the fairy helps us fix this, we'll take you home." Tan Hongling looked at the three people beside her and slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt very sad. It was originally their decision, but now that something happened, she had become the scapegoat. It was really laughable. No one paid attention to Tan Hongling. The three of them hurried into He Xiangu's house. They went in and stayed for over an hour. Tan Hongling, who had been beaten so badly that she was dizzy from the sun, had already fainted. It was a kind passerby from the village who pushed her into the shade. Su Iran was discussing the canning factory with the village chief of Tianjia village. When she agreed to help them repay the debt and restart the factory, the village chief didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to sell the factory's procedures to her. He also arranged for villagers to come and repair the factory. Hearing about this good news, everyone in the village was busy and smiling, feeling light and free without debt. Su Iran watched as the village chief of Tianjia village organized the repairs efficiently. She looked at Xiao Wuzi sitting nearby eating a peach and softly asked, "Is the village chief of Tianjia village so easy to talk to? Does it have something to do with you?" Xiao Wuzi, realizing he couldn't hide the truth from Su Iran, scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "Our boss heard that you, young lady, are planning to open a canning factory. He was worried that the people of Tianjia village might cause trouble for you, so he went to talk with the village chief of Tianjia village himself. But don't worry, young lady. Our boss didn't do anything wrong. He just explained to the villagers that they shouldn't bully you because you are young and that you have his support behind you." Hearing what Xiao Wuzi said, Su Iran nodded to show she understood. She pointed to a basket of pineapples in the corner and said to Xiao Wuzi, "When you go back later, take this basket of pineapples with you. Share them with your brothers and your boss, and tell him I thank him for helping me talk in advance." Seeing that Su Iran was not angry and even accepted the boss's kindness, Xiao Wuzi quickly finished the peaches in his hand and whispered, "Thank you, young lady. You don't know, but our boss's leg is much better now after taking your medicine. He's been wanting to thank you in person, but he's worried it might cause you trouble." "Really? His leg is better? When I come back tomorrow, I'll bring him some more medicine. It should be almost like normal now. Tell him to stop doing bad things and to do good for himself and future generations." While Su Iran was talking with Xiao Wuzi, village chief Tian from Tianjia village happily returned from outside. He respectfully spoke to Su Iran, "Miss Su, the repair of the factory will be finished soon. When do you think we can start working? I saw you brought new machines. Are you planning to make meat cans? Our village has skilled workers for canning, trained specifically for it. We just had trouble using the old machine last time. The last time they bought machines, they didn't know how to use them properly, and it was a loss. This time, he hoped to find someone knowledgeable to teach them how to operate the machines." After hearing what village chief Tian said, Su Iran understood that he was offering to help. She nodded and said, "This machine is simple. When we start making canned meat, I will come to guide you personally. I can operate the machine, so don't worry." Since the village factory was now repaired, they could start hiring workers. Tomorrow, they could begin production. Su Iran's idea was to use the workers from their village. "What do you think?" I didn't expect Su Iran not only to revive the canned food factory, but also to provide job opportunities for the people in their village. Village Chief Tian was very grateful to Su Iran and suddenly felt that this slender young girl was truly admirable. "Miss Su, you are really our village's savior. I will go back to the village this afternoon to inform the experienced workers, and they will come to start work early tomorrow. That will be a lot of trouble for you, village chief. I hope you remember that we have a mutually beneficial relationship. According to the agreement we made earlier, I will share the profits with the village, and workers will earn 18 yuan each month. The current size of the canned food factory is small, needing only 20 skilled workers. When our business grows, we will expand the factory and increase production, and then we will recruit more people from the village." Hearing Su Iran's words, village chief Tian's smile grew wider. He felt that their village had truly been blessed. The factory could reopen, which he never dreamed of before. Building the factory was his idea. The village and he had been losing money, and almost every day someone scolded him. Now, someone had saved them from trouble and could bring benefits to the village. He considered her his great benefactor. Tian Fugue saw that Su Iran finished speaking and immediately responded, "Miss Su is right. Our factory isn't big. 20 workers are enough. Having more people would cause trouble. I will arrange everything this afternoon. Miss Su has been so kind to our village, and I will make sure everything is well managed. I won't cause you any trouble, so please rest assured." Seeing how sincere village chief Tian was, Su Iran nodded with satisfaction. She told Tian to get busy first, then gave Xiao Wuzi a look and left the factory together with him. Xiao Wuzi followed behind Su Iran, knowing she had something important to tell him. Big sister, just tell me what you need. I can do anything for you. Our boss said I should always stay behind you from now on. Hearing Xiao Wuzi's words, Su Iran smiled softly. She didn't expect that Zhang the lame guy was quite reliable and knew she needed help. I need you to find a few people. First, a capable accountant who can manage project matters at the factory. I also need 3 people to work in shifts, ensuring someone is always on duty at the factory. Since it's a food factory, food safety is very important. Also, since your boss told you to follow me, I will make you the deputy manager of the canned food factory. You will handle some of the factory's miscellaneous tasks, work well with the accountant, and make sure no one steals from me. Furthermore, find a few people to build a warehouse behind the factory. The factory isn't small, but we still need a warehouse to store things. Su Iran spoke while her beautiful eyes looked closely at Xiao Wuzi. She knew Xiao Wuzi wasn't a businessman, and making him deputy manager was just to use his rough background to scare the workers in Tianjia village. Xiao Wuzi's eyes brightened when he heard Su Iran's words. He never thought he would become a deputy manager one day. Although the canned food factory was small, it was still an official position. He had never experienced the joy of being an official before, and now he felt it was very exciting. Little miss, isn't that a bit too much? Xiao Wuzi nervously rubbed his hands. Su Iran could clearly feel his excitement and encouraged him. I believe you won't let me down. As the deputy manager of the canned food factory, go and arrange the tasks I gave you. Tomorrow morning, I will bring a factory director here. Just follow her instructions then. Are you unable to stay in the countryside anymore and want to cling to me, this high-status person? I tell you, don't even think about it. I will never acknowledge any relationship with you. Just thinking that you were once my mother makes me sad. Look at how poor and shabby you are. It really disgusts me. Qiu Jing had only taken a few steps when she heard a harsh voice behind her. She turned around and saw Gu Zhenjin looking at her with disdain. Before Qiu Jing could speak, a lump of dog dung flew toward Gu Zhenjin's face, hitting her precisely on the mouth. I wonder why someone talks so unpleasantly. Turns out they've eaten dog dung. Su Iran, are you crazy?
How dare you?
How dare you do this to me? You actually threw dog dung at me. Although the dung was dry, Gu Zhenjin still felt sick from being hit in the face. She looked at the stick with dog dung in Su Iran's hand and screamed. She couldn't believe Su Iran would do such a thing to her. Su Iran looked at Gu Zhenjin, who was blushing and shouting at her. She felt a bit regretful that this era was already a society ruled by law. Otherwise, Gu Zhenjin would have been dead long ago. There would be no chance for her to shout at her like this. Su Iran casually threw away the stick and took out a wet wipe from her pocket. She wiped her clean fingers, then arrogantly poked her ear, speaking sarcastically.
What?
You're still not satisfied after being hit? Do you want me to feed you dog dung before you're happy? While speaking, Su Iran moved behind Qiu Jing. She lowered her head, wanting to ask what Qiu Jing was doing here. But before she could speak, she saw Gu Zhenjin pounce toward her from the corner of her eye. Before Gu Zhenjin could get close, Su Iran raised her leg and kicked her hard in the stomach. Gu Zhenjin was kicked flying backward. In that instant, Gu Zhenjin's eyes widened with disbelief as she stared at Su Iran. When did Su Iran become so powerful that she could kick her away with one foot?
Zhenjin.
Wang Chunxia, who had just returned from outside, saw this scene. She dropped her bicycle and quickly ran to Gu Zhenjin's side. Zhenjin, are you okay? Mom, my stomach hurts so much. Gu Zhenjin lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen tightly. Her stomach really hurt, such a sharp, tearing pain, as if something was about to flow out. Qiu Jing stood beside Su Iran, holding onto her dress and quietly whispering in her ear. Iran, something's wrong. She might have had a miscarriage. Hearing the words miscarriage, Su Iran was shocked and turned her head to look at Qiu Jing, who had a determined look in her eyes. She then instinctively looked towards Su Zhenjin. Sure enough, Su Zhenjin's pants were already stained with blood. At this moment, a sharp voice from the crowd of onlookers shouted towards Su Zhenjin. Hey, everyone look! This girl from the Gu family is bleeding after being kicked. Oh no. Could she have had a miscarriage? When people heard that Su Jinjin might have had a miscarriage, they all turned to look. Wang Chuanxia, looking anxious, was surprised at the news. She instinctively looked at Su Jinjin's lower body, and indeed, her pants were soaked with blood. No way, no way. Jinjin is a good girl. How could she have a miscarriage? It must be that Su Yiran kicked her too hard, breaking her. It's impossible to be a miscarriage. Quickly, take Jinjin to the hospital. Help, take her to the hospital. Wang Chuanxia shouted loudly at everyone, acting frantic. Although the crowd didn't believe her words and didn't understand what the was, they hesitated because of Wang Chuanxia's status as the factory director's wife. They quietly shut their mouths and helped carry Su Jinjin to the hospital. After they hurriedly lifted Su Jinjin onto a cart pushed by someone, Wang Chuanxia looked at her with fierce anger and warned sharply. Su Yiran, I tell you, if anything happens to Jinjin, I won't let you go. Su Yiran looked at Wang Chuanxia, who was driven by anger and had a changed face, and sneered. Yes, I'll wait for you. I want to see how you plan to hurt me. I just hope you can show the real injury report of Jinjin. If it's not a miscarriage, then when the time comes, do whatever you want, punish me, or even worse. Her tone was full of provocation. She wasn't afraid of Wang Chuanxia or the Gu family's methods. She hadn't wanted to settle the Gu family so quickly, but Wang Chuanxia had pushed her to the limit. She didn't mind seeing Gu Chongjing lose his position as factory director. Hearing Su Yiran's words, Wang Chuanxia was so angry she wanted to rush forward and tear her apart. She never expected that the timid girl who used to be obedient and submissive would turn into this after leaving the Gu family. She didn't know who gave her such courage. Su Yiran, you. What do you mean? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Quickly check which hospital Gu Jinjin was taken to. Make sure it's not the hospital where Qian Cheng's mother is. If Gu Jinjin really had a miscarriage, then... Before Su Yiran finished speaking, Wang Chuanxia's face suddenly changed in shock. This matter definitely couldn't be known by the Qian family. She knew the first time Qian Sheng and Gu Jinjin were together, and it had only been half a month ago. Wang Chuanxia no longer cared about Su Yiran. She ran to her bicycle, helped herself up, and chased after it. She was afraid that Gu Jinjin had truly had a miscarriage. By the time Wang Chuanxia caught up, it was too late. Someone had already gone to the hospital to inform Qian Cheng's mother. Since learning about Qian Cheng and Gu Jinjin, Qian Cheng's mother had taken Gu Jinjin as her own daughter-in-law. Plus, Gu Jinjin was good at talking. She liked Gu Jinjin even more than she liked Qian Jiyun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have listened to Gu Jinjin's suggestion to prevent Qian Jiyun from going to the art troupe. The people who came to find Lu Shiping didn't mention Gu Jinjin's suspected miscarriage. They only said that Gu Jinjin was injured when Su Yiran pushed her. Lu Shiping rushed out of the hospital. When she arrived, she saw Wang Chuanxia pulling people to change Gu Jinjin to another hospital. What's going on? Why change hospitals after everyone has already arrived? I heard that Su Yiran pushed Jinjin. How could she be so over the top? How could she treat Jinjin like that? Lu Shiping squeezed through the crowd and immediately saw the blood on Gu Jinjin's pants. Having worked as an obstetrician for many years, she knew exactly what had happened. She pointed at Gu Jinjin's trembling hands, her face full of disbelief, and looked at Wang Chuanxia. Wang Chuanxia, what exactly is going on? You better give me an explanation. Shouted by Lu Shiping, Wang Chuanxia, who was already panicked, trembled all over. She hadn't expected Lu Shiping to arrive so quickly. Shiping, it's not what you think. Jinjin was pushed by Su Yiran. She just happened to come to visit relatives, so... Wang Chuanxia stepped forward, gently tugged at Lu Shiping's sleeve, and gave her a pleading look, hoping Lu Shiping could help cover up what happened to Gu Jinjin. Lu Shiping felt like she was being toyed with by Gu Jinjin and Wang Chuanxia, as if they were treating her like a fool. Her temper wouldn't allow her to swallow this bad feeling. She forcefully shook off Wang Chuanxia's hand that was grabbing her and spoke coldly. I will take the person in for an examination. Wang Chuanxia, you'd better be telling the truth, or I will make Qian Cheng and Gu Jinjin break off their engagement. Don't think you can treat our family like fools. As she spoke, Lu Shiping ordered someone to take Gu Jinjin into the hospital. She wanted to personally check on Gu Jinjin herself. At this moment, Gu Jinjin also regained her senses. She heard everything Lu Shiping said. She was terrified and grabbed Wang Chuanxia's sleeve, shaking her head at her. Everyone who brought Gu Jinjin to the hospital saw what was happening and understood the situation without needing a checkup. They sighed and left one after another. Who would have thought that the obedient little girl would do such a thing? Seeing everyone leave, Wang Chuanxia could no longer deceive herself. She raised her hand and slapped Gu Jinjin hard across the face. Her face was dark and frightening. Her good reputation in life was ruined by Gu Jinjin. Su Yiran and Qiu Jing stood nearby, coldly watching the scene. Su Yiran turned to Qiu Jing and asked with doubt in her voice, "Mom, how do you know Gu Jinjin is pregnant?" Qiu Jing looked at Su Yiran's innocent expression. She didn't want to tell her about such a dirty matter, but she also felt sorry for the trouble Su Yiran had caused because of her. She decided to tell her the truth. Before Gu Jinjin was taken back by the Gu family, she often went to a small forest with a young worker from the village. I caught her once. I advised her not to be with the young worker, but she didn't listen. She thought that when the young worker returned to the city, she could leave with him. Then she would be a city girl. But I told her she couldn't do that, and she scolded me for being useless, saying I couldn't give her a good future. She said she wanted to change her life through her own efforts. Hearing Qiu Jing's explanation, Su Yiran wasn't surprised. It was understandable that Gu Jinjin would do such a thing. She remembered that Su Baoquan had said Gu Jinjin was not a good girl. Who is that young worker you mentioned? Is it the one called Xiao Jiqing that Su Qianqian talked about? No, that Xiao Jiqing is very proud and never accepted Gu Jinjin's friendliness. The young worker from Jin City is named Wu Yong. He often stays close to that Xiao Jiqing. Qiu Jing's description made Su Yiran think of a man. She had some impression of him and had even tampered with the original owner. Mom, I understand. Today, we won't join in the fuss. Let's wait and see what consequences Gu Jinjin faces. After saying that, Su Yiran pulled Qiu Jing and left the hospital area. She didn't expect that kicking Gu Jinjin would reveal such a big secret. Now, it depends on whether the Gu family and the Qian family can continue their good relationship. Su Yiran wasn't disturbed by Gu Jinjin's matter. After having breakfast at the state-run restaurant with Qiu Jing, she let Qiu Jing take a car back to the village. She went alone to the cotton weaving factory. When she arrived outside the factory, Old Li from the reception recognized her immediately and hurried out. Isn't this Xiao Yan? Why are you here today? The incident of the Gu family mistakenly adopting the wrong daughter was known throughout the cotton weaving factory. Some workers had a good impression of Su Yiran and felt sorry for her for a long time. Especially Old Li, who knew what kind of people the Gu family was, and thus cared for Su Yiran more. Grandpa Li, I came to see Director Zhuge. Old Li looked surprised upon hearing that Su Yiran was coming to see Zhuge Su. Everyone in the factory knew that Gu Changzheng and Zhuge Su were arch-enemies. It was hard not to think more when Su Yiran came to see Zhuge Su. What do you want to see Director Zhuge for? Grandpa Li, there are some things I can't tell you. Please help me find Director Zhuge. Just tell him I have a small matter to discuss. In Su Yiran's memory, Zhuge Su was a very good person. He was probably the factory director of the cotton weaving factory. If Gu Changzheng hadn't used illegal means to compete, he wouldn't have ended up in Zhuge Su's hands. Another reason Su Yiran chose to cooperate with Zhuge Su was because of his background. She didn't have concrete evidence to bring down Gu Changzheng, but if she could gather enough proof, Gu Changzheng would never have a chance to turn things around. Old Li looked at Su Yiran, his brows furrowing tightly. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke slowly. Xiao Yan, I will help find someone. You should go hide for now. It's best if Gu Changzheng doesn't find out you've met with Director Zhuge, or you might get into trouble. Listening to Old Li's reminder, Su Yiran smiled softly. Her smile made Old Li feel distracted. He had never realized how beautiful Su Yiran was. Grandpa Li, I'm not here to do anything bad. I'm not afraid at all if Uncle Gu finds out. I just want to ask Director Zhuge for a favor. When Su Iran spoke, she sounded playful and cute. Old Lee was easily distracted by her, and he quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, yes. Wait here for a moment. I'll go find Director Zhuge now." Then, Old Lee headed into the factory, while Su Iran squatted by the roadside, watching the ants carry their load. Feeling bored, Su Iran took a piece of candy from her space and placed it on the ground. Soon, a group of ants gathered around. As more ants arrived, she wrapped the candy with tissue paper and threw it into the nearby trash bin. Suddenly, she saw a group of ants circling around, searching for the missing candy. While playing with the ants, Su Iran heard the hurried sound of a bicycle nearby. She looked up and saw Wang Chunxia riding her bike straight into the cotton weaving factory. Not long after, Old Lee and Zhuge Su came out of the factory together. Su Iran quickly stood up and politely called out to Zhuge Su, "Uncle Zhuge." "Yes, Old Lee said you needed help with something. What do you need?" Zhuge Su hadn't finished speaking when he heard a loud shout from behind. It was Wang Chunxia. "Su Iran, how dare you come to the cotton factory? Do you know what you've done? You've ruined Jinjun's entire life." Wang Chunxia then rushed at Su Iran like a shrew. Su Iran didn't dodge, but reached out to catch her. She whispered softly into Wang Chunxia's ear, "I not only want to ruin Gu Jinjun, but I also want Gu Changjing to fall from his position as factory director. Do you know what I'm doing here?" After hearing Su Iran's words, Wang Chunxia froze in place. Her raised hand drooped weakly, and she stared at Su Iran with wide eyes, unable to believe what she had just heard. At this moment, Wang Chunxia noticed Zhuge Su standing nearby. She realized that what Su Iran said was true, that she had come specifically to destroy Gu Changjing. "Su Iran, how dare you? We have raised you for 18 years. Do you really want to cause trouble like this?" "Raised me for 18 years? Dear Ms. Wang Chunxia, do you really want me to tell Grandpa Li and Uncle Zhuge about the things you've done? Are you sure?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Iran's lips. It was obvious to everyone that the Gu family's arrangement for Gu Jinjin to work at the cotton mill showed the clear difference in how they treated Su Iran and Gu Jinjin. Justice is in people's hearts. Wang Chunxia looked at Su Iran with a poisonous gaze. Since Su Iran was a child, she had been under strict and oppressive education, meant to make her timid and obedient. But no one expected that after leaving the Gu family, Su Iran would become like this, completely beyond her control. She never thought Su Iran would become their biggest threat. "Su Iran, stop causing trouble. I know you're upset about us sending you back to the countryside, but you are not our daughter by blood. We can't just abandon our biological daughter. How long are you going to keep causing trouble?" Gu Changjing didn't know what Su Iran said to Wang Chunxia to change her attitude, but he couldn't accept Su Iran acting so arrogantly in front of him. To him, Su Iran was just trash he didn't want. Less than 1/10 of Gu Jinjin. "All right, Chunxia, didn't you say there's something wrong with Jinjin? Let's go see her first. Don't pay attention to this ungrateful person. Let's go." Gu Changjing reached out to pull Wang Chunxia and was about to leave. Wang Chunxia hesitated, wanting to say something, but realizing this wasn't the place for words, she could only keep quiet and follow Gu Changjing. However, as she left, she shot Su Iran a warning look. After Gu Changjing and Wang Chunxia left, Zhuge Su approached Su Iran, frowning as he looked at her. His tone was not very kind. "Xiao Yan, I only came to see you because you called me Uncle Zhuge, but I don't want to get involved in your family affairs. I don't need to offend those two petty-minded people for you." Since Gu Changjing became the factory director, his work had become more difficult. Gu Changjing kept finding trouble with him every few days. He didn't know what Su Iran's purpose was, but it seemed to be because of Gu Changjing and his wife. He really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Su Iran listened carefully to Zhuge Su's serious words. Her expression became serious as well. She took a folder from her backpack and handed it to Zhuge Su, speaking very earnestly. "Uncle Zhuge, I didn't come here today to drag you into my family disputes. I can handle my family's matters myself and don't need anyone's help. I'm here to provide evidence of Gu Changjing's crimes over the years. I have cleaned up the Gu family's documents, and I also organized Gu Changjing's study.
So, I know everything about him.
Before, I was his daughter. I didn't have the courage to oppose him openly. But now, I am no longer part of the Gu family. After careful thought, I can't let the group's interests be harmed, nor can I allow this troublemaker to continue working in the factory. Uncle Zhuge, if you trust what I say, go and look at the contents of this folder. If you don't believe me, please burn it. I am willing to take responsibility for the materials I provided and accept legal consequences. This information was compiled by Su Iran based on the memories of the original owner. Although the original owner was reserved, she had an excellent memory. Anything she wanted to remember was deeply stored in her mind. All the documents from Gu Changjing's study were in her mind, and she wrote everything truthfully, hoping to resolve the issue with Gu Changjing. Zhuge Su looked at Su Iran's serious expression with surprise. He never expected her to hand over such important materials. If her information was true, he could logically reclaim what was rightfully his. Gu Changjing would no longer have a good life. Zhuge Su stared at Su Iran for a moment and then said seriously, "You gave me this. What do you want in return?"
Return?
Su Iran chuckled unamused at the word. She didn't expect Zhuge Su to think she wanted an exchange. She shook her head firmly. "I never thought of gaining anything in return for this. I just believe we shouldn't protect those who do wrong. Uncle Zhuge, I hope you succeed." It was surprising that Su Iran could make such a noble decision. Zhuge Su nodded. "Don't worry, I will investigate carefully. If it's true, you are helping to bring justice. If it's false, I won't let you go. You should know that framing someone is against the law." "Of course, I understand. If there's anything I need to cooperate with for the investigation, Uncle Zhuge can feel free to come to Su's house to find me. I have some other matters to attend to, so I will leave now." After speaking, Su Iran turned and walked away. Zhuge Su and Oldly looked at her back, and both fell into thought. They raised their heads at the same time and exchanged a glance. "Uncle Lee, what do you think about this thing?" When the woman saw Su Iran had returned, she quickly walked over and grabbed Su Iran's slim arm. She looked her up and down, then gave her a firm pat on the. "What's wrong with you, girl?
Didn't I tell you?"
"Whatever's going on, just tell your mother. Why did you think of jumping into the river?" "I was almost scared to death when I heard the news." By the end, Qiu Jing couldn't hold back her tears. She never expected that her daughter, who had only been home for a week, would be pushed to the point of jumping into the river. Seeing this woman crying so sincerely and recalling the memory of the original owner who, to bring her daughter home, sold blood right after giving birth, Su Iran, usually cold-hearted, suddenly softened. She couldn't help but feel soft toward this thin, weak woman. She reached out and hugged her, her tone changing from cold to gentle, almost coquettishly. "All right, don't cry. I've been through so many dangers I've lost count. From today on, I'll protect you. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you live a hard life anymore." Qiu Jing, hearing Su Iran's words, was surprised. She stepped back from her embrace, looked her over carefully, and even touched her forehead to check if she had a fever before finally relaxing. "Oh, come on, hurry and wait inside my room. I'll bring some hot water from the stove for you to wash up." Seeing how soaked Su Iran was, Qiu Jing no longer wondered why she suddenly seemed like a different person. She only worried about her catching a cold. Su Iran nodded in response to Qiu Jing's words, but after glancing at her thin, weak body, she gently held her and spoke softly. "Mother, I'll go fetch water myself. You help me tidy up that storage room. I can't stay in the chicken coop anymore. Please throw out all the useless stuff inside the storage room. I also want my own room." Hearing Su Iran's words, Qiu Jing's eyes filled with guilt. She felt she was useless and failed to protect Su Iran, causing her to suffer at home. Actually, Su Iran had a room, the same one where Su Jinjin used to live. But after Su Jinjin left, it was given to Su Baoquan by Grandma Su. Su Jinjin was very good at pleasing people. Besides Su Zishi from the main house, she was the most favored in the family. By chance, Su Jinjin met an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor who taught her about herbs. Since then, she often went to the mountains to pick herbs and used the money she earned to support Grandma Su. Because of this, Su Jinjin held an important position in the family and had her own room. But after Su Iran returned, Grandma Su was unhappy with her and thought she was the reason the family's main source of income was gone. In the end, Grandma Su gave the room meant for Su Iran to Su Baoquan and even made her move to the chicken coop. Because Su Iran was timid, she accepted all the unfair treatment from Grandma Su. The once beautiful and charming girl looked very thin after a week of hardship. Qiu Jing watched Su Iran with pity, clenched her teeth, and headed toward the storage room. Her mind was full of guilt, and she didn't have time to think about whether Grandma Su would scold her for taking things from the storage room. She just wanted to fight once more for Su Iran. She couldn't let a good girl live in the chicken coop. Seeing Qiu Jing's determined back, Su Iran's lips curled slightly. She was thinking that her mother might still be saved. When she had enough money, she could take Qiu Jing away. Qiu Jing was willing to fight for her, and she also wanted to give Qiu Jing a peaceful life. Su Iran was feeling very uncomfortable because her clothes were wet. When she heard Qiu Jing mention hot water, she carried a wooden bucket toward the firewood room. Inside the firewood room, she looked at the messy and dirty kitchen and couldn't help but frown. But as soon as she thought about how Qiu Jing was doing all the chores alone, her dislike disappeared. Instead, she felt a strong desire to earn money. She wanted to earn her first bit of money quickly, buy a small, old house in the village, just big enough for her and Qiu Jing to live in. Su Iran was thinking about what kind of work to do to earn money while scooping hot water from the pot with a water ladle. She didn't notice someone rushing over.
Ah!
Su Iran, how dare you wear my dress? And you made it look so terrible. I will tell Grandma and let her punish you. Su Qianqian ran inside and saw Su Iran. She originally wanted to tease Su Iran a little, but she didn't expect Su Iran, wearing her favorite white dress, to burst into tears right away. Hearing the crying sound getting farther away, Su Iran looked down at her heavy dress and squinted her bright eyes slightly. Her belongings? What a joke. When did the original owner's things become Su Qianqian's? They really liked to bully others. The original owner was a softie, but she was not. Starting today, trouble was coming to the Su family. Grandma Su had just reached the door when she saw Su Qianqian running out of the yard crying. She rubbed her temples in frustration, about to scold Su Qianqian when she heard her crying and complaining. Grandma, you have to see that wicked girl. She said yesterday she would give me that dress, but she wore it herself and dirted it. Grandma, please help me get it back. Grandma Su was already angry because Su Iran had embarrassed her. Now hearing Su Qianqian's complaints, she was even more furious. Her old grievances piled up, and she grabbed a stick from by the door and headed toward the woodshed. Grandma Su was tall and strong. She was the daughter of a butcher's family and was very fierce when fighting. The women of the Su family were all afraid of her and never dared to talk back. When she reached the woodshed, she saw Su Iran scooping hot water with a water ladle. Her anger flared even more. She grabbed a stick and swung it at Su Iran, muttering angrily, "You little brat, still using my hot water? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Before she finished speaking, the stick in her hand fell to the ground, and she let out a terrible scream like a pig being slaughtered. Su Qianqian was stunned by what she saw.
Ah!
How dare you? How dare you splash me with hot water? You wicked girl. Grandma Su screamed as she ran toward the water basin. She scooped up a cup of water and poured it over herself. Only when the hot water no longer burned her did she stop. Listening to Qiu Jing's testing tone, Su Iran smiled slightly. She drank a glass of wine and carefully explained the situation of the canning factory to Qiu Jing. Qiu Jing listened very seriously and occasionally gave Su Iran some advice about the factory. After the meal, Su Iran heard Qiu Jing talk about many mature and advanced business ideas. She felt she had truly found the right person. Qiu Jing was really suitable to be the factory director. Her mother was not an ordinary person. Qiu Jing tidied up the table and looked at Su Iran, who was still sitting under the oil lamp with a dreamy look. She smiled gently and affectionately. "All right, I'll take the position of factory director. Tomorrow morning, I'll go talk to the village chief. I won't go to work for now. I want to manage the land my mother, built for me. I never thought I'd be running a business at my age. Su Iran held Qiu Jing's hand. Qiu Jing's half-joking complaint made her very happy. She pressed her cheek against Qiu Jing's calloused hand and coquettishly spoke. Mother, when I saw you for the first time, I felt you weren't an ordinary person. Your talent shouldn't be hidden. Now we're in a period of economic revival. The government needs good companies and good leaders. We're also contributing to the development of collective economy. Unable to stand Su Iran's flattery, Qiu Jing smiled softly, patted her head gently, and spoke in a warm voice. All right, when did you become so smooth-tongued? Calm down a bit. There's hot water boiling on the stove. You can go take a bath later. I still need to tidy up the house. I've brought out all the things I hid from the Su family. Hearing Qiu Jing's tone, Su Iran realized she must have taken quite a few things out. Thinking of the small yellow fish Qiu Jing gave her, Su Iran was curious if she had any other good stuff. Mother, what treasures did you hide in the Su family? They're just some worthless things. If I take them out, they might cause trouble. Right now, I don't know where to hide those burdensome things. Hearing the word trouble, Su Iran became interested. She suddenly stood up from her chair, pulled Qiu Jing, and excitedly spoke. Girl, take me to see what's inside. I'm really curious. Seeing that Su Iran was now sober, Qiu Jing didn't refuse. She took Su Iran's hand and led her into the room. Inside, Su Iran saw 6 clay jars on the ground. She looked at them with curiosity and squinted her eyes. Mother, did you hide all these jars in the Su family? No one found them? With Grandma Su's sharp temper, how could these things have survived? Hearing Su Iran's comment about Grandma Su, Qiu Jing smiled lightly. No, they don't know about these. They have no idea. Qiu Jing followed behind Su Iran into the room, smiling proudly. These are things I brought here years ago. There was an accident, and I was the only one left. Later, I married second brother Su. He often had to go out for work because of Tiao Jiao Jiao. The room was empty, except for me. I took these things back to the Su family, hid them in jars, and buried them in the ground. Even now, the family doesn't know I have so many of these. After speaking, Qiu Jing squatted down, opened one of the jars, and poured out its contents. When a jar's contents spilled onto the ground, Su Iran's mouth opened wide in shock. She was stunned, unable to speak. Then she heard Qiu Jing sigh softly, sounding a bit helpless. These things aren't worth much anymore, but I can't bring myself to sell them. If I had sold them back then, life might have been easier. Valuable things. Mother, you're lucky you didn't sell them. These are treasures. They aren't worth much now, but they will be in the future. Su Iran looked excitedly at the items on the ground, her eyes shining. She picked up a piece, examined it in her palm, blew on it, and then held it to her ear to listen to the sound. In her previous life, Su Iran attended many auctions. She knew that such items could be worth a lot if sold at the right time. Seeing Su Iran's actions, Qiu Jing smiled gently. She thought Su Iran was comforting her. She reached out and gently patted Su Iran's shoulder. If you like it, all of these are yours. There are also many hairpins and ornaments my ancestors left behind, all from their family. As she spoke, Qiu Jing opened the remaining jars and laid out their contents one by one. Su Iran looked at the items Qiu Jing had arranged, her eyes widening more and more. She felt like she had suddenly become rich overnight. While Su Iran was examining those items, Qiu Jing took out 2 land deeds from a wooden box and handed them to her, speaking softly. These are just the small belongings he could take at the time. He still has 2 big houses in the capital, and there are more treasures underground in those houses. He left in a hurry, so he only entrusted someone to keep the houses. I don't know if he can still get them back now. At this point, Qiu Jing suddenly looked up, serious, and stared at Su Iran. Iran, if you ever get the chance to go to the capital, you must bring back his belongings. They are his, and they're yours too. As she spoke, Qiu Jing placed the 2 land deeds back into the box and handed it to Su Iran. She looked at Su Iran and, before she could ask, softly said, "Later, when I can speak calmly about him, I will tell you everything. For now, I really can't say it. Just remember, these are your things. Be sure to take them back. All right, it's getting late. Pack everything up and take it back to your room. I'm going to check the hot water and take a shower so I can rest early." Without giving Su Iran a chance to ask, Chiu Jing hurriedly ran away. Watching her hurried retreat, Su Iran's thoughts suddenly became clear. She seemed to have guessed who the person her mother mentioned was. Surprised, Su Iran raised her eyebrows. She hadn't expected to learn about such a background. It's truly incredible. Carefully, she stored the box away. She wasn't in a hurry about the house matters. When the policies improved and it was time to return the house, she would go and retrieve her belongings. But before that, she needed to find out whether the person Chiu Jing mentioned was good or bad. If his political status was sensitive, it would be better not to get involved, to avoid trouble. She still had her own things to do. Passing the political review was the most important hurdle. Su Iran directly stored the treasures Chiu Jing brought out into her space. So far, she believed her space was the safest storage. After storing the treasures, she carried a few muddy clay pots back to her room.
She still had to maintain the act.
Soon, Chiu Jing called out to Su Iran from the yard, telling her that the hot water was ready and she could go take a bath. After washing her hands carefully, Su Sisi hesitated to return the soap to Su Iran because she also wanted it. Su Iran saw Su Sisi's reluctant expression, raised her eyebrows slightly, and casually said, "It's yours now. I'll give you the bun too. I have something to ask you." Hearing that Su Iran generously gave her the soap, Su Sisi immediately showed a very grateful expression. She carefully wrapped the soap and put it in her pocket, sitting obediently beside Su Iran. "Second sister, you can ask me anything you want to know. I promise I'll tell you everything I know."
Seeing Su Yi's overly obedient attitude, Su Iran felt a bit disgusted.
If she had more backbone, she might look at her differently. But now anyone could buy her off easily, which made her seem useless. "I just want to know why Grandma Su accepted a bride price of 300 yuan. Was it for Su Jinjin's engagement?" When Su Iran mentioned the 300 yuan bride price, Su Sisi's action of biting her bun suddenly paused. She looked at Su Iran with a troubled expression, feeling regretful. She wondered if it was still possible to return the bun to Su Iran now. Before Su Iran went home, her family had warned her not to let Su Iran or Chiu Jing find out about this. If they did, she might be sold to that crazy person. Second sister,
I really don't know about this.
I won't eat the bun anymore. I'll give it back to you." As she spoke, Su Sisi hurriedly wrapped the bun and shoved it into Su Iran's hand, then turned around and tried to run away. But Su Iran wouldn't give her a chance to escape. Today, she had to find out the truth. Su Iran reached out and grabbed Su Sisi's collar, pulling her back. Her voice was cold and low. "Su Sisi, do you think you can run away? Just now, you said you would tell me everything honestly. Do you want me to force you to speak? Have you forgotten about Zhongna?" Hearing Su Iran's warning tone, Su Sisi felt a cold chill through her bones. She regretted it deeply. She knew Su Iran was a devil, yet she had been tempted. It was all because of her greed. "Second sister, I really don't know about this. If you dare lie to me, do you believe I will drown you in the river right now?" As she spoke, Su Iran suddenly pushed Su Qianqian forcefully. Su Qianqian was so frightened that she tightly hugged Su Iran's slender arm, speaking with a pleading tone. "I'll tell you. Second sister, I will tell you, but please don't let Grandma find out I told you. The family that gave 300 yuan as bride price is a crazy person from Kongjia village. That person wasn't born crazy. He was scared after a classmate put a dead snake on his shoulder on the way to school. When he's not having a fit, he seems quite normal, but when he has a fit, he can't control himself, and it's very scary. His family is well off, but they only have one child. They want to find a wife for him to carry on the family line. Grandma heard about this and went with her younger brother to that family, planning to marry Su Jinjin to him on the first day of next month. To prevent Su Jinjin from running away, they kept this a secret plan. But unexpectedly, Su Jinjin was suddenly recognized again. So now this marriage is up to you. After hearing Su Qianqian's words, Su Yiran suddenly remembered Tan Hongling's sudden request yesterday for her to leave quickly. She felt confused now, unsure if Tan Hongling was trying to help her. Dear father and mother know about this? Yes, only my second uncle, second aunt, and Su Jinjin don't know. My grandfather is a traditional doctor in Tanjia village. My mother was told to ask him for some sleeping pills, and it also takes my father's help to send you away in a daze. So, they all know. I overheard their discussion about this. Second sister, that crazy family is quite powerful. They already paid Grandma the bride price, so it's unlikely they'll cancel the marriage. I think you can escape this disaster. Su Qianqian looked at Su Yiran with some worry. She had seen the crazy person from Kong's family and knew about his violent acts. Can escape? If you can't, then they'll send you to that crazy person. Anyway, I don't want to go. Whoever wants to can go. If you don't want to marry him, Su Qianqian, then tonight, tell your mother that I already know about this. Tell her if she's willing to work with me, she can come to my room to find me. If not, then prepare for me to send you to that crazy person's house. After speaking, Su Yiran released Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian's legs went weak, her face turned pale, and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. She looked at Su Yiran with a face full of fear. She felt that Su Yiran was like a devil at this moment. She didn't doubt Su Yiran's ability and believed that she could do what she said. You can't treat me like this. I told you everything. Why do you want to hurt me? I'm not trying to hurt you. The Su family wants to harm me. I'm just protecting myself, just like you did when you tricked Su Baoquan for me. Su Yiran looked at Su Qianqian, who was terrified, and placed a bun in her arms, smiling softly. Your fate is in your mother's hands. The final outcome depends on what she does. After saying that, Su Yiran took long strides and left without looking back. She trusted Su Qianqian to make her own judgment and to know what was best for herself. On her way home, Su Yiran and Mu Luocheng walked in opposite directions. Mu Luocheng wanted to greet her when he saw her, but she seemed not to notice him and simply walked past. Mu Luocheng felt confused, thinking Su Yiran was a bit strange, but he didn't mind and headed toward the small courtyard. Back at the rural youth station, Mu Luocheng saw Zhou Xian sitting in front of a pile of snacks and 4 lunchboxes, lost in thought. He walked over curiously and asked, "Why didn't you give the snacks to Su Yiran?" Hearing Mu Luocheng's voice, Zhou Xian looked up gloomily and pointed at the items on the table. Su Yiran found it strange. I said these were for her, but she refused to accept them. She even took a few steps back, as if my things were poisonous. Oh, and she also said she thought about it and decided it wasn't appropriate for her to cook for us at our place. To avoid gossip, she thought it was better to send us food. After speaking, Zhou Xian continued to lean on the table. He was a bit unhappy with Su Yiran's attitude toward him and couldn't understand if he had upset her. Why did she seem to dislike him? Mu Luocheng didn't bother to care about Zhou Xian's disappointment. He opened a lunchbox and started eating. He felt a bit irritable and wondered why Su Yiran didn't want to accept the things they sent. When Su Yiran returned home, she found no one at the Su family house. She entered her space and quickly started completing tasks, planting vegetables and grains, digging holes, and planting fruit trees, gradually earning various achievements. Finally, after Su Yiran finished designing the blueprint for a heat weapon, a beautiful system notification sounded inside her space. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 20. You can now use the one-click planting and harvesting functions for all crops in the space. Additionally, you have earned 5,000 points. The small wooden house has been upgraded to level 2, and the space has also been upgraded to level 2. After hearing the space's announcement, Su Yiran excitedly jumped up. She was finally able to stop using A to work in the fields. Such hard work was too tiring. Just as Su Yiran was feeling happy, it was as if an earthquake had occurred in the space. She watched as the thatched cottage slowly sank underground, then a 2-story small building appeared. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 20. The thatched cottage has successfully upgraded to a small villa. The second floor is your personal studio, containing various books from your wish list and some research instruments. Hearing about the studio, Su Iran couldn't wait and hurried inside the villa before the space's announcement finished. The first floor had become a large open space, much bigger than the previous thatched cottage, but it was sparsely furnished, still filled with the old, broken items from the cottage. Without thinking too much, Su Iran ran up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as she entered the studio, she felt tears welling up. This was her original studio. Looking at the books and a few not-so-advanced early-stage instruments inside, she was instantly transported back to when she first started researching hot weapons. Su Iran sat on a small, broken chair in the studio, her beautiful eyes slowly closing as she took a deep breath. She felt as if she had returned to her beloved place, able to immerse herself once again in her favorite work. She felt truly happy. After sitting in the studio for a while, Su Iran calmed her excited emotions and walked out. Standing at the door, looking at the familiar studio, she felt an incredible sense of having regained something lost. When she left the villa, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed before her eyes. Su Iran looked toward the light and saw a golden field shining brightly. She quickly walked forward and saw that the golden field was planted with rows of ginseng. The ginseng had already sprouted leaves, and at the top of the leaves, a small red bean was hanging. The system detected Su Iran's confusion, and a prompt sounded. "Congratulations, Master, on successfully unlocking Level 2 space. The ginseng seeds in the golden field have successfully sprouted." Ginseng seeds? Where did it come from? I don't remember picking ginseng before. Su Iran looked confused as she squatted down to examine the ginseng in the ground. She then stood up and went to the spirit spring nearby, took a bucket of water from it, and poured it onto the golden fields. At the moment the spirit spring water irrigated the plants, the ginseng seedlings shook vigorously, as if gaining new life. The ginseng was harvested by the owner. At first, its shape was a bit shriveled. "Please look at the big screen, owner." A large screen appeared in front of Su Iran, showing an image of a shriveled root that looked like a carrot. Su Iran recognized it immediately. So, the carrot-like root in the bear cave was actually ginseng? That's really amazing. Congratulations, owner, for unlocking the rare plant encyclopedia. You are rewarded with the golden field again. Su Iran was very happy listening to the space's reward. She glanced at the storage in her space. Her supplies were growing richer, and she suddenly found joy in building and managing her base. She looked at the task list again. Seeing the increasingly difficult tasks ahead, she felt excited. Although the tasks were harder, the rewards were more generous. She felt she was getting closer to her goal. Su Iran took a bath in the space and then returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Mu Luocheng and Zhou Xian. Her dinner was simple. She minced pork and mixed it with cabbage, kneaded some dough, and made over 50 plump dumplings. She boiled them on the stove until cooked. Su Iran tasted a dumpling and smiled happily, squinting her eyes. She couldn't help but marvel again at how good the ingredients in the space tasted. The food she made was truly delicious. She placed the dumplings on a plate and then vanished from the space. Just after returning to her room, Su Iran heard crying from the yard. She moved closer to the window and looked out. She saw Grandma Su holding onto Su Er's leg, talking to him. Frowning, Su Iran watched the scene outside for a while, feeling it was pointless. She decided to leave the house, since it was getting late. She needed to deliver dinner to the two young masters. As soon as she opened her door, everyone's eyes turned to her. Old Su, sitting on the drying platform, also slowly looked up at her. When Su Iran met Old Su's gaze, she saw a cold light in his eyes. Suddenly, she lost all curiosity about what was happening. She knew these people were blaming her again for their mistakes. Su Iran looked away from them with disdain, lifted her long legs, carried her basket, and headed toward the gate. Just a few steps away, she heard Old Man Su speak through clenched teeth. "Su Iran, do you really want your little uncle to die just to be satisfied? What do you want to do to finally let the Su family go?"
Litsu Bao Kwandi?
Why would I want that? I already told you yesterday I had nothing to do with Su Baochuan's injury. I never laid a hand on him. Why are you accusing me like this? Su Yiran looked at old man Su in confusion. She hadn't done anything yet and didn't understand why he was saying that about her. You little brat, you still won't admit it. If it weren't for you, that Zhang wouldn't have gone to cause trouble at the Lin family. The Lin brothers wouldn't have taken people to the hospital and beaten your little uncle again. Su Yiran, you're just a troublemaker. You're almost causing your little uncle's death. This time, old lady Su didn't dare to hit Su Yiran. She saw someone passing outside the door and sat on the ground, crying loudly and wailing. Thinking about Su Baochuan's tragic state, her hatred for Su Yiran grew even more. She never expected such a disaster to be brought into their home. Su Yiran, didn't you say you wanted to leave with that useless mother of yours? I agree. You leave today, right now. Seeing Su Yiran coldly watching her perform, old lady Su clenched her teeth and finally compromised. She wanted to see how the mother and daughter would survive after leaving the Su family. At this moment, many people had come to share the meat, and some of them happened to witness this scene. They started whispering among themselves. Hey, did you see that? The new handsome young man took the hand of that bun girl. When she was drowning yesterday, she said she didn't need anyone to help her. What's going on today? Can't you see? I think the new handsome young man has a crush on the bun girl. Not to mention, she really is pretty. Who wouldn't be moved? You don't know, but when she brought food to her mother at noon, the young men in the village were all staring at her. And I heard that Wei Chong even fought with Erjuzi because Erjuzi made a comment about the bun girl's curvy figure, and Wei Chong lost his temper. Oh no, you don't know? Wei Chong's mother said that Wei Chong was poisoned by that girl. Early in the morning, she told her mother to go to Grandma Su's house to ask for her hand in marriage. Grandma Su is from a wealthy family. Wei Chong's mother was so scared she got angry and punched Wei Chong twice, telling him to forget about it. Hearing the gossip around, Su Yiran and Mu Luoqing both looked upset. Su Yiran didn't like being made fun of.
Mu Luoqing.
He didn't even know why he was feeling so annoyed. Zhou Xian overheard the gossip more clearly. He walked over to Su Yiran with a curious look and asked Su Yiran, "Is Wei Chong your boyfriend? It seems your future mother-in-law doesn't like you." Before Zhou Xian finished speaking, Su Yiran took a small stone from her pocket and accurately flicked it onto Zhou Xian's big, smiling teeth. Suddenly, Zhou Xian felt a sharp pain in his front tooth. He quickly covered his mouth and looked at Su Yiran in disbelief. He didn't see how she had done it. "You're so boring. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. We'll have ribs for dinner tonight." Su Yiran didn't know what Mu Luoqing wanted to say, but she was annoyed by the stares of others. She didn't want to stay any longer. After speaking, she stepped forward to leave. Suddenly, she found a roll of money in her hand. She looked up, confused, at Mu Luoqing, who was stuffing the money into her palm. Before she could ask why, Mu Luoqing touched his straight nose and spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. "The money for building your house is our meal money. You and I should go to the youth station. I'll get your lunchbox." Mu Luoqing didn't say much. He walked ahead with long strides, leaving Su Yiran to look at the money in her hand and then at his tall figure in front of her. She felt a bit confused. Was this man really so rich? Zhou Xian saw Su Yiran standing there in a daze and quickly walked over. Just as he was about to say something, the pain in his teeth returned. He immediately covered his mouth and chased after Mu Luoqing. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. He thought Su Yiran was also quite scary. Su Yiran put the roll of money into her pocket and didn't refuse Mu Luoqing's kindness. Although she wasn't short of money, since he said it was for food, she felt she deserved it. Accepting it was only natural. Su Yiran happily carried the ribs to the small courtyard of the educated youth station. Before she could knock on the door, she heard teasing voices from another yard nearby. "Hey, isn't that Bun Bun Girl? Bun Bun Girl, are you here to see Qiao Jiqing again? Let me see. Are you here to deliver ribs today?" Su Yiran turned around and saw a person with a harsh face standing in front of her. She thought for a moment but couldn't recognize who this person was. Bun Bun girl, why aren't you talking? Have you gone mute? Aren't you always calling Xiao Jiqing sweetly?
I really don't understand.
Before Wang Taihong finished speaking, Su Yiran raised her hand and gently grabbed her chin, easily dislocating it. Su Yiran looked at Wang Taihong with disgust as she couldn't close her mouth. She felt the world become quiet. Her head hurt just listening to her talk. A perfectly fine person with a mouth that can't speak properly. There's no need to keep her around. Suddenly attacking Wang Taihong, who had her chin dislocated, surprised everyone. Even the others watching from the yard were shocked and looked in their direction. No one expected the soft, bun-like Su Yiran to actually take action. Su Yiran, are you crazy? Why did you hit her? Zhang Hehua had long disliked Su Yiran, especially that morning when she took the opportunity to approach the two new educated youths. Why did I hit her? If she hadn't started yelling at me like a mad dog, I wouldn't have hit her.
What?
If a dog bites me, I can't fight back? Su Yiran was not a patient person. No one had ever told her to be tolerant growing up. She only knew that enduring anger for a while made her more furious. Stepping back meant everyone could bully her. The best way to solve problems was through strength. As long as you were strong enough, anyone who tried to provoke you would think twice, weighing whether they could handle you. Seeing Su Yiran acting like a troublemaker, others who wanted to speak up for Wang Taihong fell silent. Only Zhang Hehua kept talking, trying to defend Wang Taihong and seek justice. Su Yiran looked at Zhang Hehua shouting from a safe distance about a meter away from her, and she sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, I remembered a video I saw online. It showed a dog being led by a person, barking loudly at another person. When the leash was loosened, the dog immediately became timid. Thinking of this, Su Yiran suddenly smiled. She felt that the video became more real in her mind at that moment. Su Yiran wouldn't miss the chance to tease the dog. She took a step forward, causing Zhang Hehua to panic and step back quickly. Eventually, Zhang Hehua tripped over something and fell backward, landing the ground. The stones on the ground scraped her, making her cry out in pain several times. After Zhang Hehua fell, the onlookers, who were curious young people, looked at Su Yiran with some fear. They seemed to see her as a crazy person. But Su Yiran didn't care about their looks. She only knew that after today, even if someone tried to cause trouble, they should think carefully about whether they could really challenge her. At this moment, the door to the small courtyard opened. Mu Luocheng came out carrying 2 lunchboxes in one hand and a bag of bottles and jars in the other. Hearing the noisy sounds nearby, Mu Luocheng looked over and saw Su Yiran standing in front of a girl who was drooling. He frowned in disgust. He stepped forward, grabbed Su Yiran's sleeve, and pulled her aside a few steps, speaking in a moderate voice. You're not even bothered by this? The girl is drooling like that. Could she be sick? As soon as Mu Luocheng finished speaking, the girl who had her chin removed started crying loudly, clutching her chin, and ran away. Su Yiran was amused by Mu Luocheng's words. She watched Wang Tixhong run off and shouted, Hey, I heard there's a barefoot doctor in the village who can do bone setting. Go find him quickly. If you wait too long, you might miss the chance. After saying this, Su Yiran couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard she couldn't speak. Once she calmed down, she looked up at Mu Luocheng, raised her hand, and patted him while still laughing. You really hit the mark with your words. She just tried to bother me, and I took away her chin. And you said she has a disease because she was drooling. Ha ha. She must be furious with you now. Mo Luocheng was dazzled by Su Yiran's bright smile. He had never seen a girl smile so freely before. Alright, stop laughing. Here's your lunchbox. It's for my family. I don't like sweet things, so I'll give you this too. You should go back now. Knowing that Su Yiran was about to cause trouble again, Mo Luocheng's temple twitched involuntarily. His first thought was to make her leave quickly to avoid unnecessary problems. Su Yiran took the item Mo Luocheng handed her. She looked down at it briefly, said nothing, and happily skipped away. After seeing Su Yiran off, Mo Luocheng didn't look at the young workers watching him. He turned and headed toward the small courtyard, feeling that whatever they did was none of his business. Everyone could see how Mo Luocheng felt about Su Yiran. They didn't dare to openly challenge her, but they still talked behind her back. Shameless, a sly fox. She thinks her looks give her the right to flirt everywhere. She failed to Qiao Zhigang and is now after the new workers.
Exactly.
Men are no good. Yesterday, he acted like he didn't want to get close, and today he's flirting with that girl Baozi again. Who knows what kind of spell she's under? It's too much. I must tell Qiao Zhigang what Baozi did, so he won't be fooled by that sly fox. Hiding behind the crowd, Bai Qingtian listened to their gossip. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Su Yiran dared to steal the man she liked. She wouldn't let her go. Back in her room, Bai Qingtian sat down to write a letter to Su Jinjin. She thought Su Jinjin was very capable. When she returned, she would surely deal with Su Yiran properly. Plus, with Zhou Xian's good conditions, Su Jinjin wouldn't miss the chance. If Su Jinjin succeeded, Zhou Xian would belong to her, and Mo Luocheng would be hers. That thought made her very happy. When Su Yiran got home, she saw Tan Hongling walking back and forth in the yard. She paused involuntarily. Tan Hongling saw her and quickly stepped forward, pulling her close with a friendly gesture. Xiaoyan, you should leave now. Your father and grandfather have taken your little uncle to the hospital. They said once they return, they'll deal with you. It's still time for you to run. Su Yiran has already realized that her third aunt is not a good person and is not as harmless as she appears. Now, her kind act of warning her might not be out of genuine kindness.
Go.
Why should I go? Where would I go? My money and grain have been stolen. Leaving now means death. I don't want to leave. Su Baoquan didn't hit me, so why should I run? Ignoring Tan Hongling's attempt to stop her, Su Yiran heads toward her storage room. As she passes by Tan Hongling, she notices her hand hanging by her side, clenched tightly. Although Su Yiran doesn't know why Tan Hongling wants her to leave, she senses her bad intentions. These people are really interesting. Do they have to keep coming one after another to seek trouble? Seeing Su Yiran's stubborn back, Tan Hongling's eyes narrow slightly. She still remembers what Su Baoquan said after Su Yiran left. Since she can't drive Su Yiran out of the house, she has to resort to sneaky means for Chi-Chi's sake. Su Yiran returns to her room and enters her space. Inside, she prepares the pork ribs, adds seasonings, and simmers them in a clay pot over low heat. She also exchanges for a rice cooker in the task shop. When using it, she finds that it works perfectly without needing to connect to electricity, such a great convenience. After preparing dinner, Su Yiran changes into work clothes and harvests the rice and wheat planted in the fields. Then she replants them, as she still needs money. Rice and wheat are the easiest grains to exchange for cash. Once the rice is planted, Su Yiran looks at the straw piled nearby. She remembers she can start livestock farming. She walks to another corner of her space, where a can be unlocked sign appears. She taps it lightly with her finger, and soon she hears knocking and hammering sounds. Before long, a modern pigsty appears, with 6 plump piglets inside. Looking at the piglets, Su Yiran feels a bit worried. Farming the land requires her to work the fields herself. Does she also need to feed the pigs? Is it too late for her to regret coming here? The system detects Su Yiran's worries and quickly responds within her space. Master, do not worry. You can develop livestock farming in your space and hire NPCs with points to help manage and operate it. As the system's prompt sound faded, a large screen appeared in front of Su Yiran, displaying the NPC's information. Looking at the NPC's price and hiring duration, Su Yiran's lips twitched slightly. She hadn't expected the work mode in the space to be so advanced, and the prices weren't cheap either. She selected a farming specialist from the NPC interface, considering her points, and set the hiring period to 30 days. After paying the points, a character, without any consciousness, appeared in the space. This person could handle all the chores in the pigsty on their own. Seeing this scene, Su Yiran felt it was too fantastical. The space was becoming more and more unbelievable. She felt like she was inside a game. Beep, congratulations, Master, on unlocking the farming industry. A new mode is activated. Space rewards 2,000 points. Beep, congratulations, Master, on successfully hiring an NPC. Space rewards 2,000 points. Beep. Watching her points increase steadily, Su Iran squinted happily. She felt she was getting closer to her dream laboratory. She was determined to work hard for the laboratory. She was already eager, reminiscing about the times she developed new products. At this moment, the space was filled with the aroma of meat, mixed with the scent of rice. Su Iran rubbed her already empty stomach, ready to eat first before delivering food to the two people. While changing clothes in her small thatched hut, she passed by the golden rice field. Curious, she walked over and gently dug the field with her. To her surprise, she found no signs of planting there, as if she had no right to cultivate this golden field. Master, this golden rice field is specifically used to grow rare species, such as thousand-year ginseng, snow lotus from Tianshan, and thousand-year-old lingji. You need to find them in the real world and transplant them into the space, the system explained. Hearing this, Su Iran's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. The rare plants the system mentioned were hard to find and sought after. But if she had the chance, she would definitely find a way to grow them in the space. Who wouldn't like precious treasures? Su Iran took a bath in the spiritual spring water in the space. She noticed her skin looked a bit brighter. An interesting idea suddenly came to her mind. She could make a batch of beauty and skincare soap using the spring water and sell it in the city. It would definitely be popular. She knew that her friends, who were about to take the arts troupe exam, would need these products. Without hesitation, she searched the warehouse for soap-making supplies and exchanged some coconut oil, essential oils, and spices in her task space. She eagerly began making the soap. Su Iran had made soap before. In her previous life, she had a friend who made handmade soap, so she was very familiar with the process. After an hour, the soap base was ready and poured into rectangular boxes to solidify. She was very happy with the jasmine-scented soap bases. Once they hardened, she could cut them into bars. She planned to deliver them to the city tomorrow. While admiring her work happily, she sensed something unusual outside the space. She washed her hands quickly and slipped out. Just then, Qiu Jing hurriedly ran in. Ran, the director in charge of the youth trainees is here. She said you injured a trainee and suspects you disrupted the harmony between villagers and trainees. She wants you to cooperate with the investigation. Hearing about the injury, Su Iran wasn't surprised. But she didn't expect it to escalate to this level. These trainees acted like children. Unable to fight back, they went home to complain to their parents. Without hesitation, Su Iran reassured Qiu Jing and then stepped out of the house. She saw many people in the yard, village leaders, the youth trainee director, two victims and villagers watching curiously. Are you Su Iran? The youth trainee director was not from the village. She had come after receiving a report. Her eyes showed disdain and contempt when she looked at Su Iran. Seeing her expression, Su Iran knew this situation wouldn't be easy to resolve today. Yes, I am Su Iran. She walked calmly to the director, nodded politely, and responded with a gentle smile. Director, she is Su Iran. The injury to Taihong was caused by her. She is really ruthless. If there hadn't been a bones specialist in the village, Taihong would have developed a serious health problem. The speaker is Zhang Hehua, who also went to the youth office to find the director and ask for her help. Her main goal today is to ruin Su Iran, preferably making her pay money and send her to reform school. To gain the director's support, she secretly gave him 10 yuan, which she had saved for a long time. Without this money, the director wouldn't have come with her. Seeing Zhang Hehua's proud expression, Su Iran clearly understood her plan. Does she just want to punish her? Well, let's see if she has the ability. Su Iran, you injured a youth from the village. Do you admit your guilt? Su Iran looked at Wang Taihong, who was safe and smiling confidently, and spoke seriously. I do not admit it. Zhang Hehua says I hurt comrade Wang Taihong. May I ask, where is Wang Taihong's injury? Is there any proof of injury? Su Iran looked calmly at the youth office director standing opposite her. She wouldn't let herself fall into a trap of self-incrimination. If she said she hurt Wang Taihong, they would have to prove it. Anyway, dislocated bones don't leave visible marks like external injuries. Even if they went to the hospital for an examination, it wouldn't show anything. Hearing Su Iran's words, everyone present was stunned. They had never realized that a medical report was needed. Even Zhang Hehua didn't expect Su Iran to say such things. Many people at the youth camp saw her hit Wang Taihong, and now she was denying it. Su Iran, do you have no shame? You dislocated Wang Taihong's jaw in front of everyone, and you still deny it. How can you do such a thing? Zhang Hehua didn't expect Su Iran to be so ruthless, and worse, to be someone who dares to act but not take responsibility. It was really too much. I didn't do it. How can I admit something I didn't do? Now Wang Taihong is standing here perfectly fine. Let the villagers see for themselves. Where are her injuries? Does she look like someone who was hurt? Su Iran stood calmly, contrasting sharply with Zhang Hehua's anger. It seemed as if Zhang Hehua had come specifically to trouble her. Su Iran, don't think you can just deny everything. My chin still hurts, and it's all because of you. Let me tell you. What do you want to tell me? If you want me to admit that I hurt you, then show everyone your injury, or give them your medical report. If there's nothing, then I think you're slandering me. Show the leaders and villagers your injuries. With your sharp tongue and attitude, you don't look hurt at all. You don't have any wounds on your face. How can you prove I hurt you? Shopkeeper, I don't control the grain prices, but if we work well this time, there will be more chances to cooperate in the future. What do you think is a fair price for my grain? Seeing Su Iran acting mysteriously, the shopkeeper pinched a grain of rice, opened it, and looked at the clear, fragrant rice inside. He thought carefully and said, maize is 16 cents a pound, wheat is 19 cents, and rice is 21 cents. How does that sound? That's about the usual price for top-quality grain in my shop. The shopkeeper spoke seriously through clenched teeth. He had never bought grain at such a high price since opening his shop. He wasn't sure if such good quality grain could be sold at a fair price. Plus, wheat and rice need processing, which can cause some loss. He might not make a profit at this price, but he was willing to pay so much to give Su Iran a good deal, hoping to work together again in the future. Su Iran didn't want to haggle. She thought of Qiu Jing waiting for her and felt a bit anxious, so she agreed quickly. All right, shopkeeper, please weigh it. Someone is waiting outside, and I can't stay too long.
Shujiran agreed happily.
From the shopkeeper's expression, she could tell this was the highest price he could offer. People shouldn't be too greedy, or else future cooperation might be difficult. The shopkeeper and Su Iran reached an agreement. He waved to the young clerk, who understood immediately. The clerk brought the scale and weighed the grain in front of Su Iran. Miss, maize is 95 pounds, wheat is 98 pounds, and rice is 88 pounds. I'll go get the money for you. The shopkeeper then headed toward the counter, leaving Su Iran alone in the backyard. Su Iran glanced at the time. 20 minutes had already passed. She wondered if Qiu Jing was getting impatient waiting for her. After a couple of minutes, the shopkeeper happily came out holding the money, placing it in front of Su Iran. Miss, the total is 52 yuan and 30 cents. Please count it. Su Iran saw the shopkeeper's honest expression and didn't hesitate. She took the money and carefully counted it in front of him. It was exactly 52 yuan and 30 cents, no more, no less. Thank you for your help, shopkeeper. Next time I find good grain, I'll come to deliver it to you first. All right, I'll be waiting for your next visit. After exchanging polite words, Su Iran didn't waste time. She turned around and left the grain shop's backyard. She was worried that Qiu Jing might be getting anxious waiting for her, so she hurried toward the entrance of the black market. At that moment, two tall figures slowly approached from another entrance of the black market. Zhou Xian, casually lifting his head, saw a familiar figure. He gently tugged on Mu Luoqing's sleeve, leaning close and speaking excitedly. Brother Chen, do you think that girl is Su Iran? She looks a bit like her. How can she be so dark and come out of the village? Isn't she afraid? Mu Luoqing looked in the direction Zhou Xian pointed, then quickly looked away, speaking casually. Aren't we here to buy grain? Hurry up. We need to go back. We don't want to be late on our first day of work. Hearing Mu Luoqing's reminder, Zhou Xian no longer doubted whether that figure was Su Iran. He turned and entered the grain shop. Sui ran, panting, ran up to Qiu Jing. Qiu Jing was already anxious, but didn't dare wander around, worried she might lose Sui Ran if she went somewhere else. If they got separated, it would be troublesome. Seeing Sui Ran return, Qiu Jing quickly stepped forward, grabbing her wrist and asking nervously, "Why did it take so long? Did you run into trouble? I shouldn't have brought you here. This place." "No, I just suddenly had a stomach ache and went to the bathroom." "Let's hurry and sell the wild chicken and wild duck," Sui Ran interrupted before Qiu Jing finished speaking. She could feel her mother's worry and didn't want to lie, so she changed the subject. Qiu Jing thought that Sui Ran found her nagging and didn't want to listen, so she didn't say much and held Sui Ran's hand as they walked into the black market. Qiu Jing wasn't new to the black market and knew the tricks well. She pulled Sui Ran to a corner to squat down, waiting for someone interested in buying to come over and ask the price. If the price was right, they could make a deal. Not long after they squatted down, someone approached to ask the price. A woman looked at the fat wild duck in front of Qiu Jing and couldn't take her eyes off it. She excitedly stepped forward to ask, "How much are your wild ducks?" 6 yuan each. Hearing that a wild duck cost 6 yuan, Sui Ran immediately felt she had lost out. Yesterday, she sold a noisy neighbor, Zhou Xian, a duck for only 5 yuan. She thought she should have asked for a higher price. 6 yuan each? That's too expensive. The pork at the supply and marketing cooperative costs only
2 yuan per gin.
Wild ducks aren't that valuable, so they shouldn't be more expensive than pork, right? Hearing the customer think the price was high, Qiu Jing remained calm and explained slowly, trying to persuade her.
No, explain.
"Ma'am, my wild duck at 6 yuan each is not expensive at all. You can consider it. One of these ducks weighs easily 11 or 12 jin. Also, you mentioned that pork is from the supply and marketing cooperative. Buying pork there requires money and a ticket, so it's definitely not cheaper than my wild duck." Qiu Jing calmly bargained with the woman interested in buying the duck. Watching this scene from the side, Sui Ran felt a bit dazed. She didn't know why she thought Qiu Jing had many secrets. After several rounds of negotiation, Qiu Jing and the woman agreed to each step back a little. The final price for one wild duck was 5.5 yuan. With the customer bought the duck, they were soon surrounded by passers-by. 6 wild ducks and 3 wild chickens were quickly sold out. Wild ducks at 5.5 yuan each, wild chickens at 3 yuan each. Qiu Jing and Sui Ran earned 41 yuan that morning. On the way home, Qiu Jing still found it unbelievable sitting in the back seat of the car with Sui Ran. Their families saved less than 50 yuan a year, but Sui Ran had hidden these wild animals and easily sold them for 41 yuan. In the past, she wouldn't have even dared to think about it. Sui Ran parked her bicycle at the foot of the mountain. Qiu Jing voluntarily got off her bike and happily handed some money to Sui Ran. "Ran, take this money. Keep it with you for emergencies. If you see something you like, buy it." Sui Ran looked at the money handed to her by Qiu Jing. She hesitated for a moment before accepting it. They still needed to live at the Su family's house, so she had to be careful not to let the family take the money from Qiu Jing. It was safer to keep it with her. "I'll take this money first. When you need it, come find me, and I'll give it to you."
All right.
"There's nothing in the village that needs money, so you can go up the mountain and hide the bike. I'll go home and make breakfast, so your grandma won't cause trouble again." Seeing Qiu Jing in a hurry to go home, Sui Ran didn't stop her. She simply nodded and let Qiu Jing leave first. Before leaving the Su family, Sui Ran didn't want to cause too much trouble, so she could only let Qiu Jing continue to work hard for the family for a while longer. Sui Ran pushed her bike along the small path toward the mountain. After a few steps, she stored the bike in her space and then entered the space herself. As soon as she entered, the system's prompt sounded. "Congratulations, owner, on unlocking Achievement 1. Congratulations, owner, on unlocking Achievement 2.
And so on."
Seeing the series of useless rewards from the system, Sui Ran frowned slightly. She gently brushed the large screen and focused on Achievement 10. She was curious about what special items might be in the task shop. Not in a hurry to go home, Su Iran stayed in the space, harvesting the mature rice and replanting wheat on the fields. She was beginning to enjoy farming, as her crops looked especially good and could fill her small treasury. After planting the wheat, Su Iran leisurely wandered around the space. She looked at the several areas marked as not yet open and boldly guessed that they might be pig, cow, and sheep farms. It seemed that soon she could have free access to beef and mutton. Walking to the apple trees, she casually picked a bright red apple, took a bite, and enjoyed its crisp, sweet, and juicy flavor. Looking at the abundant apple trees, Su Iran felt a bit regretful. It's not the apple harvest season now, so I can't sell them. I have to wait until the harvest time to sell such delicious apples. It's really a pity. I took a quick shower in the space. Thinking about the things I need to do, I looked in the warehouse and found a piece of pork rewarded by the space. It disappeared from the space and I carried it down the mountain. When I came down from the mountain, I didn't go to the Su family but headed straight to the village chief's house at the west end of the village. I needed his help. I liked the empty land behind the mountain and wanted to move out from the Su family to build a house there. It will take more than a year to leave this village. I can't live with the Su family forever, and I don't want to stay in the storage room. I must have my own house to feel safe. It was already morning, and the streets in the village were busy with people. Some were washing themselves outside their homes. Su Iran, what are you doing so early? You fell into the water yesterday. Are you okay? Just as I was about to reach the village chief's door, a clear male voice came from behind me. Before I could react, a man quickly ran up to me and looked me over from head to toe. Su Iran, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I heard from my mother yesterday that you tried to jump into the river to end your life. Yesterday, I went to help at the fertilizer factory with my uncle. We came back too late, so I didn't visit you. Wei Chong looked at me nervously. When he saw that I was fine and not injured, he relaxed a little. I quietly looked at Wei Chong, trying to recall our relationship. After thinking for a long time, I remembered that I had helped Wei Chong once before.
I'm fine.
I was just a bit confused at the time and did something I shouldn't have. But now I've thought it through and won't do anything stupid again. Thanks for your concern. I have to go now. I could feel Wei Chong's nervousness, but I wasn't very interested in men and women matters. I didn't want to accept his concern to avoid giving him the wrong idea. Seeing my cold expression, Wei Chong was slightly stunned. He remembered that I wasn't like this before. When I was injured in the field, I even helped him apply medicine. Why did I suddenly change like this? Wei Chong wanted to say something, but Su Iran didn't give him a chance. She grabbed the meat in her hand and headed toward the village chief's house. Wei Chong stood still, watching Su Iran's back as she left. He looked sad and couldn't understand why she was so cold to him. TSK, she's so heartless. The boy was trying to be nice, and she treats him so coldly. It's heartbreaking for a young, innocent boy, he muttered. Zhou Xian carried a bag of grain on his shoulder, looking at Su Iran and Wei Chong with a teasing expression. He saw all of Su Iran's expressions and actions clearly. After thinking for a long time, he could only describe her as cold-hearted. Mu Luocheng listened to Zhou Xian's sarcastic words and turned his head to look at Zhou with a cold gaze. He didn't speak and simply walked toward the youth camp. Seeing Mu Luocheng leave, Zhou Xian quickly followed. For some reason, he felt that Mu's mood was becoming harder to understand. When Zhou Xian and Mu Luocheng reached outside the youth camp, a figure suddenly rushed out from the direction of the dormitory. Mu Luocheng instinctively took a step back and hid behind Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at Mu Luocheng's reaction with some confusion. When he looked up, he saw a girl with dark skin, wearing a light pink floral dress, standing in front of him. Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Do you need something? Zhang Hehua looked past Zhou Xian at Mu Luocheng behind him, her face slightly reddening. She took out 2 corn cakes from behind and placed them in front of Zhou Xian. I heard that Mu Jiqing and your grain supplies haven't been sorted out yet. You two don't have enough grain, so I specially exchanged 2 corn cakes for you. Looking at the 2 corn cakes with bits of corn and bones, Zhou Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. When had his family ever eaten such things. He raised his head to refuse, but then noticed Zhang Hehua's affectionate gaze on Mu Luocheng. His originally furrowed brows tightened further. He moved slightly, blocking Zhang Hehua's view of Mu Luocheng. "Thank you for your kindness. We already bought some grain, so you can keep these corn cakes for yourself." After speaking, Zhou Xian carried the grain on his shoulder and walked past Zhang Hehua toward his home. Mo Luocheng, behind him, didn't even glance at Zhang Hehua and quickly followed to leave together. Back at their place, Zhou Xian was a bit angry, feeling restless and irritable. What kind of people are these? Just the second day after arriving, someone already came to be friendly. He couldn't imagine if more trouble would come later. "Brother Chen, should we stop eating with those educated youth? Those women are too scary. They came to us on the second day, and if we eat together a few more times, it might cause more trouble." As he spoke, Zhou Xian couldn't help but look at Mo Luocheng's charming face. Being chased by a group of noble young ladies in the capital was one thing, but now in the countryside, people actively showing kindness was a bit too troublesome. Mo Luocheng, who was washing his hands, heard Zhou Xian's words and looked up at him, smiling softly.
Can you cook?
"You don't need to worry about cooking. I promise I won't let you go hungry. The food at the educated youth camp is terrible, worse than the pig feed I used to cook in the team," Zhou Xian said disdainfully. He really looked down on the food at the camp. The 2 ducks he bought from Su Iran yesterday were wasted. Luckily, he didn't take out the wild chicken. Most importantly, he was really annoyed by these women actively coming to him. During dinner yesterday, he noticed they kept looking in their direction. He thought rural life would be simple and pure, with no romantic entanglements. But on the second day, someone already came to him. Mo Luocheng had no opinion on Zhou Xian's thoughts. Actually, after dinner yesterday, he had already decided that next time they ate, Zhou Xian could bring food back for him. But he didn't expect Zhou Xian to be the first to reject. "Whatever you arrange. As long as I don't starve." Su Iran waited outside the village chief's house for about 5 minutes. Finally, the door slowly opened. Village chief's wife, Aunt Su, was startled to see Su Iran at the door. She thought to herself, "Why did this girl come here?" "Xiao Yan, why did you come? Did you wait outside for a long time?" "Not too long." "Annie, has second uncle gotten up?" "I came to find him." Hearing that Su Iran came to find her husband, Aunt Su was a bit confused about what she wanted to do, but she warmly welcomed Su Iran inside. Get up, little Ran. Come in first, I'll go call your second uncle." Aunt Su said this and led Su Iran into the yard, then shouted loudly into the house, "Child's father, come out for a moment. Little Ran from the Urjin family is here to see you." While eating breakfast, Su Jianan heard Zhang Xiaoqiao calling him and quickly put down his chopsticks and ran outside. When he stepped out, he saw Su Iran standing in the yard and felt a bit awkward. Su Iran was brought back to the village by him. He had promised her confidently that as long as she needed him, he would protect her. But when she actually came to find him, he was afraid of Grandma Su and didn't stand up for her. Yesterday, after hearing that Su Iran had tried to end her life, Su Jianan's guilt grew even bigger. He wanted to visit Second Jean today to talk, but Su Iran arrived early in the morning. "Little Ran, why did you come so early?" "Don't worry, I've heard about what's happening at your home. I will definitely help you fix it. You're still young, you can't keep making foolish choices." Su Jianan approached her sincerely and spoke earnestly. He looked at her face, which was thinner than before, and secretly vowed in his heart that, as village head, he must handle this matter well. "Second uncle, I didn't come today for the Su family's issues. Don't worry, I won't do foolish things anymore. I really can't stay at the Su family's house. I can't keep living in the storage room and chicken coop. I want to have my own house. Also, I even hit my grandfather and grandmother yesterday. They definitely won't accept me. I can only find a way out for myself in advance. Uncle, I wonder if, based on my current situation, the village can arrange a piece of land for me. I just want to build 3 rooms. I want to move out with my mother." Hearing Su Iran's request, Su Jianan was stunned. He couldn't help but look at her determined little face. From her expression, it was clear she was serious. "Little Ran, technically your request doesn't quite fit. What's not fitting?
Everyone has been pushed to the point of suicide by that family.
Do we really have to wait until little Ran loses her life for it to be considered acceptable? Susu's second aunt, who had been listening nearby, suddenly spoke. She had seen the entire process of Sui-ran being rescued yesterday, especially the moment when Sui-ran spat out the vegetable leaves, which made her feel a bit sad. Su-jinan, as an official, you should serve the people. And Xiao-ran is still someone you brought back from the countryside. You can't just ignore her. Her life at that home is really miserable. She sleeps in the chicken coop at night and eats vegetable leaves during the day. Honestly, even the old sows in the production team are better off than her. I think you should help Xiao-ran find a piece of land in the village, build 3 rooms. It doesn't need to be fancy, just enough to shelter her from wind and rain. Better than that chicken coop. Seeing how soft and weak Sui-ran was and how she had even hurt old Madame Su, Susu's second aunt believed that this girl just wanted to survive. They had the ability to help her, so they shouldn't just leave her alone. Su-jinan listened to his second aunt and fell into thought. After a moment, he clapped his hands and seriously said to Sui-ran, "All right, it's settled then. Where do you want to settle down? There's no more space in the village, only an empty plot at the foot of the mountain. Are you afraid?" Su-jinan thought that placing her new house there might not be very suitable for such a young girl, but there really was no better place in the village. "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of dying, so I definitely won't fear living beings. Second uncle, please help me arrange this. Don't worry, I still have some money. I can spend it to build a house and I can pay workers to help build it." Hearing Sui-ran speak so confidently, Su-jinan, who was initially uncertain, suddenly gained confidence. He also felt that Sui-ran should leave the Su family. "All right, I'll help you arrange this first. I'll gather some mud bricks and wood from the village. Once the house is built, we'll settle the costs. Do you have any specific requirements? Or do you want a particular kind of house?" Since Su-jinan decided to build a house for Sui-ran, he would be responsible for her. Now that she has expressed her wishes, it's best to listen to her rather than wait until the house is finished and she's unhappy. Su-jinjin stood up and rushed towards Sui-ran. She knew that Sui-ran's life at the Gu family wasn't easy, but it was definitely better than her life at the Su family. Since Sui-ran had taken over her life, she believed she deserved some compensation. However, before she could reach Sui-ran, Sui-ran kicked her away. This time, Sui-ran used all her strength, and Su-jinjin flew very far, tearing her pants on the stones on the ground. "What are you doing? What are you all doing? I think you're not tired enough today and still have energy to argue here." When the village chief and the village secretary heard that Sui-ran and the Su family were arguing, they hurried over, worried that Sui-ran might get hurt. Now, Sui-ran is the treasure of the village and no accidents can happen to her. Hearing the village leaders arrive, Sui-ran calmed her anger, reached out to hold Qiu-jing's hand, and asked her to explain what had happened. "Mom, tell the village chief and the secretary what just happened. What exactly is going on with Su-jin and Su-jinjin?" Qiu-jing looked at the 2 village leaders rushing over and the group behind them. She carefully explained everything about how Su-jin and Su-jinjin blocked her way. Su-jinan and Su-jinghua, after hearing this, became angry. They said to the people with them, "Sui-ran and Qiu-jing have already had a hard time leaving the Su family, and now they come here to take their things. Do you think we should send Su-jin and Su-jinjin to farm labor or to the police station? Our village can't tolerate people like them. Village chief, I think we should send Su-jin to farm labor. He's not just stealing things. Bullying Sui-ran and Qiu-jing is not simple. He has other issues too. He hasn't even officially separated from Qiu-jing yet and got married outside. That's a serious character problem, not a small matter." When someone mentioned Su-jin and Zhou Xiaoqin, the villagers watching also started talking. They all looked down on Su-jin and couldn't believe how lucky he was to marry 2 wives. They definitely wanted to make him unlucky. Hearing about farm labor, Su-jin was scared. He quickly got up from the ground, crawled to Qiu-jing's side, and begged her pitifully. "Qiu-jing, I know I was wrong. I was just temporarily confused. It was Su Jiding who said you had a bicycle and that the money you used to buy it must be mine. I was angry and came to find you. Qiu Jing, when we separated, didn't you tell me you would help clarify things? Actually, we had already planned to split up. I didn't kick you out of the Su family because I cared about your child. Isn't that right? Su Erjin looked sad and begged Qiu Jing to let him go. He hoped Qiu Jing would forgive him. He didn't want to go to the farm for reform because if he did, his life would be over. When he heard about going to the farm, Su Jinjin's eyes lit up. Some people living there are quite powerful. If she could make good friends with them now, she might have a bright future. Su Jinjin happily stood up. She looked at Su Jinan, straightened her back, and spoke excitedly. Village chief, please send me to the farm. I won't apologize to Su Yiran. I just think the money she used to buy the car belongs to my parents. My parents are now falsely accused and trapped, but that doesn't mean I've lost my strength. Even if I go to the farm, I won't give in. Su Jinjin spoke confidently and clearly. She believed that the people in the village didn't understand the Gu family's situation. Whatever she said was the truth. After hearing Su Jinjin, Su Yiran couldn't help but sneer. She thought Su Jinjin might really be a bit naive, asking to go to the farm on her own. Then Su Yiran realized something. Could it be that there are some important people living on the farm now? Does Su Jinjin know something? But even if Su Jinjin knew something, she was too innocent. People like Su Jinjin, who make mistakes, usually don't get close to those powerful people. Even going to the farm for reform is different. Thinking of this, Su Yiran decided it was better to let Su Jinjin do what she wanted. She wanted to see what kind of trouble Su Jinjin could cause. Second uncle, since she wants to go, just send her. As long as she goes to the farm, I won't hold my mother responsible for Su Erjin's matter. Everyone in the village looked at Su Jinjin with strange eyes. She really surprised them. No one had ever wanted to go to the farm for reform so eagerly. Seeing that Su Yiran also agreed, Su Jinan didn't hesitate. He told Su Jinjin, since you're willing to take responsibility for your mistakes, go home and get ready. I'll take you to the farm tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for the village chief to take me to the farm tomorrow. When Su Jinjin saw that Su Jinan agreed, she was so happy she looked like a butterfly fluttering. She turned around proudly and looked at Su Yiran. Su Yiran, wait for me to come back. I will definitely make you pay. Surrounding villagers, watching the commotion, thought that Su Jinjin must have lost her mind. They couldn't bear to watch anymore and started to leave. Only Su Jinan and Su Jinghua looked at her with meaningful expressions, but they quickly looked away. Second brother Su, Qiu Jing, and Xiao Rand aren't upset about today's matter. If there's a next time, I'll send you to the farm. You should go home now. As he spoke, Su Jinan and Su Jinghua helped Su Erjin up from the ground, dragged him along, and took him back to the Su family. Seeing Su Erjin and Su Jinjin leave, Su Yiran held Qiu Jing's arm to check on her. Only when she was sure Qiu Jing was fine did she relax. Seeing how nervous Su Yiran was, Qiu Jing felt warm inside. Thinking about Su Yiran's words criticizing Su Jinjin, she felt a little emotional. It was so nice to have such a caring daughter. Don't worry, Mom is fine. Su Erjin didn't hurt me. I told him if he dares to hurt me, I'll report him for cheating. After hearing that, he behaved himself. Hearing Qiu Jing's words, Su Yiran didn't say anything. She didn't understand Qiu Jing's approach, but she respected it. It's good that you're okay. Let's go home first. Are you tired after working all day? Su Yiran asked with concern as she walked. Qiu Jing explained the factory's strengths and weaknesses. In the afternoon, she also contacted some of her previous sales channels with Tian Fugue. Su Yiran listened carefully to Qiu Jing's experience. She remembered everything and found useful tips that could be applied to the soap factory. Both factories needed to grow and improve. Su Yiran told Qiu Jing to rest first. She went into the kitchen to boil water, took out the dinner she prepared for Mu Luocheng and Zhou Xian, and ate dinner with Qiu Jing. After eating, Su Yiran told Qiu Jing to take a shower. She then returned to her room and entered her space. When all the ingredients were ready and the chicken soup was nearly done, Su Yiran removed all the fat from the soup and set the clear, oil-free broth aside in a small basin. Next, she cut the cooked local chicken into small pieces and added them back into the soup, then put it back on the stove to simmer. After it boiled, she added bamboo fungus, filling the rich chicken soup with a faint, indescribable fragrance. While cooking the chicken soup, Su Iran also prepared a spicy hot pot. When Su Iran finished preparing all the food, she packed spicy hot pot into 2 lunchboxes, rice into 2 containers, and divided the chicken soup into 2 thermal flasks. After dinner was ready, Su Iran went to the bathroom to wash off the cooking smell, change her clothes, and quickly left the space, carrying a basket as she headed outside. At this time, it was still early and most workers had just finished their shifts. Tan Hongling, returning from work, was walking with Su Haida and Su Iran, who were covered in mud. She glared at Su Iran with disdain and snorted before heading towards the Su family's house. Su Iran didn't mind Tan Hongling's contempt. She enjoyed the feeling of being challenged but not defeated. She didn't know what dirty thoughts Tan Hongling was planning, but she could make her regret refusing to cooperate. If Tan dared to challenge her now, she could easily outdo her later. Su Iran sensed a dark figure reappear behind her. She deliberately chose a less crowded path, weaving through several alleys before reaching the outskirts of the Jiqing courtyard. Confirming that someone was following her, she gently knocked twice on the door. Before she could knock a third time, the door was opened. The person who opened the door was Mu Luocheng. Seeing Mu Luocheng with slightly damp hair and an open collar, Su Iran's face unconsciously flushed. Her mind replayed the scene of Mu Luocheng acting coquettishly that afternoon. She started to speak. Wait a moment. Mu Luocheng interrupted her, grabbing her arm and pulling her into the courtyard. Su Iran's slender body was embraced by Mu Luocheng. One hand held her waist, while the other quickly closed the courtyard door. He leaned against the door, peering through to observe outside, unaware of how intimate his actions appeared. Su Iran was startled by Mu Luocheng's bold move. Her delicate body pressed against his firm chest, feeling his warmth and smelling the faint scent of pine on him. That unique smell seemed almost like a charm, making her reluctant to leave. Her face instantly turned red, and her mind went blank, thinking to herself, "What's wrong with this man?
Could it be?
Did you realize you're being followed?" Mu Luocheng's cold voice suddenly sounded above her, tinged with an unexplainable anger. Su Iran didn't expect Mu Luocheng to say such disruptive words at this moment. She suddenly looked up and met Mu Luocheng's deep, dark eyes filled with a hint of anger. She instantly became alert. She awkwardly cleared her throat, gently pushed Mu Luocheng's waist, took a small step back, and created some distance between them, nodding slightly. "I know, I've always known someone was following me, but he hasn't done anything too much. I can't really ask him about it," Su Iran said casually, waving her hand dismissively. She didn't really care about being followed. She had the ability to protect herself and wasn't nervous. Before coming here, she had been running around the village trying to figure out if Wei Chong was deliberately following her. As she suspected, Wei Chong was indeed following her. She had planned to finish her meal and then deal with this matter, but she didn't expect Mu Luocheng to find out about it. "I can handle this myself. I've prepared dinner for you. You and Zhou Xian can eat it while it's hot. I didn't buy soda today, but I made chicken soup very fresh." As she spoke, Su Iran took a step back, took out 2 lunch boxes and a thermos from her basket, and handed them to Mu Luocheng. However, Mu Luocheng didn't reach out to take them. "Please put them inside the house. I've already cleaned the lunch boxes you used before. You can take them back. I have some things to do. After you put the things away, just lock the door for me. Don't come with me." Mu Luocheng then took the key from the door lock, pocketed it, and strode toward the direction where Wei Chong had just been. Su Iran watched Mu Luocheng's figure walk away, her heart pounding wildly. She didn't know if this man was standing up for her, but this feeling made her very happy. Following Mu Luocheng's instructions, Su Iran delivered the dinner to the small house in the courtyard. When she set down the lunch boxes, she noticed the design drawings and a stack of calculation papers on the table. From these items, she roughly guessed Mu Luocheng's identity. Standing there, Su Iran looked at the design drawings and the calculation process, her brows slightly furrowed as she noticed some inconsistencies. After a while, she withdrew her gaze from the drawings. Her current identity didn't allow her to voice any opinions. She could only pretend she hadn't seen anything, tidy up the lunchboxes from the table, put them back into her basket, and then leave. When Su Iran left, she carefully tied the small house door with a shoelace. It was better not to reveal the blueprint. If it leaked, it would be a huge loss. Su Iran came out of the yard and had not yet locked the door when Zhou Xian hurried back on his bicycle. Seeing Su Iran come out, Zhou Xian frowned and asked nervously, "Why did you come out of the yard? Where is Brother Chen?" It was clear from Zhou Xian's tone that he was anxious. Su Iran looked at him calmly and replied casually, "He went out on some errands. I was told to bring dinner inside first. You just got back, so I didn't lock the door." After speaking, Su Iran opened the big yard gate for Zhou Xian without waiting for his response and turned to walk in another direction. Out of curiosity, Su Iran wanted to see how Mu Luocheng was handling Wei Chong's stalking, but remembering Mu Luocheng's warning not to go there, she changed direction and went to find Qiu Jing. In recent days, Su Iran had learned Qiu Jing's habits. Usually, she didn't come home early and was likely working in her small cultivated garden. Following the memory of the original owner, Su Iran reached the small garden where Qiu Jing was working. From afar, she saw Qiu Jing watering the land. Carrying a basket on her back, Su Iran approached and affectionately called out to Qiu Jing, "Mother." "I'm here, Ran. Why are you here? Are you hungry? I'll finish watering the vegetables and then go home to cook." As Qiu Jing spoke, she unconsciously quickened her steps. She knew Su Iran was quite independent and wouldn't usually come to find her unless there was a reason, but she still worried that Su Iran might be suffering or not getting enough to eat at the Su family. "Not really. I came to eat with you. I've prepared dinner and brought it over. Wash your hands and we can eat," Su Iran said. She entered Qiu Jing's small garden, pulled her to the water's edge, and told her to wash her hands. Then she handed Qiu Jing a bowl of rich chicken soup. Qiu Jing looked at the steaming chicken soup, her eyes slightly moist. She never expected she could still drink hot chicken soup, especially from her daughter. Su Iran built a small table with stones, placed her prepared spicy hot pot and rice on it, and turned around to call Qiu Jing to eat. She then saw Qiu Jing standing still, holding the chicken soup and lost in thought. Su Iran looked at Qiu Jing for a while, hesitated, then spoke softly, worried her voice might be too loud, and scared Qiu Jing. "Mom, come quickly and eat." Su Iran stood up, walked to Qiu Jing's side, helped her sit down at the small stone table, and spoke sweetly to her. "Mom, from now on I will bring you food in the field every noon. In the evening, we will eat here. I will cook delicious food for you and help you get healthy. Once you're well, you can take good care of me. As for the people from the Su family, they are not really connected to us, so you don't need to worry. Rest assured, I will soon take you away from the Su family." When Su Iran was in the city, she had already thought about this. Qiu Jing could leave the hospital because the actor arranged to be around Su Erjin was already there. Since the actor was in place, it wouldn't be long before Qiu Jing was forced out of the Su family. When that time comes, mother and daughter can happily leave the Su family. Thinking of this, Su Iran wanted to tell Qiu Jing about the house. She hadn't planned to hide it, just didn't want her to worry. Today, she specifically went to check on the construction site. The building was progressing quickly, and it should be finished by tomorrow. Su Iran had already decided that after dinner, she would go to the village committee to meet the village head and the party secretary and give them the remaining money. She also wanted to ask about the carpenter. She planned to make a wooden tub and 2 large cabinets, as they still needed some furniture inside the house. Qiu Jing saw Su Iran looking thoughtful and gently pinched her delicate face, speaking softly. Ran, have you thought about where we will go after leaving the Su family? Do you want to go back to the city? In the past 2 days, Qiu Jing had thought a lot. She couldn't let Su Iran suffer in the countryside. She had already written to her family, but she wasn't sure if they would forgive her for the reckless things she did back then. If they could forgive her, She hoped they would take care of Su Iran and bring her back, giving her a bright future. If they couldn't forgive her, she still wanted to find a good job for Su Iran so she could live peacefully in the city. She no longer had much hope for the future, but Su Iran was still young and shouldn't waste her life in the countryside. I won't return to the city. I think life in the countryside is quite good. Mother, don't worry. You don't need to be concerned about us leaving the Su family with nowhere to stay. The house being built at the foot of the mountain is paid for by me, with help from the village chief and the village party secretary. Once the house is finished, we can leave the Su family behind. Whatever happens to the Su family then, it won't concern us anymore. However, in the next few days, we need to be careful and not let old lady Su find out about the house and our connection to it. Otherwise, she will definitely cause trouble again. When talking about the Su family, Su Iran's dark eyes darkened, and she thought about her carefully made plans. All decisions are in their hands. She just hopes they won't regret what they do. After dinner, Su Iran tidied up her lunchbox and put it into her basket. Qiu Jing told her to go home first because she needed to finish some work before returning. Su Iran had no objections to what Qiu Jing did. She obediently responded and left the small garden. She needed to go to the brigade office for some matters, so she didn't stay to keep Qiu Jing company. Qiu Jing watched Su Iran's figure as she left, reminiscing about the meal Su Iran had just prepared. She felt that Su Iran was not suited for rural life and was determined to find a way to send her away from here. Su Iran strolled casually toward the vicinity of the brigade office. From afar, she saw Wei Chong, who was bruised and swollen, leaning on his waist and limping out of Dr. Wang's house. Wei Chong looked up and saw Su Iran. The moment he saw her, he wanted to run away. He felt he had no face to face Su Iran now. Seeing Wei Chong in such a sorry state, Su Iran thought it was better to clear things up. She spoke calmly before he could run, without any extra emotion. Wei Chong, let's talk. I have something I want to tell you. Hearing her words, Wei Chong stopped but dared not turn around to look at her. He felt ashamed of what he had done and embarrassed about not being able to defeat Mu Luocheng. He didn't want Su Iran to see him in such a miserable state. Su Iran didn't mind Wei Chong's avoidance. She walked behind him and spoke softly. The thing about delivering food to Mu Jiqing was that you who told Li Qiushuang? Do you think that if someone finds out I deliver food to Mu Luocheng, I will deliberately avoid suspicion and distance myself from them? Is that it? When Su Iran heard Li Qiushuang mention delivering food, she reflected on herself. She believed she had been very careful when delivering food and that no one would see her giving food to Mu Luocheng, except for the person following her. Listening to Su Iran's calm questioning without any anger, Wei Chong turned around in disbelief and looked at her. He thought Su Iran shouldn't react like this. Such things could damage her reputation. Why didn't she care? Does she really like Mu Luocheng? Is she not worried about rumors between them? Do you like Mu Luocheng? Wei Chong asked cautiously, trying to get a clear answer. He looked at Su Iran with a determined gaze, hoping for honesty. Su Iran didn't understand why Wei Chong was asking this. She didn't want to answer. She lowered her head, avoiding Wei Chong's gaze, afraid she might laugh out loud. Suddenly, she thought Mu Luocheng was a bit unfair. How could he hit her face? And, to make it worse, he looked like a clown. Whether she liked Mu Luocheng was her own business.
She didn't need to tell Wei Chong.
Right now, she was talking about her relationship with him. I already told you clearly last time, Wei Chong. We can only be good comrades. There's no other possibility, she said firmly. After preparing dinner, Su Iran checked the time and observed the bear cave. She placed all the prepared soap inside, so it would be ready for transportation the next day. She didn't want the Su family to know what she was doing. The soap wasn't suitable to be kept at the Su family's place. If they found out she was about to become a moneymaker, they wouldn't let her and Qiu Jing leave easily. They wanted to leave quickly, without causing trouble. After putting all the soap into the mountain cave, Su Iran returned to her space. She took a shower, changed into clean clothes, packed her backpack, and left the cave with her dinner. Under the moonlight, she descended from the mountain and headed straight to the Jiqing courtyard. When she was near, she heard chattering sounds from inside. Suiran thought to herself that time had gone by quickly. All the Jiqing had returned. It was a pity. Suiran rubbed her aching temples and didn't like the young people living in the youth academy. She ignored them and headed straight toward the small courtyard where Mu Luocheng was. Just as she was about to knock on the door, a mocking voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw Wang Taihong and Zhang Hehua. "Oh, you're bringing food to Mu the youth? I heard that when we weren't around, you got along pretty well with Mu. So, why are you so eager to please a man who isn't yours?" "Suiran, I advise you not to dream about things that aren't yours. Mu Luocheng isn't someone you can just wish for. Your status is so low compared to him, you're not even qualified to stand beside him. You better behave yourself." Suiran didn't want to pay attention to these immature people, but Wang Tiehong's words annoyed her. What does she mean by not her man? Mu Luocheng used to have nothing to do with her, but now they are in a relationship. They might not be officially together, but there's a possibility. More importantly, she wasn't trying to flatter him. She was just doing her job by delivering food. Listen to your foolish words. Not my man? Do you think he belongs to you? Wang Taihong, do you think the whole youth group going to the farm for reform is enough? You want to go there yourself? You.
How dare you say that?
If it weren't for you, would we even go to the farm? Suiran. As she spoke, Wang Taihong lost her temper and lunged at Suiran. Her target wasn't Suiran herself, but the lunchbox in her hand. Suiran had no right to bring food to Mu Luocheng or get close to him. Wang Taihong wanted to ruin that dinner so Mu Luocheng would dislike her. Just as Wang Taihong was about to grab the lunchbox, her body suddenly flew out of nowhere. Suiran looked up and saw Zhou Xian had appeared. Without hesitation, he kicked Wang Taihong. "Are you crazy? How dare you touch my dinner? You're sick. You've been noisy since you got back, and now you want to mess with my dinner? Listen, if you don't learn to behave, I'll send you to the farm." Zhou Xian didn't care if Wang Taihong was hurt from the kick. He looked angrily at her lying on the ground. He worked hard all day and was just waiting for Suiran to come deliver dinner tonight. If the food spilled, he would be very upset. Zhang Hehua didn't expect Zhou Xian to come out and confront Wang Tixong. She glanced at Zhou Xian, feeling hesitant to speak, then looked at Wang Tixong's condition. She didn't dare to provoke Zhou Xian. The young workers had warned them beforehand. Mu Luocheng took the lunchbox from Suiran's hand and pulled her arm, trying to lead her into the small courtyard. Suiran withdrew her arm and shook her head at Mu Luocheng. "I still need to visit the village head's house. You eat first, then wait for me at the village office." She winked playfully at Mu Luocheng, and the earlier incident didn't affect her mood. Suiran looked at Wang Tixong, who was lying on the ground groaning, but said nothing and turned to walk toward the village head's house. At the end of the young workers' camp, Qiao Wenyu stared tightly at Suiran's back, unable to accept the interaction between Suiran and Mu Luocheng. Suiran left the young workers' courtyard, casually took 2 bars of soap and a laundry soap from her space, and put them into her backpack. She also took a piece of pork in her hand and quickened her steps towards Su Zhanan's house. It was getting late. Su Zhanan's family had already finished dinner. Suiran knocked twice on the door, and the yard gate was opened by a small child. Suiran looked at the little one peeking out from the door, smiled gently, and took 4 large white rabbit candies from her pocket, holding them out to Su Jinyang. "Here, have some candy." The adorable child looked at the candies in Suiran's palm, salivated, but shook his head and didn't take the candies. He looked at Suiran with an innocent expression. "Sister, who are you? Who are you looking for?" Suiran couldn't resist such a cute little one. She gently pinched Su Jinyang's cheek with her fingertips, then pressed the candies into his hand and spoke softly. "I'm looking for your dad. Is he at home?" "Yanyang, who are you talking to?" "Mom, it's the pretty sister. She's here to see Dad." The obedient Su Jinyang heard his mother calling him, immediately shouted into the yard, then turned around and ran inside. His chubby little body was pulling and tugging, and Suiran was worried he might fall if he ran too fast. She watched that chubby back, her smile becoming even gentler. While hanging clothes to dry, Zhang Xiaoqiao heard the words "beautiful sister came to see Dad" and immediately became alert. She hurriedly stepped out of the yard. When she saw Su Yiran standing outside the door, she relaxed instantly and smiled brightly at her. She had actually gone to find Su Yiran earlier today, but unfortunately, Su Yiran wasn't home. Oh, it's really the beautiful sister. Our Xiao Yanjiang was right after all. Come in quickly. I went to your house this afternoon, but that old lady said you weren't home. Thinking about the expression of old lady Su this afternoon, Zhang Xiaochao felt annoyed. She really hoped Su Yiran and Qiu Jing would leave that house soon. Hearing that Zhang Xiaochao planned to visit her this afternoon, Su Yiran was a bit surprised. She knew Zhang Xiaochao was the village accountant and quite busy, so she must have had something important to discuss. Without time to watch this family argue, Su Jinghua thought the most important task now was to find Su Yiran. However, the two people who knew about this had fainted, so even if he wanted to chase after her, he didn't know where to go. Someone go wake up Su Baoquan and ask exactly where Su Yiran was taken. Chuanbo, hurry and bring the tractor from the team office. We need to chase after Su Yiran. Maybe there's still time. Mu Luocheng heard Su Jinghua and didn't hesitate. He went straight to Su Baoquan, scooped a handful of water from the water jar, and splashed it forcefully onto Su Baochuan's face. Watching Mu Luocheng's action, the people around felt a sharp pain on their faces. They thought the water splashed on Su Baochuan's face wasn't water at all, but stones.
Hey,
You wicked person, what are you doing to my son? He's already beaten up like this, and you still want to hurt him more. If you don't take him to the hospital, that's okay, but you want to kill him? You're trying to murder him. Old Lady Su looked up and saw Mu Luocheng with a grim expression. She immediately recognized him as the person who saved Su Yiran that day. It was he who saved Su Yiran, which caused her to change her attitude and disturb the peace at home. Yes, it's you. It's you who ruined that poor girl's innocence. You don't want to take responsibility. If you were willing to take responsibility for her, we wouldn't have had to find her. Blame it all on you. At this moment, Grandma Su realized she couldn't avoid selling Su Yiran. She started blaming Mu Luocheng, repeatedly saying that he had ruined her reputation. She refused to take responsibility and even turned the sale of Su Yiran into finding a husband for her. Su Yiran couldn't stand it anymore inside the house. She didn't want Mu Luocheng to get involved. She put down her sunflower seeds and walked out of the storage room. As she left the house, Su Yiran clapped her hands and coldly cheered. My grandma's acting skills are so good. It's a shame she doesn't perform in a drama troupe. She can make black look like white. Seeing Su Yiran come out, Mu Luocheng quickly stepped forward and looked her over carefully. When he saw she was safe and sound, he felt relieved. He was about to speak but caught her eye, which told him not to say anything. The people standing in the yard didn't recognize that this young girl was Su Yiran. They stared at her in surprise, wondering when the Su family had hidden a fairy among them. Thank you, third grandpa and the uncles from the village, for helping me seek justice. My little uncle really wanted to sell me, but I don't know how they ended up fighting among themselves. I must have eaten something strange because I felt dizzy. I fell asleep inside the house. When I heard everyone arguing, I woke up. Are you Su Yiran? Su Jinghua looked at Su Yiran in shock, unable to believe it. He asked her cautiously. He had met Su Yiran before, but she was not like this back then. Su Yiran had changed so much. Her skin was clear and bright, and her whole aura was different. Her delicate features looked even more beautiful under her shiny black eyes. She looked like a different person. No one could recognize that this girl was the same one who used to always keep her head down. You little brat, you're still at home. How did your little uncle become like this? You wicked girl, if anything happens to your little uncle, I will take your life. Grandma Su's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Su Yiran. She never expected Su Yiran to appear safe and sound at home. So, what happened to her son being beaten up? Su Yiran looked at Grandma Su's furious face and sneered coldly. Her eyes showed a trace of disdain. If he had a serious accident, why would he want to take my life? It was you who caused him to be like this. If you hadn't sent someone to tell him to quickly find someone to sell me, would he have suddenly brought people back? If he hadn't suddenly brought people back, Would she have been beaten so badly? Su Iran's voice was soft, but everyone heard it clearly, and it shocked them deeply. They never expected things to turn out like this. After Su Iran finished speaking, the old lady Su didn't believe it. She thought those people were relatives of Su Baoquan, so how could they turn around and beat him? She immediately argued against Su Iran without thinking. No, that's impossible.
Baoquan. He
has a good relationship with those people. I don't believe it. There must be a reason behind this. Enough, Tu Jiao Jiao. Your mother and son are so cruel. Su Baoquan deserved what he got. You handle his matters yourself. Also, I warn you, if Su Baoquan causes trouble in the village because of this, I will kick your whole family out of the village. After speaking, Su Jinghua led a few people who came with him and left. When they reached the door, he stopped and turned to look at Su Iran. Su Iran, come with me to the brigade office. I have something to talk to you about. After saying that, Su Jinghua couldn't help but glance at the dilapidated storage room, feeling it was better to quickly settle Su Iran's house. It's better for a delicate and pretty girl like her not to live in this house. Otherwise, something bad might happen someday. Okay, I'll come right away. When Su Iran heard Su Jinghua call her, she immediately responded and then turned to look at the man standing beside her. Mu Luochen noticed her gaze and withdrew his eyes from Su Laotai and Su Baoquan, turning to meet Su Iran's dark eyes. Let's go together. Mu Luochen's voice was deep and pleasant. Su Iran couldn't help but glance at him again. She didn't know why, but she felt that Mu Luochen was a bit strange. Could it be that she was captivated by his charm? But it didn't matter. No matter what kind of person Mu Luochen was or why he appeared here, she had a feeling that this connection would be useful in the future. It's better to get along well. She wouldn't suffer any loss. Su Iran followed the village secretary quickly, leaving behind the faint sounds of her grandmother's curses and crying, but she paid no attention. When they arrived at the brigade office, the village secretary took Su Iran inside and asked villagers to help call Su Jinan over. No one else was allowed in. Although Su Jinan didn't know what the village secretary wanted to talk about, he was very excited when he saw Su Iran coming along. He ran back happily. He entered the village secretary's office and immediately saw Su Iran. He raised his hand and patted her shoulder twice, which made Su Iran frown and try to dodge. The village secretary looked at Su Jinan's rough behavior and frowned tightly. He scolded him in a cold voice.
Susgenan begentle.
Little Iran is just a young girl. She can't handle your pats. Sit down quickly. I have something to say. Realizing he had been too rough, Su Jinan felt a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and awkwardly apologized to Su Iran. Sorry, second uncle was too excited. I've never seen such a big wild boar in my life. I couldn't control my excitement and was a bit too rough. But I also want to say you're really brave, little girl. If someone saw a bear fighting a wild boar, they would run away in fear. You stayed and waited for a chance. Really impressive. But next time, you can't do that again. It's too dangerous. Luckily, the black bear didn't attack you this time.
Shuthenan spoke happily.
The village was poor, and people only ate meat once a year. This time, they caught such a big pig, and every family would get a good share. Mu Jiqing already told you, and us that you only want the ribs. I think girls from the city probably don't like fatty meat. I told those dividing the meat to give you more meat on the ribs. After saying this, Su Jinan turned around satisfied and looked at the village secretary. Since he was called over by the secretary, he suddenly became serious. He had been a bit carried away after talking so much. Third uncle, no, secretary, what did you call me here for? I forgot to ask about Uncle Jinxing's treasure. Is it serious? When Su Jinan mentioned Su Baoquan, Su Jinghua couldn't help but snort. He told everything Su Baoquan had done and asked Su Iran to fill in the details of what happened. After hearing Su Jinghua, Su Jinan angrily slammed his water cup onto the table. The cup shattered, and the water spilled everywhere. This Su Baoquan is too much. Last year, our village was trying to be recognized as an excellent village, but because of him, the effort failed. Now he even dares to sell Su Iran. Uncle, this cannot be tolerated. What do you think we should do? The village secretary looked at Su Iran and sighed, speaking slowly. Today, Su Baoquan was badly hurt, so he should stay quiet for a few days. The most important thing now is to settle Iran. I agree with her wanting to build a house. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the local office to get the paperwork done. As for Iran wanting to bring Qiu Jing along to split the family, you will need to visit the Su family several times. They probably won't agree easily. Think of a good plan to persuade Qiu Jing to come out. Tomorrow morning, start building the house. The storage room where Iran lives might collapse after a couple of rainfalls. It's too dangerous to stay there anymore. Because of what Su Baoquan did today, the village secretary felt more pity for Su Iran. He hadn't gone home yet and didn't know about the milk powder coupons. When he finds out, he will personally help her build the house tomorrow. No matter what, we must finish this quickly. Even with just this big wild boar, we need to speed up. It's thanks to Iran that everyone got to eat meat. We must do our best to get this done well. Hearing the village secretary, Su Jinan nodded firmly. At this moment, Su Iran stood up from her chair and placed the money she earned from selling grain and wildfowl yesterday on the table, 10 big notes, 100 yuan in total. Grandpa San, uncle, here's the money. Please help me and my mother build a sturdy house. It's not easy to build a house all at once. Su Iran looked sad as she spoke, which made Su Jinan and Su Jinghua feel uncomfortable. They both thought she had been through a lot. Don't worry, I will make sure to build the house as you want. We'll start tomorrow. You don't need to rush about the money. The team still has some funds, so I'll cover it for now. You can pay us back when you have the money. Seeing how pitiful Su Iran looked, Su Jinghua also felt sympathy. He thought about how this city girl had fallen into the village and was almost sold by that cruel man, Su Baoquan. He couldn't help but feel a little more tender. His tone became much gentler. All right, then it's thanks to Grandpa San and Uncle. Money isn't a problem. Use the best materials. I've saved some money over the years, enough to build a house. Saving money? The original owner probably never saved money. That fool always gave all their money to Grandma Su whenever they returned to the Su family, so there was never any left. But since Su Iran has a space in her hand, she plans to sell some grain tonight. After she sells it, she will have enough money to build a house. Money is not a problem for her. After discussing the house construction, Su Jinan and Su Jinghua also went to arrange for pork distribution. Su Iran went out with them. When Su Iran just left the brigade office, she was holding a bunch of ribs. As she reached the door, she saw Mu Luocheng standing under a nearby tree. She wondered if Mu Luocheng was waiting for her. In the next second, Su Iran quickly dismissed those unnecessary thoughts. Who is he? How could he be waiting for her here? She almost started to imagine things. Su Iran looked away from Mu Luocheng and walked toward the Su family. Although she didn't want to go back, there was Qiu Jing still there. Before her house was finished, she had to live with that family. She just hoped that after today's events, the Su family would start to think more clearly and bother her less. Just a few steps later, Mu Luocheng blocked her way. Su Iran looked up with big, confused eyes, showing a rare silly expression. Are you waiting for me? Do you need something? Hearing Su Iran's carefree question, Mu Luocheng frowned tightly. Then, as if he understood something, he raised an eyebrow at her and spoke playfully. Do you think I'm sunbathing here? Su Iran looked up at the somewhat scorching sun, her beautiful eyes curling into a smile. She mimicked his gesture, raised her eyebrows, and teased lightly. Maybe you have that hobby? Just as Su Iran finished speaking, a noisy voice came from behind. Hey, what are you two doing here? Brother Chen, the stove is already set up and the coal stove has been bought. Aunt Sun said we need to start cooking with the big pot. Mu Luocheng glanced at Zhou Xian, who was running over happily. For some reason, he felt Zhou Xian seemed very happy living in the countryside. Did you bring back the package? Yeah, I did. And there's a letter too. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhou Xian immediately put down the iron pot in his hand, took a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Mu Luocheng. Mu Luocheng took the letter, but didn't rush to open it. He was feeling a bit annoyed from the sun and pulled Su Iran's arm as they walked toward the shade of a tree. At this moment, Many people had come to share the meat, and some of them saw the scene. They started whispering. Hey, did you see that? The new young man from Jingji village is holding hands with the girl with the bun. When she fell into the water yesterday, she said she didn't need anyone to take care of her. What's going on today?
Can't you see?
I think the new guy has a crush on the girl with the bun. She really is pretty. Anyone would be moved. You don't know, when she brought food to her mother at noon, all the young men in the village were staring. I heard that Wei Chong even fought with Erjuzi because Erjuzi said the girl with the bun had a nice backside. Wei Chong got angry and started the fight.
Wow, you don't know?
Wei Chong's mother said her son is under that girl's spell. She told her son to go ask for her hand at Su Lao's house. Su Lao is a big deal, and Wei Chong's mother was so scared she punched her son and told him to forget it. Listening to the gossip around them, both Su Yiran and Milo Chun looked unhappy. Su Yiran didn't like being made fun of, and Milo Chun. He didn't even know why he was feeling so restless. Zhou Xian heard the gossip more clearly and walked over to Su Yiran with a curious look, asking Su Yiran, "Is Wei Chong your boyfriend? Looks like your future mother-in-law doesn't like you." Before Zhou Xian finished speaking, Su Yiran took a small stone from her pocket and accurately flicked it onto Zhou Xian's big, smiling teeth. Suddenly, Zhou Xian felt a sharp pain in his front teeth. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, staring at Su Yiran in disbelief. He hadn't even seen her move. Boring. If you're done, I'll go now. We'll have ribs for dinner tonight. Su Yiran didn't know what Milo Chen wanted to say, but she was feeling irritated being watched by so many people. She didn't want to stay any longer. After speaking, she took a long step to leave. Suddenly, she found a roll of money in her hand. She looked up, confused, at Milo Chen, who had stuffed the money into her palm. Before she could ask why, Mu Luocheng touched his straight nose and spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. I'll use the money for building your house as our meal fund. You and I will go to the youth station and I will bring back your lunchbox. Mu Luocheng didn't say much. He walked ahead with long strides, leaving Su Yiran behind. Su Yiran glanced at the money in her hand and then looked at the tall figure ahead, feeling a bit confused. Was this man really so wealthy? Zhou Xian saw Su Yiran standing there lost in thought and quickly approached. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his teeth and immediately covered his mouth to chase after Mu Luocheng. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. He thought Su Yiran was also quite intimidating. Su Yiran put the rolled-up money from her palm into her pocket, not intending to refuse Mu Luocheng's kindness. Although she wasn't short of money, since Mu Luocheng said it was for food, she deserved it, and accepting was only natural. Leisurely, Su Yiran carried her ribs and arrived at the small courtyard of the youth station. Before she could knock on the door, she heard a teasing voice from another yard of the youth station. Hey, isn't that Baozi girl? Baozi girl, are you coming to see Qiao the youth again? Let me see, are you here to deliver ribs today? Su Yiran turned around and saw a person with a harsh face standing in front of her. She thought for a moment, but couldn't recognize who this person was. Baozi girl, why aren't you speaking? Have you gone mute? Aren't you always calling Qiao the youth sweetly? I really don't understand. Before Wang Tixhong could finish her words, Su Yiran raised her hand and gently pinched her chin, easily dislocating it. Su Yiran looked at Wang Tixhong with disdain, annoyed by her inability to keep her mouth shut. She felt the world become quiet, and her head hurt when she listened to her. A normally nice person with a mouth that can't speak properly. If that mouth isn't going to behave, there's no need to keep it. Her sudden action surprised Wang Tixhong, who had her chin dislocated, and even the others watching from the yard were shocked. No one expected the gentle-looking Su Yiran, soft as a bun, to actually make a move. Su Yiran, are you crazy? Why did you hit her? Zhang Hehua had long disliked Su Yiran, especially that morning when she took away her chance to approach the two new youth. Why did I hit her? If she hadn't come at me like a wild dog and started barking, I wouldn't have fought back.
What?
If a dog tries to bite me, I can't defend myself? Su Yiran is not a patient person. No one ever told her to be tolerant growing up. She only knows that enduring anger makes her more upset, and taking a step back allows anyone to bully her. The best way to solve problems is through strength. As long as you are strong enough, anyone who tries to provoke you will think twice about the risks and whether they can handle you. Seeing Su Yiran acting stubborn, others who wanted to speak up for Wang Taihong fell silent. Only Zhang Hehua kept talking loudly, trying to defend Wang Taihong. Su Yiran looked at Zhang Hehua shouting from a safe distance of about a meter. She snorted dismissively. Suddenly, she remembered a video online. It showed a dog on a leash, barking loudly at someone. When the leash was loosened, the dog immediately backed down. Thinking of this, Su Yiran smiled. She felt that the video now seemed real in this moment. She wouldn't miss the chance to tease the dog. She took a step forward, causing Zhang Hehua to panic and step back quickly. Eventually, Zhang Hehua tripped over something, fell backward awkwardly, and hit the ground hard. The stones on the ground made her cry out in pain several times. After falling, the onlookers, who had gathered to watch, looked at Su Yiran with some fear. They seemed to see her as a madwoman. Su Yiran didn't care how they looked at her. She only knew that after today, anyone who wanted trouble should think carefully about whether they could really challenge her. At that moment, the small courtyard door opened. Mu Luocheng came out carrying 2 lunchboxes in one hand and a bag of bottles and jars in the other. Shopkeeper, I don't control the grain prices, but if we have a good cooperation this time, there will definitely be more opportunities in the future. I wonder what you think is a fair price for my grain? Seeing Su Yiran acting so mysteriously, the shopkeeper pinched a rice grain, peeled it open, and looked at the clear, fragrant rice inside. He thought carefully and then spoke. Maize costs 1.6 cents, wheat is 1.9 cents, and rice is 2 cents one. Look at these prices. How do they seem? In my shop, this is the usual price for top-quality grain. The shopkeeper spoke seriously, biting his teeth. He had never bought grain at such high prices since opening his store. He wasn't sure if such good quality items could be sold at a suitable price. Most importantly, wheat and rice need further processing, which could cause some loss. Buying at this price, he might not make a profit. He was willing to pay so much to give Su Yiran some benefit, hoping to keep working together in the future. Su Yiran didn't want to haggle. Thinking that Qiu Jing was still waiting made her a bit anxious, so she agreed quickly. All right then, shopkeeper, please weigh it. I have someone waiting outside, and I can't stay long. The shopkeeper nodded, clearly understanding that this was the highest price he could offer. He knew he shouldn't be too greedy, or future cooperation might be difficult. Su Yiran and the shopkeeper reached an agreement. The shopkeeper signaled to the young assistant, who immediately understood and brought the scale. He weighed the grain in front of Su Yiran. Miss, 95 pounds of maize, 98 pounds of wheat, 88 pounds of rice. I'll go get the money for you. Then, the shopkeeper headed toward the counter, leaving Su Yiran alone in the backyard. She checked the time. 20 minutes had passed. She wondered if Qiu Jing was getting impatient. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the shopkeeper happily came out holding the money, placing it in front of Su Yiran. Miss, the total is 52 yuan 3 mao. Please count it. Seeing the shopkeeper's honest face, Su Yiran didn't hesitate. She took the money and carefully counted it in front of him, exactly 52 yuan 3 mao, no more, no less. Thank you for your help, shopkeeper. Next time I have good grain, I'll come to deliver it to you first. Good, I'll be waiting for your next visit. After exchanging polite words, Su Yiran didn't delay. She turned and left the backyard of the grain shop. Now worried that Qiu Jing might be waiting anxiously, she hurried toward the entrance of the black market. At that moment, 2 tall figures slowly entered from the other side of the black market entrance. Zhou Xian accidentally looked up and saw a familiar figure. He gently tugged on Mu Luocheng's sleeve and leaned close, speaking excitedly. Brother Chen, do you think that girl is Su Yiran? She looks a bit like her. Why is she so dark? How did she come out of the village? Isn't she afraid? Mu Luocheng looked in the direction Zhou Xian pointed, then quickly looked away and casually said, Aren't you here to buy grain? Hurry up. We need to go back, and we don't want to be late on our first day of work. Hearing Mu Luocheng's reminder, Zhou Xian no longer worried about whether the girl was Su Yiran. He turned and walked into the grain shop. Su Yiran was panting as she ran up to Qiu Jing. Qiu Jing was already anxious waiting, but she didn't dare wander around, worried that Su Yiran might get lost if she went too far. If they lost each other, it would be trouble. Seeing Su Yiran return, Qiu Jing quickly stepped forward, grabbed her wrist, and asked nervously, "Why did it take so long? Did you run into any trouble? I shouldn't have brought you here. This place." "No, I just suddenly had a stomach ache and went to the bathroom." "Mom, let's sell the wild chickens and ducks now," Su Yiran interrupted before Qiu Jing finished speaking. She could feel Qiu Jing's concern but didn't want to lie, so she changed the subject. Qiu Jing thought Su Yiran found her nagging and didn't want to listen, so she stopped talking and held Su Yiran's hand as they walked into the black market. Qiu Jing wasn't new to the black market and was familiar with its tricks. She found a corner with Su Yiran and squatted down, waiting for someone to come and ask about the goods. If the price was right, they could make the deal. Not long after they squatted down, someone approached to ask the price. A woman looked at the plump duck in front of Qiu Jing and couldn't take her eyes off it. She excitedly stepped forward and asked, "How much for your wild ducks?" 6 yuan each. Hearing that one duck cost 6 yuan, Su Yiran, who was nearby, immediately felt she had been cheated. Yesterday, she sold a duck to that talkative Zhou Xian for only 5 yuan. She thought she should have asked for a higher price. 6 yuan each? That's too expensive, isn't it? The pork in the supply and marketing cooperative costs only 1.2 yuan per gene. The wild duck isn't very valuable either. It certainly shouldn't be more expensive than pork. When the customer said it was too expensive, Qiu Jing remained calm and explained patiently, not rushing. "Madam, this wild duck costs only 6 yuan each. You can think about it. This duck weighs about 11 or 12 gene easily. Besides, you mentioned that pork is from the supply and marketing cooperative. Buying pork there requires money and a ticket, so it's definitely more expensive than my wild duck." Qiu Jing calmly bargained with the woman who wanted to buy the duck. Watching this scene from the side, Su Yiran felt a bit dazed. She wondered why she felt that Qiu Jing had many secrets. After several rounds of negotiation, both Qiu Jing and the woman agreed to a price of 5 yuan 50 cents for the duck. Soon after, people passing by gathered around, and 6 wild ducks and 3 wild chickens were quickly sold out. Wild ducks sold for 5 yuan 50 each, wild chickens for 3 yuan each. Qiu Jing and Su Yiran earned 41 yuan that morning. On the way home, Qiu Jing still found it unbelievable sitting in the back seat of the bicycle with Su Yiran. Their family rarely saved 50 yuan a year, yet Su Yiran had hidden these wild animals and sold them easily for 41 yuan. In the past, she wouldn't even have dared to think about it. Su Yiran parked her bicycle at the foot of the mountain. Qiu Jing naturally got off and happily placed the money in front of Su Yiran. "Yiran, keep this money. Put it on you for emergencies. If you see something you like, buy it." Before leaving the Su family, Su Yiran didn't want to cause too much trouble, so she could only ask Qiu Jing to continue working hard for the Su family for a while. Su Yiran pushed her bicycle along the small path up the mountain. After a few steps, she stored the bicycle in her space and entered it herself. As soon as she entered the space, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for unlocking Achievement 1. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Achievement 2. And so on." Seeing the series of useless rewards from the system, Su Yiran slightly frowned. She gently brushed the large screen with her hand and looked at Achievement 10. She was curious about what special items might be in the task shop. Not in a hurry to go home, Su Yiran stayed in the space to harvest the mature rice and replanted wheat on the fields. She was starting to enjoy farming. The crops she grew looked very good and could fill her small treasury. After planting the wheat, Su Yiran leisurely wandered around the space. She looked at the areas marked as not yet open and boldly guessed that they might be breeding grounds for pigs, cows, and sheep. It seemed that soon she could freely enjoy beef and mutton. Walking to the apple trees, she casually picked a bright red apple, took a bite, and found it incredibly delicious, crisp, sweet and juicy. Looking at the bountiful apple trees, she felt a bit regretful. It wasn't the season for harvesting apples now, so she couldn't sell them. She had to wait until the harvest season to sell such tasty apples. It was really a pity. After a simple wash in the space, Su Iran thought about what she needed to do. She found a piece of pork as a reward from the space, then disappeared with it, and headed down the mountain carrying the pork. Instead of going to the Su family after coming down, she went straight to the village chief's house at the west end of the village. She needed his help. She liked the empty land below the back mountain and wanted to move the house she planned to build there from the Su family. It would take more than a year to leave the village, so she couldn't live with the Su family forever, nor did she want to stay in the storage room. She needed her own house to feel secure. By now, it was already daylight. The village streets were busy with people, some of whom were washing at their doorsteps. Su Iran, what are you doing so early in the morning? You fell into the water yesterday. Are you okay? Just as Su Iran was about to reach the village chief's house, a clear male voice came from behind. Before Su Iran could react, the man quickly ran up to her and looked her over from head to toe. Su Iran, are you alright? Is there anything uncomfortable? I heard from my mother yesterday that you tried to jump into the river to hurt yourself. Yesterday, I went with my uncle to help at the fertilizer factory. We came back very late, so I didn't visit you. Wei Chong looked at Su Iran nervously. When he saw that she seemed normal and had no injuries, he finally relaxed. Su Iran quietly looked at Wei Chong, trying to remember their relationship. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that she had once helped Wei Chong.
I'm fine.
I was just not thinking clearly at the time and did something I shouldn't have. But now I've gotten over it and won't do anything stupid again. Thank you for your concern. I have to go now. Su Iran could feel Wei Chong's nervousness, but she wasn't very interested in romantic matters and didn't want to accept his concern, to avoid giving him the wrong idea. Seeing Su Iran's cold expression, Wei Chong was momentarily stunned. She wasn't like this before. When he was injured in the field, Su Iran even helped him apply medicine. Why had she suddenly changed? Wei Chong wanted to say something, but Su Iran didn't give him a chance. She carried the meat in her hand and headed toward the village chief's house. Wei Chong watched her leave, a sad look on his face. He couldn't understand why she was so cold to him. TSK, she's so heartless. The boy was so eager to show his feelings, and she just treated him so coldly. It's heartbreaking for a young, innocent boy. Zhou Xian, carrying a bag of grain on his shoulder, looked at Su Iran and Wei Chong with a teasing expression. He saw everything she did and all her expressions. After thinking for a long time, he could only describe her as heartless. Mu Luocheng listened to Zhou Xian's sarcastic words, turned his head with a cold gaze at Zhou Xian, said nothing, and then strode toward the youth training camp. Seeing Zhou Luocheng leave, Zhou Xian quickly followed. For some reason, he felt that this young man's mood was becoming harder to understand. Zhou Xian and Luocheng had just reached outside the youth camp when a figure rushed toward them from the direction of the dormitory. Luocheng instinctively took a step back and hid behind Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at Luocheng's actions with some confusion. When he looked up, he saw a girl with dark skin, wearing a light pink floral dress, standing in front of him. Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Do you need something? Zhang Hehua looked past Zhou Xian at Luocheng behind him, her face slightly reddened. She took out 2 corn cakes from behind her and placed them in front of Zhou Xian. I heard that Mu Jiqing and your food supplies haven't been sorted out yet. Since you two don't have enough food, I specially exchanged 2 corn cakes for you. Seeing the 2 corn cakes mixed with corn husks in front of him, Zhou Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. His family had never eaten such things. He raised his head to refuse, but then noticed Zhang Hehua's affectionate gaze on Luocheng. His originally furrowed brows tightened. He shifted slightly and directly blocked Zhang Hehua's view. Thank you for your kindness. We already bought some food, so you can keep the corn cakes for yourself. After saying that, Zhou Xian carried his grain supplies on his shoulder and walked past Zhang Hehua toward his home. Luo Chun, behind him, didn't give Zhang Hehua a glance and quickly followed. Back at their place, Zhou Xian was somewhat annoyed, feeling tense and irritable.
Who are these people?
Just the next day after arriving, someone already came to show kindness. He couldn't imagine what trouble might come next. Brother Chen, should we stop eating with those youth camp girls? They're too scary. Just the second day here, someone already came to be friendly. If we eat together more often, it might bring more trouble. He looked at Luo Chen's charming face. Being chased by a group of noble young ladies in the capital was one thing, but having someone proactively show kindness in the countryside was a bit too troublesome. While washing his hands, Luo Chen heard Zhou Xian's words. He looked up at Zhou Xian, smiled gently, and asked, "Can you cook?" "Don't worry about cooking. I just promise not to let you go hungry." The food at the youth camp was terrible, not even as good as the pig feed I used to make on the team. Zhou Xian scoffed. He really disliked the food at the youth camp. The 2 ducks he bought from Sui Ran yesterday were wasted. Luckily, he didn't take the wild pheasants out. Most importantly, he was really annoyed by these women who kept coming to him voluntarily. During dinner yesterday, he noticed they kept looking in his direction from time to time. He thought that the countryside was simple and honest, so there wouldn't be any romantic trouble. But on the second day, someone was already sending themselves over. Luo Chen didn't mind Zhou Xian's thoughts. Actually, after dinner yesterday, he had already decided that next time they ate, Zhou Xian could bring food back for him. But he didn't expect Zhou Xian to refuse at first. "Whatever you decide. As long as I don't go hungry, it's fine." Sui Ran waited outside the village chief's house for about 5 minutes. Finally, the door slowly opened. Village chief's wife, Aunt Su was startled to see Sui Ran at the door. She wondered in her mind, why did this girl come here? "Xiao Yan, why are you here? Did you wait outside for long?"
"Not too long, Auntie."
"Uncle, has he gotten up?" "I came to see Uncle." Hearing that Sui Ran was here to see her man, Aunt Su was a bit confused about her intentions, but still warmly welcomed her inside. "He's gotten up. Xiao Yan, come in first. I'll go call Uncle." Aunt Su said this and led Sui Ran into the yard, then shouted into the house. "Father of the child, come out. Xiao Yan from the Lu family is here to see you." While having breakfast, Su Jianan heard Zhang Xiaoqiao calling him. He quickly put down his chopsticks and ran outside. When he stepped out, Su Jianan saw Sui Ran standing in the yard and felt a bit awkward. Sui Ran was brought back to the village by him. He had promised her confidently that as long as she needed him, he would protect her. But when she really came to find him, he was too afraid of Grandma Su and didn't stand up for her. Yesterday, after hearing that Sui Ran had attempted suicide, Su Jianan's guilt grew even stronger. He wanted to go talk to Su Erjin today, but unexpectedly, Sui Ran arrived early in the morning. "Xiao Ran, why did you come so early?" "Don't worry, I already know what happened at home. I will help you solve it. You're still young, and you can't keep making foolish choices." Su Jianan walked up to Sui Ran and spoke sincerely. He looked at her face, which was thinner than before, and silently vowed to handle this matter well as the village chief. "Second uncle, I didn't come today to talk about the Su family. Don't worry, I won't do foolish things again. I can't stay at the house anymore. I can't keep living in the storage room and chicken coop. I want to have my own house. Also, yesterday, I even hit my grandfather and grandmother. They definitely won't accept me. I have to find a way out for myself early. Second uncle, I wonder if, given my current situation, the village could help me find a piece of land to build 3 rooms. I just want to move out with my mother." Hearing Sui Ran's request, Su Jianan was stunned. He couldn't help but look at her determined little face. From her expression, it was clear she was serious. "Xiao Ran, technically your request doesn't quite fit." "What's not fitting?" "Everyone has been pushed to the brink of suicide by that family. Do we really have to wait until Xiao Ran loses her life for it to be considered?" Suddenly, Su Er's hen, who had been listening nearby, spoke up. She had seen the whole rescue yesterday, especially when Su Ran finally spat out the vegetable leaves, which made her feel heartbroken. "Su Jianan, as an official, you should serve the people." Xiao Ran is also brought back from the countryside by you. You can't just ignore her. Her life at that home is too miserable. She sleeps in the chicken coop at night and eats vegetable leaves during the day. Honestly, even the old sow in the production team is better off than her. I think you should help Xiao Ran. Find her a piece of land in the village to build 3 rooms. They don't have to be fancy, just enough to shelter from the wind and rain. Better than that chicken coop. Seeing how gentle Su Ran was, yet she had hit the old lady, Su Er's hen believed that this child just wanted to survive. They had the ability to help her, and they shouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing Su Ershen's words, Su Jinan also fell into thought. After a moment, he clapped his hands and looked seriously at Su Ran. All right, it's settled then. Where do you want to settle down? There's no more space in the village, only an open area at the foot of the mountain. Are you afraid of that? Su Jinan looked at Su Ran, a young girl, and thought that placing her new house there might not be very suitable. But there was really no other good place in the village. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of dying, so I wouldn't fear living creatures. Second uncle, please help me arrange this. Don't worry, I still have some money. I can spend it to build a house, and I can pay workers to help build it. Hearing Su Ran speak so confidently, Su Jinan, who was initially unsure, suddenly felt more confident. He also thought Su Ran should leave the Su family. All right, I'll start helping you with this. I'll gather mud bricks and wood from the village. Once the house is built, we'll settle the costs. Do you have any specific requests? Or do you want a certain type of house? Since Su Jinan decided to build a house for Su Ran, he would be responsible for her. Now that she has expressed her wishes, it's best to know them early, rather than be unhappy after the house is finished. Not having time to watch the family argue, Su Jinghua thought the most important task was to bring Su Ran back. But the 2 people who knew about this were both confused and fainted. Even if he wanted to chase after her, he didn't know where to find her. Who will wake up Su Baoquan and find out exactly where Su Ran was taken? Chunbo, hurry and bring the tractor from the brigade office. We're going to chase after Su Ran. I hope it's not too late. Mu Luocheng heard Su Jinghua's words and, without hesitation, went to Su Baochuan's side. He scooped a handful of water from the water jar and splashed it forcefully on Su Baochuan's face. Seeing Mu Luocheng's action, the people around felt a sharp pain on their faces. They thought the water splashed on Su Baochuan's face wasn't water at all, but stones.
Hey!
You scoundrel! What are you doing to my son? He's already beaten up like this, and you still want to hurt him further. You're not taking him to the hospital, and now you want to kill him? Are you trying to murder him? Grandma Su looked up and saw Mu Luocheng with a grim face. She immediately recognized him as the person who had saved Su Ran that day. It was his help that changed Su Ran's attitude and caused chaos at home. Yes, it's you. You ruined that girl's reputation, and you refused to take responsibility. If you had been willing to take responsibility for her, we wouldn't have had to find a crippled match for her. Blame yourself. At this moment, Grandma Su realized she couldn't avoid blaming Mu Luocheng for selling Su Ran. She kept talking about her losing her reputation and not wanting to take responsibility, turning the issue into finding a husband for Su Ran. Su Ran couldn't stand watching inside the house. She didn't want Mu Luocheng to get involved. She put down her sunflower seeds and walked out of the storage room. As she stepped outside, she clapped her hands and said coldly, "My grandma's acting skills are so good. It's a shame she doesn't perform in a drama troupe. She can make black look like white." Seeing Su Ran come out, Mu Luocheng quickly walked over and looked her over carefully, relieved to see she was safe. He was about to speak but caught her eye, which told him not to say anything. The people standing in the yard didn't recognize that the girl in front of them was Su Ran. They stared blankly, surprised that the Su family had a fairy hiding among them. "Thank you, third grandpa and the uncles from the village, for helping me stand up for justice. My little uncle really wanted to sell me, but I don't know how they suddenly fought among themselves. I don't remember what I ate, but I felt dizzy and fell asleep in the house. When I heard everyone arguing, I woke up. Are you Su Ran?" Su Jinghua looked at her in shock, unable to believe it. He asked carefully, having seen Su Ran before, but she was not like this then. Suiran had changed so much. Her skin was clear and bright, and her whole aura was different. Her delicate features looked even more beautiful under her shiny black eyes. She looked like a different person. No one could recognize that this girl was the same one who used to keep her head down all the time. "You little brat, you're still at home? How did your little uncle turn out like this? You wicked girl, if your little uncle gets hurt, I'll take your life." Old lady Su looked at Suiran with red eyes. She never expected Suiran to appear safely at home. She wondered what had happened to her son. Suiran looked at old lady Su's angry face and smiled coldly, showing a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Why would he want to take my life if he was seriously hurt? He was harmed by you. If you hadn't sent someone to tell him to find someone to sell me, would he have suddenly brought people back? If he hadn't brought people back suddenly, would I have been beaten like this?" Suiran's voice was quiet, but everyone heard her clearly. They were shocked by her words and never thought things were like this. After she finished speaking, old lady Su didn't believe her. She thought those people were brothers of Su Baoquan. How could they turn around and beat him? She immediately argued against Suiran. "No, that's impossible.
Baoquan. He
has a good relationship with those people. I don't believe it. There must be a reason behind this. Enough, Tu Jiao Jiao. You and your son are so cruel. Su Baoquan deserved what happened to him. You deal with him yourself. Also, I warn you, if Su Baoquan's actions cause trouble for the village, I will have your whole family kicked out." After speaking, Su Jinghua left with a few people who came with him. When they reached the door, he stopped and turned to look at Suiran. "Suiran, come with me to the brigade office. I have something to discuss with you." After saying that, Su Jinghua couldn't help but glance at the cluttered storage room, feeling it was better to settle Suiran's house soon. It's better that a delicate and pretty girl like her doesn't live in this house, or something bad might happen someday. "Okay, I'll come right away." Hearing Su Jinghua call her, Suiran immediately responded. Then she turned to look at the man standing beside her. Mu Luochen noticed her gaze and withdrew his eyes from old lady Su and Su Baoquan. He turned to face Suiran's black eyes. "Let's go together." Mu Luochen's voice was deep and pleasant. Suiran couldn't help but glance at him again. She didn't know why, but she felt that Mu Luochen was a bit strange. Could it be that he was won over by her cooking? However, it doesn't matter. No matter what kind of status Mu Luochen has or why he is here, I have a feeling that this connection will be useful in the future. Getting along well shouldn't cause any problems. Suiran quickly left behind the village secretary, walking briskly. Behind her, the old Mrs. Su's curses and cries could be heard intermittently, but Suiran paid no attention. When they reached the village committee, the village secretary led Suiran inside and asked the villagers to help call Su Jinan over. No one else was allowed in. Although Su Jinan didn't know what the village secretary wanted to talk to him about, he was very excited when he saw Suiran coming along. He ran back happily. He entered the office, saw Suiran immediately, and raised his hand to pat her shoulder twice, which made her frown and try to dodge. The village secretary saw Su Jinan's rough behavior and frowned tightly, then scolded him coldly.
Susganan begentle.
"Little Miss Su is just a young girl. She can't handle your rough pats. Sit down quickly. I have something to say." Realizing he had been too rough, Su Jinan felt a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and awkwardly apologized to Suiran. "I'm sorry, second uncle. I was too excited. I've never seen such a big wild boar in my life, and I couldn't control my emotions. I was a bit too rough. But I have to say, you really are brave, little girl. If anyone saw a bear fighting a wild boar, they would have run away in fear. You stayed and waited for a chance. That's impressive. But next time, you can't do that again. It's too dangerous." Luckily, the black bear didn't attack you this time.
Shuthenan spoke happily.
Their village is poor, and people only get meat once a year. This time, they caught such a big pig, and every family would get a good share. That Mu Jiqing already told us that she agreed with you. She said you only want the ribs. I think you city girls probably don't like fatty meat. I've told those dividing the meat to give you more meat on the ribs." After saying this, Su Jinan turned around satisfied and looked at the village secretary. Since he was called over by the village secretary, he immediately became serious. He had spoken too much and got a bit carried away. Third uncle, no. Secretary, what did you call me here for? I forgot to ask what happened to Uncle Jinxing's son Baoquan. Is it serious? When Su Jinan mentioned Su Baoquan, Su Jinghua couldn't help but snort and told everything Baoquan had done. While speaking, he also asked Su Yiran to add details about what happened. After hearing Su Jinghua, Su Jinan angrily slammed his water cup on the table, spilling the water. Su Baoquan is too much. Last year, our village's best village contest failed because of him. Now he dares to sell Su Yiran. Third uncle, this can't be tolerated. What do you think we should do? The village secretary looked at Su Yiran and sighed slowly. Today, Su Baoquan was hurt badly. He should stay quiet for a few days. The most important thing now is to settle Yiran. I agree with her wanting to build a house. I will go to the town hall early tomorrow to get the paperwork done. As for Yiran wanting to bring Qiu Jing to split the household, you'll need to visit the Su family a few more times. They probably won't agree easily. Think of a good plan to bring Qiu Jing out. Tomorrow morning, start building the house. The storage room where Yiran lives might collapse after a couple of rainfalls. It's too dangerous to stay there anymore. Because of what Baoquan did today, the village secretary felt more pity for Su Yiran. He didn't go home yet and didn't know about the milk powder coupons. When he finds out, he plans to personally help Su Yiran build a house tomorrow. No matter what, we must finish this quickly. Even with just one wild boar, we need to speed up. It's thanks to Yiran that everyone got meat. We must do our best to get this done. Hearing the village secretary, Su Jinan nodded firmly. At this moment, Su Yiran stood up from her chair and placed the money she earned from selling grain, wild chickens, and ducks on the table, 10 large notes, totaling 100 yuan. Great-grandpa, second uncle, here is the money. Please help me and my mother build a sturdy house. It's not easy building a house all at once. Su Yiran looked a bit sad while speaking, which made Su Jinan and Su Jinghua feel uncomfortable. They both thought she was having a hard time. Don't worry, I will build the house according to your wishes. We'll start tomorrow. You don't need to rush about the money. The team still has some funds. I'll cover the costs first, and when you have money later, you can pay the team back. Su Jinghua looked at Su Yiran's pitiful expression and felt a bit compassionate. He thought about how this city girl had fallen into the countryside and was almost sold by that beast Su Baoquan. He couldn't help but feel a little more tender, and his tone became much gentler. Then it's hard for Grandpa San and Uncle Air. Money isn't a problem, just use the best materials. I've saved some money over the years. Enough to build a house. Saving money? How could the original owner have saved money? That fool gave all her money to Grandma Su as soon as she returned to the Su family. There was no money left. But since Su Yiran had space in her hand, she planned to sell some grain tonight. After she returned, she would have enough for the house. Money was not an issue for her. After discussing the house construction, Su Jinan and Su Jinghua also went to arrange the pork distribution. Su Yiran went out with them. When Su Yiran just left the village committee, she was carrying a bunch of pork ribs. As she reached the door, she saw Mu Luoqing standing under a tree nearby. She couldn't help but wonder if he was waiting for her. The next second, she quickly shook off those unnecessary thoughts.
Who was he?
How could he be waiting for her here? She almost indulged in wishful thinking. Su Yiran looked away from Mu Luoqing and walked towards the Su family. Although she didn't want to go back, her family still had Qiu Jing. Until her house was built, she had to live with them. She just hoped that after today's events, the Su family would wise up and bother her less. She hadn't taken many steps when Mu Luoqing blocked her path. Su Yiran looked up, her big eyes confused as she gazed at him, showing a rare silly expression. Are you waiting for me? Do you have something to say? Mu Luoqing, hearing her carefree question, frowned tightly. Then, as if he understood something, he raised an eyebrow at her and spoke jokingly. Do you think I'm here sunbathing now? Su Yiran looked up at the somewhat fierce sun. Her beautiful eyes curved into a smile. She mimicked his gesture, raising her eyebrows and teasingly said, "Maybe you have that hobby?" Just as Suiran finished speaking, a noisy voice came from behind. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" "Brother Chen, the stove is already set up, and we bought the coal stove too. Aunt Sun said we need to start cooking our big pot." Mu Luocheng glanced at Zhou Xian, who was excitedly running over. For some reason, he felt Zhou Xian seemed very happy living in the countryside. "Did you bring back the package?" "Yes, I did, and I also have a letter." Suddenly thinking of something, Zhou Xian immediately put down the iron pot, took a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Mu Luocheng. Mu Luocheng took the letter, but didn't rush to open it. He was feeling a bit annoyed from the sun and pulled Suiran's arm, heading toward the shade of a tree. At this time, many people had gathered to share the meat, and they happened to see this scene. Some began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, did you see that?" The new young man from the city took the girl with the bun's hand. When she fell into the water yesterday, she said she didn't need anyone to take responsibility. "What's going on today? Can't you tell? I think the new guy has a crush on the bun girl. Besides, she's really pretty. Anyone who sees her would be moved. You don't know, but when she brought food to her mother at noon, all the young men in the village couldn't take their eyes off her." "That's right. I also heard that Wei Chong even fought with Erjuzi because Erjuzi commented that the bun girl had a nice backside." Wei Chong lost his temper. "Oh no, you don't know?" Wei Chong's mother said that Wei Chong was bewitched by that girl. Early in the morning, he went home and told his mother to visit Aunt Sue to propose marriage. Aunt Sue is a tough woman, and Wei Chong's mother was so scared she gave him 2 punches and told him to forget about it. Hearing the gossip around them, Suiran and Mu Luocheng both looked unhappy. Suiran didn't like being made fun of. As for Mu Luocheng, he didn't even know what was making him so restless. Zhou Xian listened more carefully to the gossip around him. With a curious look, he walked over to Suiran and asked, "Suiran, is Wei Chong your boyfriend? It seems your future mother-in-law doesn't like you very much." Before Zhou Xian could finish speaking, Suiran reached into her pocket and threw a small stone precisely at Zhou Xian's big, smiling teeth. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's front teeth ached sharply. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking at Suiran with disbelief. He hadn't even seen her make a move. "You're so boring. If you have nothing to do, I'll go now. We'll have ribs for dinner tonight." Suiran didn't know what Mu Luocheng wanted to say, but being watched by those people made her feel annoyed. She didn't want to stay any longer. After speaking, Suiran took a long step to leave. Suddenly, she found a roll of money in her hand. She looked up, confused, at Mu Luocheng, who had stuffed the money into her palm. Before she could ask why, Mu Luocheng touched his straight nose and spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. "The money for building your house is our meal money. You and I need to go to the youth station. I'll go get your lunchbox." Mu Luocheng didn't say much. He took long strides ahead of Suiran. She looked at the money in her hand and then at his tall figure in front of her, feeling a bit confused. Was this man really so rich? Zhou Xian saw Suiran standing there in a daze and quickly walked over. Just as he was about to speak, the pain in his teeth returned. He immediately covered his mouth and chased after Mu Luocheng. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. He thought Suiran was also quite scary. Suiran put the roll of money from her palm into her pocket, not planning to refuse Mu Luocheng's kindness. Although she wasn't short of money, since Mu Luocheng said it was for food, she felt she deserved it. Accepting it was only natural. Leisurely, Suiran carried the ribs to the small courtyard of the youth station. She hadn't even knocked on the door when she heard teasing voices from another yard. "Hey, isn't that Baozi girl? Baozi girl, are you coming to see Qiao the youth again? Let me see, are you here to deliver ribs today?" Suiran turned around and saw a person with a harsh face standing in front of her. She thought for a moment but couldn't recognize who this person was. "Baozi girl, why aren't you talking? Have you gone mute? Weren't you calling Qiao the youth sweetly just now?" "I really don't know." Before Wang Taihong could finish speaking, Suiran raised her hand and gently pinched her chin, easily dislocating it. Su Yiran looked at Wang Taihong with disgust as she struggled to close her mouth. The world seemed to go quiet. Her head hurt just listening to her. A normally decent person with such a mouth, but if that mouth can't speak properly, there's no need to keep it. Su Yiran suddenly attacking surprised Wang Taihong, whose chin had just been dislocated. Even the others in the yard, who were watching, were shocked and looked in their direction. No one expected the normally gentle Su Yiran, as soft as a bun, to actually make a move. Su Yiran, are you crazy? Why did you hit her? Zhang Hehua had long disliked Su Yiran, especially that morning when Su Yiran took away her chance to get close to the two new young workers. Why did I hit her? If she hadn't started yelling at me like a mad dog, I wouldn't have done anything.
What?
A dog bites me, and I can't fight back? Su Yiran was not a patient person. No one had ever told her to be tolerant growing up. She only knew that holding in anger made her more furious, and stepping back meant anyone could bully her. The best way to solve problems was through strength. As long as you were strong enough, anyone trying to provoke you would have to think twice about whether they could handle you. Seeing Su Yiran act like a troublemaker, others who wanted to speak up for Wang Taihong fell silent. Only Zhang Hehua kept talking, trying to defend Wang Taihong and seek justice. Su Yiran looked at Zhang Hehua, who was shouting a meter away from her, and sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, she remembered a video online. A dog on a leash, barking loudly at another person, and when the leash was slackened, the dog immediately backed down. Thinking of this, Su Yiran smiled. She felt that the video had become real in this moment. She wouldn't miss the chance to tease the dog. She took a step forward, causing Zhang Hehua to panic and step back quickly. In the end, Zhang Hehua tripped over something and fell backward, landing the ground. The stones on the ground made her cry out in pain several times. After Zhang Hehua fell, the nearby young people gathered around to watch. The expressions in their eyes when they looked at Su Yiran showed some fear. They seemed to see a madwoman in her. Su Yiran didn't care about how these people looked at her. She only knew that after today, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they should think carefully about whether they could handle her. At this moment, the door of the small courtyard opened. Mu Luocheng was carrying 2 lunchboxes in one hand and a bag of bottles and jars in the other, walking out. Hearing the noisy sounds nearby, Mu Luocheng looked over and saw Su Yiran standing in front of a girl drooling. He frowned in disgust. He stepped forward, grabbed Su Yiran's sleeve, and pulled her aside a few steps, speaking in a moderate voice. "You're not worried about being dirty? This girl is drooling like that. Could she be sick?" As soon as Mu Luocheng finished speaking, the girl who had her chin removed started dragging her chin and suddenly cried out loud, then ran away. Su Yiran was amused by Mu Luocheng's words. She looked in the direction where Wang Tixhong ran and shouted, "Hey, I heard there's a barefoot doctor in the village who can set bones. Go find him quickly. If you wait too long, he might not be able to help anymore." After saying that, Su Yiran couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard she couldn't speak. Once she calmed down, she looked up at Mu Luocheng, raised her hand, and patted him while still smiling. "You really hit the nail on the head. She just caused trouble for me, and I knocked her chin off. And you said she was drooling because she was sick. Ha ha, she must be furious with you now." Mu Luocheng was already dazzled by Su Yiran's cheerful appearance. He seemed to have never seen a girl smile so freely. "All right, stop laughing. Here's your lunchbox. It's from my family. I don't like sweet things, so I'll give you some too. You should go back now." Knowing that Su Yiran was about to cause trouble again, Mu Luocheng's temple twitched involuntarily. His first thought was to make her leave quickly to avoid unnecessary problems. Su Yiran held the things Mu Luocheng handed her. She looked down at them, said nothing, and then happily skipped away. After sending Su Yiran away, Mu Luocheng did not look at the young people watching him nearby. He turned and headed toward the small courtyard, feeling that those people had nothing to do with him. Everyone could clearly see Mu Luocheng's attitude towards Su Yiran. They dared not provoke Su Yiran openly, but they still secretly cursed her behind her back. Shameless, a fox spirit, relying on her looks to flirt with others. She failed to Qiao Jiqing, and is now after the new young guy. Exactly, men are all bad. Yesterday, he acted like he didn't want to get close, and today he's still showing affection to that bun girl. I wonder what kind of spell she's under. It's too much. I must tell Xiao Jiqing what the bun girl did, so he won't be fooled by her. Hiding behind the crowd, Bai Qingtian listened to their gossip, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Su Yiran dared to steal the man she liked, and she wouldn't let her get away with it. Back in her room, Bai Qingtian sat down to write a letter to Su Jinjin. She believed Su Jinjin was very capable and would surely deal with Su Yiran properly when she returned. Plus, with Zhou Xian's good conditions, Su Jinjin wouldn't miss the chance. If Su Jinjin succeeded, Zhou Xian would belong to her, and Mu Luocheng would be hers. That thought made her very happy. When Su Yiran returned home, she saw Tan Hongling walking back and forth in the yard. Her steps paused involuntarily. Tan Hongling saw her and quickly stepped forward, holding her arm affectionately and speaking softly. Xiaorand, you should leave now. Your father and grandfather have taken your brother to the hospital. They said once they return, they will deal with you. If you run now, you might still have a chance. Su Yiran had already realized that this third was not a kind person. She didn't seem as harmless as she appeared. Now, pretending to be kind and giving her information, she probably had bad intentions. Leave? Why should I leave? Where would I go? My money and grain have been taken. If I leave now, I'll be dead. I don't want to go. It wasn't me who hit Baoquan. Why should I run? Ignoring Tan Hongling's attempts to stop her, Su Yiran headed toward her storage room. As she bypassed Tan Hongling, she noticed her clenched hands hanging at her sides. Although Su Yiran did not know why Tan Hongling wanted her to leave, she sensed Tan Hongling's ill intentions. These people are really interesting. Do they really want to keep sending themselves to danger one after another? Watching Su Yiran's stubborn back, Tan Hongling's eyes narrowed slightly. She still remembered what Su Baoquan said to her after Su Yiran left. Since she couldn't drive Su Yiran out of the house, she had to resort to underhanded methods for Su Qianqian's sake. When Su Yiran returned to her room, she entered her space. Inside, she prepared the pork ribs, added seasonings, and simmered them in a clay pot on low heat. She also exchanged for an electric rice cooker in the task shop. When using it, she found that it worked perfectly without needing to connect to electricity in the space. So convenient. After preparing dinner, Su Yiran changed into work clothes and harvested the rice and wheat planted in the fields. Then she replanted the rice and wheat. She still needed money, and rice and wheat were the easiest crops to sell for cash. Once the rice was planted, Su Yiran looked at the straw piled nearby. She remembered she could start livestock farming. She walked to another corner of the space, where a can-be-activated sign was displayed. She gently tapped it with her finger, and soon, she heard knocking sounds. Before long, a modern pig pen appeared, with 6 chubby piglets inside. Looking at the piglets, Su Yiran felt a bit worried. Farming the land required her to do it herself, but did she also need to take care of the pigs? Was it too late for her to regret her decision now? The system detected Su Yiran's worries and quickly sent a notification inside the space. Master, don't worry. You can hire NPCs to help manage the livestock farm using points. After the system's message, a large screen appeared in front of Su Yiran, showing information about available NPCs. Seeing the prices and hiring durations, Su Yiran's lips twitched slightly. She hadn't expected the work system in the space to be so advanced, and the prices weren't cheap either. She chose a professional livestock NPC and set the hiring period to 30 days, considering her points. After Su Yiran paid the points, a character appeared in the space who had no consciousness. This character could handle all matters related to the pigsty on its own. Seeing the scene, Su Yiran felt it was very magical. The space was becoming more and more unbelievable. She felt as if she were inside a game. Beep, congratulations, Master, on successfully unlocking the breeding industry and starting a new mode. The space rewards 2,000 points. Beep, congratulations, Master, on successfully hiring an NPC. The space rewards 2,000 points. Beep, watching the points increase constantly, Su Yiran was pleased and squinted happily. She felt she was getting closer to her dream laboratory. For the laboratory, she would work hard. She already felt excited and missed the moments when she developed new products. At this moment, the space was filled with the smell of meat, mixed with the aroma of rice. Su Yiran rubbed her empty stomach and decided to eat first. After she was full, she would deliver food to those two people. While Su Yiran was changing clothes in her small thatched hut, she passed by the golden farmland. Curious, she walked over and gently dug the land with her. She was surprised to find no signs of planting there. It seemed she didn't have the right to plant on this golden farmland. Master, this golden farmland is specially used to grow rare species such as thousand-year ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, and thousand-year lingji. You need to find them in the real world and then transplant them into the space, the system explained. Hearing the system's introduction, Su Yiran raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. The rare plants mentioned were hard to find. However, if she had a chance, she would try to grow them in the space. Who wouldn't like precious things? Su Yiran took a bath with spiritual spring water in the space. She noticed her skin looked brighter. An idea suddenly came to her mind. She could make a batch of beauty and skincare soaps with the spiritual spring water. Selling them in the city would definitely be popular. She knew her friends, who were about to take part in the art troupe exams, would need these products. Thinking of this, she ignored her growling stomach. She searched the warehouse for soap-making supplies and exchanged some coconut oil, essential oils, and spices in the task space. She couldn't wait to start making the soap. Su Yiran was not making soap for the first time. In her previous life, she had a friend who made handmade soap, so she was very familiar with the process. After an hour, the soap base was ready and poured into rectangular boxes to solidify. Su Yiran was very pleased with the scent of the camellia soap bases in each box. Once they hardened, she could cut them into pieces. Probably tomorrow, she could deliver them to the city. While happily admiring her work, she sensed something unusual outside the space. She washed her hands briefly and quickly stepped out of the space. At that moment, Qiu Jing hurriedly ran in. Ran, the director in charge of the youth trainees is here. She said you injured a youth trainee and suspects you disrupted the harmony between villagers and trainees. She wants you to cooperate with the investigation. Hearing about the injury, Su Yiran was not surprised, but she didn't expect things to escalate to this level. These youth trainees acted like children. They couldn't fight back and went home to complain to their parents. Without hesitation, Su Yiran told Qiu Jing to rest assured and stepped out of the house. She saw many people in the yard, village leaders, the youth trainee director, two victims, and some villagers watching the scene. Are you Su Yiran? The youth trainee director was not from the village. She had come after receiving a report. Her gaze at Su Yiran was full of disdain and contempt. Seeing her expression, Su Yiran knew that today's matter would probably be difficult to resolve. Yes, I am Su Yiran, she replied calmly, walking up to the director and politely nodding. Director, this is Su Yiran. It was she who hurt Taihong. She's really ruthless. If it weren't for the bone specialist in the village, Taihong might have developed lasting health issues, said Zhang Hehua. Zhang Hehua had brought the director here to make Su Yiran suffer. Her main goal was to ruin her, make her pay money, and send her to reform school. To gain the director's support, she secretly handed her 10 yuan she had saved for a long time. Without that money, the director wouldn't have come here. Seeing Zhang Hehua's proud expression, Su Yiran understood her plan. She just wanted to punish her, right? Let's see if she has the ability to do that. Su Yiran, you hurt the educated youth in the village. Do you admit guilt? Su Yiran looked at Wang Taihong, who was safe and proud, and spoke seriously. I do not admit it. Zhang Hehua said, I hurt comrade Wang Taihong. May I ask comrade Zhang Hehua, where is Wang Taihong's injury? Is there any proof of injury? Su Yiran looked calmly at the director of the Educated Youth Office standing opposite her. She wouldn't let herself fall into the trap of self-incrimination. If they say she hurt Wang Taihong, let them prove that Wang Taihong was injured. Anyway, dislocated bones don't show external signs like cuts or bruises, so even a hospital exam wouldn't prove anything. Listening to Sui Ran, everyone present was stunned. They never knew such a thing as a detailed injury report was needed. Even Zhang Hehua didn't expect Sui Ran to say that. Many people at the Educated Youth site saw her hit Wang Taihong. Now she was denying it. Sui Ran, do you have no shame? You dislocated Wang Taihong's jaw in front of everyone, and you still deny it.
How can you do such a thing?
Zhang Hehua didn't expect Sui Ran to be so ruthless, and she was also someone who dared to do, but not to admit. It was really too much. I didn't do it. How am I supposed to admit it? Now, Comrade Wang Taihong is standing here nicely. Let the villagers see. Where is her injury? How does she look like someone who is hurt? Sui Ran stood calmly, contrasting sharply with Zhang Hehua's angry look. It seemed as if Zhang Hehua deliberately came to trouble her. Sui Ran, don't think that just because you deny it, you're off the hook. My jaw still hurts because of you. I tell you. What do you want to tell me? If you want me to admit I hurt you, then show everyone your injury or give your injury report. If there's nothing, I'll think you're slandering me. Let the leaders and villagers see. With your sharp tongue and attitude, you don't look injured at all. There's no wound on your face. How can you prove I hurt you? As she spoke, Sui Ran pretended to be on the verge of tears, pointing at Zhang Hehua and Wang Taihong with a look of grievance. You are targeting me just because I look good. You bully me and call me dumpling girl in front of others and insult my personality as weak. Now you want to use the leader's authority to force me to admit to bullying you and accuse me of disrupting harmony between villagers and educated youths. I feel so wronged. The pitifully beautiful girl naturally evokes a protective feeling. The unmarried young men among the crowd all want to protect Sui Ran. At this moment, someone couldn't hold back and spoke up to defend her. Comrade leader, I can testify that the girls at the Educated Youth camp deliberately gave Sui Ran nicknames to humiliate her. They called her Dumpling Girl, both in front of others and behind her back. This nickname was given by Wang Tixong because Qiao Jiying helped Sui Ran carry a basket once, and since then, they targeted her. That's right. I can also testify that the last time Sui Ran was washing clothes by the river, Wang Tixong intentionally kicked her water basin into the river. Sui Ran chased after it and ran into deep water. If an ant hadn't noticed and helped her, something bad could have happened. And Zhang Hehua is just as bad. When Sui Ran was assigned to cut pig grass by the production team, Zhang Hehua put a snake in her pig grass basket. Sui Ran was so frightened she fell into the nearby water channel. Yes, leader. These educated youths haven't only bullied Sui Ran in our village. Before planting season, we need to fertilize in advance, but these youths wasted a lot of cow dung because they were unhappy with the labor distribution. One ant tried to reason with them, but they pushed her into the dung heap. Leader, these educated youths act arrogantly in our village. When it was time to distribute grain, they chose the best portions. Even though they barely earned any work points here, they accused our record keeper of cheating and even beat him up. The villagers had long been unhappy with these educated youths. They were lazy at work, fought over grain, and used their status as educated youths to bully the villagers. Seizing this opportunity, the villagers exposed all the wrongdoings of the educated youths in front of the director of the youth office. At this moment, the director's face looked very displeased. Zhang Hehua and Wang Tixong also saw that the situation was turning against them. Zhang Hehua pushed away the people gathered around the director complaining and shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you all? You have no right to speak here. Today, I brought the leader here to handle Sui Ran's bullying of us educated youth, not." Enough. Are you Zhang Hehua? I've never known that you educated youth in the village could be so arrogant. You are educated young people, not hooligans or drifters. You were sent to the countryside to help build it, not to cause trouble for the farmers. Both of you go back and inform all the educated youth in the village to come to the youth office for education tomorrow. If anyone refuses, send them to the farm for reform through labor. And villagers, please calm down. If you have any complaints about the educated youth, you can send a representative to the youth office tomorrow. Rest assured, I will handle all your issues one by one. Oh, and about the aunt who was pushed into the manure pit. She will also go to the youth office tomorrow. Whoever did that will be made to compensate and apologize. After speaking, the director turned away with a stern face. Zhang Hehua wanted to stop the youth office director and say something, but she received a cold glare from him. Seeing that fierce look, Zhang Hehua awkwardly closed her mouth. She felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. How did things develop into this? After the director left, the villagers who had been watching also left under the leadership of the village officials. They were told to gather at the brigade office to list everything the village's educated youth had done, so they could go to the youth office together tomorrow. The village clerk looked at Sui Ran and smiled kindly.
Kamred Suiran, iem clerk supine.
Tomorrow, you should go to the youth office to report the issues with the educated youth. I think you're good at talking and you should be able to explain everything clearly to the leaders there. Sui Ran thought for a moment. She wasn't very interested in dealing with these educated youth. She found it too troublesome. She shook her head. I won't go. Please help me honestly tell the leaders at the youth office about how these youth have hurt me so they don't go and complain first. As she spoke, Sui Ran saw Zhang Hehua and Wang Taihong standing in the yard, unwilling to leave, and a smug smile appeared on her face. A bunch of fools still wanted to play with her. She didn't want to bother with them, otherwise, she could make them suffer in ways they wouldn't even imagine. The clerk heard Sui Ran's words but didn't insist and simply left with the villagers. After everyone had gone, only Tan Hongling and Qiu Jing, who was watching Sui Ran with concern, remained in the Su family courtyard. Also present were Zhang Hehua and Wang Taihong, both looking angry. Zhang Hehua and Wang Taihong had spent a lot of effort but gained little and suffered heavy losses, even involving the youth team members. They were almost furious.
Sui Ran,
You are too much, they said. Too much? How am I too much? Those people were brought here by you. Now you say I am too much? You're really unreasonable. But now isn't the time for that. Go back and think about how to explain to your good friends at the youth team, Sui Ran replied. After all, because of you two, they all have to go to the youth education office. You two should be responsible for yourselves. Being educated? That sounds nice, but in reality, it means collective re-education. These young people probably won't have an easy time. Hearing this, Wang Taihong and Zhang Hehua's faces turned pale. They couldn't say a word and merely snorted coldly before turning and leaving. Watching Wang Taihong and Zhang Hehua leave, Sui Ran smiled brightly. Next to her, Qiu Jing looked pleased. Her daughter was truly impressive. Meanwhile, Tan Hongling looked very upset. She was unsure how to treat Sui Ran now. Sui Ran had become so formidable that she was really hard to deal with. That's fine. When you go home, just use soap to wash. Apply plenty, don't hold back. I have quite a lot here, Sui Ran said, setting down her spoon and looking seriously at Qian Jiyun. Qian Jiyun, you can not only use this soap yourself, but also give it to your friends, like Xiaoyu. I heard Xiaoyu's dad is the main examiner for this cultural troupe. Sui Ran's words were not very clear, but Qian Jiyun understood her meaning. She didn't expect Sui Ran to want to help her get ahead with soap. Suddenly, Qian Jiyun looked up at Sui Ran. She felt that Sui Ran seemed different from before. She used to not think so much. Excited, Qian Jiyun hugged Sui Ran's arm and rested her head on her shoulder. Ran, I knew you cared for me the most. You thought so much for me. By the way, where did you get that soap? You didn't come to the city just to deliver soap to me, right? Qian Jiyun is not naive. She is quite smart. She could tell that Sui Ran came to see her for a reason and needed her help. Seeing that her thoughts were seen through, Sui Ran didn't deny it. Instead, she shared her idea openly. Since you figured it out, I won't hide it anymore. Diyun, I want to make money. Today, I came to the city to see you because I want to help you and also ask for your help. This soap was made with my own whitening and skin-nourishing recipe. I want her to help you become whiter and also let the people around you see its effects. It's a way to promote my soap. At this point, Sui Ran paused briefly. She checked to see if Qian Jiyun was upset by her words. When she saw that she wasn't, she continued. Yun, I really don't want to use you. I just think you know many people. Once you use the soap and see your skin improve, people will ask you about it. Then, you can naturally recommend the soap to them. They will want to buy it after seeing your transformation. I admit, I also have a selfish reason for asking you to give some to Xiaoyu. I genuinely want to help you get closer to her. I also think that after Xiaoyu uses the soap and her skin gets better, her mother will notice. Her mother is very beauty conscious and will want to try it too. People in her circle will be interested in our soap, and then I can sell it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Won't you be angry with me? Su Yiran honestly shared her thoughts with Jiyun, without hiding anything. She sincerely wanted to explain that Jiyun would be an important partner in her future. She didn't want Jiyun to feel used later. If Jiyun couldn't accept this now, she would understand. She also disliked insincere gestures with a purpose. After hearing Su Yiran, Jiyun felt her blood boil. Her eyes looked at Su Yiran with full of hope. Ran, are you trying to make money with me? Seeing how money-minded Qian Jiyun was, Su Yiran knew she had chosen the right person. She didn't hide anything and nodded honestly. Yes, I want to help you earn money and guide you toward financial independence. But you must be careful not to let this affect your future. Thinking about earning money herself, Qian Ziyun happily hugged Su Yiran and playfully spoke. You can rest assured I will be very careful. As long as the soap works well, the members of the art troupe and those young ladies will support me. My position will definitely become very stable then. I'll go see Xiaoyu later. Recently, her face is broken out with many small bumps. Your soap should help, right? Of course, it will work very well. Su Yiran was very confident in the spiritual spring water in her space. Her soap had simple ingredients, no chemicals, and she wasn't worried about harming the skin. She believed it would show results in less than 3 days. That's good. Ran, when will you come next? If this soap really works, as you say, many people will want to buy it. Can you send some over quickly? Thinking about making money, Qian Jiyun was eager. She felt that having money in her pocket was the best guarantee at her current situation. Today is the 8th. I'll come back to see you on the 12th. I'll still be at this state-owned restaurant. I'll bring 20 pieces of soap for you. When you talk to those people, don't call it soap, call it beauty skin clearing soap. That's also the effect of the soap. I also want to tell you about the soap's price. In the supply and marketing cooperative, a jar of snow cream costs about 5 yuan and needs a daily supplies ticket. The soap costs around 2 yuan and also needs a ticket. My soap is priced at 2 yuan 50 cents, no ticket needed. You don't need to worry that the soap is too expensive to sell. Once you've used it, you'll understand how good it is. The beauty skin clearing soap really works well. Plus, my soap smells nice. After a shower, it's like using perfume. There will be different scents in the future, but don't worry, they all have the same effect. I'll give you 50 cents for each piece of soap as a thank you for your hard work. What do you think? Hearing that selling a bar of soap could earn 50 cents, Qian Jiyun's eyes lit up even more, as if she could already see the money drifting toward her. She mentally calculated that since the art troupe had so many people, all of whom cared about their appearance, she wasn't worried about not selling enough. Ran, I think 20 yuan isn't enough. I can sell more than that. Qian Ziyun excitedly hugged Su Yiran's arm, eager to earn more money while she had the chance. Su Yiran looked at Qian Ziyun's excited expression with calmness and gently shook her head. You can't sell too much at once. We need some marketing strategies. Good products will attract many buyers, but if everyone gets one, it won't be special anymore. We want to make them desire it and worry about missing out. She paused deliberately, letting Qian Jiyun understand the point. This soap was just a stepping stone. She planned to develop various cosmetics afterward. As long as the products worked well, she wouldn't worry about selling them. Women's money was easiest to earn. Thinking of this, Su Yiran smiled self-deprecatingly. She never imagined that, as a top weapons expert, she would find herself researching how to earn women's money in this era. Mu Luoqing's lips curved upward at the thought of bringing Su Yiran back to the capital. Every step forward brought him closer to marrying her. While Zhou Xian was speechless and Mu Luoqing was lost in his fantasies, 2 men entered from outside. One of them whispered softly to the other, "Brother Rui, where do you think that young girl found those 2 spies?" Zhao Rui turned his head and glared at Xiao Su, signaling him not to speak carelessly here. "Eat whatever you want. No more discussions about this. When we go to Sujia village later, don't talk about it either." Mu Luocheng, sitting in his original spot, recognized Zhao Rui immediately. He knew this man was the police officer who had tried to send Su Iran home before. With his keen senses, Mu Luocheng clearly heard their conversation about spies, young girl, and Sujia village. He couldn't help but feel that this matter was related to Su Iran. He couldn't figure out which girl from Sujia village could have caught spies. Mu Luocheng quickly finished his lunch and stood up to leave with Zhou Xian. He wanted to go back to the village to ask Su Iran if she was involved in this matter. This young girl is so brave to go after the spy. Zhou Xian didn't understand why Mu Luocheng was in such a hurry to leave. He asked him while sitting on his bike, "Brother Chen, what are we going to do?" "Go back to the village." Mu Luocheng sat on his bike, thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and told Zhou Xian, "Get off the bike and go back to the village yourself. I need to handle something." Zhou Xian immediately got off the bike, handed it to Mu Luocheng and didn't ask any questions. He watched Mu Luocheng leave. Mu Luocheng took the bike from Zhou Xian and rode away quickly. Zhou Xian looked at Mu Luocheng's back and then toward the state-run restaurant, just as he overheard 2 young girls chatting. "Let's go to Sujia Tun tomorrow to find Su Iran. I really can't wait a month. I'm about to go crazy from those people selling soap." "Wow, you're lucky, but I'm in trouble. I work at the state-run restaurant, and someone keeps coming to find me. I can't even escape." "All right, it's settled. Tomorrow, we go to Sujia Tun together and ask Iran for help." The 2 girls giggled and left happily. Zhou Xian listened to their conversation, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't expect Su Iran to be so good at making money. Will he still have a chance to enjoy the meals she cooks in the future? After finishing her work at the canned food factory making mushroom beef sauce and spicy oil in gnocchi mushrooms, Su Iran went to the city. She wanted to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some ingredients and then go to Wang Dia's house for dinner. She missed authentic grassland cuisine very much. After browsing the cooperative but not finding anything suitable, she bought some egg cakes and candies for Wang Dia's younger siblings. As she left the cooperative, she saw Mu Luocheng riding his bike toward her. She hesitated whether to greet him, as she still had other things to do. Mu Luocheng also saw her and rode his bike in her direction. Seeing him come straight toward her with a somewhat unhappy expression, Su Iran slightly squinted her eyes, thinking that maybe Mu Luocheng was still upset because she ignored him earlier that morning. Su Iran tilted her head and looked at Mu Luocheng, who had parked his car in front of her. Her cute appearance instantly melted the anger in Mu Luocheng's heart. "What are you doing here?" "Just coming to buy some snacks and ingredients, planning to visit Wang Dia for dinner tonight." Mu Luocheng glanced at the basket in Su Iran's hands, took it, hung it on the handlebar, and patted the back seat of the car, inviting her to sit inside. As she sat down, he asked softly, "Is there anything else you need to do? I can take you." Su Iran initially wanted to find a place to take out the materials for making shampoo soap, but it seemed there was no chance now. Still, she was not in a hurry. She cheerfully told Mu Luocheng, "Let's go back to the village and eat some good food." Hearing Su Iran's lively voice, Mu Luocheng's restless mood disappeared. He wondered in his mind how to teach Su Iran to behave better so she wouldn't do such dangerous things again. Halfway through the ride, Su Iran looked at Mu Luocheng's back and reached out her arm to hug his waist softly, asking gently, "Are you angry with me? Because I ignored you this morning?" Mu Luocheng looked down at her hand around his waist. His lips curled into a happy smile that he couldn't hide, but he still pretended to be calm as he replied, "It's not that. It's something else." "Something else? Did I do something to make you unhappy? If you're upset about the argument we had before, it's not my fault. I didn't do anything. You made that decision alone." Su Iran tried to pull her hand away from Mu Luocheng's waist, but Mu Luocheng didn't give her a chance. He grabbed her hand tightly and held it firmly in his palm.
"I'm not talking about that."
"That was indeed my mistake, and you didn't do anything wrong. Listening to Mu Luoqing's explanation, Sui Ran became even more confused. She had no idea what she did wrong. Not today's thing, and not that instant either. What exactly is it? If you keep hiding things, I'll be unhappy. Sui Ran said this, and withdrew her hand from Mu Luoqing's grip. She wanted a sweet relationship, but she didn't want a silent, stubborn partner. She had a bad temper and no patience to guess what someone else was thinking. Feeling that Sui Ran might be angry, Mu Luoqing stopped the car. Sui Ran jumped out angrily and looked at Mu Luoqing with a scowl. I don't like silent types. If you have something to say, don't make me guess. We're not a good match. When she said they weren't suitable together, Mu Luoqing was amused and laughed. He gently pinched Sui Ran's cheek, but she quickly slapped his hand away.
Don't touch me like that.
We're not that close. Mu Luoqing looked at Sui Ran's attitude with a helpless sigh, his eyes full of affection. I'm not silent. I think we're a good match. I just haven't figured out how to tell you this. His expression suddenly turned serious as he stood upright and spoke firmly. Sui Ran, where did you get those 2 secret agents? The Su family wouldn't give her meat, so she went to find her own. She didn't believe that in this mountain area, she couldn't catch some wild game to eat. Before Grandma Su could say anything, Sui Ran turned and entered the firewood shed. She took a chopping knife and carried a basket on her back, heading outside. Grandma Su watched Sui Ran's proud and unruly figure, feeling frustrated. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Qiu Jing, who had been hiding in the storage room watching the scene, finally showed a rare smile. She watched Su Qianqian run out of the yard in panic before coming out of the storage room. Qiu Jing went to Grandma Su's side, checked her condition, and was relieved to see she had only fainted. She didn't move Grandma Su but grabbed a leaning against the wall and quickly left. She needed to go to work. She didn't know what was happening at home. Sui Ran carried her basket and followed the memory of the original owner, walking up a small path into the mountains. When she reached halfway up the mountain, she stopped. She observed the surroundings to confirm there might be animals nearby, then squatted down and dug a small hole with her chopping knife. She placed a seed from her space into a small water hole, pouring spiritual spring water over it. She picked up more than 10 stones nearby and cut a small branch with her chopping knife, putting everything into her pocket. She found a large tree facing the small puddle she had made and quickly climbed up, waiting for her prey to take the bait. Sui Ran sat on a branch, took out a piece of rubber band from her pocket, and made a simple slingshot. The rubber band was quite special. She wasn't sure who had hung their pants out to dry in the yard. When she was washing the wooden bucket, she noticed the rubber band and casually took it. After making the slingshot, Sui Ran climbed onto a thicker branch, lay down, and closed her eyes. Soon, she heard the clucking of wild chickens and the quacking of wild ducks, with the sounds growing closer. It was clear those small animals were rushing to come and get caught. When she confirmed the sounds were just below the tree, Sui Ran happily opened her eyes and looked down. Sure enough, 5 or 6 wild chickens and 7 or 8 wild ducks were fighting over food and spring water in the small puddle. She quickly adjusted her position on the branch, aimed her homemade slingshot at the chickens and ducks, and launched stones to knock them out. The wild chickens and ducks behaved strangely. Even after their companions were hit, they didn't try to escape but continued to drink the remaining spring water greedily. In just a short while, all the wild chickens and ducks had been knocked out by Sui Ran's stones. None managed to escape her small projectiles. Sui Ran sat happily in the tree, pleased with her success. She never expected the spring water to be so effective. She swiftly climbed down, neatly buried the small dirt pit to avoid attracting larger animals. Without proper tools, she knew she couldn't fight the fierce wild beasts. She then knocked out chickens and ducks, prepared to go down the mountain, when she heard rustling sounds mixed with faint, unclear breathing nearby. After listening for a while and confirming the direction, she divided some of the tied-up birds into her space. She placed 3 chickens and 2 ducks into her basket, covered it with nearby grass, and headed toward the sound. Just as she was about to approach the source of the noise, a clear, bright male voice suddenly rang out from nearby. The voice startled the two people busy in the woods, causing them to jump up, hurriedly put on their clothes, and run away. Sui ran hid behind a tree, watching the two disheveled men hurriedly run away, a playful smile curling at her lips. She didn't expect people in this era to play so daringly. She wondered what might happen if these two were caught. Sui Ran's bright, shiny eyes narrowed slightly. She recognized both of them. The man was Wang Lizi from the Lao Wang family, and the woman was the youngest daughter-in-law from the Lao Sun family, said to be a youth from Shanghai. The original owner had a strong impression of that woman. Within just a week of returning, she had seen her bully her mother 2 or 3 times. Sui Ren already had a plan in mind. "Brother Chen, do you think we might encounter big wild animals if we go up the mountain now? The village chief mentioned this morning that there are northeast tigers in the back mountain. We probably won't run into tigers, right?" Zhou Xian tightly held his sickle, his body pressed close to Mu Luochen's back. His whole body was tense, and he was trembling slightly as he walked. Sui Ran, hiding behind the tree, saw Zhou Xian's funny movements and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing a grown man act so timid was truly amusing. Hearing the tinkling laughter around him, Mu Luochen stopped walking. Zhou Xian's previously tense body instantly stiffened, and he stood frozen, not daring to move or even breathe too hard. "Chen. Brother Chen. There probably aren't any monsters in these woods, right? I heard that the mountains in the northeast are very magical, with the 5 immortals." "Stop talking nonsense. Since the founding of the country, animals are not allowed to become spirits. Forget all those superstitions and feudal beliefs," Mu Luochen said sharply, scanning his surroundings cautiously. He had just arrived here. He wasn't exactly fearless, but he didn't have Zhou Xian's many unrealistic ideas either. Realizing he had been spotted, Sui Ren no longer wanted to hide. She stepped out openly from behind the tree and casually raised her hand to greet the two. "Hello, we meet again." Mu Luochen looked at Sui Ran with a cold gaze. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he nodded coldly, without speaking, then turned to walk forward. In the next second, his leg was suddenly grabbed. At some point, Zhou Xian, who had been so scared that his whole body was tense, had fallen to the ground. In the warm weather, he was sweating profusely, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. "Hey, little girl, what's going on with you? During the day, you jump into the river, and in the evening, you pretend to be a ghost in the woods.
Who are you trying to scare to death?"
Zhou Xian looked at Sui Ran approaching with dissatisfaction and started to complain. He no longer cared about how pretty the girl was. He just felt that meeting Sui Ran always brought trouble. Sui Ran saw Zhou Xian's face turn pale from fright and scoffed disdainfully, speaking sweetly. "I was just hiding behind a tree to watch the fun. You guys made so much noise going up the mountain that you scared away everything I wanted to see. And you started blaming me first. By the way, it's your first day in the village. Why did you go up the mountain?" When Sui Ran was watching the fun, Zhou Xian's nervousness was replaced by curiosity. He loosened his grip on Mu Luocheng's thigh, sat on the ground with a tilted body, just like a rural woman listening to gossip at the stove. "Hey, what are you watching? Besides grass and trees, what's there to see in these mountains?" Seeing Zhou Xian's gossiping look, Sui Ren knew this young master had never faced real hardships and was quite carefree. "There's a fight in the woods, but I haven't seen it yet. I was interrupted by the noise you made, and everyone ran away." Mu Luocheng, standing nearby, naturally understood what Sui Ran meant by a fight. Looking at her pure and beautiful face, he couldn't understand why she was interested in such things, as if it tarnished her innocent beauty. "All right, stop gossiping. Didn't you say you wanted to eat meat? It's getting dark. If you don't go up the mountain to catch rabbits now, it'll be too late." Mu Luocheng withdrew his gaze from Sui Ran, cast a disdainful look at Zhou Xian, who was still eager to listen, and bent down to lift Zhou Xian, who was sitting on the ground. Watching Mu Luocheng lift Zhou Xian, Sui Ran was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that this seemingly not very muscular man was so strong, able to lift an adult man with ease? Sui Ran couldn't help but glance at Mu Luocheng again. She had always thought this man came from a complicated background, and now it seemed he was even skilled in physical strength. But why would such an extraordinary person come here? Are you guys still planning to go up the mountain to catch rabbits so late? I think you should forget it. It gets dark very quickly. By the time you reach the mountain, it will be night, and the deep mountains are dangerous. I have a few wild chickens and ducks here. Let me give you one. Although Suiran is not very generous, she has no hesitation in giving her lifesaver a chicken. She takes the fattest wild chicken from her basket and offers it to Mu Luocheng. Mu Luocheng lowers his eyes and looks at Suiran's delicate, fair wrist, avoiding eye contact with the chicken in her hand. No need, your small frame makes catching chickens difficult. Keep it for yourself to eat. After a moment, Mu Luocheng looks away and speaks softly. It's fine. I caught plenty. There are wild chickens and a few ducks that got lost crossing the river. Just take it as a thank you gift for saving my life. Suiran then offers the chicken closer to Mu Luocheng. Before he can reach out, Zhou Xian takes it instead. Brother Chen, this girl is kind-hearted. Let's accept it. It's getting dark, and we shouldn't go up the mountain now. Once our luggage arrives, we can bring her some gifts. Little girl, what's your name? I'm Zhou Xian, and this is my brother Chen. He's Mu Luocheng. Zhou Xian is so excited to receive the chicken. Finally, there's meat to eat. He really can't stomach the food at the youth station. My name is Suiran. Seeing Zhou Xian's eager face, Suiran suddenly feels like making him pay. She hesitates and speaks softly. Is one chicken enough for you? I also have ducks and more chickens. If you need, I can sell them to you. Halfway through, Suiran stops and turns to the handsome man standing nearby, adding, Of course, since you saved my life, I can give you anything I have. But he's different, I can sell to him. After speaking, Suiran notices Mu Luocheng's lack of response and feels a bit awkward, smiling shyly. Hey, why is that? We both saved you, so why should he get everything? Why do you want to charge me? Zhou Xian isn't worried about the money for the chicken or duck. He just feels upset that Suiran is treating him differently. Why does she treat him like this? Seeing Zhou Xian's disappointed expression, Suiran's beautiful eyebrows furrow slightly, but she doesn't answer his question. Suddenly, she changed her mind and decided not to fight for his money. She turned and walked away. Wait a moment. How much is one duck? I want to buy two. Seeing Suiran ignore him and just leave, Zhou Xian became a little anxious. He carried a wild chicken and chased after her. He was just complaining casually. One chicken wasn't enough to eat. After all, there were many people at the youth station. He couldn't eat all the meat himself and leave others to watch. Since it was his first day, he wanted to build good relationships. When Suiran heard Zhou Xian asking to buy wild ducks, she stopped and placed her basket on the ground. 3 yuan each. Do you think that's okay? While Zhou Xian was asking about the price, Suiran realized that neither she nor the original owner knew much about the prices in this time. But 3 yuan per duck seemed reasonable. Zhou Xian watched as Suiran took out 2 plump ducks from her basket. His eyes lit up. Such fat ducks must smell wonderful. I'll take both. Zhou Xian said, then took out a large coin from his pocket and handed it to Suiran. He eagerly took the 2 wild ducks and spoke generously. No need to give you change. These ducks are only 3 yuan each. That's too cheap. If you have more, you can't sell them for 3 yuan elsewhere. I think 5 yuan each is a fair price. Suiran looked at Zhou Xian, who seemed to be rich and a bit foolish. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was clearly a spoiled young master, someone who hadn't experienced hardship. She put the money in her pocket and looked in the direction of Mu Luocheng. Seeing that Mu Luocheng didn't react, she turned and headed down the mountain with her basket. Mu Luocheng stood behind Zhou Xian, watching Suiran's back. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like someone who would commit suicide. How did she end up jumping into the river? There were only 2 wild chickens left in Suiran's basket. She happily headed home with it. She thought about how to make the old lady at home treat her mother well. Relying only on force wouldn't work. She needed to give a stick to get a sweet date. This way, she could win people's hearts. Just as she reached near the Su family, She heard loud, unpleasant shouting from the yard. I've been working hard outside and you can't take care of that dead girl. You even let her hit my mother. Do you want to die? Today I will make sure you do. Yes, second child. Beat her to death. You unruly wife. You even cleared out the storage room for that useless girl to live in. I tried to stop her, but she pushed me. You should teach her properly. She and that girl are going to cause trouble for everyone. Old Lady Sue sat nearby, stirring up trouble. Just thinking about today's beating made her want to tear Qi-jing apart. That dead girl is the reason she lost face outside today. Sue Iran quickened her steps. She casually grabbed a stick from the woodpile and stormed into the Sue family yard. As soon as she entered, she was shocked by what she saw. Second brother Sue was holding a stick, shouting at Qi-jing, who was kneeling on the ground. Old Lady Sue was standing nearby, spitting and pouring fuel on the fire. Old Man Sue sat on a bench, smoking a dry pipe, ignoring everything happening around him as if it wasn't his concern. Auntie Sue San, Tan Hongling, wanted to step in and stop the fight, but she was pulled back by Su Sanwan and Su Chi-chi. They told her not to interfere and to go cook instead. At this moment, Su Iran couldn't hold back anymore. She couldn't stand to see Qi-jing being bullied, especially because she was innocent and suffered unfairly. Holding the stick, she rushed in front of Su Erjin, blocking Qi-jing. Her voice was cold as she spoke. If you want to fight, come at me. Bullying my mother, what's that? Qi-jing didn't expect Su Iran to suddenly come back. She stood up and pulled Su Iran back gently, whispering to her. Ran, listen to mother. He's your father. You can't argue with him. The storage room has been cleaned out for you. Go rest first. When I finish cooking, I'll call you out. She pushed Su Iran toward the storage room. Old Lady Su saw Qi-jing and her daughter ignoring her. She was already angry, and her temper flared. She rushed over, grabbed Qi-jing's hair, and tried to pull her back, cursing loudly. You little brat, giving birth to a little beast. You two are getting out of control. Before she finished, a heavy struck her mouth. Old Lady Su immediately let go of Qi-jing's hair, covering her now unconscious mouth. She looked at Su Iran in shock, unable to believe her eyes as Su Iran stared back fiercely. Grandmother Su suddenly realized what was happening and shouted loudly. As she screamed, her upper and lower front teeth fell out into her hand. She held the bloody yellow teeth in her hand and looked at them in disbelief. She was stunned for about 3 seconds before shouting again. My teeth. My teeth were actually knocked out by this little brat. Second brother Su, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and beat him to death. Third brother, come out too. Kill her. Grandmother Su screamed painfully, while second brother Su rushed forward with a stick. Before he could strike, his arm was hit hard, and the stick dropped to the ground. He hesitated for a couple of seconds, then, feeling the pain in his arm, he rolled on the ground holding it and wailed. Old Man Su didn't expect Su Iran to attack both Grandmother Su and second brother Su. A young girl acting so recklessly was shocking. He finally looked at the scene clearly. He saw Grandmother Su's swollen face, like a pig's snout, and then glanced at second brother Su lying on the ground. He coldly scolded. Su Iran, you're crazy. What do you want to do? They are your elders. This is a huge betrayal. When Old Man Su finally spoke, Su Iran leaned on her wooden stick, lazily holding it with a cold smile on her lips. Oh, Grandpa, so you're not blind, not deaf, and not mute? What nonsense are you talking? Look at yourself. You hit your grandma and your dad. Are you crazy? Old Man Su looked at her with narrowed eyes, recalling what Grandma Su had said about Su Iran changing after jumping into the river. He didn't believe it at first, but now she clearly wasn't the soft girl she used to be. Yes, I am crazy. I've been driven mad by your Su family. I just wanted to live peacefully in your house, but how have you treated me? You took my money, my clothes, and my grain. You made me sleep in a chicken coop. You didn't even give me wild vegetables to eat. Are you some kind of ruthless tyrant? Since we've already torn the face today, I'll tell you this. I won't tolerate it anymore. Don't think you can bully me and my mother anymore. If you lay a finger on us again, it will be a warning for you. If there's a next time, none of you will survive. When Su Iran said the last part, her voice was icy cold, and everyone around couldn't help but shiver. Just as Su Lao-san was about to leave, he quietly turned back. They could sense that Su Iran was serious. Su Laohan didn't expect Su Iran to be so reckless, but as the head of the Su family, he couldn't allow her to act so wildly. He forced himself to educate her properly, or else his authority would be completely lost today. He held his pipe and waved it towards Su Iran, the hot bowl of tobacco almost touching her cheek. Su Iran slightly turned her head and easily dodged it. In the next second, a sharp, cold-looking chopping knife was pressed against Su Laohan's neck. His gray beard was shaved slightly, with some hair falling onto his clothes. Seeing Su Laohan's whole body stiffen, Su Iran casually smiled and gently moved the chopping knife, pressing the blade against his neck.
Su Laohan trembled all over.
Grandpa, I told you I won't tolerate anyone bullying me or my mother. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I want us to get along peacefully. Please don't push me, okay? Otherwise I might go crazy and do anything I want. Su Iran's relaxed and indifferent attitude made Su Laohan see clearly her crazy side. Now he believed what she said. Just as his beard fell, he felt his life was in danger. Just almost, he thought he would die at the hands of this rebellious girl today. The three people hiding inside the house, watching the scene, covered their mouths and dared not make a sound. They saw Su Iran's actions clearly. The quick, precise movements like a ruthless assassin from a martial arts novel. They all thought Su Laohan wouldn't survive today. Shaking slightly, Su Sanwan gently tugged at Su Chichi's clothes and whispered softly, "I'm telling you, don't provoke her. Both you and Su Chi, stay away from her. When she loses her temper, even I and your mother can't protect you." Su Chichi saw Su Iran's bloodthirsty look and was frightened. She quickly nodded, promising to behave. Su Iran really was terrifying. You're saying that?
We.
Qiu Jing, who always kept things simple, never expected anything in return from others.
She thought the same this time.
She didn't want Lin Huifan to repay her anything. Before she finished speaking, Su Iran interrupted her, smiling warmly as she looked at Lin Huifan. "Little aunt, you don't need to think too much. I'm not giving you the milk powder coupons expecting anything in return. I really just need a small favor from you." Hearing that Su Iran needed help, Lin Huifan immediately became happy. She quickly put the milk powder coupons into her pocket, feeling that accepting them was completely justified. "Iran, just tell me what you need. Don't worry, there's no need to be polite. As long as I can help, I will. Even if I can't, my father-in-law will also help you." Lin Huifan is a kind-hearted person. She thinks helping Su Iran with a small task is much better than accepting favors without giving anything back. She feels lighter about it. Seeing Lin Huifan genuinely wanting to help, Su Iran didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "It's not a big deal. I just don't want my mother to work the farm anymore. You can see that this land is poor. Even if my mother works hard, the harvest is less than half of others. She works so hard but gets no reward. Could you go home and talk to my mother and third grandpa? Maybe help change a piece of land for my mother. I heard there are some unused plots over at the youth training area. My mother isn't afraid of hard work, but it's unfair to work so hard without proper reward." Actually, Su Iran could improve the land with spiritual spring water, but she didn't want to do that. Changing it suddenly might raise suspicion. Plus, the summer on this mountain is very hot, and she wants her mother to do lighter work. After hearing Su Iran's request, Lin Huifan happily agreed. She had also wanted to find a better place for Qiu Jing to work, but Qiu Jing insisted on staying because it was peaceful and avoided trouble. So she didn't push further. Now that Su Iran had the 4 milk powder coupons as support, she believed her mother-in-law wouldn't refuse when she explained at home. "No problem. I'll go home now and talk to my father-in-law. Just wait for good news." With that, Lin Huifan hurriedly left, holding the child, not wanting to waste any time. Lin Huifan is a quick-tempered person. Once she received Su Iran's favor, she was determined to get this done. I don't know why, but she feels that Suiran is not simple. Somehow, she wants to build a good relationship with Suiran. Maybe in the future, the children will have milk to drink every day. After Chiojing left, Lin Huifan looked at Suiran with a gentle smile. She took her hand and sat down, speaking softly. Actually, you don't need to worry so much about your mother. I'm quite peaceful here. Hearing Chiojing's words, Suiran gently smiled, put the lunchbox into Chiojing's hand, and said playfully, "It's my mother, who said she would raise me. She farms on this land and can only give me sweet potato porridge. She should know I don't like eating sweet potatoes, right?" Suiran doesn't dislike sweet potatoes, but she only likes roasted sweet potatoes. She really can't eat sweet potato porridge. Hearing Suiran's words, Chiojing couldn't help but remember how Suiran looked when she ate sweet potato porridge in the morning. She bit her lip, and her expression became more determined. "All right, I hear you. Don't worry, I will work hard to make sure you eat better so you won't have to eat sweet potato porridge anymore." "Yes, I believe you can do it, Mom. Hurry and eat. I made fried noodles for lunch. We just talked for a while, and it might have gone cold now." Suiran chuckled softly and urged Chiojing to eat quickly. When Chiojing heard about the fried noodles, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She didn't open the lid of the lunchbox and looked at Suiran with concern. "Did you go to your grandma's cabinet to get the flour?" "No, it's some fine grains I hid in a cave. My friend knew my grain was stolen and brought me some more. Don't worry, Mom. I hid a lot of good things in the cave. From now on, I'll cook delicious food for you every day. First, you need to get better. Only when you're healthy can someone protect me in this family." Suiran spoke very reasonably, but Chiojing felt a strange ache in her heart. She hadn't protected Suiran at all. In fact, Suiran had been protecting her these past 2 days. Suiran opened the lid of the lunchbox, mixed the fried noodles, and seeing Chiojing still unmoving, she put the lunchbox into Chiojing's hand and urged her. "Mom, eat quickly. The fried noodles are really delicious. If you keep acting like this, I won't know how to treat you well. Just remember, I care about you, and you just need to accept that. You don't need to worry about anything else." Many things will happen in the future that Suiran can't explain. She doesn't want Chiojing to suspect her, so it's better to clarify everything in advance. Chiojing is not a person without brains. Of course, she can see that Suiran is trying to comfort herself. However, she had already noticed Suiran's change since yesterday's events. Whether Suiran was pretending to be weak or suddenly became more aware, she is willing to believe in Suiran now. She has become a very innocent daughter, and whatever her daughter says, she listens. "Okay, I believe you, Mom. This fried sauce noodles smell so good." Chiojing looked at the familiar bowl of fried sauce noodles, her nose feeling a bit sore. She had forgotten how long it had been since she last ate this dish, or even how long it had been since she last ate plain noodles. Lin Huifan hurriedly entered the house. Wu Zhani, who was cooking, was startled and quickly put down her spatula, walking forward with concern to ask, "Huifan, what's going on? Did Dong Dong have another problem?" Lin Huifan looked at her kind mother-in-law, who was rarely happy, and she smiled. Then she excitedly took 4 milk powder coupons from her pocket and placed them in Wu Zhana's hand. "Mom, something happened, but it's good news. Our Dong Dong is saved. These are milk powder coupons. Dong Dong can now drink milk powder. We don't have to worry about him not surviving anymore." Since Su Dong Dong fell ill, Lin Huifan had been worried he wouldn't make it. Watching her increasingly thin son, she couldn't sleep at night. The milk powder coupons given by Suiran not only saved her son's life, but also saved their whole family. "Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. Where did you get these coupons?" "I've borrowed from all over the countryside, but I couldn't find any milk powder coupons." Not having time to watch this family argue, Su Jinghua thought that the most important task now was to find Suiran. However, the 2 people who knew about this had fainted, so even if he wanted to chase after her, he didn't know where to start. "Someone go wake up Su Baoquan and ask exactly where Suiran was sold. Chunbua, you quickly go to the brigade to bring the tractor. We're going to find Suiran. I hope it's not too late." Mu Luocheng heard Su Jinghua's words and immediately went to Su Baoquan. He scooped a handful of water from the water basin and splashed it forcefully on Su Baochuan's face. Seeing Mu Luocheng's action, the people around felt a sharp pain on their faces. They thought the water splashed on Su Baochuan's face was not water, but stones. "Oh no, you wicked person. What are you doing to my son? He's already badly hurt, and you still want to harm him further. If you aren't taking him to the hospital, that's one thing, but trying to kill him? You're trying to murder him." Old Mrs. Su looked up and saw Mu Luochen with a grim face. She immediately recognized him as the person who saved Su Yiran that day. It was he who rescued Su Yiran, which caused her to change her attitude and stir trouble at home. "Yes, it's you. You ruined that poor girl's reputation, and you're not willing to take responsibility. If you had been willing to take responsibility for her, we wouldn't have had to find her husband. Blame yourself." At this moment, old Mrs. Su realized she couldn't avoid the issue of selling Su Yiran. She started shifting the blame onto Mu Luochen, repeatedly mentioning ruining her reputation and refusing to take responsibility. She even turned the act of selling Su Yiran into finding her husband. Su Yiran couldn't stand to watch inside the house. She didn't want Mu Luochen to be involved. She put down her sunflower seeds and walked out of the storage room. As she stepped outside, she clapped her hands and sneered coldly, "My grandma's acting skills are a shame to not be on stage. She can make black look like white." Mu Luochen saw Su Yiran come out and quickly walked over, examining her carefully to confirm she was safe. Only then did he relax. He was about to speak but was stopped by the look in Su Yiran's eyes, telling him not to say anything. The people standing in the yard didn't recognize that this young girl was actually Su Yiran. They stared blankly, unsure when the Su family had hidden a fairy among them. "Thank you, third grandpa, and the uncles and elders from the village for helping me seek justice. My little uncle really wanted to sell me, but I don't know how they ended up fighting among themselves. I don't remember what I ate, but I suddenly felt dizzy and fell asleep in the house. When I heard everyone arguing, I woke up."
Are you
Su Yiran?" Su Jinghua looked at Su Yiran in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. He had seen Su Yiran before, and she was not like this at all. The change in Su Yiran was too great. Not only was her skin clearer, but her entire aura had transformed. Her delicate, beautiful features, set against her bright black eyes, made her look like a different person. No one could recognize that this girl was the same shy girl who used to keep her head down all the time. "You little girl, you're still at home. How did your younger uncle become like this? You wicked girl. If anything happens to your younger uncle, I will hold you responsible." Old Madame Su's eyes turned red as she looked at Su Yiran. She never expected Su Yiran to appear safe and sound at home. What happened to her son? Su Yiran looked at old Madame Su with a cold smile, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "If he had an accident, why would he want to take my life? He was harmed because of you. If you hadn't sent someone to tell him to find someone to sell me, would he have brought people back suddenly? If he hadn't brought people back unexpectedly, would I have been beaten like this?" Su Yiran's voice was quiet, but it struck everyone's hearts hard. They never thought the situation was like this. After she finished speaking, old Madame Su refused to believe it. She couldn't imagine that those people were Su Baoguan's brothers. How could they turn around and beat him? She immediately argued against Su Yiran without thinking. "No, that's impossible.
Baoguan? He
has a good relationship with those people. I don't believe it. There must be a reason behind this. Enough, Tu Jiao Jiao. You and your mother are so cruel. Su Baoguan's fate is deserved. You handle his matters yourself. Also, I warn you, if Su Baoguan's actions cause trouble for the village, I will have your whole family expelled." After speaking, Su Jinghua led a few people who came with him and left. When they reached the door, he stopped and turned to look at Su Yiran. "Su Yiran, come with me to the brigade office. I have something to discuss with you." He then glanced involuntarily at the cluttered storage room, feeling it was necessary to settle Su Yiran's house soon. It was better for a delicate, pretty girl like her not to stay in this house, or something might happen someday. "Okay, I'll be there soon." Hearing Su Jinghua call her, Su Yiran responded immediately, then turned to look at the man standing beside her. Mu Luochen noticed her gaze and withdrew his eyes from old Madame Su and Su Baoguan, then turned to meet Su Yiran's dark eyes. Let's go together. Milo Chen's voice was deep and pleasant. Su Yiran couldn't help but glance at him again. She felt that Milo Chen was a bit strange. Maybe he was captivated by her cooking? But it didn't matter. Regardless of his background or why he was here, she had a feeling that this connection would be useful in the future. Getting along well with him wouldn't be a bad idea. Su Yiran followed the village secretary quickly as they left. Behind her, she could hear her grandmother's angry words and crying, but she paid no attention. When they reached the village office, the secretary took Su Yiran inside and asked villagers to call Su Jinan over.
No one else was allowed in.
Although Su Jinan didn't know what the secretary wanted, he was very excited when he saw Su Yiran coming and ran over happily. He entered the office, saw her immediately, and patted her shoulder twice. Su Yiran frowned and tried to dodge. The secretary saw Su Jinan's rough behavior and frowned, speaking sharply. Su Jinan, be gentle. Little Miss Yiran is just a young girl.
You can't just hit her like that.
Sit down. I have something to say. Realizing he had been too rough, Su Jinan felt a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and apologized to Su Yiran. Sorry, second uncle was too excited. I've never seen such a big wild boar before. I lost control and got a little too rough. But I also want to say, you're really brave, little girl. If anyone saw a bear fighting a wild boar, they'd be scared and run away. Yet, you stayed and waited to pick up leftovers. That's impressive. But next time, don't do that again. It's too dangerous. Luckily, the black bear didn't attack you this time. Su Jinan spoke happily. Their village was poor and people only ate meat once a year. This time, they had caught such a big pig, and every family would get a good share. That Mu Jiqing already told us about you. He said you agreed with him. You only want the ribs. I think girls in the city probably don't like fatty meat. I've told those dividing the meat to give you more ribs with some meat on them. After Su Jinan finished speaking, he happily turned to look at the village secretary. Remembering that the secretary had called him over, he immediately became serious and realized he had spoken too much and become a bit proud. Uncle Third, no, secretary, what did you call me here for? I forgot to ask about Uncle Jinqing's treasure. Is it serious? Hearing Su Jinan mention Su Baoquan, Su Jinghua couldn't help but snort and told everything Su Baoquan had done. He also asked Su Yiran to add details about what happened. After hearing Su Jinghua, Su Jinan angrily slammed his water cup onto the table, spilling the water. Su Baoquan is too much. Last year, our village was judged as an excellent village, but because of him, we lost the election. Now he dares to sell Su Yiran. Uncle, this can't be tolerated. What do you think we should do? The village secretary looked at Su Yiran and sighed slowly. Today, Su Baoquan was badly hurt. He should stay quiet for a few days. The most important thing now is to settle little Yiran. I agree with her wanting to build a house. I will go to the town hall early tomorrow to get the paperwork done. As for little Yiran wanting to bring Qiujing to split the family, you'll need to visit Su's house several times. They probably won't agree easily. Think of a good way to bring Qiujing out. Tomorrow morning, start building the house. The storage room where little Yiran lives might collapse after a couple of rains. It's too dangerous to stay there anymore. Because of what Su Baoquan did today, the village secretary felt more pity for Su Yiran. He hadn't gone home yet and didn't know about the milk powder coupons. When he found out, he planned to personally help Su Yiran build a house tomorrow. No matter what, we must finish this quickly. Even with that big wild boar, we need to speed up. It's thanks to little Yiran that everyone got meat. We must do our best to get this done. Hearing the village secretary, Su Jinan nodded firmly. At this moment, Su Yiran stood up from her chair and placed the money she earned yesterday from selling grain, wild chickens, and ducks on the table, 10 large notes, totaling 100 yuan. Grandpa Third, Uncle Second, here is the money. Please help me and my mother build a sturdy house. It's not easy to build a house all at once. When Su Yiran spoke, her expression looked sad and helpless. This made Su Jinan and Su Jinghua feel uncomfortable and think that Su Yiran had a hard life. Don't worry, I will definitely build the house for you as you asked. We will start tomorrow. You don't need to rush about the money. The team still has some funds, so I will cover it for now. When you have money, you can pay the team back slowly. Seeing Su Yiran's pitiful look, Su Jinghua felt a bit sympathetic. He thought about how she, a city girl, had fallen into the village and was almost sold by that beast, Su Baoquan. He couldn't help but feel more tender and spoke more gently. That will be a lot of trouble for Grandpa San and Uncle Air. Money is not a problem. Just use the best materials. I've saved some money over the years, enough to build the house.
Money?
How could the original owner have saved money? That fool had given all her money to Grandma Su as soon as she returned to the Su family. There was no money left. But Su Yiran had space in her hand. She planned to sell some grain tonight, and after that, she would have enough money for the house. Money was not a problem for her. After discussing the house, Su Jinan and Su Jinghua went to arrange the pork distribution. Su Yiran also went out with them. When Su Yiran just left the village committee, she was carrying a bunch of ribs. As she reached the door, she saw Mu Luoqing standing under a tree nearby. She wondered if he was waiting for her. In the next second, Su Yiran quickly dismissed those unnecessary thoughts. Who was he? How could he be waiting for her here? She almost got carried away with her imagination. She looked away from Mu Luoqing and walked toward the Su family's house. Although she didn't want to go back, Su's family still had Qiujing. Until her house was built, she had to live with them. She just hoped that after today's events, the Su family would wake up and stop bothering her so much. Before she took many steps, Mu Luoqing blocked her way. Su Yiran looked up and saw his big, confused eyes. She rarely showed such a silly expression. Are you waiting for me? Do you need something? Hearing her carefree question, Mu Luoqing frowned tightly. Then it seemed he understood something. He raised an eyebrow at her and spoke jokingly. Do you think I'm here sunbathing right now? Su Yiran looked up at the somewhat harsh sun, her beautiful eyes curling into a smile. She mimicked his gesture and raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, Maybe you have this hobby? Just after she finished speaking, a noisy voice came from behind. Hey, what are you two doing here? Brother Chen, the stove is already set up, and we bought charcoal for the fire. Aunt's son said we need to start cooking with the big pot. Mu Luoqing glanced at Zhou Xian, who was excitedly running over. For some reason, he felt Zhou Xian seemed very happy living in the countryside. Did you bring back the package? Yes, I did, and there's also a letter. Suddenly remembering something, Zhou Xian immediately put down the iron pot, took a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Mu Luoqing. Mu Luoqing took the letter, but didn't rush to open it. He was feeling a bit annoyed from the sun and, grabbing Su Yiran's arm, headed towards the shade of a tree. By then, many people had come to share the meat, and some saw this scene and started whispering.
Wow, did you see that?
The new young man from the city just held hands with that girl from the village. When she fell into the water yesterday, she said she didn't need anyone to take responsibility. What's going on today? Can't you tell? I think the new guy has a crush on her. Besides, she's really pretty. Anyone would be moved. You don't know. When she brought food to her mother at noon, all the young men in the village couldn't take their eyes off her. That's right. I also heard that Wei Chong even fought with Erjuzi because Erjuzi said the girl had a nice figure. Wei Chong lost his temper. Oh no! Did you hear? Wei Chong's mother said her son was under her spell. Early in the morning, she told her mother to go propose marriage at Grandma Su's house. Grandma Su is a tough woman, and Wei Chong's mother was so scared she punched him twice, telling him to forget about it. Listening to the gossip around them, Su Yiran and Mu Luoqing's faces looked grim. Su Yiran didn't like being made fun of. As for Mu Luoqing, he didn't even know why he was feeling so restless. Zhou Xian heard the gossip more clearly and, curious, walked over to Su Yiran with a gossiping look on his face to ask. Su Yiran, is Wei Chong your boyfriend? It seems your future mother-in-law doesn't like you. Before Zhou Xian could finish speaking, Su Yiran took a small stone from her pocket and accurately flicked it at Zhou Xian's big, toothy grin. Suddenly, Zhou Xian felt a sharp pain in his front teeth. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, staring at Su Yiran in disbelief. He hadn't even seen her move. "You're so boring. If there's nothing else, I'll go now. We'll have ribs for dinner tonight." Su Yiran didn't know what Mu Luocheng wanted to say, but she was annoyed by the stares of those people. She didn't want to stay any longer. After speaking, Su Yiran took a long step forward to leave. Suddenly, she found a roll of money in her hand. She looked up at Mu Luocheng, who was stuffing the money into her palm with a confused expression. Before she could ask why, Mu Luocheng touched his straight nose and spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. "The money for building your house is our food fund.
You and I need to go to the youth commune.
I'll bring your lunchbox." Mu Luocheng didn't say much. He walked ahead with long strides, leaving Su Yiran behind. She looked at the money in her hand and then at his tall figure in front of her, feeling a bit puzzled. Was this man really so rich? Zhou Xian saw Su Yiran standing there in a daze and quickly walked over. Just as he was about to say something, the pain in his teeth returned. He immediately covered his mouth and chased after Mu Luocheng. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. He thought Su Yiran was also quite scary. Su Yiran put the roll of money in her pocket, not refusing Mu Luocheng's kindness. Although she wasn't short of money, since Mu Luocheng said it was for food, she felt she deserved it. Accepting it was only natural. Casually, Su Yiran carried the ribs and arrived at the small courtyard of the youth commune. She hadn't knocked on the door yet when she heard someone mocking from another yard. "Hey, isn't that Baozi girl? Baozi girl, are you coming to see Qiao the youth again? Let me see, are you here to deliver ribs today?" Su Yiran turned around and saw a person with a mean face standing in front of her. She thought for a moment, but couldn't recognize who this person was. "Baozi girl, why aren't you talking? Have you gone mute? Weren't you calling Qiao the youth sweetly just now?" "I don't really know." Before Wang Taihong finished speaking, Su Yiran raised her hand and gently grabbed her chin, easily lifting her jaw off. Su Yiran looked at Wang Taihong with disgust, annoyed by her inability to keep her mouth shut. The world seemed silent to her, and her head hurt just listening to her. A normally decent person, but with such a mouth, if she can't speak properly, there's no reason to keep her around. When Su Yiran suddenly made a move, not only was Wang Taihong, who had her jaw removed, surprised, but everyone else in the yard who was watching also looked at them in shock. No one expected the gentle-looking Su Yiran, who was as soft as a bun, to actually act. "Su Yiran, are you crazy? Why did you hit her?" Zhang Huahua had long disliked Su Yiran, especially that morning when she had stolen her chance to get close to the two new workers. "Why did I hit her? If she hadn't started yelling at me like a mad dog, I wouldn't have done anything."
Ha!
"If a dog bites me, am I not allowed to fight back?" Su Yiran was not a patient person. Since she was young, no one had told her to be tolerant. She only knew that holding in anger made her more upset, and stepping back would let anyone bully her. The best way to solve problems was through strength. As long as you're strong enough, anyone who tries to pick a fight would have to think twice about whether they could win. Seeing Su Yiran acting so unruly, everyone else who wanted to speak up for Wang Taihong fell silent. Only Zhang Huahua kept talking, trying to defend her. Su Yiran looked at Zhang Huahua, who was shouting from a safe distance about a meter away. She sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, she remembered a video she saw online. It showed a dog on a leash, barking loudly at someone else. When the leash was slackened, the dog immediately cowered. Thinking of this, Su Yiran smiled. She felt that the scene from the video was now becoming real. She wouldn't miss this chance to tease the dog. She took a step forward, causing Zhang Huahua to panic and quickly step back. In the end, Zhang Huahua tripped over something and fell backward, landing the ground. The stones on the ground scraped her, making her cry out in pain several times. After Zhang Huahua fell, the young people gathered around to watch. The looks they gave Su Yiran carried a hint of fear, as if they were looking at a mad person. Su Yiran didn't care about their gazes. She only knew that after today, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they should think carefully about whether they could really provoke her. At that moment, the door of the small courtyard opened. Mu Luocheng came out, carrying 2 lunchboxes in one hand and a bag of bottles and jars in the other. You said that, but Qiu Jing was always simple-minded. She never expected anything in return for what she did. Today was no different. She didn't want Lin Huifan to feel she owed her anything. Before she finished speaking, Su Yiran interrupted with a bright smile, looking at Lin Huifan. Little auntie, you don't need to overthink. I didn't give you the milk powder coupons to ask for anything in return. I just need a small favor from you. Hearing this, Lin Huifan was instantly happy. She quickly put the milk powder coupons into her pocket, feeling that accepting them made her feel at ease. Yiran, just tell me what you need. Don't worry, as long as I can help I will. Even if I can't, my father-in-law will help you too. Lin Huifan was also a kind-hearted person. She thought helping Su Yiran was much better than accepting favors without giving anything back. She felt less burdened. Seeing Lin Huifan genuinely wanted to help, Su Yiran didn't hesitate and spoke directly. It's not a big deal. I just don't want my mother to work the farm anymore. You can see that the land here is very poor. No matter how much my mother works, the harvest is less than half of others. In the end, she works hard but gets no reward. I was wondering if you could go home and talk to my mother and Grandpa San, ask them to find a better piece of land for my mother. I heard that some of the land belonging to the young people isn't used. My mother isn't afraid of hard work, but this kind of labor where the effort doesn't match the reward is really unfair, don't you think? Actually, Su Yiran could have used spiritual spring water to improve the quality of this land, but she didn't want to do that. Changing things suddenly might raise suspicion. Also, the summer here is very hot, and she wants her mother to do some lighter work. After hearing Su Yiran's request, Lin Huifan happily agreed. She also wanted to find a better place for Qiu Jing to work, but Qiu Jing insisted on staying because she said this place was peaceful and avoided many troubles. So Lin Huifan didn't say more. Now that Su Yiran had made her request and had 4 cans of milk powder as support, she planned to talk to her father-in-law at home. She believed he wouldn't refuse. No problem. I'll go home now and tell my father-in-law. Just wait for good news. Then Lin Huifan hurriedly left with the child, not wanting to waste any time. Lin Huifan is a quick-tempered person. Once she received Su Yiran's favor, she was determined to get this done. For some reason, she felt that Su Yiran was not simple and she inexplicably wanted to build a good relationship with her. Maybe in the future, her child would have milk powder every day. After Lin Huifan left, Qiu Jing looked at Su Yiran with a gentle smile and took her hand to sit down. She spoke softly. You don't need to worry so much about your mother. She's quite peaceful here. Su Yiran, who was taking a lunchbox from her basket, heard Qiu Jing and smiled softly. She pushed the lunchbox into Qiu Jing's hand and playfully said, Mom said she will take care of me. She's planting on this land, but she can only make me eat sweet potato porridge. She should know I don't like eating sweet potatoes, right? Su Yiran doesn't dislike sweet potatoes, but she only likes roasted sweet potatoes. She really can't eat sweet potato porridge. Hearing Su Yiran's words, Qiu Jing couldn't help but remember how Su Yiran looked when eating sweet potato porridge in the morning. She bit her lip and her eyes became more determined. All right, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, I'll work hard and try to make sure you eat better, so you don't have to eat sweet potato porridge anymore. I believe you, Mom. Hurry up and eat. I made fried sauce noodles for lunch. I just finished talking a while ago, and it might have cooled down now. Su Yiran chuckled softly and urged Qiu Jing to eat quickly. When Qiu Jing heard about the fried sauce noodles, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She didn't open the lid of the lunchbox and looked at Su Yiran with concern. Did you go to Grandma's cabinet to get the white flour? No, it's a small amount of food I hid in the cave. My friend knows my food was stolen and brought me some more. Don't worry, Mother. I have hidden a lot of good things in the cave. From now on, I will prepare delicious food for you every noon. First, you need to get healthy. Only when you're strong can someone protect me in this home. Su Yiran's words sound very reasonable, But Qiu Jing feels a strange sadness inside. She hasn't protected Su Iran at all. Instead, Su Iran has been protecting her these past few days. Su Iran opens the lunchbox, mixes the noodles with sauce, and sees Qiu Jing not moving. She then puts the lunchbox into Qiu Jing's hand and urges her. Mom, eat quickly. The noodles with sauce are really tasty. If you keep like this, I don't know how to treat you well. Just remember, I care for you, and you just need to accept that. You don't need to worry about anything else. Many things will happen in the future that Su Iran cannot explain. She doesn't want Qiu Jing to doubt her, so it's better to clarify things early. Qiu Jing isn't a fool. She can tell that Su Iran is trying to comfort her. But since what happened yesterday, she has already noticed that Su Iran is different. Whether Su Iran was pretending to be weak or suddenly became smarter, she still believes in her. Now, she is just a simple daughter, willing to listen to whatever her daughter says. Okay, I believe you, Mom. This sauce noodles smell so good. Looking at the familiar bowl of noodles, Qiu Jing feels her nose sour. She has forgotten how long it has been since she last ate this. She can't even remember when she last ate plain noodles. Lin Huifan hurriedly walks into the house. Wu Zhani, who is cooking, is startled. She quickly puts down her spatula and walks over to ask with concern. Huifan, what's the rush? Did Dong Dong get into trouble again? Lin Huifan looks at her kind mother-in-law and smiles happily. Then she excitedly takes out 4 milk powder coupons from her pocket and places them in Wu Zhani's hand. Mom, something has happened, but it's good news. Our Dong Dong is saved. These are milk powder coupons. Our Dong Dong can drink milk powder now. We don't have to worry about him not making it. Since Su Dong Dong got sick, Lin Huifan has been worried he might not survive. Seeing her son become thinner and thinner, she couldn't sleep all night. Su Iran's milk coupon not only saved her son's life, but also saved their entire family. Oh my goodness, this is such great news. Where did you get this coupon? I've borrowed all over the countryside and couldn't find any milk coupons. It was my sister-in-law Chio's daughter, Ryron, who gave it to me. Lin Huifan pulled Wu Zhani into the house and explained everything, how Su Iran gave her candies and the milk coupon, and also the request Su Iran made. Wu Zhani nodded quickly. Yes, you did the right thing. We really shouldn't take others' things without permission. The girl's request isn't unreasonable. Your father just went into the mountains to hunt a wild pig. I heard that pig might be connected to Ryron. Don't worry, your father is in a good mood today and will surely agree to exchange work for Qiu Jing. Also, later your second brother comes home for dinner. I'll tell him not to work this afternoon and to go to town to buy milk for Dong Dong. Right now, Dong Dong's health is the most important. We need to take good care of him first. Wu Zhani looked at the milk coupon and then at her poor little grandson. She sighed softly. Finally, the little one could drink milk. You know, people are different. They all come from the city, but their awareness isn't the same. The young girls at the youth station, because your grandfather didn't satisfy their unreasonable demands, started to make things difficult for us. When I tried to buy milk coupons, they refused to sell to me. But Ryron is different. She just gave us the coupons directly. We should take better care of her and her mother in the future. We can't let Su Zhenxing's family keep bullying them. Yes, mother is right. I think Ryron is different from what the rumors say. People in the village even call her a fool, but when I saw her today, she didn't seem like that at all. She talks sweetly, but she's not soft-hearted. I actually like her. Lin Huifan told the truth. Before Su Iran gave her the milk coupon, she already thought Su Iran was pretty and cheerful. She liked her even more now that she had helped her. She thought Su Iran was a kind and beautiful girl. She's changed. Since she fell into the water, she seems to have suddenly woken up. Even old Madame Su was beaten by her. Today I saw her, and she had a big swelling on her forehead, her mouth was swollen, and she lost 2 teeth. She said she fell while going to the bathroom. Ha ha ha, in my opinion, she was taken care of by that young girl. But that's okay. In the wolf's den at Su Zhenxing's house, if things weren't tough enough, we'd really be worn out. That second son, Su Erjin, is useless. Qiu Jing has had it hard. Wu Zhani was talking about the Su family and sighed unconsciously. She thought that if she were Qiu Jing, she probably wouldn't have lasted long. After Su Yiran and Qiu Jing finished lunch, they poured a bottle of spiritual spring water for Qiu Jing and then went home. Su Yiran didn't want to do farm work in the fields. When Su Yiran reached outside the Su family's house, she heard the voices of unfamiliar men in the yard. She stepped onto the wall's mud bricks to see what kind of people were there. She peeked over the wall and saw 7 or 8 strange men sitting around a small table. On the table were roast chicken, marinated meat, peanuts, and a large jar of wine. Some men were drunk and talking dirty and words. Su Yiran recognized one of the men as Su Laotai's youngest son, Su Baoquan. She thought these men were probably brought back by Su Baoquan. She watched them for a while, listening patiently to their filthy talk, but she couldn't figure out what they were there for. However, Su Yiran had a feeling that these people were there for her. She probably overheard Su Baoquan talking about selling his second brother's daughter. That must be her. Just as Su Yiran was getting a bit impatient, a pinkish figure hurriedly ran over from not far away. Seeing that figure, Su Yiran showed a look of disgust. She really looked down on Su Qianqian's taste. Wearing a pink dress with a yellowish-black skin tone was just too much to bear, so eye-paining. Su Yiran didn't want Su Qianqian to see her, so she quickly slipped into her space and secretly observed the yard, trying to figure out what these people were planning to do. Su Qianqian ran back home quickly and entered the house, immediately looking for Su Yiran. But before she could say anything, she was hugged by a man. The man made her sit on his lap. Su Qianqian struggled hard, but couldn't break free. Su Baoquan, who was her little uncle's son, looked at the scene with a slight frown and quietly scolded Su Qianqian. Su Cici, be a little better. Brother Wang is just hugging you. He won't do anything to you. This 16-year-old girl. You really aren't as obedient as Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen wouldn't let you be so disappointed. When mentioning Zhenzhen, Su Baoquan unconsciously licked his lips. He knew Zhenzhen wasn't his second brother's daughter, so he wouldn't worry about not finding a wife. He had long since kept the good things for himself. As for Zhenzhen, the others all showed sneaky expressions. They had admired her for a long time. In the end, they didn't expect her to suddenly become a phoenix, and in the city, she even pretended not to recognize them. After glancing at Su Cici, Su Baoquan saw that she had become obedient. She was afraid of her little uncle, especially after learning that he was planning to sell Su Yiran. She was even more scared now, worried she would face the same fate if she disobeyed. Little uncle, I failed at what you asked me to do. Su Yiran didn't eat what I gave her and even pushed me down. My arm is scraped and bleeding. She then showed her red, scratched arm to Su Baoquan, looking sad and almost crying. Su Baoquan looked at her thin, dark arm and frowned tightly, showing disgust. You should wash more when you're not busy. Look at your arms, full of cracks. I just don't understand how a young girl like you doesn't care about hygiene. After speaking, he didn't forget to glare at the man holding Su Cici. The girl was so skinny and dark that she wouldn't fetch a good price. He liked to hold her and carry her around, but he was not very smart. Are you saying Su Yiran is disobedient? Didn't Mother say that Su Yiran's personality is just like my second brother's? Is she the kind to be bossed around? Why isn't she obedient? Did you do something to make her angry? Su Baoquan's mind drifted back to Su Yiran. He remembered only briefly seeing her when she returned to the city. She had her head down, and he hadn't seen her face clearly, only knew she was quite fair. If Zhang hadn't been so pushy, he wouldn't have thought about Su Yiran when she refused to marry Zhang after returning to the city. I definitely didn't do anything. I even tried to be friendly with her, but she didn't appreciate it. Little uncle, I tell you, Su Yiran is very fierce. She not only hit Grandma, but also went against Grandpa. This morning, she even injured second uncle. Talking about Su Yiran's strength, Su Cici couldn't help but shiver. Honestly, she was quite afraid of Su Yiran. Thinking about the things she had done to bully her, she truly feared Su Yiran's revenge. Hearing Su Cici's words, Su Baoquan scoffed disdainfully, raised his finger to point at a few people present, and sneered. You look at the few brothers I brought back. None of them are ordinary. What can a little girl like her do? Anyway, you useless thing. Go and bring her back. If you can't do it, I'll sell you off to pay the bride price. Su Baoquan spoke very seriously. Although Su Qiqi's looks weren't as good as Su Jinjin's, she was still a woman. Marrying a poor old bachelor could earn a few hundred yuan, enough for him to get a wife. Hearing Su Baoquan say this, Su Qiqi was terrified. She knew how ruthless Su Baoquan was. His deeds in the city were already notorious, which was why the villagers were afraid of old Madame Su. She didn't want to be sold. Struggling, she broke free from the man's arms and hurriedly ran away. She was so frightened that she lost her way and ran in the wrong direction. Su Yiran listened for a long time in her space and understood their purpose. She sneered coldly. These people just wanted to capture her? How funny! If she were so easy to catch, many countries would have taken her long ago in her previous life. Unaware that Su Yiran was watching him, Su Baoquan, who was tipsy, turned to look at the man sitting beside him, whose face was full of flesh. He flattered him. Brother Zhang, listen to me. Don't believe my unreliable niece's nonsense. She's just useless. She can't handle that stubborn girl, so she's talking big. Don't worry, I'll make sure you bring that girl home today, and tonight you can act as the groom. The man called Brother Zhang, upon hearing the words act as the groom, smiled with narrowed eyes. He was confident. He had come personally, so he wasn't afraid of a little girl. He was determined to bring her back. Just make sure your niece brings her back, and the rest is up to me. Didn't you say she just came back from the city? City folks are delicate. I don't believe she's unwilling to come back to the city and live a good life with me. Zhang the Lame spoke while rubbing his stomach, then smiled broadly at Su Yiran. His yellow teeth made Su Yiran feel sick instantly. It was strange that such a person would want to eat her like a delicate swan. Su Yiran used her space shop to exchange for a baton. Today, she planned to punish the bad people and make them understand what it means to fight evil and uphold justice. Holding the baton, Su Yiran felt it wasn't powerful enough, so she exchanged for a pickaxe. She tested its feel and nodded with satisfaction. Today, she would give these troublemakers a good lesson, and even Su Baoquan wouldn't escape unscathed. When Su Yiran came out of her space, she walked calmly to her house door. She pushed the door open lightly and headed straight to the yard. A few men who were drinking and bragging looked up when they heard the door open. They saw a girl at the door who looked beautiful and pure, like a fairy. They all froze, opening their mouths in surprise. Their wine glasses slipped from their hands and shattered on the ground. The sound of breaking glass snapped some of them out of their daze. Su Baoquan was the first to react. He quickly stood up, walked to Su Yiran, and with a friendly smile, he spoke. Miss, are you not from our village? Is there something you need? I can help you with any problem, no matter what. Su Baoquan spoke very seriously. He was completely enchanted by Su Yiran's beauty. Even in the city, he had never seen such a pretty girl. It was no exaggeration to say that if Su Yiran asked Su Baoquan to jump into a river, he wouldn't hesitate. Su Yiran looked at Su Baoquan's flirtatious expression with cold eyes. Her voice was icy as she said, Little uncle, don't you recognize me?
I am Su Yiran.
Hearing her reveal her identity, Su Baoquan's eyes widened. How could he believe that this stunning woman was the weak, useless girl from old Madame Su's words? She was clearly a treasure. After Su Yiran revealed her identity, Zhang the Lame was the happiest. He never dreamed he could marry such a beautiful woman. He wished he could give Su Baoquan an extra 1,000 yuan. Thinking that Su Yiran was his wife made him so happy, he almost laughed out loud. He felt that spending that 1,000 yuan was totally worth it. Su Yiran looked at Su Baoquan's shocked expression and the drooling faces of the others. She snorted coldly and finally focused her gaze on the limping Zhang. Seeing Su Yiran looking at him, Zhang hurriedly stood up from the stool, limping toward her with a proud smile on his face. Watching Zhang's gait, Su Yiran sneered softly and turned to look at Su Baoquan. Did you sell me to this kind of person? How much did you sell me for? Let me hear what my price was. Unexpectedly, Su Iran knew about this matter. Su Baoquan looked at her stunning appearance and suddenly felt regret. He thought he had lost money selling Su Iran for 1,000 yuan. With her looks and personality, others would definitely pay more. Seeing that Su Baoquan didn't speak, Zhang noticed his regret. He frowned at Su Baoquan, his voice filled with anger. Su Baoquan, I tell you, you can't regret this. I already gave you 1,000 yuan. The family feast is ready. You promised me to let me be the groom tonight. Brothers, catch her for me. We're going home now. Although the others were attracted by Su Iran's beauty, they still knew who their master was. Once Zhang spoke, they no longer paid attention to Su Baoquan and stood up to try to catch Su Iran. Seeing these people move, Su Baoquan's greed was completely gone. He waved his hand at Zhang. I won't go back on my word. The person is already back. You can take her away. Keep it quiet, so the villagers don't find out. With Su Baoquan's words, Zhang felt more confident. He stepped in front of Su Iran, raising his hand to touch her fair cheek. Such a girl was tempting him to the point of drooling. He had wanted to do this since the first time he saw Su Iran. He was worried he might scare her, but now that everything was clear, he saw no reason to hold back. He was thinking about how smooth her face was. Her skin must feel amazing.